Chapter 1: The company is going bankrupt. Brother, will you still hire people? Jiang Yi, what do you do for a living? You can't even write a report properly? If you can't do it, get out. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of people who will do it. Castle Peak. In an office of Star International Corporation. A somewhat fat middle-aged man was sitting behind his desk and scolding Jiang Yi. Sometimes you should look for your own reasons. Has your salary increased over the years? Have you worked hard? Jiang Yi looked around the office, but the man's words went in one ear and out the other. Reborn. I'm tired of hearing this kind of thing. Oh, yes. If the system didn't have a task to work here for 30 days, he would have left long ago. Take this report back and rewrite it. Jiang Yi took the documents, turned around and walked out of the office. As soon as he left the office, he saw a group of employees dispersing from the door. They walked and muttered to each other. I got scolded by Fatty Chen again. It's so miserable. Who made him ruin Fatty Chen's good deeds before? You are very brave if you dare to do bad things to your leader. You will have no good days in the future. Jiang Yi returned to his seat, took out his cell phone and took a look. There is one unread message. When I clicked on it, I saw that someone on Penguin had sent me a message. What are you doing at this hour? This netizen, whose nickname is Qian Ning Banksia, was someone Jiang Yi met in a game a year ago. Jiang Yi got along very well with him and they had a very good relationship. As far as Jiang Yi knew, the other party seemed to be a screwdriver, earning 3,800 yuan a month and laughing every day. Jiang Yi quickly typed the content and sent it. Stop talking, I just got scolded. Ding dong. Qian Ning Banksia replied immediately. Ah? Who scolded you? Jiang Yi replied, the team leader, nicknamed Fatty Chen. I ruined his plan 3 days ago, so he is targeting me everywhere. In the president's office of Star International. A woman with a stunning face and perfect figure suddenly smiled at her phone. She is the president of Star International. Yi Mengyao. The youngest president of Qingshan City, and also the most beautiful woman in Qingshan City. In the past 100 years, no girl has been more outstanding than her. Fatty Chen, what an interesting name. She quickly typed, what did you do? 3 days ago, during our group gathering, he stared at a girl and forced her to drink. I couldn't stand it, so I helped block a few drinks. Fatty Chen holds a grudge against me. Yi Mengyao sent a message, you are so brave. In the office, Yi Mengyao's mouth corners slightly raised. Before the company started to develop, she also attended many cocktail parties, but there was no one to help her block the drinking. Instead, there were many people who wanted to get her drunk. Fortunately, she was able to resolve each situation without any danger. If Jiang Yi is around, I won't be so nervous when attending cocktail parties in the future. But then, she became a little worried again. Jiang Yi heroically saves the girl, will the girl fall in love with him? So she hurriedly asked, what happened between you and that girl? Jiang Yi, she resigned and ran away the next day. Yi Mengyao felt relieved immediately. She and Jiang Yi have been friends online for more than a year, and she knew Jiang Yi's true identity a long time ago. As the president of a large company, Yi Mengyao is under a lot of pressure. Jiang Yi always makes her happy. Yi Mengyao gradually fell in love with Jiang Yi. But the next second, Jiang Yi sent another message. I'm going to run away tomorrow too. Yi Mengyao's heart suddenly tightened. Ah? The CEO of Star International's hands trembled at this moment. Why? Is it because of Fatty Chen? Jiang Yi held up his phone and replied, he has his reasons, but not entirely. It's mainly because of this company that it's almost failing. In his previous life, he saw Star International go bankrupt. What? Yi Mengyao's eyes fixed. Your own company is going to fail? Don't talk nonsense. Isn't the company developing well? Jiang Yi, you seem very anxious, but you are not the president of our company. What are you anxious about? Yi Mengyao. She really wanted to say, I am your president. But now, let us first figure out why Jiang Yi said that the company is going to fail. So why is your company failing? Jiang Yi was about to reply. At this time. Jiang Yi, you are so brave, you actually dare to play with your phone? A cold voice suddenly came from the side. Jiang Yi turned his head and saw a man wearing a white shirt, suit trousers and black-rimmed glasses standing next to him. His name is Li Xin. He is the team leader of Jiang Yi's group. He is also Fatty Chen's lackey. Because Jiang Yi offended Fei Chen, he often targeted Jiang Yi. He. Li Xian sneered and said, I think you really don't want to do this anymore. Jiang Yi put away his phone and was not afraid of him. Anyway, by tomorrow I will have completed the task of staying in this company for 30 days. When the time comes, just take the reward and leave. There is no need to pamper these people. Secondly, having lived 2 lives, what kind of storms has Jiang Yi not seen? Even Fatty Chen couldn't scare him, let alone a team leader. Are you free? How about you help Fatty Chen write the report? Li Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Jiang Yi to dare to talk back. How dare you to contradict me? I will report this to the leader and have you fired. In the office. After Yi Mengyao sent the message, she kept waiting. A minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. No reply. Yi Mengyao anxiously picked up her phone and kept sending messages to Jiang Yi. Where are the people? Are you there? Are you there? Shake. Send a 200 yuan red envelope. Still no reply. I'm going to find him. Yi Mengyao felt as if her heart was being tickled and it was difficult to wait. The person disappeared at the critical moment. This feeling is like when you are watching a TV show and the plot is at its most exciting part and suddenly the power goes out. The CEO of Star International, who has always been calm and steady in his work, now acts like a little girl. She stood up and murmured, I can't wait. I want to see him now. Yi Mengyao walked out of the office quickly, took the elevator, and walked towards Jiang Yi's work area. In the work area, Li Xian came over with Fatty Chen and stood beside Jiang Yi. Fatty Chen stared at Jiang Yi and said, now apologize to Li Xian in public and write a letter of apology. Otherwise, get out. The other team members sat in their seats, talking in low voices. Now that Fatty Chen has caught us, we are really screwed. I guess Fatty Chen has wanted to fire him a long time ago. Jiang Yi is so miserable. I guess Li Xian and Fatty Chen are very happy now. Li Xian scolded, can't you hear what the leader says? Apologize. If you don't apologize, get out of this company. Do you understand? The corners of his mouth curled up. With the support of his leader, his nostrils were about to point to the sky. In this workspace, it's him, Li Xian, who has the final say. Who dares to resist? Fire immediately. Right at this moment. Who dares to fire him? A cold, yet extremely pleasant voice sounded at the door. Chapter 2, The Beautiful and Cold CEO appears. It was me who allowed him to play with his phone during work hours. The work area suddenly became quiet. Fei Chen and Li Xian frowned. Is there anyone else coming to contradict them? Don't want to do this anymore? The 2 men turned around and wanted to yell, but when they saw the person standing at the door, the words that were about to come out of their mouths were stuck. The other employees around were all stunned at this moment. Jiang Yi also looked towards the door. In front of the door, a young and beautiful woman was walking in slowly. Her eyes are as bright as stars, her gaze is charming, and her eyebrows are dark and her lips are cherry red. Moreover, her skin is white and tender, as if it had been soaked in milk, and water would flow out if you pinch it lightly. The black OL outfit shows off her perfect figure, with a curvy figure and a pair of long legs in black stockings and high heels, like a work of art made by nature. Li Xian and other employees stared with wide eyes. Only Fei Chen avoided his gaze. Because her temperament is as cold as ice, like an iceberg beauty, so cold that strangers are kept away and people are daunted. The more important reason is? She is the president of Star International. Yi Mengyao. Fatty Chen walked over with a smile and said, President. I didn't know you were coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you and making you laugh. President. Li Xian and other employees were shocked when they heard these 2 words. This peerless beauty in front of me. It's actually the president. A large group of people couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Not only is she beautiful, she is also capable. If I could become her boyfriend, wouldn't I be instantly successful? They couldn't help but let their imagination run wild. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Mengyao was full of fantasy. Only Jiang Yi had a calm look. The president is indeed good looking, but it has nothing to do with me. I come here to work just to do system tasks. Yi Mengyao's gaze swept over everyone, and when she saw their eyes, her heart was filled with disgust. But when she saw Jiang Yi's calm eyes, she felt a little surprised. Am I not beautiful enough? He wouldn't even look at me. Li Xian came back to his senses, straightened his collar, and then fixed his hairstyle, then walked up to Yi Mangyao with great confidence. Hello, President. My name is Li. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yi Mangyao said, Shut up. Li Xian froze. Yi Mangyao stared at him and said coldly, Who did you just say you wanted to fire? Li Xian shuddered, felt cold all over, and felt inexplicably panicked. Li Xian pointed at Jiang Yi and said, This guy was not only playing with his phone, but also talking back to me and my boss. It is really a disaster for such a lawless person to stay in the company. Yi Mangyao understood now. It's the man in front of you. I waited for a long time but still didn't get any reply from Jiang Yi. How dare you come to me and curry favor with me now? So angry. Li Xian lowered his head and said righteously, CEO, you've come at the right time. Fire him. Didn't you hear what I just said? Yi Mangyao said coldly, I say, who dares to fire him? Li Xian and Fei Youchen opened their eyes wide. Both of them suspected that they had heard wrongly. Yi Mangyao was actually defending Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was also a little surprised. This was the first time Yi Mangyao and I met, so how could she speak for me? Li Xian gritted his teeth and said, He plays with his phone while working. Yi Mangyao said, I was the one who let him play with his phone during work hours. Li Xian? Fatty Chen? Other employees? Don't be too outrageous. Li Xian gritted his teeth and said, I am the team leader. He talks back to me and doesn't know how to respect his leader. What kind of leader is a team leader? Yi Mangyao said slowly, besides, the higher the position you hold, the more you should be open-minded to listen to criticism. You want to fire someone just for saying a few words? Do you think you are the emperor? You said so, Fatty Chen. Chapter 3, The CEO is Double Standard? Who is this man? The CEO is so protective of him. Fatty Chen lowered his head hastily and shouted, Yes, yes, yes. Cold sweat broke out on his face. He didn't even notice that Yi Mangyao just called him Fatty Chen. Sweating profusely this time. Li Xian was stunned and speechless. Yi Mangyao continued, When someone says something, you shout for expulsion. You really don't deserve to be the team leader. You are not qualified to be a team leader. He looked at Jiang Yi and said, Jiang Yi, you will be the team leader from now on. If anyone talks back at you, come to me. Fatty Chen was silent. Li Xian opened his eyes wide, unable to believe it. The other employees were dumbfounded and at a loss. Li Xian, who had the support of Fatty Chen, just lost his position as team leader. As for Fatty Chen, he doesn't even dare to fart now. And what about Jiang Yi? He was just facing the risk of being fired. As a result, he has now become the team leader. And most importantly, can report directly to Yi Mangyao. Everyone heard clearly what Yi Mangyao said just now. The higher the position one holds, the more one should be willing to listen to advice. Now she actually says, if someone talks back at you, come to me. To Li Xian, you must listen to my teachings, otherwise get out. To Jiang Yi, if you come to me, I will tell him to get out. Double standards. Naked, the ultimate double standard. Just try your best to protect Jiang Yi. Everyone present felt dizzy and their scalp tingled. They all looked at Jiang Yi with fear. Who is he? What's your relationship with the president? The president actually defended him so much. Li Xian was about to collapse mentally, as he had lost his position as team leader just like that. And the person that he looked down upon the most has now become the team leader. This is the president's order. Even if he looked for Fatty Chen, there was nothing he could do. Li Xian felt regretful. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have caused trouble for Jiang Yi. Yi Mangyao said to Li Xian and Fatty Chen, You two, are you still standing there in a daze? Apologize to Jiang Yi. Not long ago, she heard that Jiang Yi was scolded by Fatty Chen. When he came over, he saw Jiang Yi being bullied by two people again. She said, If you don't apologize, get out. I tell you, I like everything here except people. If you don't do it, some people will do it. Fatty Chen. Such familiar words. The person who had spoken to Jiang Yi before now turned into a boomerang, flying back and hitting him in the face. Sorry. Li Xian and Fatty Chen both lowered their heads towards Jiang Yi. President's words. They dared not disobey. So quietly? Yi Mengyao said, "You haven't eaten yet? Speak louder." "Zhang Yi, I'm sorry, please forgive us." The two of them raised their voices a lot. Yi Mengyao walked to Zhang Yi and asked, "Do you want to forgive them?" Zhang Yi thought about it and decided to let Li Xin and Fatty Chen get out right away. "Then tonight and tomorrow, won't I be able to use my identity as the team leader to make good use of Li Xin? You can't stimulate Fatty Chen too much. I can't let them go like this. I have to discuss these two people before I leave." So Zhang Yi said, "Forget it this time, and don't do it again." The corners of Yi Mengyao's mouth rose slightly. This man. Not only brave, but also so kind. It's really excellent. Li Xian and Fatty Chen both breathed a sigh of relief and kept saying to Zhang Yi, "Thank you, thank you." They didn't know what Zhang Yi was thinking. They were about to be targeted, and they still had to thank Zhang Yi. Yi Mengyao said, "Although Zhang Yi has forgiven you, you did something wrong after all. If you make a mistake, you will be punished. Li Xian, this month you will be deducted 5,000, and Fatty Chen will be deducted 10,000. Zhang Yi gets 15,000 yuan in bonus this month." The people around were dumbfounded. Chapter 4. What if she just wants your beauty? Not only did he get promoted, and he directly took a bonus of 15,000. This is equivalent to their 2 months' salary. They were going crazy with envy. Li Xian and Fatty Chen were both in tears. "Now I only feel regret." Zhang Yi said to Yi Mengyao, "Thank you, President." The president smiled and said, "You're welcome." She looked so beautiful when she smiled that Zhang Yi was a little dazed. The other employees were stunned. It seemed as if a million mammoths were galloping through their minds. OMG. The president actually laughed. And he was smiling at Zhang Yi. She looks so beautiful when she smiles, but that is for Zhang Yi to see. They were all envious to the point of feeling heartbroken. Yi Mengyao looked at everyone and said, "Still watching? Are you guys free now? Aren't you going to work yet?" Everyone finally came to their senses, lowered their heads and left, continuing to work. Li Xian and Fatty Chen both walked away dejectedly. Zhang Yi also said, "President, I'm going to work too." Yi Mengyao nodded gently, "Yes." Zhang Yi returned to his seat, and not long after he sat down, a beautiful figure sat down next to him. He turned his head and saw that it was Yi Mengyao. "President, you." Yi Mengyao smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry about me. I'll rest here for a while. You can do whatever you need to do." Speaking of. She took out her cell phone first. Zhang Yi felt a little strange. It was the first time they met, but she kept helping him. Could it be she's attracted to my beauty? At this time. Buzz. Zhang Yi felt his phone vibrate. When I took it out and looked at it, it was a message from Qianning Banxia. "Qianning Banxia, are you back?" Zhang Yi looked up and saw that there were more than 30 messages. Shake it a dozen times. There are still 5 red envelopes of 200 yuan. Get 1,000 bucks for free and have a crazy Thursday dinner tonight. Zhang Yi received them all and replied, "I'm back." Yi Mengyao glanced at Zhang Yi, with a smile on her face, and typed, "What were you doing just now?" "I just got in trouble with my boss." "Yi Mengyao, are you okay?" Zhang Yi replied, "It's okay. You may not believe it, but the president just came out to help me." "Oh?" Yi Mengyao pretended to be confused, "A male CEO or a female CEO?" "Female CEO." Zhang Yi said, "Besides, she is very beautiful." Yi Mengyao was happy and smiled happily, and asked, "Is it true?" "Real." Zhang Yi said, "She is the most beautiful person I have ever seen. See this." Yi Mengyao felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. She just laughed happily. The sudden laughter made Zhang Yi put down his phone. He looked at Yi Mengyao in confusion and asked, "President, what's wrong with you?" "Fine." Yi Mengyao calmed herself down, but there was still a faint smile on her pretty face, which looked very beautiful. "You keep busy." She picked up her phone again and sent a message, "Is it really as beautiful as you say? Take a picture and let's see." Zhang Yi picked up his phone and replied, "No, it's not polite to take pictures without permission." Yi Mengyao secretly looked at Zhang Yi's profile, her eyes sparkling. Gentle, kind, brave, and with a positive outlook. Yi Mengyao sent a message to Zhang Yi, "Why don't you ask?" Maybe she likes you and will let you take a photo? Zhang Yi said directly, impossible. This is the first time we've met. Unless she covets my beauty. Yi Mengyao was almost laughing. What do you mean by coveting beauty? She looked at Zhang Yi again, although she had to admit that Zhang Yi was indeed very handsome. At this time, Zhang Yi sent another message. Yi Mengyao replied, what if she just covets your beauty? Zhang Yi, then I can only say, don't love me, there will be no result, unless Hua Shou shakes me. Chapter 5 Still calling me brother? Call me wife. Ha ha ha. Yi Mengyao couldn't help laughing out loud again. Many people in the work area looked over. Zhang Yi also asked, President? It's okay. It's okay. Yi Mengyao covered her mouth and said with a smile, you continue to be busy. Then she picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhang Yi, do you like your president? Zhang Yi felt that this question was a bit strange. Brother, don't talk about this. I'm going to run away tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the last time I see the president. Yi Mengyao's smile disappeared and her brows slightly wrinkled. Still want to leave? Didn't Ti help him vent his anger? He was also promoted to the position of team leader. Yi Mengyao quickly typed and asked, why are you leaving? I said before, the company is going to fail. Yi Mengyao immediately asked, why? This is her biggest concern. Why is my company failing for no apparent reason? Zhang Yi said, it involves too many things, it's hard to explain clearly, I'll talk about it later. It's time to pay today's friend fee. Yi Mengyao looked at Zhang Yi with some resentment. If you keep asking like that, I guess he won't tell you. I can only admit my identity. Think of this. Her pretty face turned slightly red. Yi Mengyao picked up her cell phone and took a picture of her thighs wearing black stockings. Then he took another photo of his chest. Then she sent the photos to Zhang Yi. Send 3 more words, friends fee. Yi Mengyao doesn't have many friends, and Zhang Yi is the only one she can chat with. And the friend fee is the dirty picture. But each one is very beautiful. Zhang Yi clicked on a photo and took a look. The quality was still as high as ever. Ultra clear photos. It looks like it was just taken. But Zhang Yi suddenly felt that the floor in the photo looked familiar. It seemed like I had cleaned it this morning. And this table. Looks too familiar, right? It's just like a desk in the office. Right at this moment. Another photo sent. This one is a photo of the upper body. Big breasts and thin waist, very beautiful. But Zhang Yi's gaze fell on the wall behind him. The trash can in the corner and the banner on the wall are all extremely familiar. Zhang Yi slowly turned his head and looked at the wall behind him. Comparing them, the trash cans are exactly the same. The banners also read God rewards hard work. The words are exactly the same. At this moment, Zhang Yi felt a little sweaty. Illusion. It must be an illusion. He looked at the photo again, this time at the woman's clothes. This dress looks familiar too. And the black stockings in the previous photo. Isn't this what President Yi Mengyao is wearing now? Zhang Yi's forehead was sweating. The good friend who is chatting with you on the phone is sitting next to you right now? He found this a bit scary. At this time, a message came from the mobile phone. Want to see more? Yi Mengyao smiled at Zhang Yi and picked up her phone in front of Zhang Yi. Click. She took a selfie. Ding dong. Zhang Yi received new photos. He picked up the phone and saw that the photo inside was Yi Mengyao's selfie. Zhang Yi's hand trembled. This moment. He understood everything. No wonder the president helped me so much today. It turned out that she was his good brother. My good brother turned out to be the president of Star International. Zhang Yi forced a smile and said, brother, you are hiding your true strength? Yi Mengyao smiled and said, still calling me brother? Zhang Yi, president. Yi Mengyao raised her eyebrows. Zhang Yi said awkwardly, what is that called? Yi Mengyao smiled and said, call me Mengyao. Zhang Yi felt a little embarrassed and called him by his name as soon as they met. Chapter 6 Come on, follow me to get the certificate. Mengyao. Although this was the first time I met Yi Mengyao, we actually knew each other a year ago. He lowered his head slightly and looked at Yi Mengyao's legs. Were all the pictures she posted before selfies? What about black stockings, white stockings, flesh-colored stockings, and bare legs? The beautiful CEO of Xingchen International keeps sending me sexy pictures. If I tell anyone about this, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Yi Mengyao noticed Jiang Yi's gaze and smiled softly. Does it look good? Jiang Yi nodded and said, it looks good. She came closer to Jiang Yi and whispered, do you want to touch it? Jiang Yi looked away and said, isn't this a bit bad? The result has just been said. His hand was grabbed by Yi Mengyao and pressed on her thigh. Jiang Yi's heart moved. So soft. So warm. Even with a layer of black silk between them, it's hard to let go and you can't help but want to play with it. Whenever I saw the photo, I wanted to touch it. I didn't expect that I would actually touch it now. Yi Mengyao blushed slightly and said, can you tell me now why my company is failing? Jiang Yi came to his senses and realized that there was no need to refuse anymore. The president is my good brother and often sends me selfies. I can't just stand by and watch him die. He told what happened in his previous life. Because there is a mole in the company. He will steal your company's plan, tell other companies, and then join forces with other companies to suppress you. By then, the company's funds will be frozen and you will be kidnapped. By the time you were rescued, the company had already become the property of the insider. Yi Mengyao frowned. When she heard there is a mole, a name immediately flashed through her mind. Long Tian, vice president of the company. Jiang Yi asked, is there a solution? Yi Mengyao looked at Jiang Yi and nodded. Jiang Yi said, tell me about it. Yi Mengyao asked Jiang Yi, did you bring your ID card? Yes. Jiang Yi said, what for? Yi Mengyao smiled slightly, get married and get the certificate. Jiang Yi was stunned. I suspected that I had heard it wrong. When netizens met for the first time, they actually said they wanted to get a marriage certificate. Seeing Jiang Yi hesitate, Yi Mengyao asked resentfully, what's wrong? Is it me who doesn't look good? Or is it because you're not in good shape enough? You saw my photo before and asked for more. Jiang Yi. Just a joke, all a joke. Yi Mengyao said, after we get married, my company will also be your company. If something happens to me, you'll still be here. And I've liked you for a long time. If I don't like you, how could I send you a photo? Confession. This is simply a confession. At this time, you still want to refuse? Even if my mind wants to refuse. But facing Yi Mengyao, who had a curvy figure, fair skin, sexy looks, and a nice voice, he refused to listen to him. Jiang Yi said, let's go and get the certificate. Brother, it's better not to do this. Yi Mengyao smiled, took Jiang Yi's hand, stood up, and walked out together. At this moment, everyone in the work area opened their eyes wide. They all suspected that they had seen it wrong. The beautiful CEO actually took Jiang Yi's hand and left? Oh my god, what is going on? Are we crazy, or is this world in chaos? The group of people kept rubbing their eyes, but when they opened their eyes, they could still see the backs of the two people leaving hand in hand. Click. In the work area, there were sounds of broken hearts everywhere. A group of men silently took out their mobile phones, opened WeChat, and then sent content in their spaces. She came from a sea of people, only to give me a false hope. When you came, you brought wind and rain, and I had no way to avoid you. When you left, you messed up the 4 seasons, and I was ill for a long time and could not be cured. Chapter 7. This soft rice smells so good. Finished sending the message. They just sat in their chairs, looking hopeless. A friend asked them in the circle of friends, what did you do? They responded directly, don't ask, you will understand when you are my age. Friend? Some employees also looked at Li Xin. Jiang Yi and the president left hand in hand. Are they a couple? Li Xin has offended Jiang Yi. He is finished. Li Xin wanted to show off in front of the CEO before, but now it's funny to think about it. The CEO only has eyes for Jiang Yi. Look at Li Xin, he looks like a clown now. Li Xin's face was pale, his lips were trembling, and his eyes were full of disbelief and fear. I can't believe it. The goddess in my heart, the most beautiful president, actually left holding Jiang Yi's hand. That's the goddess hand. Just a gentle touch can make you wake up with a smile at night. And what about Jiang Yi? They actually got together. The fear is, Jiang Yi became the team leader and now holds the president's hand. Thinking about how he always targeted Jiang Yi in the past, Li Xian no longer dared to imagine his future life. Then he will be killed by Jiang Yi's revenge. Li Xian thought of Fatty Chen. He hurriedly got up and walked into Fei Chen's office. At this time, in the office, Fatty Chen was extremely anxious. To be able to reach this position, he must have a keen eye, so he could tell at a glance that Jiang Yi had a close relationship with the president. I have scolded Jiang Yi so many times. If I don't find a way to get Jiang Yi's forgiveness, I will be dead. Look up. He saw Li Xian. What are you doing here? He felt annoyed when he saw Li Xian. If Li Xian hadn't asked him to go out, he wouldn't have met the president this time. Boss, I just saw the president and Jiang Yi leaving hand in hand. Please save me. Boom. Fatty Chen was struck by lightning and exclaimed, "What?" These two left hand in hand. After shouting, he seemed to be out of his body, staring at the ceiling in amazement, not moving at all. Holding hands, Jiang Yi might be the CEO's boyfriend. This is really the end. Things are 10,000 times more serious than he imagined. Lead. Li Xian trembled. Don't scream. Fatty Chen came back to his senses and said, "Save your mother." I am now in a state of panic, unable to save myself. Get out of here now and don't bother me. It's all your fault, you unlucky thing. Fatty Chen felt like he was about to burst. Li Xian shrank his neck. He didn't expect that Fatty Chen would actually curse at him. In the past, whenever he saw me, he would greet me with a smile. Think of the contrast before and after. Li Xian felt like crying. This time we are really in trouble. Yi Mengyao took Jiang Yi to the underground parking lot and found her red Mercedes. She reached out to open the passenger door and said to Jiang Yi, "Get in the car." After Jiang Yi got in the car, she drove herself. After fastening the seat belt, Yi Mengyao asked, "Can you drive?" Jiang Yi said, "Yes, I just got my driver's license a year ago. It's just that I haven't driven a car since I got my driver's license." Yi Mengyao smiled and said, "This car will be yours from now on. You can drive it if you want." Jiang Yi looked at the configuration of the car, the leather seats, which looked high-end and not cheap at first glance. "How much is this car?" Yi Mengyao started the car and said, "It's not expensive, only 2 million. Jiang Yi paused. 2 million, isn't that expensive? What kind of family is this? I feel that 8,000 yuan a month is not a small amount. If you think about it carefully, Yi Mengyao is the president of a large company, and it does not seem expensive for her. Jiang Yi felt like he was dreaming. Chapter 8. You are so handsome, husband. My good brother suddenly became the president of a big company and a super rich woman. Then you have to get married with yourself. Yi Mengyao noticed that Jiang Yi was silent and asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Yi said, "I'm thinking about how to spend money in the future." Yi Mengyao was immediately amused by Jiang Yi. She thought to herself, "This man is so funny, he can always make me happy." The time she spent with Jiang Yi was the most relaxing moment for her. When the evening shift at the Civil Affairs Bureau was about to end, Jiang Yi and Yi Mengyao walked in together. "When you come out again." There were 2 more red notebooks in the hands of the 2 people. There were 3 big words written on it, "Marriage Certificate." Yi Mengyao looked at the photo in the ID and smiled, "You are so handsome, husband." Jiang Yi's heart was moved at this moment. He responded. After being reborn, Jiang Yi originally thought that there wouldn't be any major changes. The result was unexpected. The perfect life system was activated a month ago. As long as you complete the tasks issued by the system, you can get generous rewards. I didn't expect it. I got married suddenly today. The target is the president of Xingchen International, the most beautiful woman in Qingshan City, Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao laughed and said, "Call me wife and let me hear it?" Jiang Yi looked at her, smiled and said, "Wife." Yi Mengyao's smile suddenly became even sweeter. "Do you know how long I have been waiting for you to say this?" She has liked Jiang Yi for a long time and has been sending him selfies non-stop. It's just that someone has always treated me as a brother, which is really sad. Jiang Yi quickly changed the subject and said, "Let's go back to the company first. I haven't gotten off work yet." Yi Mengyao looked at Jiang Yi with resentment and said, "It's already this time, and you still want to go to work? Is work important? Or is it more important to put yourself first?" Yi Mengyao took a look at her figure. Is it really true that she has no appeal at all? You can leave work early today. Get in the car. She took Jiang Yi back to the car and started it. She stopped when passing a supermarket. Wait for me a moment. Yi Mengyao got off the car, walked into the supermarket, and directly took a box of condoms. When settling the bill, the male employee was stunned when he saw such a beautiful woman holding a condom to settle the bill. Yi Mengyao noticed that the other party was looking at her, so she said, "No need to pack it, we will need it later." The male employee suddenly felt his heart broken. The men queuing behind him also stared with their eyes wide open. What a beautiful woman. She actually came out and paid for the condoms herself. Which man is so lucky? They were going crazy with envy. After paying the money, Yi Mengyao put the things in her pocket and returned to the car. Seeing that she came back empty-handed, Jiang Yi asked curiously, "Where have you been?" Yi Mengyao blushed and said, "Secret." Jiang Yi didn't ask any more questions. He was recalling the details of what happened before Star International collapsed in his previous life, as well as how he dealt with it. In the past, he could just stand by and watch, but now Yi Mengyao is his wife and he can no longer sit back and do nothing. This concerns the question of whether or not you can be a gigolo in the future. The situation can be said to be quite serious. More than 10 minutes later. We're almost home. Yi Mengyao's voice rang out, bringing Jiang Yi back to his senses. He looked out the window and saw rows of neat and grand villas. Jiang Yi said, "This is the villa area." "Yes." Yi Mengyao said, "You can move here and live with me in the future." The car slowly stopped in front of a villa. Yi Mengyao smiled and said, "We're home." Chapter 9. If you don't like it, we can change it. She used her remote control to open the iron gate remotely, and then drove Jiang Yi in. This villa covers an area of 300 square meters. In front of it is a grand courtyard, cobblestone path, and beautiful green lawn. Behind the villa is a luxurious private swimming pool. The villa covers an area of nearly 150 square meters, has 3 floors in total, faces south, has plenty of light, and the floor-to-ceiling windows are clean and spacious, and it is extremely beautiful. Jiang Yi got off the car and felt that the air here was much fresher. Look at everything in front of you. Jiang Yi was silent for a moment, thinking, this soft rice is really delicious. Before, I lived in a rental house. 25 square meters, 1,600 yuan a month, and you have to pay for water and electricity yourself. Compared with this big villa, it's really weak. Yi Mengyao stood beside Jiang Yi and asked with a smile, "How is it? Do you like this style? If you don't like it, we can change it." Jiang Yi. It's great to have money. Seeing Jiang Yi's embarrassed look, Yi Mengyao couldn't help laughing, and said with a slight smile, "Let's go in and take a look first." When she reached the door, she called Jiang Yi again. "Come to the door first and record your fingerprints. From now on, your fingerprint will be able to open the door." After the recording, the door opened and the appearance of the villa was already high-end and grand enough. It's even more magnificent inside. The marble floor is clean and beautiful, the crystal chandelier is luxurious and the light is warm. Is this my future home? Yi Mengyao stood beside him and asked softly, "How do you feel?" Jiang Yi said, "It looks good, I like it very much." Yi Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, "As long as you like it." It's getting late. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll order takeout now. Jiang Yi asked, "Do you usually eat takeout?" Yi Mengyao nodded and said, "Yes." Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she looked a little embarrassed, and whispered, "I'm not very good at cooking. And it's usually a bit busy." Jiang Yi could also understand, after all, Yi Mengyao was the president of Star International. "Stop eating takeout, let me cook." Yi Mengyao looked at Jiang Yi in surprise and asked, "Can you cook?" Jiang Yi said, "A little bit." He started cooking when he was still in primary school. Later, he worked hard in society and worked as a chef for a while, so cooking was not a difficult task for him. He walked towards the refrigerator and opened it. There was only milk, bread, and some ice cream in it. There are no ingredients. Yi Mengyao said from behind, "I don't usually cook, so I didn't prepare any ingredients. I'll buy some now." What do we need? Jiang Yi thought for a while and said, "Let's have a simple meal tonight, just tomatoes and eggs, pineapple and pork ribs, and 2 loofahs." He planned to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, pineapple and pork ribs, and loofah and egg soup. Okay. Yi Mengyao obediently followed Jiang Yi's instructions and placed the order for ingredients. It takes some time for the stuff to arrive. Yi Mengyao added, I'll show you around now. The villa is 3 stories high, has many rooms, and is divided into front and backyards. She took Jiang Yi to see it. When I came back from watching, the ingredients had just been delivered. Jiang Yi took the food and said to her, take a rest first. I'll call you when the meal is ready. Yi Mengyao smiled on her pretty face and felt warm in her heart. This is a feeling of being cared for that I have never felt before. Don't want. Yi Mengyao said, I want to watch you cook. I'll cook for you in the future, too. When Jiang Yi was cutting vegetables, she would help wash them, and when he was cooking, she would help carry the plates. With her help, dinner was ready quickly. 2 dishes and 1 soup, both delicious. Chapter 10. You're so pretty. Yi Mengyao looked at the steaming meals and couldn't help swallowing. Smells so good. She exclaimed, you are such a great cook. Jiang Yi came back with 2 bowls of rice, handed her one, and said with a smile, try it first and see how it tastes. Yi Mengyao couldn't wait to pick up the spare ribs and took a bite. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Tasty. Wow. Yi Mengyao said, it tastes better than what the chefs at 5-star hotels make. Jiang Yi laughed and said, it's not that exaggerated. He is very aware of his cooking skills. Compared with 5-star chefs who have received formal training and are guided by famous teachers, there is still a big gap. However, seeing Yi Mengyao eating so happily, Jiang Yi also felt happy. It's not an exaggeration, it's all true. Yi Mengyao said, I really like the dishes you cook. You should try this pork ribs too. She also took the initiative to pick up food for Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi smiled knowingly. When he thought about it carefully, this was the first time he cooked for a girl. Yi Mengyao finished a full bowl of rice. I feel a little full. She said, before, I only ate half a bowl. Your cooking skills are really great. Yi Mengyao has been observing Jiang Yi in the company for a long time. She never expected that Jiang Yi could cook and his cooking skills were so good. This moment. She felt that marrying Jiang Yi was an absolutely correct choice. Jiang Yi said, please sit down for a while. I will go wash the dishes. I'm going too. Yi Mengyao stood up and helped Jiang Yi clean up the dishes. Washing dishes with her in the kitchen, Jiang Yi quietly looked at her profile and felt that this kind of life seemed pretty good. My previous self. I do everything alone. Sometimes when I come home late at night, the house is dark and cold, and it takes a lot of courage to even walk into the house. Yi Mengyao noticed Jiang Yi's gaze and asked curiously, is there something on my face? Jiang Yi came back to his senses and smiled gently, you are so beautiful. Yi Mengyao's pretty face turned red. My heart was beating wildly. Huh, you just realized it now? She said proudly, when I asked you to get the certificate before, you hesitated for a long time. After washing the dishes, Yi Mengyao and Jiang Yi sat on the sofa and watched TV. The movie Titanic is playing on TV. Neither of them said a word. The only sound in the living room was the sound of the movie, and the air seemed to be a little frozen. Although Yi Mengyao is the most outstanding woman in Qingshan City, this is also her first time to fall in love. Now sitting next to Jiang Yi, her mind is already buzzing and she has no idea what to do next. At this time, the movie plays the scene where the 2 Jacks embrace Rose on the bow of the ship. Yi Mengyao's heart moved slightly and she slowly approached Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi noticed her little movement, tentatively reached out his hand and hugged her slender waist. Yi Mengyao's cheeks were flushed, but she did not struggle or resist. She leaned against Jiang Yi, her head resting gently on his shoulder. Being hugged by Jiang Yi, she felt warm all over, and this arm seemed to be full of a sense of security. It made her feel extremely at ease. Jiang Yi smelled a faint fragrance coming from the side. The smell made him feel relaxed and happy. And her waist is very soft. Jiang Yi had an urge to explore further up. If I were caught, would you look for me everywhere? Yi Mengyao's voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Yi came back to his senses and realized that she was talking about company matters. Don't worry. Jiang Yi said, I won't let anything happen to you. I have lived my life again, not only have I many abilities, I also know the other party's subsequent actions, and I have a system added to me. If this still can't protect Yi Mengyao, it would be better to find a piece of tofu and hit yourself head on to death. Chapter 11. You sleep here tonight and in the future. Yi Mengyao responded. However, she knew that Long Tian had joined forces with other companies to put pressure on her, and Jiang Yi alone would not be able to change anything. What's more, Jiang Yi is just an ordinary employee today. I've never managed anyone. How can we compete with those who have been in the business world for a long time? What she didn't know was John E is reborn. I don't know even more. John E still has a system now. After the movie ended, Yi Mengyao looked at the time and found that it was almost 10 o'clock. It's so late already. She got up from Jiang Yi's arms and said, "It's time to take a shower and go to bed." Yi Mengyao looked at Jiang Yi and said, "Wait a moment, I'll get you some clothes." She wanted to marry Jiang Yi half a year ago. So I prepared some new clothes for Jiang Yi early on. When Jiang Yi saw these clothes that fit him perfectly, he was silent for a long time. A bit sweaty. Could it be that my wife is a Yandere? He has been secretly watching me and knows what I like to eat, the size of my clothes, etc. I'm going to take a shower on the second floor first. You can wash on the first floor. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Yi came out after taking a shower and found that Yi Mengyao had not come out yet. Wait for her to get better soon. I haven't asked her where I should sleep tonight. He sat down on the sofa and continued watching TV. A few minutes later. Da day. From the direction of the stairs, there was the sound of someone coming downstairs. Jiang Yi turned his head and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Yi Mengyao's hair was waist-length and still a little wet. Her snow-white skin was tinged with pink, and she was wearing a white nightgown. Her perfect figure is faintly visible. When Yi Mengyao saw Jiang Yi looking at her, she felt a little shy and a little proud. I always ignored myself before. Now you find that you are not only beautiful, but also have a good figure? She walked up to Jiang Yi and asked, "Does it look good?" Jiang Yi nodded and said, "It looks very good." He, you have good taste. Yi Mengyao said, "Come and help blow dry my hair." She took Jiang Yi back to the room. As soon as Jiang Yi walked into the room, he smelled the fragrance in the air. This smell is exactly the same as the one I smelled on Yi Mengyao before. Jiang Yi's heart moved, and he thought, this is her room. Yi Mengyao took out a hairdryer, handed it to Jiang Yi, and said, "I leave it to you." Then he sat down obediently beside the bed. Jiang Yi reached out and touched her hair. Her hair was very soft and felt very good. While blowing her hair, Jiang Yi asked, "Where is my room?" Yi Mengyao was puzzled. "What do you mean your room?" Jiang Yi added, "The room where I sleep." Poochie. Yi Mengyao suddenly laughed. "Honey, what weird things are you talking about? We are husband and wife, so of course you sleep with me." She patted the big bed next to her and said, "You sleep here tonight and in the future." Jiang Yi paused and slept with Yi Mengyao. The most beautiful woman in Qingshan City, the most outstanding woman in 100 years, and the youngest female president. Seeing her in her nightgown, Jiang Yi felt a little uneasy. After Yi Mengyao's hair was blown dry, it became smoother and seemed to have a magical power that made people want to bury their face in it. She smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Yi said, "Nothing." Then the two of them fell silent. A man and a woman alone in a room, Yi Mengyao didn't know what to do next. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Yi Mengyao asked tentatively, "Are you asleep?" Jiang Yi nodded and said, "Then let's go to sleep." Click. The lights in the room went out, the night light on the bedside lit up, and the two lay on the bed together. Chapter 12 System rewards are issued, God-level egg noodles. Mountain-breaking poem. But the two of them couldn't sleep now, and they both stared at the ceiling with their eyes open. Not sleepy at all. I can't sleep at all. Yi Mengyao slowly approached Jiang Yi and hugged Jiang Yi's hand. She asked, "Are you used to sleeping in this bed?" Jiang Yi replied, "It's a habit." That's good. Then the room became quiet again. A few minutes later, Yi Mengyao looked at the ceiling and suddenly asked, "Do it?" Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately replied, "Do it." Yi Mengyao blushed and whispered, "Then be gentle, this is my first time." That night, the stars and the moon shone together, and the atmosphere was peaceful and tranquil. The next morning, Jiang Yi slowly sat up from the bed. Seeing Yi Mengyao still sleeping with her arms around him, he felt like everything that happened last night was just a dream. Before yesterday, he had never thought that he would become Yi Mengyao's husband. He never expected that he could make the most beautiful girl in Qingshan City beg for mercy again and again. He gently covered Yi Mengyao with the quilt, then got out of bed to prepare breakfast. Just got out of bed. Ding dong. The system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the master, you have successfully completed the task of working at Xingchen International for 30 days. Rewards will be distributed now. Reward 1, God level egg noodles. Introduction. After receiving it, you can immediately gain experience in making God level egg noodles. The egg noodles you make in the future will be extremely delicious. Reward 2, Grandmaster level mountain splitting palm. Introduction. After receiving it, you can immediately learn the Grandmaster level mountain breaking palm. If you use it with all your strength, each palm contains huge power and can easily break walls and crack rocks. Rewards have been distributed. Successfully activated the series of tasks, Food Tour, Grandmaster. Food Tour. Introduction. There are countless delicacies in the world. Finding, exploring and sharing delicacies is like a journey with beautiful scenery. Current progress, first step. Task content, let 10 people taste egg noodles 0-10. The Grandmaster. Introduction. Dragon Country has a history of 5,000 years, and too many peerless martial arts have been lost in history. Now you will make these martial arts reappear in the world. Current progress, first step. Mission content, defeat 10 enemies with the mountain splitting palm 0-10. The system sound disappeared. Mission accomplished. 2 rewards. Zhang Yi stopped and said silently in his heart, receive the reward. Brush. In an instant, a lot of new knowledge appeared in Zhang Yi's mind. And he also felt that his body seemed to be stronger than before. Zhang Yi looked at his hands, which seemed to have turned a little whiter. What a generous reward. A food reward and a combat reward. Zhang Yi turned around and glanced at Yi Mangyao, who was still sleeping. There were traces of tears in the corners of her eyes, but there was a faint smile on the corners of her mouth. Even when she was asleep, she was very beautiful. The legendary Sleeping Beauty is not even 1,000th of her. Zhang Yi thought that with the mountain splitting palm, he would be more confident in protecting Yi Mangyao. Take a step back. Even if the company really went bankrupt, he could still make a fortune selling egg noodles. I just bought eggs last night, so I'm going to try the egg noodles now. Zhang Yi walked into the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. After mastering the method of making the God-level egg noodles, Zhang Yi went to cook again and found that he had made many mistakes in cooking noodles before. There are several considerations when it comes to timing alone. Not to mention the seasoning and the preparation of eggs. If you want to study it thoroughly, it will be impossible without 100 years. And now, Zhang Yi has mastered this knowledge that others cannot acquire in their entire lives. In just a few minutes, 2 bowls of fragrant egg noodles were ready. Chapter 13. The most delicious egg noodles in history. The noodles inside are distinct and not stuck together, and the oil on the soup is bright, as if emitting a faint golden light. Just by smelling the scent, Zhang Yi felt a little amazed. It's worthy of being called God-level egg noodles. It was also the first time he knew that egg noodles could have such an enticing aroma. It is in no way inferior to delicacies from land and sea. Zhang Yi put down his breakfast and walked upstairs. It's getting late, we should wake her up. In the room. Yi Mengyao's eyelids trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that the room was very bright, she perked up immediately, her heart skipping a beat. What time is it? At this time in the past, she should have been in the company. She sat up hastily. Oops. As soon as she stood up, she felt some pain. It was this slight pain that reminded her of what happened last night. I got married to Zhang Yi and we stayed up very late last night. The bed is a mess now. Thinking of last night, Yi Mengyao's cheeks turned red. She looked towards the bed and found that Zhang Yi was not there. Husband? Yi Mengyao tried to shout to the outside. Click. The door opened, Zhang Yi pushed it open and walked in, asking, what's wrong? Yi Mengyao didn't expect Zhang Yi to really show up. She smiled brightly and said, nothing, I just missed you. Zhang Yi walked to the bed and said, I prepared breakfast for you, get up and have breakfast. Yi Mengyao was surprised and felt sweet in her heart. When I was alone in the past, I had to get up at 6 o'clock, then go downstairs to choose takeout. Now I wake up and breakfast is already ready. Yi Mengyao asked expectantly, what's for breakfast? Egg noodles. Zhang Yi smiled and said, very delicious egg noodles. Very good. Yi Mengyao said happily, I do feel like eating noodles today. She lifted the quilt and prepared to get out of bed, and Zhang Yi saw a few plum blossoms on the bed sheet. After Yi Mengyao got out of bed, her walking posture was a little strange. Zhang Yi asked, what happened to your leg? Yi Mengyao blushed and said, "It's nothing, it will be fine in a while." She thought to herself, "How dare you ask? You made such a fuss last night." After walking out of the room, she immediately smelled a faint aroma of egg noodles. "It smells so good." Yi Mengyao asked, "What smells so good?" Zhang Yi said beside him, "Egg noodles." Is this true or false? Yi Mengyao didn't quite believe it. She had seen egg noodles before, but they were never this fragrant. In other words, the egg noodles have no fragrance at all. How can a handful of noodles, an egg, and a few green vegetables for garnishing make anything tasty? She walked downstairs and followed the smell to the dining table. She was stunned when she found only 2 bowls of egg noodles on the table. It's really egg noodles. Yi Mengyao swallowed hard and said in shock, "This is the most fragrant egg noodles I have ever smelled." Zhang Yi came up and said, "Go wash your face quickly, and then come and have breakfast." Aha! Yi Mengyao nodded heavily and hurried into the bathroom. She not only washed up, but also took a bath. He came out more than 10 minutes later. She came into the living room and thought the egg noodles had absorbed the broth and clumped together. When I looked into the bowl, I found that there was just a little less soup, and no other changes. It was even still steaming. Yi Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief. When she ordered takeout in the past, the noodles would take 10 minutes to wash away the soup and then coagulate into a ball. Yi Mengyao exclaimed, "This is amazing." Zhang Yi smiled. The god-level egg noodles are naturally unique, and every detail is handled to perfection, making them impeccable. Chapter 14. You have got the most valuable thing in this company. He said, "Try the taste quickly, or it will get cold." Yi Mengyao sat down, picked up the chopsticks, and took a bite of the egg noodles. The noodles didn't melt immediately when I put them in my mouth, but were still quite chewy. It seems like it was just cooked. At this moment, Yi Mengyao felt that she was no longer in the villa. In front of me is a vast, golden wheat field. The breeze is blowing gently, the wheat waves are rolling, and the wind carries the fragrance of wheat. Yi Mengyao felt her whole body became much more relaxed, as if she could fly into the sky with just a light jump. Tasty. She spoke slowly, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at the egg noodles in front of her. This is the best egg noodles I have ever eaten. Zhang Yi said softly, "As long as you like it, eat more." Yi Mengyao looked at Zhang Yi and said sincerely, "Hubby, thank you. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious egg noodles." Zhang Yi smiled slightly. He also tried the egg noodles and the taste was indeed amazing. This is a masterpiece that combines many techniques. It has surpassed the limits of what human power can produce. Just a few minutes. Yi Mengyao finished eating the egg noodles and even drank up all the soup. Zhang Yi saw that she had finished eating and asked, "Is that enough?" "If it's not enough, I'll make some more." Yi Mengyao touched her stomach, smiled and shook her head, "I'm full." Zhang Yi hadn't finished eating yet. She supported her chin with both hands and watched Zhang Yi eat noodles with a smile. She said slowly, "Hubby, there is something I don't quite understand." "What is it?" Yi Mengyao said, "You are such a good cook, why do you come to my company to be a programmer? It feels like such a waste of talent." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Then do you want to give me a raise?" Yi Mengyao was amused. "It can't go up. Because you have already got the most valuable thing in this company." She was talking about herself. Yi Mengyao said, "If you are short of money, just tell me directly." Zhang Yi was touched, this gigolo was really delicious. After Zhang Yi finished his noodles, Yi Mengyao took the initiative to get up and clean up the dishes, saying, "You made breakfast, let me do the dishes. You take a break." After washing the dishes, Yi Mengyao said, "It's past 7 o'clock. I have to go to the company. Are you still going to work?" In her mind, Zhang Yi no longer needs to go to work. "You can sleep at home all day." Zhang Yi said, "Of course. If I'm in the company, it will be convenient for you to find me if you have any problems." Yi Mengyao felt warm in her heart, with a smile on her face, and thought secretly, "He is so considerate. Then let's go to the company together." She drove and went to the company with Zhang Yi. When Yi Mengyao and Zhang Yi walked into the company together, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. People were stunned. The president left with this man yesterday, and now they're coming in together? Isn't he really the CEO's boyfriend? I feel like the president looks better than before. Is this an illusion? The president seems to be in a good mood. Who is this man? In the past, when Yi Mangyao came into the company, her face was always cold, and anyone who saw her would shiver. And now, when she stood beside Jiang Yi, there was actually a smile on her lips. Compared with the previous ice beauty, she is like two completely different people. Everyone was unable to remain calm. They stared in a daze as Yi Mangyao and Jiang Yi walked into the elevator together. Yi Mangyao said softly, "I'll take you to the work area." 1 minute later, Yi Mangyao and Jiang Yi appeared together at the door of Jiang Yi's work area. The entire work area is now silent. In front of everyone, Yi Mangyao smiled at Jiang Yi and said, "See you at noon." Chapter 15, Fatty Chen, when did you change your career to become a matchmaker? The employees were stunned. Jiang Yi and the president left together yesterday, and now they are back together. And what else did you say? See you at noon. Just 3 words made them wonder if there was something wrong with their ears and if they were hallucinating. It's like Jiang Yi was always sent back. Li Xian stood not far away, sweating profusely, and his face pale. Fei Chen reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead, then looked at the young woman next to him. He pulled the woman and quickly came to Jiang Yi. Fatty Chen smiled and said, "Jiang Yi, I was wrong before. I apologize to you again now. I heard you don't have a girlfriend yet. For a man as outstanding as you to not have a girlfriend right now, what a waste of talent." So, Fatty Chen rubbed his hands together and said with a chuckle, "I found a good girl for you." Hearing this, Jiang Yi didn't react yet. Yi Mangyao, who was standing next to her, had a dark face. What does it mean? Introducing a woman to your husband in front of you? Fatty Chen hasn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet. He looked at the woman next to him with a smile and said, "This is a college student graduating this year. She was a class beauty when she was in school. There are many people chasing after her. But she has only dated the school hunk." The woman looked at Jiang Yi with a smile on her face. She heard that Fatty Chen wanted to introduce her to a rich and handsome guy, so she dressed up specially to come here today. When she saw Jiang Yi, she was very satisfied. He is really handsome. That is. Yi Mangyao next to her made her feel a terrible sense of oppression. Not only is she prettier than me, but her figure is also much better than mine, not to mention her temperament. There is no comparison at all. Standing in front of Yi Mangyao, the woman lowered her head in shame. The most important thing is Yi Mangyao's eyes. It's as if he's trying to eat it himself. The women didn't dare to look her in the eye. Jiang Yi didn't even bother to look at the woman. Just a class beauty. Even if the school beauty came, he wouldn't even look at her twice today. His wife is the most beautiful woman in Qingshan City. And last night he gave himself his first time. The class beauty in front of me has dated the school hunk and I don't know how many times she has been played with by him. Fatty Chen continued to laugh and said, "Jiang Yi, how do you feel? If you like it, please change your contact information." Jiang Yi said, "I don't feel very good. Besides, I'm married. I have a wife." Fatty Chen was stunned. Is Jiang Yi married? When did it happen? This shouldn't happen. He never knew that Jiang Yi had a girlfriend, let alone got married. When Yi Mangyao heard Jiang Yi's words, she felt a little happy and rejected it quickly. She said, "He has me in his heart." She looked at the woman and said coldly, "Leave my company." The woman was stunned. She looked at Fei Chen hurriedly, not knowing what to do. Seeing the president speaking, Fei Chen was puzzled at first, but then he thought about what Jiang Yi had just said and the cold expression on Yi Mangyao's face. Fatty Chen shuddered suddenly. A terrible thought emerged in his mind. Could Jiang Yi's wife be the president? A chill rushed up from the soles of his feet and rushed straight to the top of his head. I was almost scared to death. Fei Chen swallowed hard and said to the woman with a pale face, "You go out first." The woman also felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Even the air around me felt cold. She just ran away. Yi Mangyao sneered, "Fatty Chen, when did you change your career to become a matchmaker?" Fatty Chen lowered his head. His mind went blank and he had no idea what to do or how to react. Chapter 16 Li Xian carries a bucket to pour water for Jiang Yi. Yi Mangyao continued, "Another 20,000 will be deducted from your salary this month. Jiang Yi will receive an additional 20,000 yuan in bonus this month." Fatty Chen. My heart is bleeding. He introduced his girlfriend to Jiang Yi in the hope that Jiang Yi would forgive him. I never expected this. This action seemed to have attracted an even more terrifying existence. He felt it was better not to say anything now, otherwise he might be fired tomorrow because he stepped into the door with his left foot first. Fatty Chen really wanted to open his computer right now and search online for waiting online, introducing a girl to the CEO's boyfriend in front of the CEO, how to save yourself. Urgent. Roll. Yi Mengyao said coldly, not wanting to look at Fatty Chen anymore. This person really has no vision at all. Just introduce the girls. And it's so ugly to introduce. Fatty Chen, as if he had been pardoned, hurriedly lowered his head and ran away. When other people in the work area saw this scene, they couldn't help but click their tongues. Fei Chen used to be so powerful, he could call the shots here, but now he is in a state of disgrace. They didn't dare to look at it any longer. They all sat down and lowered their heads to work. They were afraid that Yi Mengyao would vent her anger on them in the next second. Yi Mengyao looked at Zhang Yi and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go to the office first." Zhang Yi nodded and said, "See you at noon." Aha! Yi Mengyao turned and left. Zhang Yi returned to his seat and prepared to pour a glass of water. But just as he picked up the cup of water, a figure walked up to him. Zhang Yi turned his head and looked. It's Li Xin. He stood beside him carrying a bucket of drinking water and grinned at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment, then asked, "What are you doing? Do you want to pour water? I'll pour it for you. The water dispenser is too far from here. I can't tire you out." He took Zhang Yi's cup and poured water directly for Zhang Yi with a bucket. After pouring it, he put the bucket aside, then took out a packaging bag with a smile. "This is the egg tart I bought this morning while queuing at the cake shop across the street. It is said that this egg tart is very delicious. Every day, people line up dozens of meters to buy egg tarts. You must try them." Zhang Yi reached out and took the bag of egg tarts and said, "You performed well." Li Xin was excited and thought Zhang Yi could forgive him. The result is the next second. Zhang Yi said, "It's not enough." Li Xin was stunned. On second thought, he guessed that Zhang Yi would not forgive him so easily. Because he had targeted Zhang Yi in various ways in the past. How can you be forgiven by just pouring a glass of water and giving a few egg tarts? Li Xin smiled awkwardly and said, "Is there anything I can help you with? Team leader, just give your orders. I promise to complete the task successfully." People around. They couldn't imagine that Li Xin was so proud in front of Zhang Yi yesterday. Now he is pouring water for Zhang Yi and giving him gifts. It's just like trying to please your boss. In just one day, the status of the two people underwent a huge reversal. Zhang Yi looked at him, smiled faintly and said, "Go ask Fatty Chen to write a report, I'll take a look at it later." Li Xin patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me." He walked into Fatty Chen's office and said to him, "Mr. Chen, please write a work report." Fatty Chen? He raised his head, opened his eyes wide, and looked at Li Xin with an incredible and unbelievable look. Fatty Chen suspected that he had heard it wrong. Am I the leader, or is Li Xin the leader? How dare he talk to me like that? Fatty Chen is feeling extremely upset right now because he targeted Zhang Yi yesterday and was punished by the president. Just now, he introduced a girl to Zhang Yi in front of the president. Chapter 17. How did you become a leader with your level? He was already worried about losing his job. Li Xin still dared to talk to me like this. Did he really think that he could no longer be a leader? Damn you, are you full? Fatty Chen scolded, "How dare you talk to me like that?" Li Xin shrank his neck and whispered, "Zhang Yi, let me come here. Hear this name." The curse that Fatty Chen was about to say was suddenly stuck in his throat. I opened my mouth for a long time, but couldn't utter a word. There was silence for a long time. Why didn't you say so earlier? Fatty Chen said, "Please tell him and I'll write it for him right away." Let him wait a moment. Li Xin nodded, turned and left. Fei Chen was turning on the computer and was at a loss for a moment. How should he write this report? In the past, Zhang Yi was asked to write. Now Zhang Yi asked him to write. Fei Chen lit a cigarette, but he really couldn't figure out how to write. Is writing a report so difficult? I actually made things so difficult for him before. I'm really not a human being. He racked his brains and searched the internet for other people's reports. After more than half an hour, he finally came up with a report. Fatty Chen happily took the report to find Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took a look and said, "What kind of rubbish is this? With this level, how did you become a leader? Is it okay? If not, get out. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of people who will. Sometimes you should look for your own reasons. Has your salary increased over the years? Have you worked hard? Fei Chen lowered his head, unable to utter a word. They are all very familiar words. It seems like I just said it yesterday. Unexpectedly, all these words now were like boomerangs, flying around outside, then flying back and slapping him hard in the face. Pain. It hurts so much. Fei Chen now wished he could find a crack to crawl into. Zhang Yi threw the report back and said, "Rewrite it." Yes. Fei Chen could only utter one word and then walked away with his head lowered. I dare not even fart. The other employees all watched Fatty Chen leave in silence. There was already a storm in their hearts. Fatty Chen, who was scolding Zhang Yi yesterday, is now the one being scolded. And even though he was told he was worthless, he didn't dare to complain at all. As if he was afraid of being fired by Zhang Yi. I must be dreaming? It's so outrageous, it's all so unreal. Zhang Yi appeared with the president, and Li Xian and Fei Chen both obeyed Zhang Yi. They felt these scenes were too magical. Zhang Yi took the egg tart and left, coming to the door of Yi Mingyao's office. Knock knock. He knocked on the door. Yi Mingyao's voice sounded, "Come in." Click. Zhang Yi pushed the door open and walked in. Yi Mingyao saw that it was Zhang Yi who came in and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Zhang Yi smiled and placed the packaging bag on her desk. Li Xian just apologized to me and gave me a bag of egg tarts. It is said that the egg tarts are made by the cake shop opposite the company. He took out the box of egg tarts and said, "I heard that the egg tarts made by that cake shop taste good. The box is complete and shows no signs of having been opened. I thought you might like it." The box is opened. 4 golden egg tarts suddenly appeared in front of the 2 people. The crust of this egg tart is golden and crispy, and just looking at it makes you feel that it must be delicious. Based on Zhang Yi's experience in making egg noodles, there is nothing wrong with egg tarts. He picked up an egg tart, handed it to Yi Mingyao's mouth, and said softly, "Ah." Yi Mingyao's face turned slightly red, her cherry lips slightly opened, and she took a light bite. Delicious. She said happily, "It tastes really good, you should try it too." Zhang Yi directly put the half-eaten egg tart into his mouth. Chapter 18. I don't know when you can find a girlfriend. It's really good. He thought to himself, I wonder if I can unlock the method of making cakes after completing the food tour mission. When Yi Mengyao saw Zhang Yi eat the half-eaten egg tart, her face turned even redder. Zhang Yi said, "These egg tarts are for you to eat. I'm going back first." "No." Yi Mengyao immediately said, "This egg tart is for you, have another one." Speaking of. She picked up an egg tart and handed it to Zhang Yi's mouth. Yi Mengyao smiled and said, "I'll feed you once too, ah." Zhang Yi chuckled, opened his mouth and ate the egg tart, his mouth touching her fingertips. Yi Mengyao felt as if her heart was electrocuted. Her pretty face flushed red, and for a moment she didn't dare to look at Zhang Yi anymore. Zhang Yi looked at her and felt that Yi Mengyao was so cute at this moment. He gently grabbed Yi Mengyao's little hand and walked in front of her. Yi Mengyao blushed and slowly closed her eyes, as if she already knew what was going to happen next. She still found it somewhat exciting to do it in the office. But at this moment. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. A female voice came from outside, "President, I have a report for you." She is Yi Mengyao's secretary. Yi Mengyao opened her eyes, gave Zhang Yi an apologetic look, and then said, "Let's continue when we get home." Click. The office door was pushed open by a woman. She is Yi Mengyao's secretary. The secretary was stunned when he saw a strange man in the office. She has been with Yi Mengyao for 2 years and has never seen Yi Mengyao in the same room with any other man. Zhang Yi said to Yi Mengyao, "I'm going out first." Yi Mengyao nodded. The secretary looked at Zhang Yi in surprise as he left, and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Who is this man? He could actually be in the same room with the president, and there even seemed to be a hint of tenderness in the president's eyes when he looked at him. After Zhang Yi left, Yi Mengyao looked at the secretary and asked, "What's the matter?" The secretary came back to his senses and said, "It's some reports." Zhang Yi walked out of the office and prepared to return to the work area. But as soon as he went downstairs, his cell phone rang. I picked up the phone and saw it was my mother calling. Zhang Yi answered the phone and asked, Mom, what's the matter?
Zhang Saixia said, come to the city hospital quickly, your father is in the hospital.
What? Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. His father was in good health, so why was he suddenly hospitalized? I'll be right there. He immediately went downstairs, hailed a taxi, and went straight to the city hospital.
The municipal hospital is not too far from the company, and it only takes 10 minutes to get there.
Zhang Yi quickly found the ward where his father was. He walked in and saw several beds in the room.
His father, Zhang Mingyuan, was lying in the middle one. Mother Zhang Saixia was sitting next to her peeling an apple.
Zhang Yi hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Dad, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Zhang Mingyuan looks good and doesn't seem to have any major problems. He said somewhat awkwardly, it's okay.
Zhang Saixia said beside him, your father fell at home, it's not a big deal, he will be discharged from the hospital after a week.
Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said, Dad, you shouldn't pay attention at home.
Zhang Mingyuan scratched his head and said, I'll be more careful next time.
Listen to this. Zhang Saixia said, what are you talking about? Well.
She suddenly sighed.
I am also old and can't control your father anymore. I guess in a few years, I will be useless.
Zhang Yi was touched and was about to say something, but then he heard Zhang Saixia continue speaking.
I don't know when you'll find a girlfriend. Chapter 19. Are you married? Are you kidding me? I don't even know when I'll be able to hold my grandson in my arms.
Your cousin has already had his second child.
Zhang Yi was silent.
At this moment, he understood why Zhang Saixia called him and asked him to come to the hospital.
The visit to Zhang Mingyuan was fake.
The real purpose is to urge him to get married. Zhang Saixia looked up at Zhang Yi and said, by the way, I have a sister who works in the Women's Federation in the same neighborhood. I'll ask her to help introduce the girls.
Since you're here, let's go on a blind date this afternoon. Zhang Yi. Okay. It's not about urging you to find a partner. This is direct help in finding a partner. Judging from their attitude, I'm afraid they want me to get married tonight.
In the past, Zhang Yi would get annoyed when he heard these things.
But now, things are different. He is married. Zhang Yi opened his mouth and wanted to speak.
A voice suddenly came from the bed next to me, sister, marriage can't be rushed. Zhang Yi glanced sideways and saw a thin middle-aged man lying on the hospital bed.
He chuckled and said, this kind of thing is all about fate. Zhang Yi nodded, agreeing in his heart.
Zhang Saixia said, fate is something you have to fight for.
No. The man said, if you are strong enough, fate will come to you.
The corners of his mouth rose, and he said proudly, take my son for example. He's handsome, and he studied abroad for 3 years. When he came back, he went straight to work for the famous Xingchen International Company in our city. He is also a team leader, in charge of more than 30 people. Just last year, he found a young and beautiful girl as his girlfriend.
That girl still works in a bank.
Now we have reached the stage of discussing marriage. Zhang Saixia and Zhang Mingyuan looked at the man in shock.
My son is handsome.
He studied abroad for 3 years.
He is a team leader in Xingchen International and has a girlfriend who works in a bank. This is definitely a winner in life. Seeing the two people's shocked expressions,
the smug smile on the man's face grew even wider.
Zhang Saixia suddenly looked at Zhang Yi and said, son, you also work at Xingchen International, right? Zhang Yi nodded and said, yes. That's a coincidence?
Zhang Saixia smiled and said to the man, your son and my son both work in the same company, so we are colleagues.
It's fate. Can you ask your son to ask your girlfriend if she has any single friends? The man was silent for a moment and said, I feel this is a bit difficult. But I'll try to help. After all, we are lying here together, so it can be considered a destiny. Zhang Saixia quickly said, thank you very much. By the way, I wonder what your son's name is. Maybe my son knows your son. The man said proudly, Li Xin. Li Xin? Zhang Yi wanted to laugh a little, but he held it back. Zhang Saixia asked, son, do you know his son? Zhang Yi nodded and said, I know him. He thought to himself. It's more than just knowing each other. This morning, he brought me tea and water and gave me egg tarts. That is fate. It should be a sure thing that I can introduce you to a girlfriend.
Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Saixia and said, Mom, forget about finding a girlfriend.
I am married.
no need to find a girlfriend. Zhang Caixia and Zhang Mingyuan were both stunned for a moment.
It took a long time. Zhang Caixia came back to her senses and asked, "Are you married? When did it happen?" Zhang Yi said, "Yesterday." "Yesterday?" Zhang Caixia handed the peeled apple to Zhang Mingyuan and said, "You think mom is old and easy to fool, right?" Chapter 20 Anorexia? It depends on whether the god-level egg noodles can cure it or not. You didn't even have a girlfriend before, and then you told me you got married yesterday. Will I believe it? Your father doesn't believe it. Zhang Mingyuan took a bite of the apple, then nodded and said, "I don't believe it either." Zhang Yi. These days, no one believes the truth.
Li Pengtian, who was lying on the bed next to him, smiled and said, "Kid, that's not the way to lie.
But I can understand you.
It's really hard to be urged to get married by my parents. But you are my son's colleague, so don't worry, Uncle Li will help you with this matter."
Zhang Yi said calmly, "I am really married. Unfortunately, I didn't bring my marriage certificate.
I don't have any photo of Yi Mangyao. The chat history was full of photos of her legs and breasts that she sent to me, which I couldn't take out." Zhang Caixia, Zhang Mingyuan, and Li Pengtian looked at each other and none of them believed what Zhang Yi said.
"That's enough." Zhang Caixia said, "It's getting late. Go out and buy some food. Your dad and I didn't have time to eat breakfast today." Getting food?
Zhang Yi's mind moved and he thought of the system. This morning, he got the recipe for the god-level egg noodles and triggered the series of tasks, food journey.
The first step of the task is to let 10 people eat the egg noodles they made.
There are 3 people in the ward now, and if Yi Mangyao is included, there are 4 people in total.
Almost halfway done. Okay, wait a minute.
Zhang Yi said this and turned to leave.
Etc. Zhang Caixia stopped Zhang Yi and asked, "Do you need money for groceries? Do you have enough living expenses during this period? If it's not enough, your dad and I will give you some."
Zhang Yi felt warm in his heart and said, "That's enough." He walked out of the ward and when he left the hospital, he took out his cell phone and checked the time.
It's almost 11 o'clock. Send one to Mengyao as well. Zhang Yi returned to the rental house, made 4 servings of god-level egg noodles, and then went to the hospital first. In the ward.
Because of Zhang Yi, Zhang Caixia, Zhang Mingyuan, and Li Pengtian all knew each other. The 3 of them started chatting in the ward.
Li Pengtian asked, "Brother Jiang, what's your problem?" Zhang Mingyuan said, "I fell down.
I went fishing last night and came back too late. I woke up a little early this morning and fell because I wasn't paying attention to my feet. Qingshan City is backed by Qingshan and in front of it is a big river with countless big fish in the river.
So many people in the city like fishing." Zhang Mingyuan asked, "Brother Li, why did you come in?" Li Pengtian sighed and said, "Alas. Anorexia."
Zhang Mingyuan and Zhang Caixia looked at each other immediately. Both of them had heard about anorexia and felt that this disease was very serious and that people could starve to death. And it is very difficult to cure.
Even the medicine you take will be vomited out. Zhang Caixia asked, "What did the doctor say?" "It's difficult."
Li Pengtian said helplessly, "Now I can only rely on nutrient solution to keep myself alive."
Zhang Caixia asked again, "What about your son?" Li Pengtian sighed again. "Busy."
Zhang Caixia and Zhang Mingyuan looked at each other again. "I still feel that my own Zhang Yi is better.
He has been smart, sensible, independent, and strong since he was young.
Apart from the worrying issue of finding a girlfriend, everything else is worry-free."
Zhang Caixia said awkwardly, "I just asked Zhang Yi to buy more food. We were planning to eat together later." Li Pengtian smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, sister, but I guess I really can't eat it. The smell of food makes me feel sick." At this time, Zhang Yi came back with the thermos bucket. "Dad, Mom, I'm back."
He put the insulated rice bucket on the table, then took out 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks and continued, "I didn't buy fast food outside, but went home to make some egg noodles myself."
Chapter 21 I will definitely help you find a girlfriend.
Zhang Caixia was just about to say something.
Click. Zhang Yi opened the lid of the rice bucket. Suddenly,
a fragrance rushed out directly from the rice bucket, as if it was going straight to the sky.
The ward fell into silence in an instant.
The words that were about to come out of Zhang Caixia's mouth were abruptly stuck. Li Pengtian opened his eyes wide, looked at the thermos bucket with trembling body, and swallowed hard several times.
Fragrant. So fragrant.
At this moment, he felt extremely hungry.
Want to eat something? Craving egg noodles. Zhang Saixia stood up and asked in shock, what smells so good? Zhang Yi said, I just said it, egg noodles. Egg noodles? I don't believe it.
Zhang Saixia walked over to the rice bucket and said, I've been cooking for decades, and I've made egg noodles at least 100 times, if not 1,000.
How can egg noodles smell so good? But when I got over to take a look, I saw that there was only egg noodles in the rice bucket. How is that possible? Zhang Saixia couldn't calm down.
She had been cooking for decades, and this was the first time she knew egg noodles could be so delicious.
Zhang Yi served her a bowl and said, try it. Give your dad a taste first.
Zhang Saixia handed the egg noodles to Zhang Mingyuan.
Zhang Mingyuan was drooling.
If it weren't for his inconvenient legs and feet, he would have gotten out of bed long ago.
Slurp.
He took a mouthful of noodles and his eyes lit up. The moment the noodles entered his mouth, he felt as if a small stream was flowing into his mouth. The stream and golden fields of his childhood appeared before him again.
And, my childhood friend. Tick-tock. Zhang Mingyuan's tears fell silently. It's delicious.
Zhang Saixia was stunned.
She took a mouthful of noodles and actually started crying? Is it really that delicious?
She also served a bowl and took a bite.
Tick-tock.
As the noodles entered her mouth, tears began to fall from her eyes.
It's really delicious. Egg noodles, can they be so delicious?
Zhang Yi filled another bowl and prepared to hand it to Li Pengtian. At this time, Zhang Saixia came to her senses and said, he has anorexia and can't eat these things.
But I just finished. Li Pengtian said, I can eat it. I can eat it. He feels like he's going crazy with hunger now.
It felt like countless claws were scratching his belly, it was so uncomfortable. Zhang Saixia and Zhang Mingyuan were both stunned for a moment. When they heard him talk about anorexia just now, he seemed to be in great pain.
How does it look now? Looks like he wants to eat something. Is it really anorexia? Zhang Yi handed the noodles to Li Pengtian. Li Pengtian couldn't wait to take a bite of noodles.
As the noodles entered his mouth, he immediately felt a warm current flowing through his whole body, and his stomach felt warm.
Tick-tock.
His tears also began to fall.
It tastes like Mom.
Zhang Yi looked at the reactions of the three people and felt deeply moved.
The power of the god-level egg noodles was truly incredible.
At the same time, it also gave him some anticipation. Just the simplest and most basic egg noodles have such power.
What about the more advanced delicacies that are rewarded at the end of the food tour? It's delicious. All three of them enjoyed their egg noodles.
In just a few minutes, they finished all the egg noodles in the bowl, without leaving any soup.
Zhang Saixia said excitedly, Son, when did your cooking skills become so good?
With your cooking skills.
It's easier to find a girlfriend now. Li Pengtian wiped his mouth, then patted his chest and said, Your name is Zhang Yi, right? Don't worry, I will definitely help you find a girlfriend. I will definitely find you a young and beautiful girlfriend. Zhang Yi didn't want to explain anymore. He said, Nothing, I'll go back to the company first. Chapter 22 The Patient Eats.
Zhang Saixia and Zhang Mingyuan both nodded and said, Be careful on the road.
Several people in the ward watched Zhang Yi leave. There was still a lot of noodles left in the thermos bucket. Zhang Saixia stood up and said, Do you guys want more? There's still a lot here. Eat, eat, eat. Zhang Mingyuan and Li Pengtian both nodded without hesitation. This egg noodle is so delicious. It was simply the most delicious egg noodles they had ever eaten in their lives. When several people were eating noodles, the nurse came in with nutrient solution, ready to treat Li Pengtian. As soon as she entered the door, she was stunned. Because she saw Li Pengtian holding a big bowl and working hard. The nurse was stunned for a moment, then screamed, Doctor! The patient is eating. Half a minute later, a group of nurses and several doctors rushed in quickly. They surrounded Li Pengtian and looked at the bowl that Li Pengtian placed next to him in shock. The bowl was completely empty. He licked all the soup clean. The doctor asked, How do you feel now? Li Pengtian said excitedly, I feel very good now, it seems that my anorexia has improved a lot. Why? The medical skills are not understood. They had tried many approaches before.
Psychological counseling, drug treatment, and eating sour or spicy food all have little effect.
How come Li Pengtian suddenly started to eat? Because this egg noodle is really delicious. The doctor was stunned. Egg noodles?
Li Pengtian pointed at Jiang Mingyuan and Jiang Xixia and said, their son brought egg noodles.
I still feel a little unsatisfied.
The doctor was surprised, walked up to Jiang Xixia and asked,
do you have egg noodles?
Jiang Xixia brought the insulated rice bucket over and said, there's still a little left.
Would you guys like to try it too? As they got closer to the rice bucket, they all smelled the tempting aroma.
Many of them had lunch. But I still couldn't help swallowing my saliva, and I felt a little hungry.
Let's try the flavor.
The doctor was curious about how delicious the food must be to make an anorexic patient unable to resist finishing 2 bowls.
At this time, Zhang Yi is on his way to the company. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. The number of people tasting egg noodles +1, the current number of people is 5. The number of people tasting egg noodles +1, the current number of people is 6. The number of people tasting egg noodles +1, the current number of people is 7. The number increased rapidly. In the end, it was settled on 9 people.
Zhang Yi felt puzzled.
Why do so many people suddenly appear to eat their own egg noodles? One more thing, the first step of the food journey is completed. At that time, you can receive generous rewards. In the ward,
the doctors and nurses all looked stunned after tasting the egg noodles.
How can there be such delicious egg noodles in this world?
The egg noodles are still a little cold now.
They would probably be more delicious if they were warm. It's so delicious, anorexia really can't resist this delicacy. Listen to these words.
Jiang Xixia and Jiang Mingyuan were both proud of Jiang Yi.
My son is so awesome. Even the doctor was impressed.
The doctor came back to his senses and said to Li Pengtian, wait until night and see if you can eat normally. If possible, you can be discharged from the hospital after recuperating for a period of time. Then he looked at Jiang Xixia and Jiang Mingyuan.
Thank you very much, son.
Jiang Xixia took out her cell phone and called Jiang Yi to tell him what happened here.
The egg noodles you made cured my anorexia.
The doctors all said thank you.
Son, you are awesome. Jiang Yi smiled, the god-level egg noodles are really amazing.
At the same time, he also understood why the number of people who had eaten egg noodles was increasing rapidly. It turned out that doctors also ate it.
Chapter 23. Are you kidding me? Coming to the president's office to find his wife? Jiang Yi hung up the phone, thinking to himself, the most basic egg noodles are already so powerful. Will the delicious food that will be rewarded later give people special abilities? It's exciting. Jiang Yi returned to the company and walked into the elevator with a handsome young man. He looked at the man.
The other person was well dressed, had a slicked back hair, fair skin, and was wearing a Rolex on his hand. He was also holding an exquisite packaging box in his hand. Zhan Yuyu saw Jiang Yi standing next to him and looked Jiang Yi up and down.
I'm wearing nothing but branded stuff. Where did this old hat come from?
Zhan Yuyu immediately took 2 steps to the side, away from Jiang Yi, and covered his nose with his hand.
As if he was worried that the dust on Jiang Yi's body would fall on him. Ha, he's holding a lunchbox.
It must be for myself.
The food inside must be unpalatable. Low class, what a disgrace.
Jiang Yi saw him moving away from him and covered his nose.
I immediately thought, is this old man sick? Jiang Yi sighed in his heart and looked at Zhan Yuyu with some pity.
At such a young age, he has contracted a strange disease that prevents him from getting close to others.
It's so tragic.
It's useless to be so handsome, but you can't even find a girlfriend. When Zhan Yuyu saw Jiang Yi's pitying eyes, his brows furrowed even deeper.
What does this person's eyes mean? Ding dong. The elevator reaches the top floor. Zhan Yuyu walked out immediately, not wanting to stay in the elevator with Jiang Yi any longer. It's really killing me to be with inferior people.
I should suggest Meng Yao to get a private elevator. He is the eldest son of the Zhan family. The Zhan family is in the real estate business in Qingshan City and owns several plots of land with a market value of over 10 billion.
As a young master, how can you take the same elevator with the lower class? It's too cheap. He walked quickly towards Yi Mengyao's office. Jiang Yi walked out of the elevator behind and headed towards Yi Mengyao's office.
When the two stopped in front of the same gate, Zhang Yuyu's brows were already furrowed into a frown.
He asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing here? Following me?"
Zhang Yi said, "Don't be too narcissistic, I'll find someone." Although Zhang Yuyu is quite handsome, he is still far inferior to Zhang Yi.
Zhang Yi's figure and appearance are both much better than Zhang Yuyu's. Zhang Yuyu said, "This is the president's office. Who can you find? Get out of here now. This is not the place for you." After saying, "Click,"
he reached out, pushed open the office door and walked in.
Yi Mengyao and the secretary were in the office. Seeing Zhang Yuyu coming in, Yi Mengyao's face suddenly turned colder and asked, "You don't know how to knock on the door?"
Zhang Yuyu smiled what he thought was a gentle, sunny smile and said, "I'm sorry.
Because I wanted to see you so much, I just pushed the door open and came in." "Not again." Yi Mengyao said, "Do you still want to have a future?"
She had already made up her mind that she would find a woman to guard the door later and no one would be allowed to enter the office without her permission. Zhang Yuyu smiled awkwardly and said, "Don't worry about those little things. It's lunchtime now, and I just pushed the door open to bring you food." He looked at the female secretary again and said, "There is nothing for you to do here, so leave first." Without waiting for the female secretary to respond,
Yi Mengyao said directly, "Stay."
Zhang Yuyu felt a little unhappy, as this was originally a good opportunity to be in the same room with Yi Mengyao.
But he couldn't say much. At this time, Zhang Yi also walked in. When Yi Mengyao saw Zhang Yi, she immediately felt happy.
Chapter 24 In my eyes, he is priceless. When she saw Zhang Yi, she felt a strong sense of security, as if there was nothing to worry about.
Zhang Yuyu saw Zhang Yi and immediately asked, "How did you get in? Didn't I just tell you? This is not the place for you to come. Get out now."
His words had just fallen.
"Zhang Yuyu." Yi Mengyao's cold voice rang out, "Why can't my husband come in? What do you mean by telling my husband to get out? This is my company, my office. You are the one who should get out." Boom! Hearing this, Zhang Yuyu was struck by lightning and froze in place.
The female secretary next to her also opened her eyes wide.
"I couldn't believe what I just heard. Husband? The man in front of me is actually Yi Mengyao's husband? Impossible." Zhang Yuyu shouted, "When did you get married? How come I don't know?" Yi Mengyao said calmly, "Do I need to inform you when I get married?" Zhang Yuyu was speechless for a moment.
Yi Mengyao looked at Zhang Yi, smiled gently, and said, "Dear, come here."
Zhang Yi walked over.
Then, Yi Mengyao gave Zhang Yi a gentle kiss on the face in front of everyone.
Thump thump.
Zhang Yuyu staggered back several steps before he could barely stand still. Yi Mengyao, his goddess, he has been pursuing Yi Mengyao since the moment he saw her. Although I have been rejected in various ways. But Zhang Yuyu always believed that as long as he worked hard, he would win Yi Mengyao sooner or later.
The result now? She is actually married. My husband still looks so poor?
There was not a single piece of clothing on his body that was worth more than $200.
Zhang Yuyu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down.
Years of excellent education have taught him how to control himself. He looked at Yi Mengyao and said, "I know you want to reject me, but there is no need to do so.
Why don't you find a man like this specifically?" Yi Mengyao looked unhappy. She asked, "What?"
"Too ordinary, he looks like he only graduated from college, has never been out of Qingshan City since he was a child, and may not even know where the highway in Qingshan City is. For a person like him, that's the limit of his lifetime. He worked in Qingshan City, earned a salary of several thousand yuan, lived with his parents, and then went on a blind date and married an ordinary woman. Then they have children, work hard to support the family, and if their salary is high, they will take out a loan to buy a house, and then the whole family will pay back the loan. I kept running around for my children to go to better schools, and even when the children grew up, I couldn't relax because I had to help them save money to buy a house and take care of my grandchildren.
Wait until the grandson grows up. This ordinary life will just pass by."
Zhang Yuyu said, "He is not from the same world as us.
He doesn't deserve you.
Someone like him, who is born into a wealthy family, is destined to have an extraordinary life. Born like a unicorn, he was surrounded by class beauties from childhood to adulthood, and later he would go to study abroad. After coming back, he would get entangled with many beauties again, and then one night, when he got tired of playing, he would suddenly turn back. Finally, he took over the family business and married his mysterious fiancée. The two of them joined forces and their life became better. They will also be on the news as a model couple, responding to the call for a fourth child.
For generations living under one roof, illegitimate children coming to the house, sunset romance. A life full of splendor.
Zhang Yuyu's voice was quite loud. Because it was not only said to Yi Mengyao, but also to Jiang Yi. He wanted to make Jiang Yi realize how rubbish he was. Yi Mengyao said coldly, "In your eyes, he is worthless. But in my eyes, he is priceless." On many sleepless nights, it was Jiang Yi who chatted with her and coaxed her to sleep.
Chapter 25. I'm actually well informed.
Only when she is with Jiang Yi can she feel the rare relaxation and peace of mind. Zhang Yuyu opened his mouth and wanted to say something else.
Etc.
At this time, Jiang Yi spoke. Jiang Yi looked at Zhang Yuyu and said, "This is just the first time we meet.
Don't act like you've known me for a long time. Not only have I been out of Qingshan City, I've also been to many places you've never seen in your life."
Zhang Yuyu frowned and said, "You."
Before he could finish, Jiang Yi interrupted him. "I know what you want to say, the artwork in Golden Vienna is beautiful. But did you know that the smiles of children in poor mountainous areas are just as brilliant? I know you're also going to say that the top quality Wagyu beef from Mount Fuji is delicious. But did you know that there is a blue convenience store deep in the Sahara Desert, where the grilled lizard tails are also very delicious? I know you want to say that there are many sports cars in the house, and each one is exquisite and luxurious. But do you know that when a terminally ill child wants to see 30 motorcycles passing by the road in front of his house, it is actually more expensive to see 20,000 motorcycles from all over the world coming in from afar?"
Jiang Yi shook his head and sighed softly. "You think your family is rich, and you think you have traveled a lot and are knowledgeable enough. But you don't know that your life is not a sequel to your parents, not a prequel to your children's, and not a spin-off to your friends.
You don't know anything."
Zhang Yuyu opened his eyes and mouth wide. Even though he had received an excellent education.
But at this moment, my heart couldn't calm down.
Jiang Yi's words were like bullets, striking directly into his heart, and he could not resist them at all. Zhang Yuyu's lips were trembling and he couldn't utter a word for a long time.
Yi Mengyao also looked at Jiang Yi in surprise.
Her eyes were full of admiration, and she was convinced by what Jiang Yi had just said.
So handsome.
This man is indeed different. Zhang Yuyu came back to his senses a little and felt a little unconvinced.
Even if you've been to many places, then it's also true that you have no money.
You can't even afford to buy Mengyao a lipstick, let alone a house.
Yi Mengyao chuckled beside him. "Can't I buy these things myself?"
"Not only can I buy lipstick for myself, I can also buy him a game console, a house, and a model."
Zhang Yuyu. I don't know what to say anymore.
Logically speaking, he couldn't win the argument with Jiang Yi, and was even left speechless by Jiang Yi. As for money, Yi Mengyao helped him pay.
"If there's nothing else, you can leave."
Yi Mengyao said, "I'm already married, please don't come here in the future."
Just leave like that? Zhang Yuyu couldn't agree in his heart. He glanced at the exquisite box in his hand. "There's more."
Zhang Yuyu put the box on the table and said, "I came here today to bring you lunch." As he said that, he opened the box and inside was a beautiful lunchbox.
"Open the lunchbox again and 8 pieces of sushi appear in front of you."
Zhang Yuyu said, "I asked the sushi fairy to make these sushis, and they cost a total of 2,000 yuan. Very delicious, several of my friends said it was delicious."
Yi Mengyao took a look at the sushi.
She has no interest in these raw and cold things. And when she saw the fingerprints on it, she even felt a little disgusted.
"Eat it yourself." Yi Mengyao said, "I don't like sushi.
Besides, my husband brought me lunch." Zhang Yuyu froze. Yi Mengyao spent 2,000 yuan to buy sushi, but she didn't even eat a single piece and simply refused it.
Chapter 26. Even if I starve to death and jump off here, I won't even think about eating egg noodles.
He looked at the lunchbox in Jiang Yi's hand.
"What can you prepare for lunch?" He felt that Jiang Yi could only buy food from roadside fast food restaurants.
Jiang Yi put the lunchbox on the table and said slowly, "It's nothing, just a bowl of egg noodles."
Egg noodles?
Zhang Yuyu suspected that he had heard it wrong.
"What is that? My own dog won't eat it. You just prepared egg noodles for Mengyao?"
"That thing has no nutrition, it's just starch."
"Is it for human consumption?" Yi Mengyao scolded, "Shut up. What we eat at home is none of your business. I just like the egg noodles he makes. You can't even eat the egg noodles he made if you want to." Zhang Yuyu clenched his fists, unable to understand why Yi Mengyao always defended Jiang Yi. What's so good about this man? He said, who would want to eat his egg noodles? He. Even if I starve to death and jump off here, I won't even think about eating egg noodles. Click. Jiang Yi opened the lunchbox.
Suddenly, an enticing fragrance wafted out. Zhang Yuyu was stunned for a moment.
He stared at the egg noodles, stunned.
In a trance, Zhang Yuyu seemed to see the egg noodles in front of him sparkling when the lunchbox was opened.
Food that glows golden? How can it smell so good? Zhang Yuyu couldn't control himself and swallowed saliva violently.
He had never smelled anything so delicious.
Even at a family gathering with the table full of top-notch delicacies, I have never smelled such an enticing aroma. Just this bowl of noodles. It can directly surpass all delicacies. Zhang Yuyu asked hurriedly, where did you buy this egg noodles? Jiang Yi said calmly, I did it myself. Zhang Yuyu looked at Jiang Yi in disbelief. Yi Mengyao noticed that there was only one serving of egg noodles, so she asked, hubby, where's yours? Jiang Yi smiled and said, I've already eaten. I don't believe it.
Yi Mengyao took the chopsticks and lunchbox, picked up a chopstick of noodles and handed it to Jiang Yi, and said with a smile, ah.
Jiang Yi could only eat a mouthful of noodles.
Zhang Yuyu's eyes almost popped out of his head as he watched this scene, and his whole body felt like it was about to break apart. The goddess in my heart is feeding others so intimately.
And that egg noodles. It looks delicious too. Jiang Yi said, I'm really full, you can eat the rest.
Yi Mengyao took a bite herself and found it still delicious.
It's hot and delicious.
I feel like I'll never get tired of eating this for the rest of my life. Seeing Yi Mengyao eating so happily, Zhang Yuyu lowered his head to take a look at his sushi.
Does not have any fragrance. It's still cold.
He was silent for a moment, then silently reached out and put the box away.
Nothing can compare to this egg noodle.
Zhang Yuyu didn't even have the face to take this thing out. At the same time, he couldn't calm down. He thought he was knowledgeable, but he didn't expect that a bowl of egg noodles would directly shatter his cognition. It turns out egg noodles can be so delicious.
Is what he just said true? I actually know nothing?
Zhang Yuyu kept his eyes on the egg noodles in the bowl. At this moment, he really wanted to eat. It smells so good. But the words he just said, about starving to death, jumping off, and not wanting to eat egg noodles, were now like slaps in the face. He was beaten so hard that his face felt burning. It was so painful to be able to see but not eat. He felt as if his heart was being constantly scratched.
Yi Mengyao took 2 bites of noodles and noticed Zhang Yuyu, whose face was red and who kept swallowing his saliva. She could tell at a glance that Zhang Yuyu wanted to eat, but was too embarrassed to speak up. Yi Mengyao felt that Zhang Yuyu at this moment was as funny as a clown. Chapter 27. Don't read it anymore. Wait until you get home to read it. She just kept belittling her husband.
She also said that the noodles her husband cooked were not nutritious and tasted terrible.
And now?
I couldn't stop drooling over the noodles made by my husband.
My eyes are red from wanting to eat. Want to eat?
Yi Mengyao said, if you want to eat, just tell me.
Zhang Yuyu nodded subconsciously and said, I want to eat. I can trade it for sushi. Jiang Yi wanted to laugh after hearing this. How can mere sushi compare to the godly egg noodles?
Yi Mengyao also laughed disdainfully. Didn't you just say that even if you starve to death and jump off here, you won't want to eat egg noodles?
Zhang Yuyu. My face hurts even more. I told you, you can't eat the noodles my husband makes even if you want to.
You can only smell it more and then dream about it at night.
Zhang Yuyu. It's so heartbreaking. He almost cried. I can't be more reasonable than Jiang Yi.
When it comes to money, he can't compare to Yi Mengyao. Now it's almost making him collapse, even more than eating.
Zhang Yuyu couldn't stand it.
His $2,000 sushi was not as good as a bowl of egg noodles. He picked up the sushi he had brought and turned around and ran away.
In the office, only Jiang Yi, Yi Mengyao, and the female secretary were left. The female secretary lowered her head and said, I'll go out first.
She knew in her heart that if she continued to stay here, she would just be a light bulb.
After the female secretary left, Yi Mengyao smiled and said to Jiang Yi, thanks to you today. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort to drive that person away. Jiang Yi asked curiously, does he come here often?
Yi Mengyao said softly, not really, but people often come to confess their love to me. the most beautiful woman in Qingshan City, and also the youngest beautiful CEO, with a net worth of over 100 million.
Many young masters from wealthy families want to marry Yi Mengyao Hong.
Because if he could capture her, not only would he be able to win the beauty, but more importantly, it would make the family stronger.
Jiang Yi said, if anyone else comes, you can call me over. Yi Mengyao smiled happily.
You're so sweet.
However, I just thought of a solution. I plan to find someone to watch the office door. She continued. Let's not talk about him. Please sit down for a while. I'll finish my noodles. This egg noodle is really delicious. I will never get tired of eating it for the rest of my life. Marrying you seems like I've earned it. Jiang Yi smiled and said, eat slowly. If it's not enough, I'll make more when I get home. That's enough. That's enough. If you eat any more, you'll become fat. Jiang Yi took a look at her figure.
Her figure was really perfect, with a curvy figure, black stockings, and ribs. It was also a perfect figure for a smooth delivery. After Yi Mengyao finished her egg noodles, she noticed Jiang Yi's gaze and her pretty face blushed.
Don't look at it anymore. I'll see when I get home. It would be bad if someone came in. Jiang Yi withdrew his gaze, packed up the lunchbox, and told him about Jiang Mingyuan's hospitalization. Yi Mengyao said she would go to visit in the afternoon as well.
But Jiang Yi rejected it.
Jiang Yi knew that there were still many things in the company that Yi Mengyao needed to deal with. Yi Mengyao sighed helplessly. The company was still in its infancy and she was indeed extremely busy.
After lunch, I took a short break and then continued to work on the documents.
Jiang Yi put away the dishes and said, you take a rest. I'll go back first. Yi Mengyao nodded slightly. It was almost time for lunch break.
If I don't get some sleep now, I'll be sluggish in the afternoon and won't be able to handle documents.
I can't go see my parents, can you buy some supplements for them?
Yi Mengyao transferred 10,000 yuan to Jiang Yi, hoping that Jiang Yi could help her buy some gifts.
Jiang Yi nodded in agreement.
Before leaving, he asked Yi Mengyao for a photo. Prepare to show it to Jiang Mingyuan and Jiang Saixia.
With photos as evidence, they should believe it this time, right? Chapter 28 Egg Noodles becomes famous. At this time, in the hospital.
In the office, the doctors were discussing egg noodles. That egg noodle smelled so good.
I still can't forget it. No wonder anorexic patients want to eat it. Yeah, I really want to try that egg noodles.
I really admire the person who made the egg noodles. I don't know how they made them so delicious.
They just took one bite and the taste is still lingering on their lips and teeth.
While several doctors were still talking, a haggard-looking woman slowly walked in from outside.
Dr. Qin. She lowered her head, walked up to a young man, and said with a sob, Xingqing still refuses to eat?
She has fainted from hunger twice today.
Please, save my daughter.
The young man called Dr. Qin side.
I will try my best. The other doctors nearby stopped joking and looked at the woman with sympathy.
Because this woman came so many times, everyone knew her. Her daughter suffered from moderate anorexia and lost 20 kilograms in 1 month of hospitalization.
Now I'm almost skin and bones.
Every time the doctor passed by the door and saw Xingqing's condition, he felt heartbroken.
Anorexia is nasty. If only there was something that could cure anorexia. A doctor whispered.
As soon as he finished speaking, a bowl of fragrant egg noodles seemed to flash before him.
The doctor was stunned. The egg noodles seemed to turn into lightning and shot directly through his mind. Etc. He looked at Dr. Qin excitedly and said, egg noodles. We were just talking about that.
Dr. Qin and the doctors around him slowly opened their eyes wide.
Yes. That egg noodle might be able to save Xingqing.
Dr. Qin quickly looked at the woman and said, Xingqing still has hope.
This afternoon, a patient with anorexia was cured by a bowl of egg noodles.
If Xingqing can also eat this bowl of egg noodles, maybe she can recover.
The woman's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, can egg noodles cure anorexia? I'll be right back to doing it.
Dr. Qin hurriedly stopped her and said, I didn't make it clear just now, those egg noodles are not ordinary egg noodles.
It was brought by a relative of a patient. Only that person can make egg noodles so delicious. The woman asked excitedly, where is that person?
I'm going to find him and beg him to give Xingqing a bowl of noodles.
Dr. Qin said, it's hard to say. I can only take you to see the relatives of that person. Whether you can wait for that person, and whether that person is far away to help, it all depends on you.
He brought the woman to the ward where Jiang Mingyuan was. Then he explained his purpose to Jiang Mingyuan and Zhang Saixia. Zhang Saixia noticed that the woman's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had cried not long ago, and felt a little sympathetic.
She asked, "Big sister, what's your name?" The woman said, "My name is Sun Qin." Zhang Saixia asked again, "How long has your daughter suffered from anorexia?"
Sun Qin lowered her head and said, "It's been half a year."
"So long?"
Zhang Saixia and Jiang Mingyuan were both shocked. It was the period of growth when he was young, but he hadn't eaten much for half a year. Zhang Saixia felt distressed when she heard this. Li Pengtian, who was lying on the bed next to him, couldn't help but sigh. It's only been a month, but he's already been unable to sleep at night due to the discomfort.
How miserable is the life of a little girl who has been ill for half a year.
Zhang Saixia said, "Sister Sun, take me to see how your daughter is doing."
She and Sun Qin went to see Qingqing.
Qingqing was lying on a white hospital bed, her body full of tubes.
She was thin and even a little shriveled.
She also had very heavy dark circles under her eyes, and her eye sockets were clearly visible. When Sun Qin saw Qingqing's appearance, she couldn't help crying. Zhang Saixia felt extremely heartbroken. She took a few photos with her mobile phone and then spoke to Sun Qin.
"Sister Sun, stop crying. Let me contact my son and see if he's willing to help."
She was trying to help. But the cooking skills belong to Jiang Yi, so she doesn't want to help Jiang Yi make the decision. She just told Jiang Yi about this. The final decision was made by Jiang Yi. Sun Qin choked up and kept thanking him, "Thank you, thank you." Zhang Saixia took out her cell phone and called Jiang Yi.
Jiang Yi is shopping in the supermarket.
Yi Mengyao had just given him 10,000 yuan, wanting him to help bring some gifts to her parents. Jiang Yi plans to buy some milk. While he was choosing milk, his cell phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was my mother Zhang Saixia calling.
He answered the call immediately and asked, "Mom, what's the matter?" Zhang Saixia asked, "Are you busy?" Jiang Yi looked at the milk and said, "Not too busy, what's wrong?"
Zhang Saixia glanced at Sun Qin, who was still wiping her tears, and said, "I have something to tell you."
"Alas, it's hard to explain over the phone, let's switch to a video call." She switched to a video call.
Jiang Yi discovered that there was a woman with red and swollen eyes standing next to Zhang Saixia.
He asked curiously, "What's going on?" Zhang Saixia said, "Doesn't your egg noodles cure anorexia?"
This aunt's daughter also suffers from anorexia, so she wants to ask if you can give her a bowl of egg noodles.
Chapter 29, Killing Two Birds with One Stone.
I'll show you her daughter's condition.
Speaking of.
Zhang Saixia turned the camera and aimed it at Qingqing lying on the hospital bed. Jiang Yi frowned slightly when he saw Qingqing's situation. In his previous life, he had also been exposed to medicine. Although his knowledge was limited, he could see that the girl did not have much time left.
"Do you want to talk to her mother?"
Zhang Saixia turned the camera to Sun Qin again.
Bang.
When Sun Qin saw Jiang Yi, she knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Brother, please save my daughter.
Even if you want my life."
Jiang Yi immediately said, "Get up first. I'll go to the hospital." He hung up the phone and left the supermarket with the milk he had chosen. Jiang Yi did not go to the hospital immediately, but went home to prepare egg noodles.
He plans to take action. Making a bowl of egg noodles is so easy.
Moreover, now he has completed 9/10 of the first step of his food journey.
Only one person is missing to complete the first step.
Giving the egg noodles to Qingqing not only saves people, but also completes the task.
It is simply killing two birds with one stone and making a profit.
In just a few minutes, Jiang Yi had prepared the egg noodles. Because the concept of making egg noodles is that they are simple, filling, and suitable for all ages.
Jiang Yi took some egg noodles and a gift for his father and went to the hospital immediately.
More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Yi saw Zhang Saixia and Sun Qin at the hospital gate. Zhang Saixia hurried over and said, "Son, you're finally here." Jiang Yi nodded and said, "Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Sun Qin said quickly, "Soon, soon." Jiang Yi said to Sun Qin, "Take me to see your daughter." He came to the ward and saw Qingqing lying on the bed. Jiang Yi felt that Qingqing's condition was much more serious than what he saw in the video call on the phone. Many doctors and nurses gathered at the door of the ward. When they heard that Lin Chen was coming, they all ran over to see.
The news that a man's egg noodles could cure anorexia patients has spread throughout the hospital. Now Li Pengtian can eat normally. And I haven't vomited yet.
He also said that his appetite had improved.
Is he the one who made the egg noodles? So young, and so handsome.
I don't know if he has a girlfriend. Some young nurses were aroused by what they saw.
Dr. Qin also came over.
He was Qingqing's attending physician, and it was his idea to ask Lin Chen for help.
As soon as he came over, he greeted Jiang Yi. Hello, I'm Dr. Qin, the attending physician of this girl. Thank you so much for coming to help us. Jiang Yi smiled and said, You're welcome. Dr. Qin asked again, Is there anything I can help you with? Help me wake Qingqing up.
After Lin Chen finished speaking, he put down the thermos bucket and slowly opened the lid.
A moment.
Inside the ward and outside the ward, everyone felt as if a golden light flashed out from the rice bucket.
Immediately following, an extremely tempting fragrance wafted throughout the ward.
Zhang Saixia, Dr. Qin, and Sun Qin couldn't help swallowing. The people in the corridor stared with wide eyes.
It smells so good. Oh my god, this smell is so terrible. You call this egg noodles?
Qingqing's eyelids trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. She also smelled the fragrance and was awakened by it.
Mother, she said weakly, I'm hungry.
Sun Qin hurried forward and hugged Qingqing, saying, Food will be available soon.
Jiang Yi served a bowl of egg noodles and handed it to Dr. Qin. Feed her.
Dr. Qin took the bowl of noodles with both hands and looked very serious.
Chapter 30. Is it your turn to object?
In his eyes, this is more than just a bowl of noodles. He blew on the egg noodles to cool them down, and then mashed them up. Qingqing hadn't eaten for a long time and his stomach was weak, so he prepared the noodles in advance.
Finally, passed the egg noodles to Sun Qin.
Qingqing looked at the egg noodles in front of her and whispered, Mom, this bowl of noodles smells so good. Sun Qin was about to cry and said, If it smells good, just eat it all. Just when Sun Qin was about to feed Qingqing noodles.
What are you doing?
Suddenly there was a shout from the door. Jiang Yi turned his head and saw a middle-aged man standing in front of the door with his hands behind his back. He wears glasses, has a round belly, and has a strong aura. Dr. Qin stepped forward and said, Director Lu, we are feeding the patient.
Feeding a patient suffering from anorexia? Director Lu laughed and said, Aren't you afraid of vomiting all over you?
Dr. Qin smiled awkwardly and said, No.
This time the patient ate something unusual. This egg noodle has cured an anorexic patient. Director Lu glanced at the egg noodles on the table.
The fragrance was so strong that he couldn't help swallowing.
Egg noodles for anorexia, what a joke. Dr. Qin, how could you believe such a thing? If egg noodles can cure anorexia, what are we doctors for?
Dr. Qin looked a little unhappy, but he didn't dare to refute the other party because this was the director.
The nurses and doctors in the corridor also frowned and looked annoyed. Because they all know Director Lu. This person usually puts on airs during sex and acts domineeringly in all kinds of ways.
He only had a few patients that he could cure, and he became the director only by giving gifts and using connections. And what he said was very unpleasant. There are few people in the hospital who can argue with him.
Everyone thought secretly. It's over. I guess I can't eat this egg noodles anymore. He ruined all my good mood. Why is he here? It's so annoying.
They wanted Director Lu to leave, but they were helpless and no one could do anything to him.
Right at this moment. Egg noodles can't cure anorexia, and it doesn't seem like you can cure it either.
Jiang Yi's voice sounded from the side.
Director Lu was stunned.
He turned his head to look at Jiang Yi, but he didn't expect that Jiang Yi would dare to talk back.
Director Lu asked, Who are you? Jiang Yi said, The one who makes egg noodles. So you did it. Director Lu said, Do you really think your egg noodles can cure anorexia? Jiang Yi chuckled and said, Not only that.
And the egg noodles I made can help her recover faster.
Director Lu also laughed. Is this how you brag? It's just a bowl of egg noodles. Do you think it's ginseng soup?
And it recovers faster.
I think the patient will just vomit all over you.
Jiang Yi smiled and said, You don't have to worry about that.
You said egg noodles are useless, do you have a better treatment? Director Lu paused.
After a moment of silence, he whispered, No.
Jiang Yi said disdainfully, No? Nothing you said? There's no harm in getting anorexic patients to try to eat.
The patient's mother also had no objection, and the attending physician also agreed to do so.
Is it your turn to object? Director Liu. I really want to refute it. But I just can't say anything.
Dr. Qin, as well as the doctors and nurses in the corridor, all looked at Zhang Yi with wide eyes.
Am I seeing this right? He made Director Liu speechless? Awesome, so awesome. Director Liu was speechless. This is truly the first time in history. This handsome guy is so awesome. Chapter 31. Who told you that I only know how to make egg noodles? I also know how to make the mountain opening poem. In their hearts, they couldn't help but admire Jiang Yilai. Director Liu left them helpless. He was actually left speechless by what Jiang Yi said. Jiang Yi looked at Sun Qin and said, "Go on." Sun Qin nodded, scooped some noodles with a spoon and handed them to Qingqing.
Dr. Qin, Sun Qin, and the doctors and nurses in the corridor were all nervous at this moment.
Because before, Qingqing would feel like vomiting just by smelling the food. Now what? They were so nervous that they forgot to breathe.
Director Liu sneered at the doctor with disdain.
He could already see what was coming next. It must be Qingqing who slapped the noodles away and then vomited. But the next second,
in front of everyone, Qingqing opened her little mouth slightly and swallowed the noodles in one bite.
Tasty.
She swallowed the noodles and said, "Mom, I want more."
Sun Qin burst into tears.
The doctors and nurses present also had tears in their eyes.
Have eaten. She ate. Great, she's finally eating. He didn't knock over the bowl or spit out the food, but instead said he wanted to continue eating. Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth. This result was expected. Not all egg noodles can be called God level. Bite. The system voice sounded. Congratulations to the master for successfully completing the first step of the food tour series of tasks. Now the rewards will be distributed. Reward 1: God level scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Introduction: one of the most famous home-cooked dishes. This is a dish that most people cook for the first time. It is simple to make, nutritious and appetizing. After receiving this reward, you will immediately gain experience in making God-level scrambled eggs with tomatoes. All scrambled eggs with tomatoes you make in the future will be extremely delicious. Reward 2: God-level sweet and sour spare ribs. Introduction: world-famous cuisine. One of the top delicacies, sour and sweet, very good with rice. After receiving this reward, you will immediately gain experience in making the God-level sweet and sour spare ribs. The sweet and sour spare ribs you make in the future will be unforgettable. Rewards have been distributed. Successfully start the second step of the food tour series of tasks. Food tour. Introduction: there are countless delicacies in the world. Finding, exploring, and sharing delicacies is like a journey with beautiful scenery. Current progress, Step 2. Task content: let at least 10 people taste tomato scrambled eggs or sweet and sour pork ribs. 0-10. 2 recipes at once. Generous rewards. Jiang Yi's mouth curled up. This time he really made a lot of money. He took a look and found that the second task was not difficult and was about the same level as the first one. Director Liu opened his eyes wide in disbelief. A patient with severe anorexia actually started eating. She used to feel nauseous whenever she saw food. At this moment, Director Liu felt his face a little hot. The words he had just said now became boomerangs, flying back and hitting him in the face. The gazes of the people around him also made him feel uncomfortable. You are a director, but you are not as good as a chef? He. Director Liu sneered and said, "Your egg noodles are indeed quite good. But I think you only know how to make egg noodles. After all, your ceiling is still too low." Jiang Yi looked at Director Liu and said calmly, "I never said that I only know how to make egg noodles. The reason why I only brought egg noodles here is because the situation here can be solved with just egg noodles." Director Liu's eyes widened instantly. More than just egg noodles. If egg noodles can be made so delicious, how delicious can other things be? Director Liu couldn't even imagine it. He lowered his head, and after a long while, he said, "Someone is looking for me. I'm leaving first." Then he left in a hurry without looking back. He doesn't want to stay here anymore. Director Liu felt like a clown when he stood in front of Jiang Yi. Chapter 32: Experiences delivered to your door. The doctors and nurses present all stared in amazement as Director Liu ran away. Run away?
Director Liu was killed and his weapons and armor were thrown away.
It's a bit scary. It's so cool to watch. This guy is so awesome.
They all felt happy. At the same time, he admired Jiang Yi more and more.
Where did this chef come from?
At such a young age, he has such excellent cooking skills.
It seems unimaginable what he will achieve in the future.
Compared to him, I feel like I have been living a dog's life these years. Zhang Saixia couldn't help feeling happy when she heard these voices.
She glanced at the female nurses present, wanting to help Jiang Yi find a girlfriend.
She still doesn't believe that Jiang Yi is married. Qingqing quickly finished the small bowl of egg noodles. Sun Qin stood up and wanted to continue serving noodles,
etc.
Dr. Qin stopped her and said, "Don't feed Qingqing too much at once.
You can save the rest for dinner." Sun Qin followed Dr. Qin's advice. "Qingqing, you should get some sleep first,"
she said to Qingqing in a gentle voice. "We'll eat in the evening." Qingqing nodded obediently and then lay down on the bed to rest. Zhang Saixia breathed a sigh of relief and said to Sun Qin, "Sister Sun, you can rest assured now."
"Yes,"
Sun Qin said with tears in her eyes, "Thanks to your son." She looked at Jiang Yi, bent her legs and knelt down again.
"Thank you for saving my life, brother." Jiang Yi smiled and said, "Nothing, get up."
He was not just helping out, his main purpose was actually to complete the mission.
Saving people is just a matter of convenience.
Jiang Yi looked at Qingqing on the bed and asked, "How come your daughter is so young and suffers from anorexia?"
Hear this question.
Sun Qin sighed and said, "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me when I tell you this.
My husband is a gambler. He owed a lot of money and then ran away.
Loan sharks often come to cause trouble for my mother and me."
Qingqing was frightened into anorexia. Dr. Qin frowned and asked, "Is there such a thing?"
Zhang Saixia and the doctors and nurses outside all looked sympathetic. Jiang Yi was calm, having lived 2 lives and having seen many scenes.
"Right at this moment. Get out of the way."
Suddenly, a scolding voice was heard in the corridor.
Everyone immediately looked in the direction where the sound came from.
Then I saw several tall, strong bald men walking towards me. The doctors and nurses were startled and stepped back. These people walked into the ward and lined up in a row. There were 6 of them in total.
"See these people."
Sun Qin trembled all over and her legs went limp.
Dr. Qin frowned, stopped the men, and asked, "What are you doing?"
The leading man said coldly, "Come here to ask for money."
"This is none of your business, get out of the way." "Speaking of."
He pushed the thin Dr. Qin away. The man walked up to Sun Qin, looked down at her, and said in a cold voice, "It's been half a month, it's time to pay back the money."
"What about this month's 30,000 yuan?"
Sun Qin trembled and said, I have no money."
"Give me some more time." Everyone saw it.
These people are loan sharks, and now they come to Sun Qin to ask for money.
"Grace time? Giving you half a month is already quite generous. You haven't paid me for a month."
"In that case, come with us and pay the money back with your body." Sun Qin was about to cry and said, "I can't leave.
Qingqing still needs me. You guys are going too far." Dr. Qin stepped forward and said, "This is a hospital. What do you think this place is? Is there still any law?" The people in the corridor were also very angry. "That is. Leave immediately. We called security." Chapter 33. You don't want to listen to reason, right? Then I'm going to get excited.
The leading man, Sun Lixiang, said disdainfully, "Don't mind your own business. Even if you call security, they can't help her.
You can protect them once, but can you protect them forever?"
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent.
At this point, they don't know what to do. He. After seeing the reactions of the crowd, several men sneered with disdain. They walked towards Sun Qin, wanting to capture her. "Stop." Dr. Qin stopped them without hesitation.
He knew very well that if Sun Qin was captured, there was a high chance that she would never come back. The next time he is found, his hands and feet will probably be broken, or he might even be missing a kidney.
"Give you face?" Bang! Sun Lixiang waved his hand and slapped Dr. Qin in the face.
Dr. Qin staggered back and half of his face was swollen.
He pointed at Dr. Qin and said coldly, "If you keep meddling in other people's business, I'll block you after get off work, believe it or not?"
Dr. Qin covered his face, his eyes were almost popped out. Seeing this scene, Sun Qin felt despair.
Don't make things difficult for Dr. Qin.
She took a deep breath, took one last look at Qingqing, then looked at the men and said, I'll go with you. Dr. Qin covered his face and said, Don't go.
Sun Qin choked up and said, Dr. Qin, don't persuade me anymore.
She looked at Jiang Yi again. Brother, I am willing to work like a cow or a horse to repay your kindness in my next life. She bent her legs, ready to kneel in front of Jiang Yi for the last time.
Right at this moment. Click. Jiang Yi supported her.
There is still a lot of time and many opportunities to repay the favor.
Sun Qin was stunned.
Jiang Yi turned his head to look at Sun Liqiang and said, My friend, as the saying goes, every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor.
They are not the ones who owe you money.
You should go ask that man for money. Sun Liqiang said with a smile, Who is your friend?
Don't flatter yourself. Who we find with money is none of your business? Get lost. Crash. Sun Liqiang raised his hand and slapped Jiang Yi in the face. But the next moment,
his palm stopped abruptly in front of Jiang Yi's face. It's not that he doesn't want to fight anymore.
But Jiang Yi grabbed his hand. You don't listen to reason, do you?
He said slowly, Then I'm going to get excited. It will take 10 people to use the Kaishan palm.
It's really like someone giving you a pillow when you're dozing off.
Sun Liqiang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Jiang Yi to react so quickly and actually grab his hand. But he quickly came to his senses. I am bigger and I have been fighting for many years.
He didn't take Jiang Yi seriously at all.
Sun Liqiang pulled his hand back and slapped him again.
Bang! A muffled sound.
Sun Liqiang's figure flew backwards like a kite with a broken string.
He flew 3 or 4 meters away and hit the wall heavily with his back. Then it bounced off the wall again.
He bent his legs and knelt on the ground, using his hands to support himself to avoid falling.
Right now, Sun Liqiang's face was as pale as paper.
He now felt pain in all his internal organs, and his stomach was churning.
It was as if I was going to vomit out all the food I had eaten the night before.
Sun Liqiang's head was buzzing and he almost forgot his own name. This sudden scene startled everyone present. Everyone looked at Sun Liqiang, and finally their eyes fell on Jiang Yi. They only saw Jiang Yi slowly put down his hand, his expression calm and his eyes calm, as if he had just done something very ordinary. The other 5 men came to their senses.
They shouted, Dare to do it? Let's go together. 5 people ran towards Jiang Yi in a mighty manner, wanting to use human wave tactics to beat Jiang Yi up. But Jiang Yi was not panicked at all. He not only masters the Grandmaster level Kaishan Palm,
he also mastered the Grandmaster level combat experience and mentality.
Chapter 34 What kind of master is this? Bang!
He slapped the man in front on the chest again. A huge force hit the man's body, and his face was distorted with pain.
My hands and feet suddenly became limp. The whole person was hit and flew out sideways.
While flying backwards, he bumped into his 2 companions.
Jiang Yi slapped 3 people and sent them flying. There are 2 more.
One of them was very close and punched Jiang Yi in the face, trying to catch Jiang Yi off guard. Jiang Yi turned sideways and easily dodged the punch. Then pat the other person on the back with your left hand.
Ah!
The man screamed and fell face down on the ground with several of his teeth broken out.
There is only one left.
He jumped up and, using inertia, punched Jiang Yi with all his might.
Jiang Yi didn't dodge and slapped him. Click!
The sound of bones breaking was heard.
Immediately following. Ah!
Finally, the man also screamed and flew out. After falling to the ground in a mess, he rolled several times before stopping.
Everyone present was stunned. Just a few seconds. Jiang Yi knocked down all 6 people. The doctors and nurses in the corridor couldn't help swallowing and looked at Jiang Yi in shock. Not only is he a great cook, but he's also such a good fighter? What kind of master is this?
His cooking skills are already amazing, and his fighting skills are so good, this is perfect. Zhang Saixia was also frozen now. She didn't know that Jiang Yi was so powerful.
Is this still the Jiang Yi I know? This is outrageous. Fuck you.
Suddenly, Sun Liqiang gritted his teeth, got up from the ground, took out a dagger from his arms, and rushed towards Jiang Yi. The dagger flashed brightly and stabbed towards Jiang Yi's abdomen.
Dr. Qin yelled, Be careful.
Jiang Yi remained alert, and when he heard Sun Liqiang's voice, he was ready for a surprise attack. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed Sun Liqiang's wrist. Then he pressed his right hand on Sun Liqiang's chest. Boom! A muffled sound spread. Everyone seemed to see that the clothes on Sun Liqiang's back were blown up by a gust of wind. After one slap, Sun Liqiang was completely exhausted. His consciousness was blurred. In a trance, he seemed to see his great-grandmother waving at him. Jiang Yi took the dagger from his hand and let Sun Liqiang go. Sun Liqiang, who lost his support, knelt directly in front of Jiang Yi, and finally lay face down at Jiang Yi's feet. Jiang Yi squatted in front of Sun Liqiang with a dagger in his hand. Do you want to fight again? Sun Liqiang took almost a minute to calm down before he said with difficulty, Friend, no more fighting, no more fighting. He is really scared now. The person in front of me is so powerful. The force of the palm strike made him feel as if he was hit by an electric car. If he was hit by another palm strike, he felt that he would fall into a coma. Jiang Yi smiled and said, Friend? Don't give me that. You just said that we are not friends. Sun Liqiang suddenly felt a burning pain on his face. Just now he looked down on Jiang Yi, so he said to Jiang Yi, Who is your friend? Unexpectedly, the boomerang hit back now, and he wanted to call Jiang Yi a friend and beg Jiang Yi to show mercy. Brother. Sun Liqiang said, We were wrong just now. We apologize to you. You are a magnanimous person, please spare us. Jiang Yi's mouth corners raised. It's a bit too late to spare them now. Sun Liqiang stabbed me with a dagger, how could I let him go? The palm strike just now has already injured Sun Liqiang's internal organs. In a while, he will vomit blood, become unconscious, and be taken to the hospital. And there is no cure for it, and he only has a few years to live. Jiang Yi smiled and said, Now you know who to ask for money? Sun Liqiang said hurriedly, I know. The reward after chapter 35 1T be the ability to become an immortal, right? You'd better know. When Jiang Yi picked up the dagger, Sun Liqiang's heart skipped a beat, fearing that Jiang Yi would stab him. But Jiang Yi didn't. He held the dagger and then slapped it with his palm. Click. The dagger was broken by a palm strike. The broken blade fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Sun Liqiang's eyes widened instantly. I was so scared. With one palm, the dagger was broken? What the hell is going on? His brain went blank and his mind was unable to function. Jiang Yi said slowly, I know you have a hard bone. But I don't think it's harder than this knife. Sun Liqiang came back to his senses and shivered several times. Now he understood. It turned out that Jiang Yi had not yet used his full strength. This guy can break a dagger with one palm, so he can kill them all with one palm. Thank you for not killing me, big brother. Jiang Yi smiled and said, You are not that stupid. Apologize to this mother and daughter, and then get out. Also, don't let me see you again. Sun Liqiang gritted his teeth and climbed up, then he and the other 5 people knelt in front of Sun Qin and apologized honestly. After they apologized, they supported each other and walked out. I dare not stay here any longer. Wait until the moment you walk out of the ward. These 6 people all felt like they had walked through the gates of hell and survived a calamity. Survived. Sun Liqiang walked to the hospital entrance and suddenly felt his vision blurred. Puff. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then the body shook. Then, his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. He fainted right at the hospital door, saving the trouble of calling an ambulance. Inside the ward, everyone was still a little dazed. Although he knew that Jiang Yi was an extraordinary warrior, he was still shocked when he saw Jiang Yi break the dagger with one palm. That's made of iron. It was actually broken by a slap. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Is this Superman? This is outrageous. Am I still asleep? I don't understand it. I'm deeply shocked. Zhang Caixia came up quickly and asked, Son, are you okay? Jiang Yi smiled and said, It's okay. The knife just now was actually just a prop. It breaks when it's folded. Hearing this, everyone calmed down a little. It turned out to be a prop. That makes sense. Zhang Caixia also felt relieved. Bang. Sun Qin knelt in front of Jiang Yi again. Brother, thank you for saving my life. Jiang Yi said, It's nothing. The main reason for his action was to complete the mission. Now the first step of the Grandmaster mission has been completed. 610.
Defeat 4 more people to complete the mission. Zhang Yi thought, the mountain-splitting palm already has such amazing power. The rewards later. Can't you cultivate immortality? Dr. Qin came over and said to Zhang Yi, thanks to you today. Without you, things would be troublesome. Qingqing will continue to be trapped in anorexia.
Sun Qin will also be arrested. In the end, both of them will end up in a miserable situation.
Zhang Yi looked at Sun Qin and said, there shouldn't be anything for me to do here. I'll leave first. You guys take a good rest. He looked at Zhang Saixia again and said, Mom, let's go.
Zhang Saixia came back to her senses and nodded quickly.
Before leaving, she said to Sun Qin, Sister Sun, we are leaving first. Sun Qin saw Zhang Yi and Zhang Saixia out. The doctors and nurses in the corridor all looked at Zhang Yi with admiration and respect. In their eyes, Zhang Yi is a hero.
Not only did he drive director Lu away and cure Qingqing, he also beat up Sun Liqiang and others and saved Qingqing and Sun Qin.
Chapter 36. I don't believe you married such a beautiful girl.
When Zhang Yi passed through the corridor, he saw that it was quite lively. Several nurses hurried past, pushing carts.
When the car passed by Zhang Yi took a look.
The person lying on top was Sun Liqiang. The remaining 5 people followed behind, and when they saw Zhang Yi, their necks shrank immediately.
The whole person was timid,
afraid of meeting Zhang Yi's eyes.
Zhang Yi was too lazy to pay attention to them and just walked past.
I didn't know you were so powerful,
Zhang Saixia said beside her. When did you learn how to fight? Zhang Yi smiled and said, that's not a fight. That's martial arts. Zhang Saixia asked, isn't martial arts just about fighting? Zhang Yi shook his head and said, that's different.
Zhang Saixia couldn't figure out what the difference was, but after thinking about it carefully, she decided that this should be considered an advantage.
When you find a girl in the future, you can say that you feel very safe. Plus I can make egg noodles. If we find a girl, it should be a lot easier.
Zhang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, no need to find a girl, I'm already married.
No.
Zhang Saixia said, I don't even know when you started dating a girlfriend.
How could they get married? Really? Zhang Yi said, I still have her photo. Let me show you. This time he came prepared.
Zhang Yi took out his mobile phone and opened the photos prepared by Yi Mengyao. In the photo, she smiled shyly, like a girl next door, which made people's heart beat faster. When Zhang Saixia saw the photo, she was stunned.
So beautiful.
Zhang Saixia swore to God that she had never seen such a beautiful person. She is as perfect as a fairy that came from the sky. Zhang Saixia looked at him for a long time, then looked at Zhang Yi and shook her head. I don't believe you married such a beautiful girl.
This must be a picture you found on the internet. You are still too young to fool your mother.
If you could marry a girl who was 1% as pretty as her, I would wake up laughing in my dreams.
Zhang Yi said, this is really your wife.
Zhang Saixia shook her head and said, I don't believe it.
Zhang Yi. It's over. These days, no one believes the truth. Zhang Yi walked into the room and put the milk beside the bed. Jiang Mingyuan said, you're here, why did you bring milk? Zhang Yi said, this is what your daughter-in-law asked me to buy for you.
She has something to do and can't come over for the time being.
Just finished.
Zhang Saixia said nearby, don't believe what your son says. He found a photo of a beautiful woman on the internet to fool us.
Zhang Yi took out his cell phone and said, if you don't believe me, I'll let her talk to you guys. Zhang Saixia said, if we can't meet, it must be someone you hired to help.
Jiang Mingyuan said at this time, I still believe in our son.
What photo? Show me? Zhang Yi opened the photo and handed it to him. Jiang Mingyuan took a look and was silent for a long time. Finally, he returned the phone to Zhang Yi, then looked at Zhang Saixia and said, I agree with you. This must be a picture found on the internet. Zhang Yi was speechless for a moment.
He thought secretly in his heart, it seems that I have to find time for Mengyao to meet her parents. If they don't see it with their own eyes, my parents really won't believe it.
Zhang Yi didn't explain anything further.
After chatting with the two of them for a while, at around 4 o'clock, I prepared to go back and cook.
Because today I not only have to deliver meals to my parents,
I also have to go to the company to pick up Yi Mengyao and take her home.
After returning home, Zhang Yi started to get busy and began to make the 2 new dishes that the system had just rewarded him. You can't eat egg noodles for every meal of the day. Chapter 37 Pay the money first, then you can fight me.
The godly fried tomato and eggs and the godly sweet and sour spare ribs, the two dishes are filled with fragrance when they come out of the pot. If done outdoors, the fragrance can spread from 10 miles away.
Zhang Yi couldn't help swallowing his saliva. I have eaten a lot of delicious food in my previous life, but now when I smell the fragrance of this god-level dish, I realize that what I ate before was not real delicious food. The fragrance surpasses that of egg noodles. Egg noodles are simple and plain, and they are not the type with a special attack flavor. Today, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and sweet and sour pork ribs are real professional dishes. The deliciousness is a level higher than egg noodles. I think I need to prepare more rice. He packed the food and drove to the hospital in his electric car. It's past 5 o'clock now. The sun is setting and the setting sun is shining on the streets, making the whole city look a little yellow. Zhang Yi saw the red light at the intersection ahead, so he slowed down and prepared to stop. Right at this moment. Get out of the way in front. A loud shout came from the side road. Zhang Yi turned his head and saw an electric bike with 3 men on it rushing towards him. It's too late to dodge. Boom! The 2 electric bikes collided and Zhang Yi was thrown out. Fortunately, the Grandmaster level Kaishan Palm had strengthened his body and also brought him rich combat experience. So Zhang Yi adjusted his body in mid-air, supported himself on the ground with one hand, then rotated 2.5 times in the air and landed steadily. The people nearby were simply stunned. What the hell? What was that just now? So handsome? Martial arts? Kung Fu? Martial arts master? They all clearly saw Zhang Yi fly out, then he supported himself with his hands on the ground, spun twice and stood firmly. All the movements are done in one go, perfectly. It was like being in a movie. Zhang Yi had just breathed a sigh of relief when he smelled the aroma of food in the air. Ah! My meal. He looked at the electric bike. It had been overturned and the wheels were still spinning. The food was all spilled and the aroma continued to waft. Don't you have eyes when driving? Can you drive? A scolding voice rang out. Zhang Yi looked towards the other car. The 3 men had fallen to the ground. They got up from the ground, one rubbing his waist and the other rubbing his arms. Another one was cursing as he lifted the car up. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. It was clearly them who bumped into him, and they still had the nerve to scold him? He was ready to go up and have a good talk with them. But suddenly, another electric bike rushed out from behind, with 3 people on it. Run? Can you run away? They got out of the car and rushed directly towards the 3 people who were supporting the car. The 6 men started fighting each other, hitting each other in the face and body with their hands and feet without any mercy. You hit me so hard? Stop hitting me. Pay my meal money first. You can fight again after you pay the money. I haven't asked those 3 people to compensate for my meal yet. If you get injured or disabled, who should I ask to compensate for my meal? Stop. Zhang Yi ran directly into their midst and forcefully stopped them. Get lost. A bald man with a bruised face and nose gritted his teeth and punched Zhang Yi in the face. Zhang Yi grabbed his fist and slapped him on the chest with his backhand. Bang! A muffled sound. The bald man stopped talking. He lowered his head and slowly knelt on the ground. Someone attacked him from the side. Zhang Yi lowered his head to avoid him, turned around and slapped him 3 meters away. In just a blink of an eye, the 6 people who had been fighting fiercely and could not be pulled apart all fell at Zhang Yi's feet. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Yi dusted off his hands. I just wanted to make sense, I didn't want to beat them all down. Bite. The system voice sounded. Congratulations, Master, for successfully completing the first step of the Grandmaster series of tasks. Now we will start distributing rewards. As Zhang Yi knocked down these 6 people, the task of defeating 10 people with the mountain-splitting palm was also completed. Chapter 38 A bowl of rice shocked the entire hospital. Reward 1, Grandmaster Level 1 Finger of Sunday. Introduction, one of the powerful fingering techniques. This powerful martial art gathers a lot of strength into one point and then explodes. It is extremely powerful and can easily penetrate steel plates. Reward 2, Grandmaster Level Wind God Leg. Introduction, one of the most powerful kicking techniques. The wind is silent, the air is like still water, the wind has no form, the sea embraces all rivers. This is an extremely fast and fierce leg technique, not only comes and goes without a trace, but also has amazing power. Rewards have been distributed. Successfully start the second step of the Grandmaster series of tasks. The Grandmaster.
Introduction. Dragon Country has a history of 5,000 years, and too many peerless martial arts have been lost in history.
Now you will make these martial arts reappear in the world. Current progress, Step 2.
Mission content. Defeat at least 10 people with one finger or wind God kick 0-10.
2 new martial arts.
Zhang Yi mastered it completely in an instant, and his understanding of these martial arts reached the Grandmaster level. He lowered his head and looked at the 6 people lying on the ground.
Can't you just say whatever you want to say? Do we have to fight and kill? The 6 people on the ground. They didn't know how to talk to Zhang Yi.
It was clearly him alone who knocked all of them to the ground.
Why does he look like he's here to stop a fight? Is there anyone who tries to stop a fight this way?
Zhang Yi looked at the person who had just bumped into him and said, "Now it's time to discuss compensation.
My meal, including the ingredients and processing fee, costs at least $100. Do you pay by cash or wire?"
The man said with difficulty, "Cash."
He no longer dared to continue speaking loudly to Zhang Yi.
Thinking about what happened just now, how he actually dared to scold Zhang Yi, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Zhang Yi took the money, turned around, picked up the electric bike, and drove back.
I have to cook again. 6 people lay on the ground and watched Zhang Yi leave. After a few minutes, they finally recovered and got up from the ground with difficulty. Look at each other.
I no longer have the slightest desire to continue fighting.
At this time,
several cars slowly stopped by the roadside, including a luxury sports car.
The door of the sports car opened and a young man wearing sunglasses got out.
Among the 6 people sitting on the ground, 3 immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to the man.
"Boss." The man nodded and immediately smelled the fragrance in the air. "What smells so good?"
He took off his sunglasses, followed the smell, and saw the food on the ground.
"Why does this food smell so good? Do you know what's going on here?"
This was the most delicious food he had ever smelled. Now he has developed a great interest in the people who cook these meals. The other 3 people sitting on the ground nodded vigorously.
Zhang Yi returned home, made another meal, and drove to the hospital again.
In order to prevent accidents, Zhang Yi changed the route this time.
This time we arrived at the hospital smoothly. He walked into the ward and said, "Something happened on the way, so I'm late." Zhang Caixia asked, "What's the matter?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Nothing, let's get ready to eat."
Hearing about eating, Zhang Caixia, Zhang Mingyuan and Li Pingtian couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Zhang Yi put the rice bucket on the table and slowly opened it.
In an instant,
the other 3 people in the ward seemed to see a golden light bursting out from the gap between the rice buckets.
So dazzling.
Then they smelled a fragrance in the air.
It tastes even more tempting than egg noodles. The patients, doctors, and nurses in the corridor couldn't help but come over. Inside and outside the ward, everyone's eyes fell on the rice bucket. What on earth is this and why does it smell so good? Chapter 39. It won't be long before this office is mine.
Among the people who came to watch the fun, many had already eaten dinner, and many were not hungry. But now, when I smell the fragrance in the air, I can't help swallowing my saliva.
Feeling hungry again.
Zhang Caixia walked over and said in surprise, "It's fried tomato eggs and sweet and sour pork ribs.
Can these 2 things be made so fragrant?" She couldn't calm down.
I have been cooking for decades, but I never knew that scrambled eggs with tomatoes and sweet and sour pork ribs could be so delicious that it can make you dizzy.
It was as if everything I had done before was fake. Compared to Zhang Yi's, it's just garbage.
The people outside the corridor also opened their eyes wide. "It smells so good. I thought it was delicacies from the land and sea, dragon liver and phoenix marrow, but you said it was scrambled eggs with tomatoes and sweet and sour pork ribs?"
Impossible. Aren't these 2 things home-cooked dishes? What I ate before was fake. Where did this chef come from? If the dish was made from rare ingredients, they wouldn't be too shocked. But the ingredients used in these 2 dishes are too ordinary. You can easily buy a few pounds at the vegetable market.
They have all come into contact with these 2 dishes and know how ordinary they are. And now, this young man in front of him could make 2 extremely ordinary dishes so delicious.
They were shocked. Was this the god of cookery descending to earth?
After Zhang Caixia, Zhang Mingyuan, and Li Pingtian got their food, they started to wolf it down. It felt like I hadn't eaten for several days and was starving. All the rice grains that I ate fell down. He doesn't care about his image at all.
Tasty. It's delicious. Li Pengtian ate and praised the food.
The doctor outside was so shocked that his eyelids were twitching.
He couldn't imagine that this person was an anorexic patient yesterday. Now I feel like a pig that has been hungry for several days.
Zhang Yi said, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
Take your time eating. Several people were busy eating and didn't pay attention to what Zhang Yi said.
They originally thought that egg noodles were invincible, but now they realize how naive this idea was and how completely wrong it was. Egg noodles are just a simple, plain breakfast. Compared with professional dishes like scrambled eggs with tomatoes and sweet and sour pork ribs, it is far behind.
A group of people respectfully watched Zhang Yi leave. Looking at his back, everyone was wondering, how can we get to know him? How can I eat the delicious food he made? You can look at it but you can't eat it. This is so painful. It's simply torture. Zhang Yi left the hospital, took an electric car to the company, and prepared to pick up Yi Mengyao and take her home. When I arrived at the company, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. While waiting for the elevator to come down, Li Xin and other employees walked out of the elevator. Seeing Zhang Yi waiting for the elevator, Li Xin was stunned for a moment. Then he asked, Brother, why are you back to the company so late? Is there anything I can help you with? Zhang Yi said calmly, No. Li Xin tried to ask, Then I will go back first? Zhang Yi didn't nod. He was a little afraid to leave now. Zhang Yi said, Let's go. Li Xin breathed a sigh of relief and left quickly with some nervousness. Zhang Yi took the elevator and went directly to the top floor, his destination being Yi Mengyao's office. At this time, in Yi Mengyao's office, click.
The door opened and a young and somewhat handsome man walked in with 2 tall men. After he came in, he locked the door quietly.
Yi Mengyao heard the noise and looked up. After seeing the person coming, she frowned slightly and said, Long Tian, don't you knock before coming in?
This person is the company's vice president, Long Tian. He was also the mastermind behind Yi Mengyao's kidnapping and the seizure of the company. Long Tian sat on the sofa and smiled faintly. I am the vice president, and this company is also mine.
Do I need to knock on the door when I come in? Yi Mengyao said, This is my office.
She didn't have a good impression of Long Tian in the first place. After learning from Zhang Yi that Long Tian might kidnap her, she felt even more disgusted.
Long Tian smiled contemptuously. I thought to myself, it won't be long before this office is mine. Chapter 40, Not allowed to knock on the door?
Then, Wind God Kick, please teach me. He looked at Yi Mengyao and said, I heard that you have been very close to a male employee recently.
Yi Mengyao said directly, This is none of your business. You are the president of this company.
Your words, actions, and every move represent the company.
If word gets out that the company president is close to a lowly male employee, what will others think? They will look down on our company. And recently, the company's revenue has indeed declined.
I hope you can pay more attention to your identity.
Not just any cat or dog is worthy of you.
Yi Mengyao said, It is my freedom to be with whomever I want.
As for the company's declining revenue, I will find a way to solve it. He. Long Tian chuckled and said, What can you do? Don't forget, if revenue drops by more than 50%, we have the right to re-elect the president. He came here today mainly to put pressure on Yi Mengyao.
It kept Yi Mengyao awake all night and affected her condition. This would make it easier for her to make mistakes in future decisions, and it would also be easier for her to have someone kidnap her.
Yi Mengyao remained calm and said, I know. If there's nothing else, you can leave. However, Long Tian had no intention of leaving.
He still sat there, crossed his legs, and smiled faintly, I'm not in a hurry to leave.
Someone just told me that the male employee came to the company. Long Tian not only asked people to keep an eye on Yi Mengyao,
and he also asked people to keep an eye on those who were on good terms with Yi Mengyao. Since Zhang Yi was taken away by Yi Mengyao yesterday, Zhang Yi has been targeted by Long Tian.
Long Tian knew exactly when Zhang Yi left the company and when he came back. Yi Mengyao's eyes fixed, and she asked, What do you want to do? Long Tian smiled and said, Have you ever tested that man? Does he love you as a person or as a person of yours? If he comes here and finds the door locked, and I leave here 10 minutes later, what will his reaction be? Yi Mengyao immediately stood up and prepared to open the door. But 2 tall bodyguards immediately blocked the door.
Yi Mengyao took out her cell phone and prepared to call Jiang Yi. But Long Tian said calmly, "Don't fight, I brought a small signal jammer."
You can't do anything now. Oh, that's right. I also left someone outside to stop him from coming in. Now let me see a good show. Speaking of. He looked towards the door.
Jiang Yi came to the door and saw a big, strong man standing next to it. But he didn't care and reached out to knock on the door.
Click.
His arm was suddenly grabbed by the big guy.
The president is not here, you can go back. Jiang Yi asked, not here?
Where did she go?
The big guy said coldly, this is not something you should ask. Who do you think you are?
Jiang Yi stopped asking him and took out his cell phone, ready to call Yi Mengyao. He pulled out his cell phone and noticed immediately that the signal was poor. In the past, the signal was full. Thinking of the big guy guarding the door, Jiang Yi had already guessed something in his mind.
The kidnapping operation is about to begin?
Jiang Yi reached out and was about to knock on the door.
The big guy grabbed Jiang Yi again and said coldly, don't you understand what I'm saying? I said the president isn't here. Jiang Yi stopped his hand in mid-air and asked calmly, are you there? Just knock on the door and you'll know. He. The big guy said, what if I don't let you knock? What can you do?
His right hand was clenched into a fist, and the muscles on his arm bulged out in an exaggerated manner. It seems like he could kill a person with one punch. Jiang Yi took a look at his muscles, then said calmly, then let you knock it.
Chapter 41 Wife, I'm here to pick you up.
He waved his hand.
The big guy's hand was directly thrown away. What?
His hand was shaken away, which was beyond the big guy's expectation. I originally thought that with my physique and strength, catching Jiang Yi would be easy, no different from catching a mouse.
The big guy reacted quickly.
After standing firm, he punched out, trying to knock Jiang Yi to the ground. But his fist had just been extended.
Bang! A muffled sound.
The big guy's face turned into the color of liver. He trembled all over and slowly lowered his head, and saw Jiang Yi's feet stopped on his abdomen. The big guy felt like all his internal organs were displaced by the kick. Jiang Yi put his foot down, grabbed his hair, and pressed him against the door.
Next, I suggest you bite the bullet.
The words fell. Jiang Yi raised his foot again.
Wind god leg.
In the room, Yi Mengyao planned to ask Jiang Yi to go find someone as soon as he arrived.
On Long Tian's handsome face, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, with a hint of a smile.
He seemed to have seen Jiang Yi scratching his ears and cheeks in anxiety.
But the next second. Boom! There was a loud bang. The entire door separated from the doorframe and fell heavily to the ground.
A tall man was imprinted on the door and fell to the ground along with the door. As the door fell, a strong wind blew up near the door, raising a cloud of dust.
Long Tian, who was very close to the door, was immediately covered in grimaces.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
A light breeze blew in from outside the door.
The dust has settled.
Jiang Yi stepped on the big guy's body and walked into the office.
He glanced at Long Tian and his two bodyguards, then extended his hand to Yi Mengyao.
Honey, I'm here to pick you up.
Yi Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes wide. The sight of Jiang Yi walking out of the dust was like a bullet, striking her heart directly. Jiang Yi's words were more like a warm current, making her feel warm all over.
She walked quickly to Jiang Yi and gently grabbed Jiang Yi's hand. This moment,
Yi Mengyao felt extremely safe.
Long Tian was somewhat stunned.
Jiang Yi's appearance was beyond his expectations.
I thought Jiang Yi would be scratching his head anxiously outside the door. Unexpectedly, the door was taken down by Jiang Yi. He glanced at the big guy lying on the door, his eyes twitched, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Kick the door open?
What's more, the person he kicked was a muscular man who exercised every day, and a solid wooden door worth $3,000.
Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Jiang Yi looked at Long Tian.
He still had some impression of this vice president.
Keep your hands to yourself.
I don't think your hands are harder than this door.
Two bodyguards stood up and wanted to teach Jiang Yi a lesson. How dare you talk to our boss like that? But Jiang Yi was not afraid of them at all.
With just one look, he scared away the two bodyguards.
Jiang Yi took a step forward. The two bodyguards subconsciously took 2 steps back.
Jiang Yi stood in front of Long Tian, looked down at Jiang Yi, and said, I will come to pick her up every day, so don't delay my wife from getting off work in the future. Long Tianxia swallowed subconsciously.
Let's go. Zhang Yi took Yi Mengyao and turned to leave. But I just took 2 steps.
Zhang Yi stopped again, turned around and said, "This door was broken by your men.
Remember to fix it tonight.
By the way, replace the door with a glass door."
Long Tian. He only breathed a sigh of relief after Zhang Yi left.
He looked at the big guy standing motionless on the door and kicked him angrily.
The big guy rolled out of the way, revealing the doorway.
The moment he saw the door, Long Tian's pupils shook violently.
The doorway is dented. There are big guy's marks on it. Chapter 42. Boss, what should we do now? Fix the door. Long Tian's body trembled several times.
The doorway, made of solid wood, was now dented, and the dent left by a person was clearly visible.
It's like a person falling on the snow. The 2 bodyguards next to him also had their eyelids twitching. No wonder I felt this person was scary at the time, so that's why. Ignore the weight difference. He was directly trapped in the door and could hardly be taken out. Long Tian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. The current situation has completely exceeded his expectations.
I originally thought that the man next to Yi Mengyao was just an incompetent, fragile waste.
The result was unexpected. This guy is so fierce. Suddenly,
the big guy on the ground shuddered and suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing he did when he woke up was to open his mouth and breathe violently and rapidly.
It's like a person holding his breath underwater for a few minutes. After he came to his senses, the first thing he said was, "I'm not dead?"
When Zhang Yi kicked him in the abdomen, he felt as if he had lost all his soul and was in so much pain that he was about to pass out. Then he was pressed against the door.
He didn't even have a chance to struggle.
He suddenly lost consciousness. During his coma, he felt as if he had fallen deeply in love. A scary and ferocious shark was swimming around him.
Countless tentacles emerged from the water in the distance.
The bitter sea water continued to hit his face, and he didn't even have the ability to see the surface of the sea clearly. He was almost scared to death.
It felt like I just walked through the gates of hell. Long Tian gritted his teeth and asked, "How do you do things? You are so strong that you can't even stop him." The big guy looked up at Long Tian, his face full of pain, and said, "I stopped him. But he's much faster than me. And he's stronger than me. I can't beat him."
There was silence for a moment. The big guy said, "Even if you give me time to prepare and let me do it again, I still can't beat him."
Long Tian. Boss.
The big guy added, "If you ask me to stop him again, you'd better fire me."
Long Tian scolded, "Get lost." The big guy shook his head and said, "I can't move."
If he moved even a little, he would feel as if his internal organs were being torn apart. It seemed as if all the bones in my body had loosened.
Long Tian gritted his teeth and said, "I really underestimated him. But it's not a big problem.
In terms of martial arts, I may not be as good as him, but in terms of intelligence, I beat him."
The 2 bodyguards next to him asked respectfully, "Boss, what should we do next?"
Long Tian said, "Go find someone to repair the door.
Change it to a glass door." Both bodyguards were silent. "Isn't this Zhang Yi's request? What do you mean by beating?" "Actually, I'm still scared." At this time, under the shocked gazes of many people in the company, Zhang Yi took Yi Mengyao's hand and walked out of the company. Was I dazzled just now? The president was being held by the hand, why was he still smiling? Her smile seems a little happy? When did the president find a boyfriend? My world is falling apart. After Zhang Yi and Yi Mengyao left, there was a lot of howling in the company.
After getting into the car, Yi Mengyao smiled and said softly, "Thank you.
I was going to ask you to find someone to open the door." Zhang Yi said, "It's nothing, I'm glad you're okay."
Yi Mengyao felt sweet in her heart. She started the car and told him everything that had just happened in the office.
Yi Mengyao felt somewhat relieved in her heart that Zhang Yi did not fall into the trap set by Long Tian.
After listening to her, Zhang Yi said, "He dares to talk to you like that, why don't I get out of the car and get rid of him now?"
Yi Mengyao couldn't help but laughed.
She was a little nervous at first, but with this smile, all the nervousness in her heart disappeared.
Yi Mengyao looked at Zhang Yi tenderly. Having this man by my side. Very nice.
The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and while looking at the road ahead, she said, "You speak as if you are a killer."
Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Yes." Chapter 43 Husband, are you the god of cookery?
Be it the mountain-splitting palm, the one-finger zen and the wind god kick, they are not meant to be seen.
If you really want to do it.
The mountain-splitting palm can smash a person's head in one blow, and the one-finger zen can poke a hole in it, which is more terrifying than a bullet.
Not to mention the wind god kick, one kick could cause the hospital to diagnose it as a car accident. Yi Mengyao said, after this incident, I realized that I was not vigilant enough. I feel like replacing the door with glass isn't enough.
I plan to replace the walls with glass, too.
Zhang Yi didn't say anything.
No matter what she does, I will protect her.
When it was completely dark,
Zhang Yi and Yi Mengyao finally returned to the villa.
Take a rest first, I'll make dinner. Zhang Yi walked towards the kitchen. Aren't you tired? Yi Mengyao said, if you are tired, let's order takeout. Zhang Yi smiled and said, I didn't do anything today.
I basically stayed in the hospital today. I haven't done any work.
He went into the kitchen and started preparing dinner.
At this time, Yi Mengyao also came in and said with a smile, I'll help.
What are we having for dinner tonight?
Zhang Yi said, tomato scrambled eggs and sweet and sour pork ribs. The food missions are easier to accomplish. When I went to pick up Yi Mengyao just now, the system kept prompting that the task progress was improving.
Just for a moment.
The progress has reached 810.
We are just 2 people away from completing the second step of the Yi food tour.
Once Yi Mengyao has eaten it, it will reach 910, just one short of completing the task.
Yeah.
Yi Mengyao smiled and said, I like to eat sour and sweet food.
Hubby, I love you. After saying,
she kissed Zhang Yi on the cheek quickly, like a dragonfly touching the water. Zhang Yi smiled and said, help me wash the tomatoes. When he started cooking,
the fragrance gradually wafts out.
Yi Mengyao stood nearby, her beautiful eyes gradually widening.
Smells so good.
Even more delicious than the egg noodles I had this morning. Just the smell of it made her want to eat a full bowl of rice.
Before long, both dishes were ready. Yi Mengyao couldn't wait any longer. She helped Zhang Yi serve the food and waited at the dining table. She looked at the food in Zhang Yi's hand with an eager look. This look made Zhang Yi couldn't help laughing. I really didn't expect that.
The president of Xingqian International and the most beautiful woman in Qingshan City also has such a cute and childlike side.
This scenery. Only Zhang Yi could see it. Zhang Yi said, let's eat. Yi Mengyao picked up a piece of pork ribs for Zhang Yi and then started eating it herself.
This sweet and sour pork ribs smells delicious and tastes even better.
Yi Mengyao simply couldn't stop. Wait until you come to your senses. The rice in the bowl is empty. It's delicious. Yi Mengyao looked at Zhang Yi, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and asked, husband, are you the god of food? Why is everything you cook so delicious? God of cookery? Zhang Yi smiled and said, I'm not the god of food, I'm just a traveler. A traveler on a food tour. An existence beyond the god of cookery.
After dinner, they sat on the sofa to rest.
Yi Mengyao took the initiative to get into Zhang Yi's arms. While watching TV, she asked, honey, how is our dad doing in the hospital? Will they be mad if I don't go see him? Speaking of this, Zhang Yi wanted to laugh. I won't be angry. How could I be angry? They don't believe you are my wife.
I showed them the photos, and they said I found them on the internet.
Listen to these words.
Yi Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing.
Feel. Zhang Yi's parents are so interesting. She secretly wondered in her heart, what would their reaction be if she went to see them in the future? Chapter 44 Zhang Yi becomes the god of war in the hospital. And at this time, inside the hospital. After get off work, Li Xian went home for dinner and then brought some food to the hospital.
When he arrived in front of the ward, he hesitated for a long time. I was thinking whether I should persuade Li Pengtian to give up treatment and go home. Here, the hospital is also helpless. But when he walked into the ward, he was stunned. The scene before him made him unbelievable. Li Pengtian was actually playing cards with a group of people and was smiling very happily.
Ah! Li Xian was dumbfounded.
Yesterday, he felt that Li Pengtian was listless.
Why are you playing cards now? He was still smiling so happily after it was over. No. Li Xian was completely confused. When did he know so many people? In fact,
Li Pengtian did not take the initiative to get to know these people. They came to make friends with Zhang Mingyuan and Zhang Xixia. Because there was a lot of food, Zhang Xixia distributed some to everyone.
Everyone fell in love with it immediately after trying it.
They all expressed their desire to make friends.
Someone else has to pay.
After that, everyone got to know each other naturally, and Li Pengtian, who was in the same ward as Zhang Mingyuan, got some benefit.
Li Xian walked over and said, "Dad, do you want to eat?" Li Pengtian glanced at him and said, "No. The food you cooked was terrible." Li Xian.
I felt like my heart was stabbed. Although Li Pengtian rarely eats the food he cooks after he developed anorexia, he never spoke like this before.
Li Pengtian said, "I'm full." What? Li Xian was startled and asked, "Are you full?"
It used to be extremely difficult to get Li Pengtian to eat something.
Are you full? This is simply like a fantasy. I'm full. Li Pengtian said, "My anorexia has been cured." Li Xian froze on the spot. All right? It wasn't he healed yesterday, how come it suddenly healed today? He asked hurriedly, "What's going on?" Li Pengtian put down the cards in his hand, looked at Zhang Mingyuan and Zhang Xixia, and said, "Did you see these two? Call Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang."
Although Li Xian didn't know what was going on, he still shouted honestly, "Hello Uncle Jiang, hello Aunt Jiang. It was their son who saved me."
Li Xian was surprised and asked, "Their son? Is he a miracle doctor?" Li Pengtian shook his head and said, "No. Come to think of it, he seems to be in the same company as you, and he even knows you." Oh? Li Xian became alert and asked quickly, "Who is it?" "So that I can thank him in person." Li Pengtian said, "Zhang Yi." Boom! Li Xian was like being struck by lightning.
He froze on the spot, completely stunned.
Zhang Yi. The person who cured anorexia and saved his father was actually Zhang Yi. Li Xian felt a little dizzy.
He's really amazing.
He's young, handsome, and a great cook.
At noon today, I saved a little girl with severe anorexia and beat away 20 people who came to the hospital to cause trouble.
Li Xian opened his mouth wide, but his throat seemed to be stuck and he couldn't utter a word. Saved a girl. He also chased away 20 people. Li Xian asked tremblingly, "Fought him away?" Right.
Li Pengtian said, "At that time, the gang came with great momentum and wanted to capture people and sell them."
He also brought a meter-long machete and a steel pipe.
The security guards were so scared that they were shaking.
It was Zhang Yi who stood up and beat all the people away. 5 more are in hospital.
The news of Zhang Yi beating people away spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100.
The number of people beaten away increased, and now it has reached 20. He came by himself. I guess he didn't even know that he had actually chased away 20 people. Chapter 45 Introducing a Girlfriend to Zhang Yi? Li Xian was sweating profusely. Li Xian swallowed his saliva.
At this moment, it seemed as if 10,000 mammoths were galloping through his heart.
Oh my god. Zhang Yi is so good at fighting? 20 people, all armed, couldn't defeat him, and 5 of them were killed. How did I survive until now?
Thinking back to the past, he always relied on the support of the wealthy Chen to do evil and oppress Zhang Yi.
Think about it now. Li Xian felt that he really needed to find some time to thank Zhang Yi for not killing him. Li Pengtian looked at Li Xian and asked, "So do you know him?" Li Xian originally felt his throat was a little dry.
I poured a glass of water and wanted to drink it, but this question came up. His hands suddenly began to tremble violently. The water in the cup kept shaking, as if an 8-magnitude earthquake was happening beneath his feet. Li Xian brought the cup of water close to his mouth, but the water splashed on his face, and he missed the target twice.
Recognize, no. Li Xian was very panicked. I don't know how to continue. You can't say that you always targeted Zhang Yi and offended Zhang Yi to death, right? If you dare to say so. Li Xian had no doubt that his father would jump out of bed and beat him. Beat the shit out of him. How's the relationship?
Li Pengtian said, "You are a team leader, so you must take good care of others."
He is our benefactor. Cold sweat broke out on Li Xian's forehead. Team leader? Not anymore. Now, Zhang Yi is the leader.
Not only did he become the new team leader, he also often went out with the president, making others envious. But at this moment,
Li Xin didn't dare to explain at all. If I really said this day next year will be the anniversary of my death. He could only bite the bullet and say, sure, sure. Li Pengtian continued, there is another extremely important matter. Zhang Yi doesn't have a girlfriend yet.
If you know any good girls, introduce them to him.
Li Xin. These words made Li Xin silent. Introduce a girlfriend to Zhang Yi? Who dares?
This morning, Fei Chen wanted to introduce a girlfriend to Zhang Yi, and the girlfriend was a class beauty. As a result, everyone present at the time saw that the president's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out.
Fei Chen was severely punished on the spot and told the woman to get out immediately. As long as you have your eyes open, you can see that Zhang Yi and the president are having an affair. Go and introduce a girlfriend to Zhang Yi yourself?
Then you can prepare the suicide note tonight.
Why don't you speak? Li Pengtian frowned and said, don't want to help? Li Xin said hurriedly, no. I just feel that
Zhang Yi may not need help in finding a girlfriend.
Li Pengtian scolded, nonsense. Zhang Yi's parents said he doesn't have a girlfriend, so why don't they need help finding one? I see you just don't want to help. Li Xin was sweating profusely. I'll help.
I'll do my best to help.
Li Pengtian asked coldly, try your best? Li Xin was about to collapse, I will definitely help. Only then did Li Pengtian nod with satisfaction. Then he said with some emotion, why don't I have a daughter? What a pity. A man nearby immediately shouted, I have a daughter.
Zhang Saixia immediately asked, how old are you?
8.
The ward was quiet for a while.
Li Xin wiped his sweat and said, Dad, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first.
I received so many shocking messages tonight. He felt his mind was in a mess now.
The heartbeat is still very intense. I felt like I was going to faint. The food Zhang Yi cooks is super delicious and can cure anorexia. He was also very good at fighting.
He beat up 20 people by himself, and made them flee in panic, leaving their weapons and armor behind. 5 of them were caught and beaten so hard that they had to be hospitalized.
Chapter 46. There are so many of them now, are they seeking revenge? Li Xin didn't know how to face Zhang Yi tomorrow. Or should I just kowtow to him when the time comes? When Li Xin hurried home. In the villa, Zhang Yi and Yi Mengyao took a shower and walked into the room together. Click. Incandescent lamps were turned off. The warm yellow nightlight at the bedside lit up.
Zhang Yi and Yi Mengyao fell on the bed hugging each other.
The next morning,
Zhang Yi woke up from the bed, carefully moved away Yi Mengyao who was hugging him, and then got out of bed.
When Yi Mengyao wakes up,
he has prepared breakfast.
Yi Mengyao walked downstairs and said sleepily, good morning.
Zhang Yi nodded and said, go wash your face, then you can have breakfast. After washing her face, Yi Mengyao looked at the time.
It was almost 8 o'clock.
She never had the chance to sleep so late in the past. Basically, I have to get up at around 6 o'clock, order takeout, eat breakfast, and rush to work.
Not like now.
Not only can you sleep for more than an hour, but you can also eat a delicious and extremely healthy breakfast. She walked out of the bathroom and looked at Lin Chen sitting at the dining table, a bright smile appearing on her pretty face.
Hubby, it's great to have you.
These words made Zhang Yi feel a little confused.
After breakfast, Zhang Yi said to Yi Mengyao, you go to the company first. I'm going to the hospital first to bring breakfast to my parents. Yi Mengyao nodded, went out and drove away.
When she arrived in front of the office and saw the brand new glass door, she couldn't help laughing out loud. Unexpectedly, it was the great Long Tian. She actually listened to her husband, repaired the door honestly, and replaced it with a glass door. She walked into the office and called her secretary, asking her to work in her office from now on.
At the same time, she was asked to plan and replace the walls with glass.
Yi Mengyao looked at the documents on the table and thought to herself, I have to finish processing the documents quickly and then go to the hospital with him.
The other side. Zhang Yi is on his way to the hospital. We were almost at the intersection where the car accident happened yesterday.
Zhang Yi slowed down to avoid someone suddenly jumping out and bumping into him.
And on the roadside,
a group of people sat on the side of the road, staring at the road with great anticipation.
The 6 people who were beaten up by Zhang Yi yesterday were also there. They are still napping. Don't sleep.
I saw it all clearly.
Don't miss the master, or your bonus will be gone.
They are all in the same group now, waiting here for Jiang Yi to pass by. Because their boss became absent-minded after smelling the fragrance of food yesterday.
I didn't eat anything yesterday. I really want to eat the food cooked by Jiang Yi. A high reward was offered for this.
If they can invite Jiang Yi back, each of them will get 10,000.
A bald man with bloodshot eyes and obvious dark circles under his eyes.
He said with difficulty, I have been watching till now last night, the master may not have woken up yet.
You have to wait even if you haven't woken up yet. That's 10,000 yuan.
After hearing this, the bald man could only force himself to continue watching.
At this time,
Jiang Yi rode an electric bike and slowly passed by the roadside. He saw this group of people sitting on the side of the road, and at first glance, some of them seemed familiar.
Take a closer look. It's true. I beat him yesterday. Broken. There are so many of them now, are they looking for revenge? At a glance, there are more than a dozen people.
Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best, and delivering breakfast is the most important thing.
Jiang Yi immediately accelerated, ready to leave here quickly. At the same time,
the bald man's eyes widened, and he jumped up, pointed at Jiang Yi and shouted, "It's him.
Brothers, it's him. Chapter 47 I'm going, why didn't you say so earlier?" The others instantly perked up, all stood up from the ground, and looked straight at Jiang Yi. One person yelled, "Stop!" Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat.
These guys are really coming for me, leave quickly.
He accelerated again and drove away in the blink of an eye. These dozen people became anxious. We finally waited for him, we can't let the master run away like this.
Chase! A dozen people started running, chasing Jiang Yi frantically, shouting as they chased him, "Don't run!
Stop the car!"
Jiang Yi was wearing a helmet and thought, only a fool would stop the car.
The speed is 30 miles per hour, and the mood is free and easy. He is relaxed.
But the dozen or so people chasing behind were different. The bald man was the first to collapse. He had been up all night last night, and now after running for half a minute, he felt a splitting headache and his heart was beating so violently that he even felt his temples were throbbing.
I can't do it anymore. Go after them. Let's catch up with him together with my share.
The others nodded.
Don't worry, we will definitely catch him, you should have a good rest. Run for another 2 minutes. Someone is too tired again.
I can't do it anymore, come on, don't give up.
10 minutes passed. Only 2 people were still running.
They were sweating and their faces were red, but they never stopped.
Jiang Yi adjusted the rearview mirror and took a look. So tenacious? I just broke up a fight. Is it necessary to chase me like this? I didn't put in any effort yesterday, so I guarantee I didn't hurt anyone. Jiang Yi looked ahead and murmured, last intersection, get rid of them. The 2 people behind. One of them finally couldn't hold on any longer. I can't do it anymore.
The person in front who was still breathing was shocked and looked back at him, eyes full of disbelief. Brother.
I'm sorry, I can only accompany you here. The rest of the way is up to you. You have to remember that you are not alone, we are always here. Bang!
He fell to the ground helplessly and had no strength to get up.
Brother! The last person yelled, tears welling up in his eyes.
Looking back to a dozen minutes ago, a dozen people moved together in a mighty manner, as if nothing in the world could stop them.
And now? I am the only one left. All his brothers fell on the road. He looked at Jiang Yi who was getting farther and farther away, and instantly clenched his fists. I won't lose. Because now I am not fighting alone. He chased Jiang Yi with all his might.
On the roadside in front of the hospital,
Jiang Yi slowly stopped the car, got out with breakfast, and prepared to go into the hospital. Etc. An extremely tired voice sounded.
Jiang Yi turned his head and saw a man covered in sweat, even his hair was wet, moving towards him step by step.
You can run so fast, how can you catch up with this? Jiang Yi thought about it carefully. I don't think I have any blood feud with anyone, right? We don't have any deep hatred, nor do we owe you any money, right?
The man could hardly stand. His legs were shaking madly.
We are looking for you to help cook a meal. Jiang Yi, oh my god, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have to speed up. I thought you were going to chop me up. Man. How are they similar? Bang.
He could no longer stand still. All the bonds of brotherhood and friendship were gone.
I can hardly move my fingers. Crash. Several vans slowly drove up from behind and stopped beside us. The car door opened and all the people were inside. Seeing the man lying on the ground, they opened their eyes wide and exclaimed, "You really caught up with me? We were still thinking of picking you up by car." Man. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Chapter 48. Today he comes to give you a new look. Bang. The man fell face first to the ground and was motionless. It turns out he was just exhausted. Several people got out of the van and helped him up. At this time, a Mercedes-Benz slowly drove over and stopped beside. The car door opened. A young man wearing black leather shoes, a gold necklace, a gold watch and sunglasses walked down. Someone walked up to him and said respectfully, "Boss, this is the master." The young man's eyes instantly fell on Jiang Yi. He walked quickly to Jiang Yi, took off his sunglasses and looked at Jiang Yi carefully. "Hello, master. My name is Yin Yun, and I finally found the master." He looked quite excited. "Because I didn't eat anything yesterday, I've been wanting to eat the food Jiang Yi cooked." Jiang Yi thought for a while and realized that he had never seen this person before. He smiled and said, "Hello." Yin Yun asked, "Master, could you please cook a meal for us? I didn't eat much yesterday." Jiang Yi asked curiously, "Do you also have anorexia?" Yin Yun was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No. I can pay for it." He said, "Master, please help me." Jiang Yi thought about it and decided that it was worthwhile to make money. And the most important thing is that now the second step of the food tour is only one person away from completion. Now some people come to our door and ask for food. That can be used to complete the task. Very good. Yin Yun said happily, "Master, please get in the car." Jiang Yi shook his head and said, "Wait a moment, I'll deliver the food first." He went into the hospital first and brought breakfast to his parents. Then he walked out and got into Yin Yun's Mercedes. Yin Yun said, "There happens to be a restaurant nearby that I invested in. Shall we go there?" Jiang Yi replied, "All right." Yin Yun looked at Jiang Yi twice more and felt that this master was a little different from what he had expected. "I originally thought that this chef would be quite old and have a strong personality, or even a temper. As a result, we are now in contact." He found Jiang Yi very young, looking to be in his early 20s. Secondly, he is easy to talk to. It can be said to be approachable. Not long after, the car arrived in front of the restaurant invested by Yin Yun. Jiang Yi took a look at the restaurant. It covered an area of more than 300 square meters and had 2 floors. At a glance, there were about 20 to 30 customers eating. "Your restaurant business is really good." Yin Yun smiled and said, No, master, you are joking. But the chef here is really amazing. Because the food in the restaurant tastes good and the price is reasonable, many people come here to eat every day." Yin Yun took Jiang Yi to the second floor and found a round table. When the boss learned that Yin Yun had arrived, he hurried over to greet him. The owner of this restaurant is a middle-aged man. He said with a smile, "I didn't know that Boss Yin was coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. What do you want to eat today? I'll ask the chef to do it right away." He was very respectful to Yin Yun. Because Yin Yun owns 30% of the shares of this restaurant. Secondly, it is said that Yin Yun is also a loan shark and has many thugs under his command. If the hospitality was not good, he was afraid that Yin Yun would hire someone to destroy the restaurant. Yin Yun is in a good mood today. Yesterday I heard that his men went to the hospital to collect money and were beaten and hospitalized. This incident made him very angry. But now, it doesn't seem to be a big problem anymore. It is important to eat the meal prepared by the master first. Then I will find out who is so bold as to beat my own brother and prevent me from collecting the money. Yin Yun said to the boss, "No need." He looked at Jiang Yi next to him and introduced him to the boss. He is also a great chef. He's here today to give you some new insights. Yin Yun had eaten many meals prepared by the chef here, but compared with the fragrance he smelled yesterday, it was still far inferior. They are not on the same level at all. The boss was stunned and looked at Jiang Yi in surprise. Chapter 49. I'll tell you some tips on making sweet and sour spare ribs. Chef. Jiang Yi stood up and said with a smile, "Boss, take me to the kitchen." The boss came back to his senses, nodded and said, "Okay."
He really couldn't tell that Zhang Yi was a great chef. First of all, too young. Secondly, her skin is very white and doesn't look smoky or greasy at all. The boss felt that Zhang Yi was more like someone who sat in the office all day. But Yan Yun had spoken, so he had no choice but to take Zhang Yi to the kitchen.
The kitchen is bustling with activity. The chefs are busy. Seeing the boss coming, the chef came over to greet him and asked, "Boss, what's up?" The boss looked at Zhang Yi and said, "This is Boss Yan's friend, and he's also a great chef. Find him an empty seat and let him cook. Boss Yan wants to eat the food he cooked."
The chef paused. A chef suddenly appeared?
Yan Yun also specifically mentioned that he wanted to eat the food he cooked?
The chef immediately sensed the crisis.
Next, is this person going to try to take away my job? This must never be allowed to happen. He looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Friend, how many years have you been a chef?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "My profession is not a chef."
Not a chef?
The chef was a little confused. "Then why did Boss Yan ask you to cook?" Zhang Yi said, "I don't know."
"Have no idea?" The chef and the boss were a little dumbfounded.
"It's not an important issue. Anyway, he came here to complete the mission and get paid."
This answer made the chef and the boss a little silent.
Totally unexpected answer.
The chef suddenly realized that he seemed to have overestimated Zhang Yi.
"I thought he was a real chef."
It turned out that he was just a newbie who had little experience in the kitchen. He didn't even know why Yan Yun was looking for him. The chef smiled and said, "Come on, I'll find you a place to cook. Just tell me what ingredients you want, and I'll prepare them for you. Boss Yan has brought quite a few people with him, so I'll come to help as well. It's really too tiring for you to cook for more than a dozen people by yourself." Zhang Yi looked at him and said, "You are a very nice person." The chef smiled but said nothing. He had his own plans in mind.
That is to take the opportunity to show off his cooking skills in front of Yan Yun.
When his food tasted several times better than Zhang Yi's, he knew he was good. Zhang Yi said, "Since you want to help with the cooking, I will make a dish of sweet and sour pork ribs." The chef immediately asked someone to go to the cold storage to get the ribs.
Waiting for the ribs to come,
the chef stood next to Zhang Yi and said to him, "Let me tell you some tips on making sweet and sour spare ribs. I've made this dish thousands of times, so I have some tips for you." Zhang Yi was listening carefully beside him.
A few minutes later,
before the ribs were brought back, a kitchen helper came running back in a hurry.
"Oh no, something went wrong. The cold storage door is broken.
The guy with the chops is trapped." The boss was shocked because his cold storage was basically kept at a low temperature of around 3 degrees. Being trapped inside, it is very easy for something to get into trouble.
He immediately asked, "Have you tried it with the key? Where's the emergency switch inside?" The kitchen helper nodded and said, "It can't be opened. It can't be opened at all."
The boss felt a little anxious and said hurriedly, "Hurry up and find someone to open the lock. Then have someone cut off the power to the cold storage." After giving the instructions, he hurried to the cold storage. If something happens to someone in your restaurant, it will definitely affect the restaurant's business.
Zhang Yi also followed.
The ribs for cooking are still in the cold storage.
They are just sitting there doing nothing.
By the way, let us see how the locksmith unlocks the cold storage. Chapter 50. I can't open the lock with wire, but I can open it with my hands. In order to keep warm, the door of the cold storage is basically 20 centimeters thick, which is much stronger than the anti-theft door.
Several minutes passed. The locksmith hasn't arrived yet. But Yan Yun from upstairs came down.
He came over with a group of younger brothers, and when he saw Zhang Yi was there, he asked, "Master, what's going on here?" Zhang Yi said, "The door is broken and there is a girl trapped inside."
The emergency switch inside couldn't open the door either. Yan Yun raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is there such a thing?" Several employees walked up to the boss and said, "Boss, the person trapped inside is Xiaowen. He seems to be having epilepsy. We saw on the surveillance camera that something seemed to be wrong."
The boss was sweating profusely. If an epileptic seizure occurs and there is no one to help, the patient may bite off his or her tongue, which may cause serious problems. Hurry up and urge the master who opened the lock.
Zhang Yi and Yan Yun also heard these voices.
Yan Yun said to Zhang Yi, "Push back a little, I'll see if I can get someone to break the door open." Zhang Yi took a few steps back and moved a chair to watch.
Yan Yun asked everyone around to disperse and then called his younger brothers over. The person inside is suffering from epilepsy. Quickly break down the door and save him. The younger brother was stunned. They were all a little stunned. Is the boss such a kind person? However, they did not dare to ask and began to bang on the door of the cold storage. But the gate is really too explanatory. Whether they took turns or attacked together, they were unable to shake the gate even a little bit. Instead, their own arms that were hit became red and swollen. Boss, this won't work. This door is too strong. Yan Yun was helpless. It seemed that he had to call a professional locksmith. But at this time, the person watching the surveillance camera hurried back and shouted, "Oh no! Xiao Wen is having an epileptic seizure." He fell to the ground and convulsed. The boss was almost frightened to death, but fortunately Yan Yun next to him hugged him. What should I do? My restaurant is going to be ruined. Yan Yun has no solution now. Crash. Zhang Yi stood up. Don't worry, I'll try. Crash. Everyone present looked at Zhang Yi. Yan Yun was surprised and asked, "Master, can you also open locks?" Zhang Yi thought about it, nodded and said, "I guess so." The boss's eyes lit up, and he felt as if he had seen his savior, and he quickly said, "Master, please help. Open the door quickly and save the people inside." Zhang Yi walked to the gate and knocked on it with his hand. The sound is dull and really thick. Yan Yun came up and asked, "Master, do you need any tools? Or, you can actually open the door with a piece of wire?" Zhang Yi said, "I'm not that powerful. I can only open the door with my hands now." I see. Yan Yun nodded and said, "Actually, being able to open the door with your hands is pretty impressive." Zhang Yi said, "Step back a little." Yan Yun immediately took a step back. Zhang Yi said, "Back off a little further." Yan Yun took another step back. Zhang Yi pointed to a place and said, "Stand over there." Everyone was puzzled, but they still went past it. Yan Yun whispered, "Master, maybe you're afraid that we'll learn it?" Zhang Yi stood at the door, glanced at the door lock, and then slowly stretched out his hand. He put 2 fingers together and aimed them at the door lock. Next second. Bang! There was a loud bang. At the same time, a string of sparks burst out. Zhang Yi's hand directly broke through the door. One finger yang. The people standing a few meters away were stunned at this moment. They all leaned forward with their necks bent, looking stunned and gaping. Everyone was stunned. I couldn't believe what I just saw. Chapter 51. The door opens. He punched his hands through the metal door? How could such a thing happen? I must not be awake yet. At this moment, they felt that the world before them had become strange. The 20-centimeter thick metal door was punched through by Lin Chen with his fingers. No pause. No injuries. It's as simple as a bullet piercing a piece of white paper. Yan Yun swallowed hard. So this is what it means to only be able to open locks with your hands? Just now he asked Zhang Yi if he could use wire to open the lock. Zhang Yi said no, he could only open the lock with his hands. Yan Yun said that being able to open it with hands is also amazing. What's the result? Open by hand means to knock the door through directly with your hands. This is much more awesome than using wire. Yan Yun broke out in a cold sweat. If this can easily penetrate a metal door, then wouldn't it be even easier to penetrate a human body? He felt that he should be more respectful to Zhang Yi in the future. Zhang Yi withdrew his hand and pushed the door. The door remained motionless. It looks like the problem isn't just with the door lock. He took a half step back and slammed the door. Boom! The entire door was instantly dented by the size of a palm print. The surrounding walls began to shake and dust fell. Yan Yun and others were all shocked. Their faces turned pale and they looked around in panic. When the dust settled, they thought the place was going to collapse. Boom! Zhang Yi struck again with his palm. This time, the door fell off the frame and fell heavily to the ground. A cold wind suddenly blew out from the cold storage. Zhang Yi turned his head to look at the stunned crowd and said, "The door is open." Everyone present was trembling. With 2 slaps, a metal door was knocked off the wall. What a terrifying power this is. It was completely beyond their understanding of the world. He's just like a martial arts master on TV. What are you still standing there for? Zhang Yi said, "Aren't you going to save people?"
Hearing the sound, everyone came to their senses and several people ran in to rescue people. Yen Yun took several deep breaths and kept comforting himself in his heart. After all, I am a well-known figure who has seen the world. You can't be so calm. But my heart was still beating violently. Half nervous, half scared. Master. Is your hand okay? Yen Yun asked, tensing his body. Zhang Yi said, it's okay. He walked into the cold storage, picked up the ribs from the ground, and said, it's still okay to continue cooking. These words made Yen Yun extremely nervous. Isn't it a bit outrageous to let such a terrifying being cook for you? Or, let's forget about cooking? Zhang Yi immediately looked at him, Let me come over to cook, and now you don't want to eat? Yen Yun broke out in a cold sweat. No. No. I'm worried that the master is tired. Zhang Yi said, don't worry. Go upstairs and wait. The food will be ready soon. He glanced at the trapped man who was being carried out, then turned and walked back to the kitchen. Yen Yun now felt his scalp tingling and sweating profusely. Today's meal. It made him feel nervous. When Zhang Yi returned to the kitchen, there were not many people there. They had all run away to watch the fun. When he was almost done with a bowl of egg noodles, the chef, other cooks, and the boss came back. There was respect and fear in their eyes when they looked at Zhang Yi. He punched through the metal door with his fingers and even took it down. This power is terrifying. The chef slowly walked up to Zhang Yi, lowered his head and said, Master, I spoke a little loudly just now, please forgive me. These words made Zhang Yi a little confused. I think there was nothing wrong just now. Keep cooking. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they felt that Zhang Yi seemed easy to talk to. Are you not arrogant because of your great power? After calming down a little, they suddenly smelled a fragrance in the air. It smells so good. The chef exclaimed, I have never smelled this fragrance before, what is it? Everyone in the kitchen followed the aroma and their eyes fell on the pot in front of Zhang Yi. Master, what's inside? Chapter 52 He is the real master. Zhang Yi poured the contents of the pot into a bowl, which contained a bowl of noodles. A bowl of egg noodles. How is that possible? The chef's pupils dilated, he couldn't believe it. How can a bowl of egg noodles smell so good? He has been a chef for 20 years and has made at least several thousand servings of noodles. I never knew egg noodles could be so delicious. Zhang Yi handed the noodles to a kitchen helper and said, please take this bowl of noodles to the young man who was trapped just now. This bowl of noodles should warm him up. The kitchen helper stood up straight and shouted, got it. He stretched out his hands, took the egg noodles respectfully and reverently, swallowed his saliva, and turned away. The chef, the boss, and everyone else watched egg noodles leave. It smells really good. If I could have a bite of it, I would die without regrets. Finally, their eyes returned to Zhang Yi. Right now. They felt that Zhang Yi in front of them was a little dazzling. He possesses extraordinary power, yet he is neither arrogant nor impatient. He also has amazing cooking skills, but he never shows off. He even cared about the trapped people and silently made a bowl of egg noodles for them. The chef recalled the thoughts he had when he first met Zhang Yi. She was actually worried that Zhang Yi would take her job away, afraid that he would be appreciated by Yen Yun and then she would lose her job. The chef sighed deeply in his heart. Now it seems that my vision is too small. He is a true master. In his heart, he had already begun to admire Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi washed the pot and prepared to start making sweet and sour pork ribs. The chef asked, Master, do you still need me to cook? I feel like my food has no right to be on the same table as yours. Zhang Yi said, go ahead, I'll just make one dish. Just complete the task and you're done. The chef nodded and said, I understand. He began to order the other chefs to get busy. When Zhang Yi's sweet and sour pork ribs were ready, the aroma filled the air and everyone in the kitchen looked at him in shock. I thought the egg noodles just now were invincible. I didn't expect there would be something even more amazing. Just smelling the aroma makes me feel like I can finish 3 bowls of rice. Is this really sweet and sour pork ribs? It smells so good. I can hardly concentrate, it smells so good. The chef's hands were shaking. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have thought that Zhang Yi did it. He almost suspected that this was a divine delicacy stolen from heaven. At this level, you can already be called the god of cookery. The chef used to think that his cooking skills were very good, but now he realizes how bad they are.
Compared with Zhang Yi's, the dishes I cooked were simply unpalatable.
Zhang Yi put the sweet and sour pork ribs on a plate, placed it on the table, and said, "It can be served now."
The chef and other cooks have also prepared other dishes.
Including Zhang Yi's sweet and sour pork ribs, there are a total of 18 dishes, enough for more than a dozen people.
Second floor.
As Yen Yun waited anxiously, the food was served. When the aroma of sweet and sour spare ribs wafted out, Yen Yun and the other brothers were all frozen. This group of people had never understood why Yen Yun always wanted to eat the food cooked by Zhang Yi.
Now that I smell the fragrance, I understand it instantly.
The tension and uneasiness in Yen Yun's heart also disappeared at this moment.
There was only one thought left in my mind. It's worth dying to eat this dish. Zhang Yi came over and said, "Try it and see if it suits your taste."
Yen Yun immediately said, "Hurry up and give the master a seat."
Several people brought a chair together and let Zhang Yi sit down. Zhang Yi was not polite either. He sat next to them and said, "You guys are quite enthusiastic." Chapter 53, Where can I find such a wrong person if I miss him? Yen Yun recalled what he had done before.
Loan sharking.
Beat someone.
This made him blush a little, he was so ashamed.
Master, you are joking. You are truly an expert.
Not only are you extremely powerful, but you also have such amazing cooking skills.
He feels. It really seems magical that my little brother could invite Zhang Yi back. This kind of person should never be encountered in one's lifetime.
Yen Yun tried the sweet and sour spare ribs and was conquered on the spot.
I didn't even have time to eat the meal and just kept eating the vegetables. In the blink of an eye, he had eaten half of the plate. At this time,
the man who had just been trapped and a couple hurried in. They came straight to Zhang Yi.
Plop. Just knelt down. Thank you for saving my life, master.
They all knew what had happened.
It was Zhang Yi who broke open the door and rescued the people.
That bowl of egg noodles.
It was an unforgettable experience for the man, and he cried at the time. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Nothing. It's not a big deal. The important thing is that people are okay." The family of three kowtowed to Zhang Yi several times in succession. Then they left together.
The man still needs to go to the hospital for examination. Yen Yun put down his chopsticks and looked at the scene in front of him, feeling quite emotional.
Although many people kowtowed to him in the past. However, no one ever takes the initiative, they are always forced. Compared with Zhang Yi, my own rank is really too far behind. There is no comparison. After finishing the meal, he asked again, "Master, how much does this dish cost? Is 10,000 enough? 10,000?
Zhang Yi never thought that this person would want to spend 10,000 yuan to buy a dish for him. With materials costing dozens of dollars, you can make $10,000, and the profit has increased dozens of times.
Made a fortune. This person is really a big fool.
He smiled and said, "Okay." Yen Yun also laughed because he felt he had gotten the upper hand.
Yen Yun looked at Zhang Yi and said, "Master, can you please leave me your contact information?" Zhang Yi thought about it and nodded in agreement. Where can you find such an innocent person if you miss it?
Besides, it's just a contact number, not a secret. This kind of thing has long been spread by big data.
I receive several spam text messages every day.
Yen Yun was excited. I feel that it is a great honor to know someone like Zhang Yi.
Took the money.
The other party also finished his meal.
Zhang Yi's mission was completed. Ding dong.
The system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the owner for successfully completing the second step of the food tour mission.
Rewards will now be distributed. Reward 1, God-level potato and beef rice bowl. Introduction, vegetables and rice in one, delicious and convenient. After receiving it, you can immediately gain experience in making God-level potato beef rice bowl, and the potato beef rice bowl you make in the future will be extremely delicious. Reward 2, Grandmaster level lean meat porridge. Introduction, one of the most famous and classic delicacies. Introduction, after receiving it, you can immediately gain the experience of making God-level lean meat porridge. All lean meat porridges you make in the future will be unmatched, and you can add ingredients according to the situation, such as pickled egg and lean meat porridge, mustard greens and lean meat porridge, etc. Reward 2, God-level cordyceps flour and old duck soup. Introduction, delicious taste, rich in nutrition.
Introduction. After receiving it, you can immediately gain experience in making the God-level cordyceps flour in duck soup. The cordyceps flour in duck soup you make in the future will be the most delicious in the world. Rewards have been distributed. Successfully start the third step of the food tour series of tasks. Food tour. Mission content: let at least 30 people taste the God-level potato and beef rice bowl, any kind of God-level lean meat porridge, or God-level cordyceps flour stewed duck soup. 030. Chapter 54. Work hard and strive for a promotion and salary increase one day. Mission accomplished. 3 delicious food rewards were given at once. The rewards are very generous. But in contrast, the difficulty of completing the next task began to increase. The next task is to have 30 people eat the food I cook. Zhang Yi smiled and said to Yen Yun, "I'll go back first." Yen Yun said respectfully, "Do you want me to take the master back?" Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. Now it's time to go to the company." Everyone watched Zhang Yi leave, and only after Zhang Yi left did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Yen Yun sat in the chair, feeling that what happened today made his mind a mess. There was a moment like that. He felt as if he were dreaming. The world I saw before was all fake. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone has kept what happened today in their hearts." "Don't tell anyone." Everyone nodded quickly. They secretly thought in their hearts that no one would believe these things if they told them to others. What's more, there is no video evidence. Even if there is, some people will say that this is a movie. It took a long time. Yen Yun said, "Come with me to the hospital. We should find out who was so bold as to beat up my men and prevent me from collecting the money." Yen Yun started to go to the hospital. At this time, Zhang Yi has returned to the company. As soon as he arrived at the work area, Li Xian walked over quickly. The employees looked at Li Xian in surprise. I don't know what Li Xian wants to do with such a fierce attitude. Does he want to take revenge on Zhang Yi? Or do you want to beat Zhang Yi? But the next second, in front of everyone, Li Xian knelt down in front of Zhang Yi with a bang. Zhang Yi looked down at him, wondering what was going on. "Zhang Yi, thank you for saving my dad. You are my benefactor. I apologize to you again. I was not a human being before." Zhang Yi understood. Li Xian must have been to the hospital and learned that Li Pengtian's anorexia had been cured. The employees around him opened their eyes wide. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Li Xian actually knelt down. Li Xian, who used to be aggressive and ordered Zhang Yi around in various ways, actually knelt down before Zhang Yi. Many of them rubbed their eyes vigorously, feeling that they were hallucinating. What did Zhang Yi do? How did he suddenly become Li Xian's benefactor? Am I still asleep? Outrageous. Is this really Li Xian? Zhang Yi was very calm. Do you know you are wrong? Li Xian nodded vigorously and said, I understand. Zhang Yi said, then you should do your best. Start today by helping me finish my previous report. Li Xian stood up, patted his chest, and said confidently, leave it to me. But when he got the thing, he was stunned. Dozens of reports are waiting to be written. The corners of Li Xian's mouth twitched and his face was a little distorted. The titles of these reports looked familiar. It seemed that all of them were written by Zhang Yi himself before. I never expected that one day, all these documents and reports would be back in my hands and I would have to finish writing them myself. Any questions? Zhang Yi stood by with a water cup and said, if you have any questions, just tell me. Li Xian came back to his senses and said with a forced smile, no problem. Since there are no problems, let's finish it today. Zhang Yi took a sip of water, then patted Li Xian on the shoulder and said with a smile, do a good job. Strive to get a promotion and a raise one day. Li Xian. This is so heartbreaking. He felt like vomiting blood. Zhang Yi ignored Li Xian and walked out of the office area and went to Yi Mengyao's office. When he arrived at the office door, he saw that it had been replaced with a glass door. Knock knock. He knocked on the door. Yi Mengyao, who was looking at the computer, looked up and saw Zhang Yi at once. Seeing that the person coming was Zhang Yi, she smiled, nodded at Zhang Yi, and indicated that he could come in. Chapter 55. Who beat you up like this? Big brother will give you justice. Zhang Yi walked in and said, he's quite obedient. He really changed the door to a glass door. Yi Mengyao smiled and said, I think he might be scared by you.
Jiang Yi asked, am I scary? No.
Yi Mengyao looked at his face and said, you are very handsome.
Jiang Yi walked to the desk and asked, is there anything I can help you with?
Yi Mengyao shook her head gently and said, just leave these things to me.
Jiang Yi looked at the computer and found a lot of documents in it.
He knew very well that Yi Mengyao still had a lot of work to do, so he didn't intend to disturb her any further.
I'm going out first. Jiang Yi said, if there is anything, call me.
Yi Mengyao smiled and kissed Jiang Yi lightly on the face, then said, honey, I understand.
Knock knock.
At this time, there was another knock on the door. They both looked towards the door. I saw the secretary standing in front of the glass door, looking up at the ceiling.
Yi Mengyao's pretty face turned red. Jiang Yi thought that replacing the door with a glass one would indeed be safer.
But in some places, it doesn't seem so convenient.
But it's not a big problem. These things can be continued at home. I'm leaving.
Jiang Yi said this and walked outside.
Yi Mengyao said to the secretary, come in. The female secretary then pushed open the door and looked at Jiang Yi twice more.
Because she has been with Yi Mengyao for 2 years, she knows how proud Yi Mengyao is.
Can make Yi Mengyao take the initiative to kiss him. What is the special charm of this man? After Jiang Yi walked out, Yi Mengyao asked, did you see it? What? The female secretary was an expert at playing dumb, and asked with a puzzled look on her face, what did you see? Yi Mengyao changed the topic and asked, what do you want from me? That's right.
Some of the companies we work with have said they will reconsider their cooperation with us, citing the recent decline in their cash flow.
Yi Mengyao's expression turned serious. If it were in the past, she would definitely think it was true.
But after learning from Jiang Yi that Long Tian had been planning how to take over the company, she understood that all this was Long Tian's plan. This is to unite other companies and put pressure on ourselves.
Yi Mengyao remained calm and said, I understand.
She knew that at times like this, she had to stay calm. If she got anxious, she would fall into Long Tian's trap.
Jiang Yi returned to the office area. Li Xian is busy working on a report.
Fei Youchen was originally preparing to go out, but when he saw Jiang Yi outside, he immediately returned to the office silently.
It's better not to go out for the time being. He didn't dare to appear in front of Jiang Yi.
I was afraid that Jiang Yi would ask me to do various things again.
10 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Yi came to the office again and asked Yi Mengyao what she wanted to eat. Would you like to eat potato beef rice or porridge? Yi Mengyao asked in surprise, there is also rice bowl? I want to eat rice bowl.
When she saw Jiang Yi, she felt her mood improved, and her original anxiety and worries were temporarily forgotten.
Jiang Yi nodded to show that he understood.
When he got back, he called his parents again and asked them what they wanted to eat. Both of them said they wanted to drink porridge.
Then prepare rice and soup for Mengyao.
Prepare porridge and soup for Mom and Dad.
While Jiang Yi was preparing lunch. In the hospital.
Yan Yun brought a few people to a ward. There were several beds in this ward, and there were people lying on them. They were his younger brothers. Seeing his younger brother still having an 4 drip, Yan Yun's face turned grim.
My own little brother was beaten like this. Being the eldest brother is very embarrassing. Yan Yun frowned and asked, who beat you like this? Seeing the eldest brother coming, everyone was shocked. Chapter 56. We are here as volunteers. We don't know who he is either. Yan Yun's face became even uglier. I got beaten, but I don't know who the opponent is? What do you eat? Several younger brothers looked ashamed. They were too proud at that time and did not take Jiang Yi seriously at all. This resulted in him being killed instantly by Jiang Yi. I don't even know who he is. Brother, don't be angry first.
A younger brother suddenly shouted, although we don't know who he is, I know some information. I heard the nurse say that the man seemed to have a relative who was recuperating in the hospital.
So he will definitely come to the hospital again. As long as we squat at the entrance of the hospital, we will definitely find him.
Yan Yun thought about it and felt that this method was acceptable.
Okay. Just do as you say. You must find the person for me. Yan Yun continued, there is one more thing. Have you recovered the money from the mother and daughter?
The younger brother shook his head and said, no, but the mother and daughter are still in the hospital.
Yan Yun sneered and said, you are really shameless. I have to do the collecting of money myself.
He immediately took his younger brother out of the ward and walked towards the ward of Qingqing, the anorexic girl.
In the ward, Qingqing was drinking white porridge in small sips. After eating the egg noodles made by Zhang Yi, she regained some appetite.
Although I don't want to eat big meals and meat yet. But drinking porridge, eating noodles, and the like is no longer a problem.
Right at this moment. Boom!
The ward door was kicked open. Yan Yun put his hands in his pockets and walked in slowly. The woman was so startled that the porridge in her hand fell to the ground, spilling all over the floor. Qingqing was so frightened that her face turned pale and she hugged the woman's arms tightly.
Yan Yun glanced at the porridge on the ground and smiled coldly. Are you having lunch? You seem to be in a good mood. I just don't know when you will pay me back the money you owe me.
The mother and daughter were so frightened that they trembled, their faces turned pale, and they were unable to speak.
Nothing to say?
Yan Yun glanced around and saw a broom in the corner, so he picked it up.
Then I want to see whether your mouth is hard or your body is hard. As he said this, he was about to hit the two of them. When his broom is about to fall. So many people?
Zhang Yi's voice suddenly sounded at the door of the ward. Hearing the voice, Yan Yun paused, turned around abruptly, and was stunned when he saw the person standing at the door.
Master! Yan Yun held the broom, looking stunned. Zhang Yi walked in with a thermos bucket and said, What a coincidence, what are you doing here?
Cold sweat broke out on Yan Yun's face.
What are you doing here? Collecting usury? You definitely can't say that. Who is the master? A kind-hearted, powerful, and good-hearted person, and he said in front of him that he was going to hit someone? I really can't say. I feel so ashamed.
Yan Yun glanced at the broom in his hand and then at the porridge on the ground.
Ah. I'm here as a volunteer to help clean up.
As soon as these words came out, the mother and daughter were dumbfounded. I can't believe that this is what Yan Yun said.
Be a volunteer? Zhang Yi nodded and said, That's great.
Yan Yun smiled awkwardly, lowered his head and started sweeping the floor. Zhang Yi put down the insulated rice bucket, opened the lid and said, But this mother and daughter are also miserable. The bastard owed a lot of money to loan sharks after gambling, so he just ran away. Let the loan sharks come and trouble them. Qingqing is such a lovely child, but she was frightened into anorexia.
Do you think it's miserable?
Yan Yun lowered his head and echoed, It's tragic, too tragic.
He doesn't even dare to look at Zhang Yi now. Chapter 57 Don't worry, if I catch that boss, I'll give you a slap too. I really can't say that I'm the one lending money at high interest rates.
The younger brothers behind him all lowered their heads.
No one dared to look at Zhang Yi.
I didn't even dare to say a word.
All looking at the floor.
At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds, this floor is so dull.
Zhang Yi continued, These loan sharks have lost their consciences.
It was the husband who owed the money, but he ended up asking his wife and daughter to pay it back. Let that man get away with it while the mother and daughter live in fear. If I see that loan shark,
I must give him a slap.
As soon as these words came out, Yan Yun shuddered all over.
Want a slap?
He was sweating profusely on the spot. Because he had seen with his own eyes how terrifying Zhang Yi's palm was. The 20-centimeter thick iron door was directly dented, and the handprint was 5 or 6 centimeters deep.
This would be like a slap on myself. Wouldn't your body rot then? Zhang Yi noticed that Yan Yun was silent and asked, Why don't you speak? There's still sweat on your face, and you're still shaking? Yan Yun suddenly became nervous. What to do? How to explain it?
He was so panicked that he wanted to take out his cell phone and seek help from netizens.
But then Zhang Yi said, I understand. You must be really angry. Don't worry. If I catch that boss, I'll give you a slap as well. Yan Yun? He really wanted to say that it would be better to forget about this kind of help. But now he could only force a smile. Thank you so much, Master. If you are going to be beaten by Zhang Yi, you have to thank Zhang Yi. You're welcome. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and said, It's just a small matter.
I didn't expect that you, a volunteer, are so kind-hearted.
Yan Yun wiped the cold sweat off his face and said, It's all as I should. Well. Zhang Yi suddenly sighed.
By the way, the crisis between this mother and daughter has not been resolved yet. Before, a group of people came to collect loan sharks but were chased away. But if they beat the little ones, the big ones will surely come.
I'm afraid there will be even more ruthless people coming after them.
The mother and daughter looked at Yen Yun and the group of silent younger brothers behind him.
She wanted to tell Zhang Yi. This gang is the most ruthless. But they didn't dare say anything, for fear that they would kill Zhang Yi after he left.
Yen Yun raised his head, glanced at the mother and daughter, and then said to Zhang Yi, "Master, don't worry. I'll take care of this matter.
No one should come to them to collect usury in the future."
Then he looked at the mother and daughter. "You guys take good care of yourself.
No one will come to you to pay back the money in the future."
Both mother and daughter opened their eyes wide. I couldn't believe what I heard. He was about to be beaten, but as soon as Zhang Yi came out, Yen Yun's attitude changed 180 degrees. Both of them were a little confused.
Zhang Yi looked him up and down and asked, "Can you do it?"
Loan sharks use very shady methods. Yen Yun patted his chest and said, "Don't worry.
I am in business after all. So it can still be done." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "You are such a good person. Since you are here, do you want to have lunch?"
Although it's just a simple meat porridge.
He opened the lid and the aroma immediately filled the air. Yen Yun couldn't help swallowing.
But he knew that he could not stay in this place for long, for fear of being exposed.
So I said, "I can't do that.
I have to go somewhere else to participate in volunteer activities."
Zhang Yi said, "Okay."
Yen Yun continued, "Leave the matter of feeding them to us.
Master, you can go back first."
Zhang Yi nodded, said to Qingqing, "Eat well," and then left.
Seeing Zhang Yi leave, Yen Yun and his group of younger brothers breathed a sigh of relief.
Then he looked at the mother and daughter who were hugging each other, their faces turning pale. Chapter 58. If you had used this heart to pursue other girls, you might have been single by now.
You heard what I just said. We will never come to you for money again. But I also need you to keep it a secret, understand? The woman nodded quickly and said, I understand, I understand."
There was already a storm in her heart.
Who is Zhang Yi? How could it make Yen Yun, the lone shark boss, so scared?
Yen Yun cleaned the floor, then served another bowl of porridge to the woman. After swallowing hard, he said, "Let's go.
Remember not to talk nonsense."
After saying that, he turned around and left with his younger brother.
After a while, Zhang Yi is back. Noticing that Yen Yun was missing, he asked curiously, "Where are they?" The woman said nervously, "I'm done, so I left." "I see." The woman looked at Zhang Yi and said, "Thank you, benefactor." Zhang Yi was a little confused. He didn't do anything, so why did he suddenly thank him? Maybe it's thanks for the meat porridge? Zhang Yi didn't know.
This is not just to thank him for the meat porridge he cooked.
Take your time to eat. Zhang Yi said, "I won't bother you for now." After delivering the meal to the hospital, he now went to deliver meal to Yi Mengyao.
The woman said quickly, "Go slowly, benefactor." Qingqing also shouted, "Goodbye, brother."
She ate something and felt a little stronger. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, nodded to the two of them, and then left the hospital. Not long after, he arrived at the company. When he walked to the elevator, Zhang Yi saw a familiar person. Shou Yuyu,
the young master who had previously invited Yi Mengyao to lunch with Island Country Sushi.
But this time, he didn't come alone. Next to him was a middle-aged man in chef's clothes. Zhang Yi walked to Zhang Yuyu's side and waited for the elevator to come down together. "It's you."
When Zhang Yuyu saw Zhang Yi, his brows immediately frowned.
When he saw Zhang Yi, he felt depressed. Because of Zhang Yi, he and his friends made a big joke last night. Ever since he smelled Zhang Yi's egg noodles, he has been a little distracted. Last night, his friends said he wanted to get together. Then he took the initiative to suggest taking them to eat egg noodles. Let me tell you, egg noodles are delicious. You haven't eaten it before, so you don't know how delicious egg noodles are. He described the smell he smelled at that time, making his group of rich second-generation friends drool. But when we found a restaurant and asked them to bring us egg noodles, the waiter was a little dumbfounded. A bunch of rich young masters just eat egg noodles? So embarrassing. But in the end, the egg noodles came. They took a sip and found that the taste was quite ordinary, not as delicious as Zhang Yuyu said. Zhang Yuyu immediately made a fool of himself. One night, the news that he even thought egg noodles were delicious spread throughout the circle of rich second generations. He was so upset that he didn't dare to go out with friends anymore. Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Yuyu and asked, "What are you doing?" Sending lunch to my wife again?
I think if you had used this much energy to pursue other girls, you might have been single by now.
Zhang Yuyu immediately said, What do you mean, your wife? I'm telling you, don't talk nonsense.
Yi Mengyao is the most beautiful woman in Qingshan City. She has never had any scandals. If she gets married, it will definitely shock the whole city. In my opinion, you are just an actor she hired to pretend to get married.
Zhang Yi said, These days, no one believes the truth anymore? My own parents don't believe it.
The young master in front of him didn't believe it either.
Ding dong. The elevator came down. Zhang Yuyu immediately took the chef into the elevator. Zhang Yi followed closely behind. He.
Zhang Yuyu snorted coldly. Chapter 59. I brought a Michelin 3-star chef with me, and I will definitely defeat Zhang Yi.
Last time, it was indeed the egg noodles you made that were more outstanding.
But this time, I tell you, I'm prepared. He looked proudly at the chef next to him. This is a famous chef in Qingshan City who has the honor of being a 3-star Michelin chef. I brought his specialty. Zhang Yuyu glanced at the lunchbox in Zhang Yi's hand and continued to smile.
This time, she will definitely eat the food I brought. And then leave your noodles alone.
Zhang Yi glanced at the chef next to him. The chef had a cold expression.
He glanced at Zhang Yi and said nothing. Zhang Yi said, I can see that you are very confident.
Of course. Zhang Yuyu said, just wait until you get anxious and cry.
Zhang Yi looked at his exquisite thermos bucket and asked, What did you bring? No.
Zhang Yuyu looked smug and said, You just need to know that this can bring you to complete defeat.
The elevator reaches the top floor. Zhang Yuyu walked out without any hesitation and quickly came to the door of Yi Mengyao's office.
He was stunned when he found that the door had been replaced with glass.
Knock knock. He knocked on the door.
Yi Mengyao looked up and saw Zhang Yuyu at once. She reached for the phone next to her, wanting someone to come up and take Zhang Yuyu away.
But then, she saw Zhang Yi again.
Yi Mengyao stopped and said, Come in.
Zhang Yuyu turned his head, looked at Zhang Yi proudly, and said, Did you see it? She wants to see me. Click. He pushed the door open with the chef. Yi Mengyao stood up and walked towards the door.
Zhang Yuyu's heart moved, and he quickly said, Mengyao, you were so polite, you don't have to get up to greet me.
But the next second, Yi Mengyao walked past him.
Zhang Yuyu froze. Looking back, the scene before him made his pupils tremble. Yi Mengyao walked up to Zhang Yi, smiled and hugged Zhang Yi, saying, Honey, I'm hungry.
Zhang Yi took the lunchbox and said, I brought you lunch. Zhang Yuyu's eyes twitched. Ahem.
He comforted himself in his heart that it was all fake, just acting.
Zhang Yuyu said, Mengyao, I brought lunch too. Yi Mengyao took the lunchbox from Zhang Yi, turned to Zhang Yuyu and said, Eat it yourself. My husband brought me food.
Zhang Yuyu now feels a little chest tightness and shortness of breath, and feels that he needs to prepare some medicine. Yi Mengyao walked to the resting seat next to her,
put down her lunchbox, and looked up to ask Zhang Yi, Hubby, have you had lunch? If you haven't eaten yet, let's eat together.
Zhang Yuyu felt like he was going to vomit blood.
Do you have such a beautiful presence? He quickly said, Mengyao, my lunch is much better than the egg noodles he made. I asked this 3-star Michelin chef to make it. Come and see.
Zhang Yuyu walked forward, put down the thermos bucket, opened the lid and took out the food inside.
This insulated lunchbox is very high-end and can hold many small plates.
The first plate had a piece of bread on it and a serving of condiments on the side. Zhang Yuyu said, This is focaccia bread with vinaigrette.
This bread is for you to fill your stomach, and this vinaigrette is very particular. This is made from extra virgin olive branches from Sicily and 10-year-old balsamic vinegar.
It is not greasy and has a sweet and sour taste. This combination is called the eyes of heaven in the Mediterranean region. Dip the bread in this vinaigrette and take a bite, and the flavor will linger on your lips and teeth. After saying that, he looked at Yi Mengyao.
I hope to see Yi Mengyao's surprised expression turn out.
Yi Mengyao didn't even look at him.
She was always looking at Zhang Yi.
Chapter 60. Zhang Yuyu's delicacies are all out, confident that they can beat egg noodles.
Yi Mengyao looked at Zhang Yuyu and asked, What were you talking about just now? I was looking at my husband and didn't pay attention to what you just said. Zhang Yuyu.
He took a deep breath and comforted himself.
Fine. No big problem. I have many more dishes. Continue explaining, there will always be something that will surprise Yi Mengyao. He took out another plate.
The plate is covered with a layer of crushed ice, and on the crushed ice are 4 red lobsters. Zhang Yuyu said, this dish is called drunken crayfish. Every one of these lobsters comes from Shui, which is well known throughout the country and is a National Geographical indication product. These lobsters were all airlifted here today. Each one is extremely delicious, with sweet and chewy meat. When we process it, we first steam the lobster, then marinate it, and then stew it. And when marinating, the temperature is always kept at 55 degrees. This allows the lobster to retain its freshest flavor. After Zhang Yuyu finished speaking, the chef added a sentence. This dish is worth 499 yuan. For lobsters cost nearly $500, which is already a sky-high price. Zhang Yuyu raised his head proudly. Not everyone can afford so much money to buy lobsters. He said to Yi Mengyao, Mengyao, try it, you will definitely like it. This is much more advanced than egg noodles. Yi Mengyao took a look and said, I don't like lobster. Zhang Yuyu. There was silence. He took a deep breath and then forced a smile. It's okay, there's another dish. Zhang Yuyu took out another plate, this time with 2 pieces of foie gras on it. The foie gras is the length and width of 2 fingers put together. This is foie gras with rice wine. The foie gras is pink and yellow in color, and is garnished with some coriander, making the presentation very beautiful. Zhang Yuyu said proudly, this is Ruji's foie gras. The taste and delicateness of the whole foie gras are very high, just like ice cream. It melts in your mouth as soon as you take a bite. Only restaurants with 3 Michelin stars or above use this kind of good stuff. After saying, he looked at Yi Mengyao expectantly. I want Yi Mengyao to try this delicious delicacy. Yi Mengyao said calmly, why are you looking at me? I have no interest in this. Zhang Yuyu was speechless for a moment. You don't like eating offal? It's okay, I still have something good. He pulled out a bowl from the bottom. The bowl was filled with many pieces of wood, and on top of the wood was a white pigeon leg. The moment the white pigeon legs appeared, a faint fragrance filled the air. Zhang Yuyu said, this is a mature cinnamon pigeon. This white pigeon is aged for 9 days and has cinnamon underneath to maximize the flavor. And we use a fruit wood charcoal stove to roast the cinnamon. When the cinnamon is hot, we release the white doves. During the aging process of pigeon, the fiber chains will gradually break, and then the fat will change, producing a unique flavor. When you bite it, there will be no pulling feeling, and there will be no food stuck in your teeth. He looked at Yi Mengyao. I thought, this time, my pigeon legs can't defeat you? This white pigeon leg is a delicacy. But when he looked up, he found that Yi Mengyao had a calm expression and even looked a little sleepy. Are you done? You can go now. I want to eat. Zhang Yuyu felt like he was about to break apart. Can't even take this? Etc. I have another soup. Zhang Yuyu took out his trump card, the last bowl of soup. This is fresh dendrobium, conch and old chicken soup. This bowl of soup is very delicious. Just one sip will make you linger. And this soup also has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. Chapter 61. What is this? The chef's worldview is about to collapse. Mengyao, you can drink more. Yi Mengyao said calmly, I have no idea. If I want to drink it, I can buy it myself or ask my husband to make it. You should drink yours yourself. Zhang Yuyu clenched his fists. He invited a Michelin 3-star chef, but this still failed to make Yi Mengyao excited? He didn't understand. Every dish here is superb. Isn't it much better than the egg noodles he makes? Why won't you eat a bite? Yi Mengyao said, there is no reason. If I have to give a reason, it's that I love him. He is my husband. What he cooks is always the most delicious. Zhang Yuyu is about to explode. Husband? Does acting have to go to this extent? Don't be so stubborn. Zhang Yuyu said, no matter what you say, his egg noodles are not as good as mine. Yi Mengyao said, I think it's okay as long as it's comparable. Etc. Zhang Yi's voice sounded nearby. What I brought today is not egg noodles. Zhang Yuyu was stunned. Not egg noodles? Besides egg noodles, what else can you cook? Zhang Yi said, you will know soon. After that, he looked at Yi Mengyao and said, open it and take a look. Yi Mengyao nodded slightly, then slowly opened the lid of the lunchbox.
The moment the lid is opened,
it was as if a ray of golden light flashed quickly across everyone's faces.
The next second,
a fragrance wafted throughout the entire office. Yi Mengyao, Zhang Yuyu, and the chef were all frozen at this moment.
Because it smells so good. This fragrance is so refreshing and tempting that it makes people swallow their saliva just by smelling it.
Yi Mengyao said in surprise, "It's rice with gravy."
Zhang Yi nodded and said, "It's potato and beef rice."
The chef's eyes widened as he stared at the lunchbox in front of him, his lips trembling.
It's just a bowl of rice, how can it smell so good? Is this really a rice bowl?
He has been a Michelin 3-star chef for a long time, and spends all day using the highest-end ingredients to make the most beautiful dishes.
So things like egg noodles and rice with gravy. He has long since given up on it. The chef thought this was too rude. Not gourmet food at all.
However, at this moment, the aroma of the rice bowl seemed to condense into a bullet and directly pierced his heart.
This scent. Better than any of his dishes.
Zhang Yuyu's mind was in turmoil, his body was shaking, and he said in a lost voice, "How can it smell so good?"
Zhang Yi said slowly, "It's very simple.
Because the basic requirement of egg noodles is to fill you up, and the ingredients themselves are simple, they can't be considered a delicacy. But this potato beef rice bowl is different.
This is a real treat." Zhang Yuyu felt like he couldn't breathe. That egg noodle is already very fragrant, but it's not considered a delicacy? Now this counts?
He stared at the rice in front of him and swallowed his saliva again and again. The egg noodles were so delicious that he kept thinking about them. This rice bowl is known as a real delicacy.
How delicious must it be?
You brought a lot of good things today. But I also brought more than one rice bowl.
Speaking of, Zhang Yi took out another insulated lunchbox. Mengyao, I brought you some soup. Let's take a look.
Yi Mengyao smiled brightly and happily, and said softly, "My dear, thank you for your hard work.
Actually, this rice bowl is enough for me."
Her small white hands gently opened the lid.
Suddenly, the fragrance is overwhelming. What's this?
The chef was trembling all over.
How can a bowl of soup have such a delicious aroma? He is about to collapse. Chapter 62. You don't even want to call me Godfather.
In just a few minutes, his knowledge as a chef and his worldview suffered a huge impact.
There was a moment like that. He doesn't think he's a 3-star Michelin chef. But he was a wild boy in the mountains. I don't understand anything and I can't do anything. Zhang Yi said, "Cordyceps flour and old duck soup."
I deboned the old duck and mashed it into meat paste, which maximized the freshness of the duck and added a delicate taste. The chef suddenly looked at the soup he had made. In the old chicken soup, there are chicken feet, bones and nails. At this moment, he felt the huge gap in rank.
Remove the bones and puree the meat for soup.
This not only enhances the delicious and delicate taste,
it can also enhance the aesthetics. He looked at Zhang Yi in horror and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?"
When Yi Mengyao saw the chef's shocked expression, she felt happy for Zhang Yi.
My husband is really awesome. Much better than a Michelin 3-star chef.
The chef took a deep breath and asked, "Can I have some?"
He really couldn't help it. These things are so fragrant.
It's too painful to be able to look at it but not eat it.
Zhang Yuyu swallowed his saliva and said, "Friend, can you give me some too?" Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Yuyu calmly. "You're rich here. I was born into a wealthy family. My family has a good business and a good life. You still have many rich second-generation friends who look after you. But now you come to me and say, 'Friend, can you give me some too?' But you have no respect for me at all. You don't consider me a friend. You didn't even bother to say I was willing to pay."
Zhang Yuyu shuddered all over. He was speechless for a moment.
Zhang Yi said, "Just eat what you brought with you, don't waste food."
Yi Mengyao covered her mouth and laughed softly. She used to feel annoyed whenever she saw Zhang Yuyu. But now that Zhang Yi is by her side, she feels different.
Zhang Yuyu really is like a clown, making people laugh. Zhang Yuyu wanted to say something.
But when I smelled the fragrance in the air and looked at the things I brought, there was no smell at all. Any words he wanted to say in rebuttal were stuffed back into his stomach.
Zhang Yi said, "You can go now. My wife wants to eat."
Zhang Yuyu was unwilling, but he had no choice but to pack up his things and leave. When he came, he was full of energy and felt that he could kill Jiang Yi with one blow.
What's the result now? Even the 3-star Michelin chef was shocked by Jiang Yi's cooking skills. This is basically a blast. Can't win even a little.
Staying here any longer would simply be bringing disgrace upon myself. He fled in disgrace with the 3-star chef. When Zhang Yuyu walked out of the door, he heard Yi Mengyao's loud laughter coming from the office. Zhang Yuyu felt even worse. My face was burning with pain. It felt like I was slapped several times, and I wished I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
He left even faster.
Yi Mengyao laughed for a long time before she stopped.
Hubby, you're so nice. She said gently, you brought me so many delicious foods. I love you. Zhang Yi smiled and said, nothing.
Yi Mengyao earns money to support the family, so it's not a loss for her to cook a few meals for herself. What's more, you can complete the task smoothly. It really kills 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yi Mengyao asked, have you eaten? Zhang Yi said, I have eaten.
Try this rice and old duck soup to see if it suits your taste.
Yi Mengyao didn't even try it, and said, of course it fits. As long as you make it, it's to my taste no matter what it is. Zhang Yi smiled and said, where's the lobster?
Yi Mengyao said without thinking, I like to eat what you make.
Chapter 63. You guys are not here to ask for help or money?
I just said that I don't eat seafood, and I was mainly saying this to Zhang Yuyu.
If it was a seafood feast made by Jiang Yi, she would definitely eat it. Jiang Yi smiled and said, hurry up and eat.
After you finish eating, take a rest.
Aha! Yi Mengyao nodded obediently.
While she was resting, Jiang Yi left the office and returned to his post.
Li Xian was still working on a report and he didn't even have time to eat lunch.
When Jiang Yi was asked to do these things before, he thought it must be very easy. As a result, when he started doing it himself, he realized how difficult it was. It almost drove him to a mental and physical breakdown.
Jiang Yi walked over to him, took a look, and said, come on, you've only completed 20%. There are still many things to do. Li Xian was about to cry.
He didn't even have time to wipe the sweat off his face. He could only say, I'm trying my best.
Jiang Yi smiled, turned, and left. The other employees couldn't help but sneak a peek at Li Xian at this moment. They could never have dreamed of it. One day, Li Xian will be ordered around by Jiang Yi and will work him until he is about to collapse. It's a bit magical. Li Xian actually has no temper at all. I don't know what Li Xian feels now. Wait until evening. He left the company and went home to prepare dinner. It was past 6 o'clock and it was already getting dark. Jiang Yi walked into the hospital with dinner. When he walked into the hospital, he saw 2 familiar people. He was the one who came to ask for usury and was beaten by Jiang Yi. They also saw Jiang Yi. The moment they saw Jiang Yi, they quickly avoided his sight, not daring to meet his gaze. Jiang Yi was too lazy to pay attention to them. After Jiang Yi walked away, the 2 turned around tremblingly. He showed up.
Hurry up and call the boss and have someone come over to stop him.
They still remembered Yan Yun's instructions this morning.
Now that they finally saw Jiang Yi coming, they quickly took out their cell phones and told Yan Yun what had happened. Yan Yun was holding the phone, and when he heard that someone was coming, he said, I know.
Keep an eye on him. If he leaves the hospital, tell me immediately. After saying that,
he hung up the phone and ordered his thugs to surround Jiang Yi. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Yi walked out of the hospital and saw the 2 men still at the door. And he was looking around, as if he was waiting for someone.
He walked up to the 2 of them and asked, who are you waiting for?
When they heard the voice suddenly coming from beside them, they were both startled, their faces turned pale instantly, and they almost jumped up in fright. They are really afraid of Jiang Yi. After that slap, they lay in the hospital for a whole day and were still in pain.
Painkillers have no effect. What are you doing behind us? The 2 asked in horror.
Jiang Yi said, I just happened to pass by and saw you 2 looking around here.
What bad things are you doing? The 2 did not dare to meet Jiang Yi's eyes and asked, what's wrong? We act uprightly, how could we possibly do something wrong? Jiang Yi smiled and said, then why don't you dare look at me? This is a sign of a guilty conscience. Are you guys here to ask for money? Both of them were immediately worried. Nothing. They were worried that Jiang Yi would guess the truth and then flee.
If we let Jiang Yi run away like this, it will be difficult to ambush him next time.
How can we call for help? We're just waiting for takeout. Jiang Yi glanced outside and said, Waiting for takeout? Aren't your relatives coming to deliver food? The two were speechless for a moment. People who work in this field, where are their relatives? There is only one page left in the household registration book. Jiang Yi said, Forget it, I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving first. He also has to pick up Yi Mangyao and take her home. When they saw Jiang Yi leaving the hospital, they immediately took out their cell phones and called Yen Yun. Yen Yun said, I understand. My people have arrived and have seen him. Chapter 64. Sorry, I will pay attention next time. He can't leave. People in the two vans all saw Jiang Yi. But because it was dark and Jiang Yi was wearing a helmet, they couldn't recognize Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi got on the electric car and drove to the company. Two vans immediately followed, ready to find an opportunity to capture Jiang Yi and beat him up. After driving for a while, Jiang Yi realized that he was being followed. They are indeed waiting for their accomplices. And it looks like there are quite a lot of people. There are two vans. I hope there will be more than 9 people. To complete the second step of the Grandmaster series of tasks, you need to defeat at least 10 people using the Finger of Zen or the Wind God Kick. He had played one before at the door of Yi Mengyao's office. Now there are 9 people left. Jiang Yi felt that there shouldn't be any problem with 2 chartered cars carrying 9 people. If an ordinary person found himself being followed by 2 vans, he would have panicked. But Jiang Yi is different. He was even a little worried that the other side had too few people. Find a place to deal with them. Jiang Yi took the initiative to drive to a place with fewer people. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Yi stopped in front of an alley. Looking back at the 2 vans following them, Jiang Yi smiled slightly and walked into the alley in front of them. Everyone in the car was a little surprised. He actually walked into the alley? Ha, this idiot is really courting death. This time, the heavens are helping us. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and drive up to block the exit. A van came forward and directly blocked the exit of the alley. If you want to leave the alley, you have to pass through the van. Crash. The car door opened. 5 people got out of the first van. Then the people from the second van came over. Exactly 9 people. The light in the alley was dim and I could only see things within 3 meters. They walked up to Jiang Yi and couldn't help but laugh. Boy, what are you doing here? Looking for a place to pee? Jiang Yi took off his helmet and said calmly, I'm waiting for you. After these words were spoken, the 9 people were stunned and looked at each other. I know you followed me all the way from the hospital entrance to here. You thought that if I walked into the alley and you blocked the exit, you would have surrounded me. But in reality, it's me who's surrounding you now. The 9 people were silent for a moment. Then they couldn't help laughing together. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding me? You said you surrounded 9 of us by yourself? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. My stomach hurts from laughing. Don't mention my stomach aches, I'm almost crying from laughing. They laughed so hard that they fell backwards. After laughing for almost a minute, they slowly calmed down. One person turned around and shouted to the driver in the van, Close the door, or this guy will escape later. How dare you talk to us like that? I'm going to beat the shit out of him today. They rubbed their hands together and walked towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi looked calm. Well. He said nothing, just sighed. In the van, the driver took out cigarettes and a lighter, ready to light a cigarette. He thought his brother should be able to finish the job in the time it takes to smoke a cigarette. As a result, his lighter just came close to the cigarette and he didn't have time to light it. Boom! His van suddenly shook violently. It seems like it was hit by something. Be gentle, don't crash the car. After saying that, he turned his head and looked towards the alley. This glance. He froze, unable to believe it. Bang! His mouth opened, the cigarette fell to the ground, and the lighter fell out of his hand. But he noticed none of it. Chapter 65. Don't be so arrogant, I know a master who is more powerful than you. At this moment, there was only fear on his face. Because he clearly saw that the person who hit the car was not Jiang Yi, but his brother. His brother had his face pressed against the window, which was cracked. It was almost smashed to pieces. I'm sorry. Jiang Yi's voice sounded from behind this person.
He grabbed the man by the collar and threw him aside, then smiled and said to the driver, "I will be more careful next time."
As people were thrown away,
the driver had a thorough understanding of the situation in the alley.
Everyone fell to the ground.
There was a man sitting on the ground leaning against the wall, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, motionless. Others were lying face down on the ground with their hands and feet stiff.
How is that possible?
The driver was trembling all over, his face was pale and he was sweating coldly. In the time it took him to get a lighter, all 9 of his brothers were knocked down.
Zhang Yi defeated 9 people in an instant.
The driver's mind went blank, with only one sentence echoing in his mind.
You didn't surround me, I surrounded you. He finally understood now. This is not a joke at all. This is the truth.
And they all treated it as a joke.
Zhang Yi said, "Stop being so pedantic. Call your boss now. Tell him to call everyone he can. I'm in a hurry. Let's get this resolved all at once."
The driver was so frightened that he could hardly breathe. It would be fine if he defeated everyone in an instant, but now he is also given time to call for help.
Do you really want to wipe out the whole family?
He quickly took out his cell phone. He was so scared that he almost lost his grip on the phone. He trembled as he called Yen Yun and said, "Boss."
Yen Yun held the phone, drank red wine, and asked, "What's going on? Is it done?" The driver looked at Zhang Yi outside the window and said nervously, "No. This person is amazing. He was all alone and he took everybody down. Now he asked me to call you and ask you to call everyone you can." Crash.
Yen Yun stood up suddenly.
So presumptuous? Fuck, what do you think I, Yen Yun, am? Where are you?
I'll bring people there myself.
The driver tremblingly gave an address. Zhang Yi asked, "Are you done shouting?" The driver nodded and said, "That's it.
Our boss is coming here in person."
Zhang Yi said, "Hurry him up, I'm in a hurry." Driver. Listen, is this human language? 10 minutes later.
Several cars were parked on the side of the road.
More than 20 people quickly got out of the car, each holding a weapon.
Yen Yun got out of the car wearing his coat and asked, "Who was so presumptuous?"
Not only did he injure my men. You dare me to call everyone I can.
His words had just fallen.
Boom.
At the exit of the alley, the door of the van opened and the driver was thrown out. He fell to the ground, unconscious. Yen Yun walked through the car door and saw people lying on the ground in the alley.
And what about Zhang Yi?
He was sitting in the driver's seat, as if he had been waiting for them for a long time. Yen Yun said, "You are able to defeat these people, you are indeed quite capable.
But do you really think you are invincible?
I'll tell you.
I know someone who's even better than you.
That man is not only an excellent cook, but also has great strength.
He can even dent a 20-centimeter thick iron door. No matter how powerful you are, you can never be as powerful as that person."
Zhang Yi glanced at him sideways. When he heard the voice, he recognized Yen Yun. He said calmly, "I should have asked your little brother to convey it just now.
Call everyone you can. You can call that person over as well." Chapter 66 Help. What should I do if the master I know becomes my enemy? Yen Yun laughed.
I think you don't realize the seriousness of the matter at all.
You don't really think you can win?
Today I will broaden your horizons.
After saying,
Yen Yun took out his cell phone and started calling Zhang Yi. Seeing the people lying in the alley, he knew that the person in front of him was a master, who could probably kill him with just 2 punches. Facing such a master, Yen Yun knew that his men were of little use.
At this time, only Zhang Yi is clear.
Zhang Yi can break a steel door with 1 palm. His strength is definitely superior to the man in front of him.
I will definitely be able to defeat this guy easily.
The telephone rang suddenly in the silent night sky.
Yen Yun was stunned and looked up ahead.
The ringing sound came from the man in the van in front of him.
How come I was calling Zhang Yi, but the phone of the person in front of me rang? Coincide? It must be like this, just a coincidence. Think of this. He continued to wait.
In the van, Zhang Yi slowly took out his cell phone and answered the call. Yen Yun was delighted when he saw the call was connected.
Master! Master!
At the same time, 2 identical voices rang out. The other one came from the van in front. Yen Yun was simply stunned. The whole person froze in place for a moment, looking stunned. Because he clearly heard his voice coming from the man's cell phone in the van.
What does that mean? The answer is self-evident.
The man in front of me is Zhang Yi. Yan Yun was at a loss. He really didn't expect that the person who injured his men and protected the mother and daughter was actually Zhang Yi.
Well. Zhang Yi hung up the phone and sighed softly. He stepped out of the van.
The light from street lamps and cars shone on him.
So far.
Yan Yun and his younger brothers finally saw Zhang Yi's appearance clearly. I saw that it was really Zhang Yisher.
Yan Yun's body began to tremble violently.
The many younger brothers behind him also lowered their heads and dared not look at Zhang Yi.
I never thought we would meet in this way. What do you want to say now? Yan Yun didn't know what to say anymore.
Now he not only feels embarrassed, but also scared. In the morning, he was pretending to be a good person in front of Zhang Yi and said that he was a volunteer. Now that it's dark, he brings a group of people to block Zhang Yi. He said he wanted to beat Zhang Yi up to avenge his brother.
You have nothing to say? Then I will go over and give you 2 slaps myself.
Or do you want to come here yourself?
Yan Yun lowered his head. He walked slowly in front of Zhang Yi, not daring to look up at Zhang Yi. Bang! Zhang Yi swung his hand and slapped Yan Yun directly on the face. You're lending money at high interest rates, and you still want me to be your thug? What are you dreaming about? The sound is crisp. Everyone present could hear it clearly. Zhang Yi's face swelled up instantly.
But he dared not say a word. The group of younger brothers behind him didn't dare to say a word. When they went to collect money in the past, they were so arrogant that no one dared to say a word in front of them.
And now? The situation is reversed.
They came in a threatening manner, but were eventually punished to stand on the side of the road. The boss was slapped in front of so many people, but they didn't dare to have any opinion.
Zhang Yi's strength is obvious to everyone. One finger pierced through the iron door. 2 palms broke down the iron gate.
Now the iron door of the van has also been removed. There was only one thing they could do at this moment. That is to pray for Yan Yun, hoping that Yan Yun will not be slapped to death by 2 slaps.
Bang!
There was another crisp sound.
Zhang Yi slapped Yan Yun on the other side of his face with his backhand.
Yan Yun's entire face had swollen like a pig's head.
Chapter 67 Need to pay extra.
Yan Yun covered his face.
Bang!
His legs softened and he knelt down in front of Zhang Yi. He lowered his head and whispered, "I'm sorry, master."
I disappoint you. Zhang Yi asked calmly, "Tell me, how did you disappoint me?"
Yan Yun was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect Zhang Yi to suddenly ask this question.
Can't tell? Zhang Yi said, "Then you are too perfunctory." Yan Yun quickly said, "I know. I lent money at high interest rates and sent people to cause trouble for the mother and daughter. And you are narrow-minded, looking for someone to take revenge on you." Zhang Yi nodded and said, "The summary is okay, but I have something to tell you. Actually, I'm not disappointed. There will be disappointment only when there are expectations. I never expected anything from you."
In your eyes, whether it's the mother and daughter, your younger brother, or anyone else, they are all very ordinary people, and can even be described as weak. But in my eyes, there is no difference between you and those people in your eyes.
Boom! Yan Yun was struck by lightning and froze on the spot.
Zhang Yi's words were like a bomb that suddenly exploded in his heart. He always felt that he had millions of dollars in his hands and managed dozens or even hundreds of people, and that he was already a superior person.
Result: in front of Zhang Yi, he is no different from ordinary people. Yan Yun's body began to tremble. This result was unbearable for him. What dignity! What brilliant! All shattered in an instant.
Zhang Yi glanced at the roadside and saw that his electric bike had been knocked to the ground. He looked down at Yan Yun and said, "You brought a group of people to block me today and crashed my car.
Tell me, how are you going to compensate?"
Yan Yun came back to his senses and said weakly, "I can compensate you 150,000.
15,000 is not a small amount.
The average wage per person in Qingshan City is only 4,000 yuan, and 150,000 yuan is more than the annual income of many families."
Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Not enough.
Let's not talk about my mental damages, fear compensation, and other things.
Just my electric car.
This car has been with me for almost 3 years. The friendship between us cannot be measured by a mere 150,000 yuan.
The corner of Yan Yun's eye twitched.
The younger brothers behind him were also silent.
What is mental damages? Still worried about the fees? Look at all these people lying on the ground. Do you really need this kind of thing?
Who can make you suffer mental loss and worry?
What's even more outrageous is friendship with electric cars? This is outrageous. Yan Yun took a deep breath and asked, what should we do then?
Zhang Yi said calmly, it will cost more money, 300,000.
Yan Yun. Many younger brothers.
I was just talking about friendship and how it cannot be measured by money. Then he asked for more money.
The price doubled. Yan Yun lowered his head and said, okay. Transfer me the money now.
Zhang Yi said, hurry up, I still have to pick up my wife. Yan Yun stood up and immediately transferred 300,000 yuan to Zhang Yi.
After receiving the text message, Zhang Yi walked to the electric bike and picked it up. It can still be opened normally. In fact, there is nothing wrong with the car and it does not affect driving.
Zhang Yi got in the car, said nothing, and drove away. Yan Yun stared at Zhang Yi in a daze until he disappeared. When Zhang Yi left, he didn't say a word, not even a word to persuade him to turn back, which made Yan Yun feel extremely heartbroken. He realized that what Zhang Yi had just said was true. In Zhang Yi's eyes, he is really just an inconspicuous person. Whether Yan Yun looked back or not, it made no difference to Zhang Yi. Anyway, there is no one who can fight. Chapter 68. A new task has arrived, and it's actually related to driving? When Zhang Yi left. Ding dong. The system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the master for successfully completing the second step of the Grandmaster series. Rewards will now be distributed. Reward, Grandmaster level Iron Shirt. Description, a powerful martial art that combines both offensive and defensive capabilities. After receiving it, you can immediately learn the Grandmaster Iron Shirt. The Iron Shirt can not only instantly resist and deflect the opponent's attack, but also cause huge damage to the opponent through collision. Rewards have been distributed. Successfully activated the series of tasks, the third step of the Grandmaster series of tasks. The Grandmaster. Introduction. Dragon Country has a history of 5,000 years, and too many peerless martial arts have been lost in history. Now you will make these martial arts reappear in the world. Current progress, Step 3. Mission content, use the martial arts you have learned to defeat at least 30 people. 030. It's not over yet. The system's voice continues. Activate new task. It is detected that the owner is currently driving. The new task is, buy a new electric car. Zhang Yi's heart moved. Not only did he complete the second step of the Grandmaster mission, but he also obtained a new martial art. Also unlocked new tasks. When Zhang Yi saw the new martial arts, many ideas already came to his mind. The Iron Shirt can not only be used for defense, but also can be used to knock things away, and can even be attached to other martial arts to increase their power. For example, when facing an enemy wielding a sword, it is very dangerous to confront him head-on with fists and feet. But what if you use Iron Shirt and then fight back? His fists and feet can block the opponent's sword attacks. This new mission. I feel like the reward should be related to driving. It is always good to have many skills. Zhang Yi was in a good mood. The rewards given by the system will get better and better. Maybe later on, the reward recipes will give you special effects after you cook and eat the dishes. For example, detoxification and beauty, or strengthening the physical body, increasing strength, and so on. There is also martial arts, and later on you may come across cultivation of immortals. Even the task of driving. Maybe in the future, anything can be used as a car. There is nothing in the world that cannot be opened by Zhang Yi. How can transportation be such an inconvenient thing? Zhang Yi drove to the company, and when he arrived at the office door, he just saw Yi Mengyao standing up. It seems that the work is done. She saw Zhang Yi standing outside the door and immediately walked over. Yi Mengyao smiled sweetly and said, "Are you coming to pick me up again?" Zhang Yi nodded gently and said, "Yes, are you done?" "Just finished my work." Yi Mengyao reached out and grabbed Zhang Yi's hand and said, "Let's go." She went downstairs with Zhang Yi. When walking past Zhang Yi's workplace, Li Xian just walked out of the door and was about to go downstairs to get some takeout. As a result, as soon as I went out, I saw Zhang Yi and Yi Mengyao walking towards me, talking and laughing not far away.
Li Xian was almost frightened to death.
These two are holding hands.
And they still look so intimate. Oh my god.
He was so frightened that he quickly hid back in the work area, with his back pressed against the door, and swallowed hard. I still feel a little scared. If I had been seen by the two of them just now, I would probably be in big trouble. He really has a relationship with the president.
Even after all this, his parents still want me to introduce him to a girlfriend? This is an attempt to kill me. Li Xian felt like he needed to drink some water to calm down. Right at this moment,
he saw Fatty Chen passing by.
Fatty Chen looked at Li Xian clinging to the wall with a strange expression, wondering what he was doing. Why are you hiding here like a rat?
After saying that, he walked out.
Li Xian didn't say anything, but just silently moved to the side a few times to make room for Fatty Chen. Next second. Brush. Fatty Chen flashed back instantly and also stuck to the wall.
His chest was heaving, his face was pale, and he looked frightened.
Chapter 69 Long Tian, am I really a genius? Li Xian stood beside him and looked at him with an I knew it look. Fatty Chen turned around and glared at Li Xian. Why don't you say anything? I just thought you had a mental problem. Li Xian. Damn it.
If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have given up my seat to Fatty Chen. After waiting for half a minute, Jiang Yi and Yi Mengyao walked in from outside, and then the two dared to go out.
Seeing Jiang Yi and Yi Mengyao leave, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. But then, Fei Chen began to feel uneasy.
When he introduced a girl to Jiang Yi and was driven away by Yi Mengyao, Fei Chen could only guess about their relationship. Now we see the two of them holding hands, talking and laughing as they leave work.
Fatty Chen is sure now.
These two people are at least in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Thinking of all the ways he had targeted Jiang Yi in the past, Fei Chen broke out in a cold sweat.
How about quitting your job and running away?
But if I leave, this high-paying job will be gone.
Now that things have come to this, what should I do? Fei Chen can't think of any solution now. Does he need to prepare a will in advance? Jiang Yi and Yi Mengyao went downstairs and walked through the living room. Everyone in the living room looked at the two people leaving in shock. Hand in hand? Damn, the most beautiful woman in Qingshan City has been captured? Who is this man? Everyone couldn't calm down.
In the corner, a young man in a suit silently took out his mobile phone and made a call.
Boss. There is always a man following Yi Mengyao. It's not easy for us to do it. The other end of the phone.
Long Tian was silent for a moment, then said, find a way to lure him away, or lock him up.
He has already started to have people kidnap Yi Mengyao and seize the company. The man in the suit nodded and said, I understand. It might take a little time though. Long Tian said, I can wait.
He has been waiting for this operation for half a year, so it wouldn't be difficult to wait another day or two. He hung up the phone, sat on the leather sofa and poured himself a glass of red wine.
Yi Mengyao, although I can't get you now. But once I take over your company, won't it be easy to take you over?
He took a sip of red wine and felt in a good mood.
In the company.
The man in the suit watched the two leave silently.
What should we do?
He thought about it carefully for a while, and finally felt that arresting Jiang Yi was the best way.
If I catch this man,
that will not only reduce the difficulty of capturing Yi Mengyao, but can also be used to threaten Yi Mengyao. It really kills two birds with one stone.
The man in the suit thought that he might be a genius. As for how to catch this man, he thought about it for a while.
Yi Mengyao is rarely alone now, but this man is different.
He runs outside all day long.
I just have to wait until tomorrow, when he's alone, and then I'll have a chance to control him.
Think of this.
The man in the suit raised his lips.
Okay, let's do it. Now go back and tell others about the plan.
With a smug smile on his face, he stood up and left.
Just wait till tomorrow to take action. Jiang Yi and Yi Mengyao returned home. What do you want to eat tonight? Yi Mengyao looked at Jiang Yi and said with a smile, I want to eat everything you cook.
Jiang Yi smiled and said, then I'll make you some sweet and sour pork ribs.
He went into the kitchen and started working. Finished the meal.
The two sat on the sofa, watching TV and chatting at the same time.
At around 9 o'clock, Jiang Yi went to take a shower. However, not long after he entered the bathroom door was opened. It's Yi Mengyao.
She was wrapped in a bath towel, standing at the door with a flushed face. I want to take a shower together. Her voice was very soft. But Jiang Yi still heard it clearly. Forget it. Yi Mengyao felt that she was still too shy and turned around to leave.
But it has come to this, can Jiang Yi tolerate it?
He reached out and grabbed Yi Mengyao's wrist and dragged her into the bathroom.
Bang!
The bathroom door was closed.
Chapter 70, Plan to Capture Jiang Yi. The next morning,
Jiang Yi woke up from the bed, opened his eyes and saw Yi Mengyao hugging him. She was sleeping soundly with a peaceful smile on her pretty face. She was dozens of times more beautiful than the legendary Sleeping Beauty.
Jiang Yi didn't even want to get up.
He now had some understanding of what "from now on the king will not hold court early in the morning" meant. But this is just a thought.
I also need to eat.
Then go buy a car to complete the mission. He got out of bed to prepare breakfast, planning to make some meat porridge today. She hasn't tasted the porridge I made yet.
At 7:30, Yi Mengyao woke up. She went downstairs sleepily and immediately smelled the fragrance in the air. Jiang Yi just came out with some hot porridge.
When he saw her standing on the stairs, he said, "Go wash your face, then come for breakfast.
Today we are having vegetable and lean meat porridge." Yi Mengyao's eyes lit up and she said happily, "Great."
She just wanted to eat porridge today.
After washing their faces, they ate hot porridge together.
This hot porridge tastes sweet. After one mouthful, the fragrance lingers on your lips and teeth for a long time.
It makes people feel endless aftertaste. It's delicious. Yi Mengyao was surprised and asked, "How did you do this?" "I want to learn." Jiang Yi smiled and said, "It's enough if I can do it. What's the point of learning it?" Yi Mengyao said, "I'll make it for you."
Jiang Yi felt a little warm in his heart.
After breakfast, the two left the villa together. Jiang Yi went to the hospital and Yi Mengyao went to the company.
After delivering breakfast to his parents, he took a bus to buy a new car.
"I just received 300,000 yesterday."
Jiang Yi decided to buy a better new car this time. "I'll search online to see what electric cars are good to use now. It's not that I can't afford 4 wheels." But Jiang Yi had no interest in these cars, having driven quite a few in his previous life.
"In the end, I found that electric cars are more to my taste. And Yi Mengyao's family already has a 4-wheeler."
Jiang Yi searched for the brand, then opened the map software, found a store, and drove over. More than 10 minutes later, he arrived at his destination.
Hoodie Electric Vehicles, Xingshan City Headquarters.
From the outside, there were quite a few people choosing cars inside.
As soon as Jiang Yi walked in, a waiter came up to ask him, "Sir, are you here to choose a car?" Jiang Yi nodded.
"Sir, you really have a good vision.
Our Hoodie Electric Vehicles sell 20 million units every year across the country. Our electric cars focus on new energy, cleanliness, and environmental protection." Jiang Yi listened for a while and said, "Which one is the most popular here?" The waiter's eyes lit up.
"Sir, please follow me." She took Jiang Yi to a row of electric cars and said, "These are our most popular models this year. The price is $59.99, and the favorable review rate is as high as 90%.
Jiang Yi took a look at the car and thought it looked pretty good. He said, "Let's go with this one." "Yes, sir." The waiter asked happily, "Excuse me, sir, do you have any favorite colors?" Jiang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Gray."
Black absorbs too much heat and white gets dirty too easily, so choose gray, which is in between.
The waiter said, "I'll check the inventory right away."
"Sir, please take a seat in the lounge.
There are free refreshments for you to enjoy." After she brought Jiang Yi to the lounge, she left in a hurry to check the inventory. Because this style is really popular. More than a dozen cars are sold every day.
Jiang Yi sat on the sofa and looked at the snacks on the table. There are drinks such as purified water, coffee, milk tea, and cola.
It can be said that everyone from children to the elderly can drink them. There is always one that suits you.
Jiang Yi poured himself a glass of purified water, looked up and saw a young man in a suit walk in and sit directly opposite him.
The man was wearing sunglasses and Jiang Yi couldn't see his eyes. But Jiang Yi didn't care.
The man in a suit and sunglasses looked at Jiang Yi quietly. He is Long Tian's subordinate. This time I came here to find an opportunity to catch Jiang Yi. After that, Jiang Yi can be used to threaten Yi Mengyao, or reduce the difficulty of capturing Yi Mengyao.
Gentlemen. The waiter came back. Chapter 71. I just picked up a new car. You're lucky, we just happened to have the last gray one left. Gray is also very popular. Sir, please come with me and have a look. Zhang Yi went with her to see the car. Zhang Yi was very satisfied and said directly that this was the one. The waiter smiled happily and immediately took Zhang Yi to take photos and go through the formalities. Our cars have a 5-year warranty. If you have any questions, give us a call. We will send someone to check on you. Then he gave Zhang Yi a helmet. The car has been purchased. Zhang Yi drove away in his new electric car. On the way out, he asked the waiter, "Do you recycle old electric vehicles here?" The waiter was stunned. Then he nodded and said, "It can be recycled." Zhang Yi sold his old electric car, but it was only worth 600 yuan. Take care, sir. The waiter respectfully watched Zhang Yi leave. Zhang Yi drove away. The new car does feel different, it is not only quiet but also very smooth to drive. At this time, the man in a suit walked out of the car shop. He looked at the direction Zhang Yi left, took out his cell phone and made a call, saying, he left. It's time to get started. Zhang Yi drove to an intersection. The light was red, so his car slowly stopped. Ding dong. The system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the owner, you have successfully completed the task of buying a new car. Now you will start distributing rewards. Reward 1, God Level Inertial Drift. Introduction. After receiving it, you can immediately gain the experience of God Level Inertial Drift. No matter what kind of vehicle you drive, you can use inertia to drift. Reward 2, God Level Acceleration Through Corners. Introduction. After receiving it, you can immediately gain the experience of God Level Acceleration Through Corners. Fast in a curve is the real fast, who can't step on the accelerator in a straight line. Rewards have been distributed. There are no new tasks at the moment, please enjoy your life. The system sound disappears. After the rewards were distributed, Zhang Yi suddenly felt that he and the electric bike he was sitting on became extremely familiar. It seems like I have driven it many times. Before Zhang Yi could have any other ideas, a van suddenly rushed from behind Zhang Yi and hit him directly. Bang! The electric bike was knocked over and slid forward due to the intense friction with the ground. Sparks flew all the way. All the cars at the intersection stopped. Everyone looked at this sight in shock. A car accident? The car was at least 7 or 8 meters away. Where's the driver? Was he knocked away? Should we call an ambulance? People's eyes searched quickly, trying to find Zhang Yi, who was knocked away. In the van, the two men were also looking for Zhang Yi. Their plan was to hit Zhang Yi directly, preferably to kill or cripple him. If that doesn't work, there is always a backup plan. That is to trick Zhang Yi away under the pretext of negotiation, and then a group of people beat him up. He was hit by a car and must have been injured. He was definitely no match for 7 or 8 people. Strange, where are the people? Was he run over by us? They just saw Zhang Yi crashing into them on an electric bike. How come Zhang Yi disappeared in the blink of an eye? At this time, Zhang Yi stood on the roof of the van. He looked at the electric bike that was knocked away and was silent for a long time. The moment the electric bike was hit, his body reacted automatically. The Grandmaster level martial arts had enabled his body to produce conditioned reflexes. He immediately used his iron shirt to block the impact, then he stomped his wind god legs on the ground, and flew into the air and landed on the roof of the van. I just picked up a new car. Just got it, haven't even driven it for 5 minutes. It was actually broken. How can this be tolerated? Chapter 72 will give you 20,000 yuan. Bang! Zhang Yi jumped down from the roof of the car. The two men in the car were still looking around, trying to find Zhang Yi. Right at this moment. Click! The car door was opened. The man in the driver's seat was startled and immediately turned his head to look. But before he could see clearly, his collar was grabbed. Zhang Yi directly pulled him out of the car. Can you drive? Can't you see the red light ahead? I just picked up the car and haven't even driven it for 5 minutes. You accompany me in the car. The man was completely stunned. He didn't expect that Zhang Yi would suddenly appear beside him. He never expected that he would be dragged out directly. His mind went blank and he was unable to react for a moment. Say,
Zhang Yi said, my car is worth 6,000 yuan, including the mental damages, you have to pay me at least 10,000 yuan. The man came back to his senses a little. He glanced at the car, then swallowed and said, no problem.
The man didn't understand. Why was Zhang Yi unharmed?
It was obvious that they had just crashed into him with all their might.
Things have come to this. He could only implement plan 2.
That is to trick Zhang Yi into the car, and then take him to the wilderness and control him.
We'll accompany you.
The man gradually calmed down.
He said, we will give you 20,000 yuan.
Hearing this, Zhang Yi let go of the other person.
Give me the money quickly.
Zhang Yi said, I still need to take the car to be repaired.
Fortunately, this is a new car with a 5-year warranty.
Although it is now smoking due to being hit, it should be reparable normally.
Even get a new one.
The man stood firm and said with an awkward smile, sorry, we don't have that much money.
Let's do this. Come with us in the car, we'll go to the bank to get the money. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and said, that's fine.
The man raised his mouth. The man in front of him was so stupid.
He was fooled so easily. Let's get in the car, then? Zhang Yi said, wait a minute. Now electric vehicles are blocking the middle of the road, affecting traffic. Let me fix my electric bike first.
He took out his cell phone and called the people from the car shop to come and tow the car back for repairs. Then he walked over and pulled the electric bike to the side of the road alone. The two men in the van blinked their eyes when they saw the scene.
Brother, this guy seems to be quite strong?
The man sitting in the driver's seat took a deep breath and said, it's okay, we have a lot of people. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. No matter how strong he is, he will be beaten when the time comes. The man in the passenger seat smiled and said, brother, what you said makes sense.
Of course. Your eldest brother graduated from a technical secondary school. He is a cultured person. My younger brother immediately looked admiring.
After more than 10 minutes, people from the car shop arrived.
After they understood the situation, they took Zhang Yi's car away. Zhang Yi walked to the side of the van, opened the door and got in. Hurry up. He said, go to the bank and get me the money right now. The man in the driver's seat nodded and said, let's go now.
The van started and headed towards the suburbs.
A few minutes later,
Zhang Yi saw the bank missing outside.
Aren't you going to the bank?
He said, there's a bank right behind. The man laughed and said, we have no money in that bank. The man in the passenger seat also said, wait a moment, we'll give you the money when we say so.
My eldest brother went to a technical secondary school. How could he be 20,000 yuan short of you? Zhang Yi didn't say anything.
Then a few minutes later he saw another bank being missed.
Not this one either? No. The man in the passenger seat said, you should talk less. We'll stop when we get there. Chapter 73. I'm going to challenge a dozen of you alone, right? Zhang Yi watched the car drive towards the suburbs.
At the same time, he also found that there were several vans following the car.
See this scene. Zhang Yi already had a guess in his mind.
These 2 people deliberately hit his car in order to trick him into getting into the car and then take him to the wilderness.
20 minutes later, the car arrived at the suburbs and stopped at a large uninhabited wasteland. Crash.
As soon as the car stopped, it was surrounded by several vans. The man in the passenger seat laughed out loud. He turned his head to look at Zhang Yi and said, you were such a fool, you actually.
Not finished yet.
A fist quickly enlarged before his eyes.
Bang. Zhang Yi punched him on the nose, breaking it. Ah.
His face was covered in blood and he was holding his nose and screaming.
Zhang Yi said, you can't even dodge this punch. I think you are a fool.
Then he took action again and controlled the man driving the car in the first possible moment.
The doors of the surrounding vans opened and more than a dozen people got out.
They walked towards the car where Zhang Yi was, as if they wanted to catch Zhang Yi.
I really don't understand what the boss is thinking. He wants so many of us to go out just to arrest one person. It's just that I feel like I can complete the task by myself. Can you please do it?
I'm sleeping in the car.
I feel a little sleepy. They walked and talked and laughed. Right at this moment. Bang!
The car door opened. A man covered his nose and rolled out of the car.
Help! It hurts.
He kept on shouting. This sudden scene stunned everyone around. They looked hurriedly into the car. The scene before them made them a little dazed. Because they all saw clearly. Zhang Yi pinched the driver's neck and slowly walked out of the car. There are quite a lot of people. Zhang Yi controlled the driver and said, "If you want to help me fix my car, you can go to the car shop." After hearing Zhang Yi's words, everyone came back to their senses. Surrounded by so many of us, you still have the mood to say such things? Zhang Yi smiled faintly. A lot? Not much. Everyone frowned and felt a little unhappy. Isn't this too much of a disregard for them? They are famous thugs. Each of them is a veteran and can fight two at the same time. You are just one person, why are you so arrogant? Zhang Yi said calmly, "I'm not being arrogant, I'm just telling the truth." Court death. Some people couldn't help but take action. But at this time, Zhang Yi exerted a little force on his hands. Ah! The driver screamed, scaring the others. Calm down. Otherwise, I'll kill him first. This scene left everyone present speechless for a while. No one expected that the person who drove Zhang Yi here would become Zhang Yi's hostage. With hostages present, it's difficult for them to take action. After all, they are brothers who have been through thick and thin together. Let him go. Someone said, "Let's have a fair duel." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "I'm going to challenge more than a dozen of you alone, right?" The man suddenly stopped talking. Because the idea was spoken. But before they could continue speaking, Zhang Yi continued. "It's not impossible. Let me see how much you weigh." The words fell. Zhang Yi let go of the person in his hand and kicked him out. Wind god leg. Really look at how much it weighs. Ah! The driver screamed and flew sideways, knocking 4 people away. Including the driver, a total of 5 people flew out, 2 fell to the ground in a mess, and the other 3 hit the tree trunks before bouncing off the ground. Just a few seconds. There were a few more people lying on the ground, screaming. They rolled on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. The eyes of the rest of the people widened. Chapter 74 Long Tian, damn, I fell into the trap. Zhang Yi walked towards the remaining people. The group came to their senses and quickly retreated. It's so horrible. He kicked the man several meters away. How much strength does this require? Are you scared? Zhang Yi said, "Weren't you guys quite talkative just now? Don't be so presumptuous." One person couldn't bear it anymore, and ran towards Zhang Yi with a shout. He took the steel pipe and smashed it hard on Zhang Yi's head. The steel pipe swung at an extremely fast speed, with great force. Zhang Yi did not dodge or evade, but directly blocked the stick with his head. Iron shirt. When? There was a sound of steel colliding. Ah! The man holding the steel pipe only felt that he was hitting steel. The recoil force, which was multiplied several times, was transmitted to his hands, causing them to become limp. There were a large number of tiny cracks in the bones inside. He screamed and staggered backward. His right hand was broken and he could hardly hold the steel pipe. Let us look at Zhang Yi. He was hit on the head with a stick, but was unharmed. Zhang Yi reached out and took the steel pipe, then hit it with his backhand. Boom! He hit the man on the head with a stick. Although both of them hit the head, the sounds were completely different. The man fell straight to the ground, blood was flowing from his head, and there were marks on the ground. Clang! Zhang Yi threw the steel pipe away with a calm expression. This man hit his own head, obviously intending to cripple himself. There is no need to be soft-hearted when facing such people. If the other party is polite, then be polite to him/her. If the other party is ruthless, then use even more ruthless means to retaliate. Zhang Yi stepped on his body and walked over. The remaining people can no longer stand. Everyone saw it clearly just now. Zhang Yi was hit by a stick, but he was not hurt at all. Instead, the person who hit him was shocked and screamed. After that, he was knocked down by a stick, and it seemed that his body was a little straight. You are not human. They looked at Zhang Yi in horror. He kicked someone several meters away, and was not hurt by a stick. Is he really a human being? You are not a human being. Zhang Yi said, "You are always fighting and killing, how dare you say such things?" He walked forward and knocked all the men down. After that, he squatted in front of a man and said, "I am a kind person. Now I will give you a chance."
call over here the people you asked to deal with me. Otherwise. Zhang Yi didn't say anything else, just smiled faintly. This smile, in the eyes of others, looked like that of a ghost. I scream. I'll call now. They didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, for fear of being killed by Zhang Yi. The man took out his cell phone and quickly made a call. Boss. We have captured the man. Come and take a look. The other end of the phone. Long Tian's heart moved, and he asked in surprise, so fast? That's great. Then I can get the other group started now. Also, where are you? I'll be there right away. After getting the address, Long Tian hung up the phone. He called another group and asked them to take action to capture Yi Mengyao. Then he drove to meet Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi found a bundle of ropes in the van and tied up all the people. Prevent them from escaping. Then he sat in the van, quietly waiting for Long Tian to come. More than 20 minutes later, Zhang Yi saw a BMW coming from a distance. Long Tian was sitting in the driver's seat and saw a group of people being tied up. He immediately felt something was wrong. Immediately following, he saw Zhang Yi getting out of the car. Oh my god! I fell into the trap. Long Tian reacted very quickly, immediately shifted into reverse gear and the car moved backwards rapidly. After turning around, he drove immediately towards the city. Afraid of being caught by Zhang Yi. Chapter 75. I'm not kidding, there's a van drifting on the highway. Oh my god, running so fast? Zhang Yi didn't expect that Long Tian would turn around and run away. You dare to ask someone to kidnap me, but you don't dare to face me directly? Oomph, can you run away? Zhang Yi turned around and walked into the van, started the car, and chased. The roads in the suburbs are bumpy. Long Tian's car was blocked and he didn't dare to drive at the fastest speed. Despite this, he still felt a little dizzy. He didn't catch up, did he? Long Tian looked at the rearview mirror. This sight gave him a fright. There was a van coming speeding from behind, so fast that a cloud of dust was billowing behind the car. If you don't know, you might think there is a group of bison running in the desert behind us. How dare he drive so fast? Long Tian was sweating profusely. He didn't know that Zhang Yi was driving a Wuhong van. Wuhong's name is well known in the industry, and its main feature is that it is cheap and durable. But the main reason is, this car is not Zhang Yi's. I won't feel bad if it breaks. Just charge and it's done. Zhang Yi drove a van to catch up with Long Tian's car and crashed into the rear of his car. Boom! Suffered severe impact. Long Tian became even more panicked. This person is crazy. You really dare to hit me? He also stepped on the accelerator and increased his speed, not daring to let Zhang Yi force him to stop. Zhang Yi followed closely behind. The other party has already sent people to deal with me, how could I let him go? Not only does he want to kidnap Mengyao, he now wants to kidnap me too. Then let me catch him now. Give someone a taste of their own medicine. Now is the best time to catch Long Tian. Because the current road conditions are favorable to Zhang Yi and unfavorable to Long Tian. Zhang Yi drove a van and hit Long Tian's car again. The back of Long Tian's car had been deformed. The speed was also slightly affected. Zhang Yi was ready to hit it for the third time. As a result, at this time, he and Long Tian had returned to the road. The road here was flat, and Long Tian's car was no longer restricted and its speed increased sharply. Zhang Yi could only follow closely behind him, barely keeping a distance from him. Long Tian glanced at the van in the rearview mirror and found that Zhang Yi had been following him. His face looked quite ugly. Like a ghost. Isn't it just to let a group of people beat him up and then catch him? Why are you following me so closely? He looked ahead, wanting to get into the city as quickly as possible. As long as you get back to the city, you won't have to worry. As long as we enter the city, no matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to do anything to me. On flat ground, his van doesn't perform as well as mine. Okay. Next, I'm going to use 2 turns to make him disappear from the rearview mirror. Because my family is rich. Long Tian drives a lot, and has even raced with others. So he was confident that his driving skills were far superior to Zhang Yi's. There's a big turn ahead. The opportunity has come. He slammed on the brakes, turned the car around suddenly, and started drifting. Zhang Yi saw what he was thinking. He also stepped on the brakes and then controlled the steering wheel to drift. Long Tian turned his head and looked to the side.
His eyes widened when he saw Zhang Yi's car approaching him sideways.
Drift. Moreover, the speed is faster than mine and the drift is of extremely high purity. Is this really a van?
He saw that the tires of the van had begun to smoke.
Stop joking. The bend ends.
He immediately straightened the steering wheel, then released the brake and stepped on the accelerator.
Boom! A string of flames came out of the car's chimney. I have to completely get rid of him before entering the S-curve ahead. 100 meters later. The second bend arrives. This is an S-curve, and there are warning and speed limit signs at the intersection.
Long Tian gripped the steering wheel tightly and said, "When it comes to driving, I won't lose to you."
Chapter 76 God-level acceleration through the corner. Enter the bend.
Long Tian quickly switched gears, then stepped on the brakes and controlled the steering wheel. He completed all operations in an instant, and the car floated out at an angle.
It's a perfect drift.
So much so that after finishing it, Long Tian even smiled.
This drift will definitely help him get rid of Zhang Yi. But he turned around.
Then he saw the van, just like him, running sideways into the curve. Moreover, the distance between the van and himself was getting closer and closer.
Are you kidding me?
There was already cold sweat on Long Tian's forehead.
I can't even outrun an old Wuhong van? Am I having a nightmare right now?
Long Tian reached out and wiped away the cold sweat.
The second bend is coming soon. I'm a talented amateur racer. How could I lose? He immediately adjusted his direction and drifted into the second turn. But he looked back.
He found that Zhang Yi was still following closely behind him.
Swish!
Both cars came out of the curve at the same time.
Zhang Yi rolled down the window and looked at Long Tian. Long Tian's face had turned 3 shades paler.
What was happening now made him feel like he was dreaming.
Your luxury car can't run faster than a van on flat ground? If I say this out loud, I'm afraid no one will believe it.
Fortunately, after passing the last bend ahead, we can enter the city.
As long as I get into the city, I'll be safe. He thought to himself. Zhang Yi couldn't just arrest him in front of everyone, right?
Long Tian stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, trying to create a clear distance between himself and Zhang Yi before the last bend. Because he remembered the bend ahead was very big.
Any car must slow down when entering that curve. Otherwise it will definitely fail. Even many professional racing drivers have problems here. It looked like we were about to enter a bend. Long Tian decisively stepped on the brakes to slow down. And at this time, brush!
Zhang Yi's van rushed directly past him.
Long Tian was stunned. Then he laughed out loud. Is he stupid?
How dare you rush into this curve at such a fast speed?
This is the famous death curve in Qingshan City, the death spin.
Because Zhang Yi's van was driving too fast.
So this moment. Along the entire road, many drivers' eyes fell on the van.
There was a racing driver who was taking a rest on the side of the road, and he also looked over in surprise.
Is this the first time for the people inside to come to Qingshan City? How dare they enter the death rotation at such a fast speed? Is he tired of living and wants to die? Today's death spiral will add another car accident. The driver couldn't help but murmur.
The two racers took a sip of the mineral water. This situation is nothing new, and they habitually take out their cell phones to call an ambulance.
Long Tian looked at Zhang Yi's van excitedly.
He seemed to have seen the scene of Zhang Yi's car overturning. As long as he flips over.
My plan was successful. Ha ha ha. God is helping me. Now.
Zhang Yi drove the van and plunged into the death spiral. This curve is very exaggerated, with a turn of nearly 180 degrees. Even though Zhang Yi used drift, the car was still approaching the railing at a very fast speed. Zhang Yi was driving too fast and the curve was too wide, so this turn exceeded the performance limit of the van.
Long Tian's mouth was about to split open with laughter. No need to say more. Too fast.
There's no section of road in the death spiral where you can correct your movements or slow down.
One more second. Zhang Yi's van would hit the railing and then overturn.
But now, Zhang Yi looked calm. In just half a second, he adjusted the direction, changed gears, and stepped on the accelerator, all in one go.
God-level acceleration through corners. Chapter 77 Call the coach immediately, there is a ferry in Qingshan City.
The tires of the van rubbed violently on the ground. At the moment when the rear end of the car was about to hit the fence, the speed of the car increased sharply, like an arrow shot from a bow, and went straight away from the fence.
This moment, Long Tian was dumbfounded.
The two racers at the intersection were frozen in place, holding their phones.
Crash.
They were stunned and forgot to swallow the water in their mouths, which now all flowed out. All the other drivers also stopped their cars and looked at Zhang Yi's van stupidly.
What was that just now? Not drift? What happened in that short second completely overturned their cognition.
The two racers recovered slightly. They closed their mouths with difficulty and looked at each other. They both saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes.
What was that just now? You can't go wrong, speed up and turn the corner. The legendary acceleration through the corners.
That's a skill only legendary racers can master. It is said that in the entire racing world, there are no more than 5 people who have mastered this method in history.
And now,
they couldn't believe that they actually saw this move in the suburbs of Qingshan City.
Call the coach right away. There are gods in Qingshan City. What ambulance? What alarm? Forgot all.
They grabbed their cell phones and called their coaches right away.
And in another car, Long Tian was sweating profusely. This is impossible, I don't believe it. Is he really a human being?
He felt that the operation just now was not something a human could do.
Did I see the ghost of a dead racer in this bend? I know the performance of that van very well.
It is absolutely impossible to do such a thing, but he succeeded.
This is really a perfect turn that is too magical to be true. Long Tian began to doubt his life.
I drive a late model, $1 million luxury car.
It can't even outrun a van from 10 years ago. Who the hell is he? Top racer? How does Yi Mengyao know the racing driver?
The bend was right in front of him, and Long Tian suddenly felt fear.
He was a little afraid to drive forward. However, this is the only way back to the city.
If he didn't run around this bend, he would never be able to return to Qingshan City.
But after turning the corner, there is Zhang Yi.
That accelerated turn was like a bullet that pierced Long Tian's heart, and he couldn't help but ask himself over and over again.
After I pass this corner, can I really outrun Zhang Yi? Even if I run my luxury car at full performance, can I really win? The more he inquired. The more answers there are, the clearer it becomes. Can't run away. Can't win. I'm waiting for you.
Suddenly, Zhang Yi's voice came from behind him.
Long Tian's face turned pale as paper in an instant. He turned around suddenly and saw no one behind him.
But he felt a chill on his back.
Crash.
Long Tian escaped from the car and stood beside the door, breathing heavily. The sun shone on him, but he still felt cold all around him. He felt as if he had provoked an evil spirit.
At this time,
a car slowly stopped beside him.
The driver rolled down the window and asked, "Friend, do you need help?" When Long Tian saw the car, his eyes lit up. Yes. Take me to the city. He thought of a solution. That means taking someone else's car into the city.
In this way, he would be able to hide it from Zhang Yi and return to the city without anyone noticing. He got into the car, gave the driver some money, and asked the driver to drive into the city quickly. Zhang Yi stopped the car at the exit of the bend and waited quietly for Long Tian to come out. 2 minutes passed and he still hadn't seen Long Tian. At this time, he saw a car passing by.
Long Tian sat in the passenger seat and looked at Zhang Yi with contempt. In the end, I was the better one. You lose.
Although separated by the inky black windows, Zhang Yi still felt that someone in the car was looking at him.
Zhang Yi started the car without hesitation and chased after the car. Chapter 78. This move of mine is truly a divine move, so wonderful. Want to run? Lightning whirlwind chase.
In the car, Long Tian saw the van driving towards him and suddenly panicked.
The smile on his face disappeared instantly and his face turned 3 shades paler.
He hurriedly shouted to the driver, "Drive faster.
Someone is chasing me. You can't stop the car. You can't let him catch up with me."
The driver looked behind him through the rearview mirror and found that there was indeed a van. Moreover, the front of the van is dented.
Obviously it had just hit something. Is there such a thing? The driver frowned and said, "Don't worry, I'll take you to the police station right away."
He stepped on the accelerator, increased the speed of the car, and drove quickly towards the city.
Not long. Long Tian entered the city. Seeing the prosperous city, Long Tian's heart gradually settled down. Seeing people on the side of the road makes me feel at ease. He looked back at Jiang Yi's car and thought to himself, what else can you do to me? Once I get to the police station, we'll be completely safe. Right at this moment. Crash. The car stopped. Long Tian was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" The driver said, "There's a traffic jam ahead." What? Long Tian immediately looked forward and found that there were indeed a bunch of cars in front. What a traffic jam! He looked back and saw that the van had also slowed down. We're about to stop. Long Tian became nervous again. He hasn't reached the police station yet, so he's not really safe yet. Think of Jiang Yi's strength. He had no doubt that the moment they met, he would be knocked out by Jiang Yi. Even if passers-by wanted to stop him, Jiang Yi could fool them by saying things like "I'm his friend" or "I'll take him to the hospital." We must not let him catch us. Long Tian opened the car door directly and ran towards the traffic-congested road in a hurry. Jiang Yi got out of the van and saw that Long Tian had run far away. He did not chase after him immediately. Instead, he looked around. Seeing a row of paid electric bikes parked on the side of the road, Jiang Yi raised his lips slightly and murmured, "Can we escape?" Jiang Yi scanned the code, got on the car, and caught up with him in an electric car. There is a traffic jam here though. But it is still possible to pass the electric car. Moreover, Jiang Yi's driving skills have been enhanced. It is not difficult to move around in this traffic jam. Long Tian ran forward for a minute, thinking he had gotten rid of Jiang Yi, and looked back. This one look almost scared him to death. Because he saw Jiang Yi riding an electric bike, chasing him quickly from a distance. For a moment, Long Tian was completely stunned. At this time, this person actually went looking for an electric car? I saw Jiang Yi getting closer and closer. Long Tian was extremely anxious. He turned his head and looked at the traffic jam ahead. With such a traffic jam, there must be a traffic police ahead. As long as I find the traffic police, I can be saved. He sped up and kept moving between cars, trying to get rid of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi silently turned the handlebars to increase the speed. Long Tian looked back and found that Jiang Yi was getting closer and closer to him. I can't just sit there and wait for death. He punched the window of the car next to him. Then run away quickly. When Jiang Yi was about to come here. Click. The car door was open and the owner wanted to get out to see who had hit his window. The open car door blocked Jiang Yi's way. Jiang Yi is about to crash into him. Long Tian looked back with a smug smile on his face. This move of mine is truly a divine move, it's brilliant. The car owner who opened the door was also startled. I didn't expect that someone would come here in an electric car at this time. She was so frightened that she nearly closed her eyes. But the next moment, Jiang Yi grabbed the handlebars with both hands and put one foot on the ground. Boom! The ground shook. Is the wind god leg such an inconvenient thing? Jiang Yi and the electric bike bounced up together, passing over the owner's head and the car door. The shadow fell on the owner's face. The car owner, who had just been so scared that he almost closed his eyes, now opened his eyes wide and was stunned. Chapter 79. Congratulations to Long Tian for getting a pair of smelly socks that haven't been washed for a week. Not just her. Many people around saw Jiang Yi and the electric car suddenly jump up. Click. A man was about to light a cigarette through the car window, but both the cigarette and the lighter fell to the ground. He was totally unaware of anything and just stared at Jiang Yi's figure with his eyes wide open. Several people who were on the phone suddenly fell silent, staring blankly at the figure in the air. No matter how the person on the other end of the phone shouted, they couldn't come back to their senses. Everyone was stunned. Take off from the ground with an electric bike? What kind of master is this? Behind Long Tian, a few other people also saw Jiang Yi jumping up. One of the young men shuddered in disbelief. Master! Yan Yun was confused. I couldn't believe that I met Jiang Yi here. Bang! Jiang Yi landed. Long Tian finally reacted. His forehead was covered in sweat, and the clothes on the back were soaked with sweat. Is this even fucking possible? Jiang Yi's move was completely beyond Long Tian's expectations.
I originally thought that Zhang Yi would bump into the car door, then fall off his horse, or even get injured, making it difficult for him to continue chasing me. As a result, this person, without following science, simply jumped over the car door with his electric bike. It's like cheating. Seeing that Zhang Yi was still chasing him, Long Tian turned around and ran away in panic. Damn it, Zhang Yi is still chasing me. Yan Yun heard this. He instantly understood that Zhang Yi was chasing this person. Is this the master's enemy? Then I want to help. Long Tian ran forward. He was already frightened by Zhang Yi's methods and planned to shout help while running. In this way, it can also influence Zhang Yi. But he just opened his mouth and no sound came out. Bang! Yan Yun rushed over and covered his mouth with his hand. His younger brother was extremely fast and opened the car door directly, and Yan Yun immediately pulled him into the car. Then one of the younger brothers quickly took off his shoes, then his socks, and stuffed them into Long Tian's mouth to prevent him from shouting. They are professionals in arresting people. The whole set of operations is smooth and takes no more than 3 seconds. Long Tian didn't react. I almost fainted from the smell of socks that hadn't been washed for a week. Zhang Yi's electric bike slowly stopped and he saw Yan Yun still strangling Long Tian's neck. Hello, master. Yan Yun looked at Zhang Yi somewhat awkwardly. After being slapped twice, he went back and fought for a long time, but didn't know how to face Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked at him calmly and asked, "Does he owe you money too?" Yan Yun quickly shook his head and said, "No. Didn't you see the master chasing him? So I wanted to help the master stop him." Zhang Yi nodded and said, "Thank you very much." He looked at the controlled Long Tian, who had already started rolling his eyes. Zhang Yi walked into the car. One of the younger brothers was very tactful and quickly moved the electric bike away and put it back on the side of the road. "Master, what did this man do?" Zhang Yi said, "He wanted to kidnap my wife and called a group of people to beat me up." What? Yan Yun was shocked. The way he looked at Long Tian was as if he was looking at an idiot. Kidnapping Zhang Yi's wife? And asked people to beat up Zhang Yi? How could you do such a thing? Don't you know how powerful Zhang Yi is? But in a flash, he thought of himself as if he had also asked people to beat up Zhang Yi before. Think of this. Bang! He slapped Long Tian on the face. You are so outrageous. Suddenly, Long Tian's cell phone rang. Someone is calling him. Yan Yun took out his cell phone and handed it to Zhang Yi. Then he had people tie Long Tian's hands and feet to prevent him from breaking free and escaping. Zhang Yi answered the phone. Boss. We have captured Yi Mengyao. I'm waiting for you in Juanhao Jinsu KTV now. Chapter 80, the look in your eyes that wants to kill someone cannot be hidden. Zhang Yi's heart moved. His wife has been caught? He turned around and looked at Long Tian. Now that I think about it, he must have acted on both sides at the same time, and he was really decisive in doing things. I'm not your boss. Zhang Yi said, but your boss is in my hands. Long Tian's secretary was stunned. He was confused. Your boss was arrested? Who are you? Zhang Yi said, who do you care who I am? I can only tell you that if anything happens to that woman, your boss won't be in a good situation either. The secretary guessed it immediately. Zhang Yi is probably Yi Mingyao's man. Oh shit. He was really a little numb. I finally caught Yi Mengyao, but I didn't expect that we would switch homes. Now there are hostages on both sides. How about this? Let's change people. Long Tian's secretary said, bring Long Tian here in exchange, and we'll return Yi Mengyao to you. Zhang Yi said, okay. The phone call was hung up. Yan Yun heard the voice on the phone and said, Juanhao Golden Melody KTV? I know that place. Master, rest assured, we will send you there immediately. Zhang Yi took a look at the jam-packed traffic. There was also Long Tian who was tied up. It may not be easy to get through this. Yan Yun immediately said, easy. He patted his chest and said, leave it to me, I'll solve it right away. After saying that, he gave his younger brother a look. The younger brothers understood what he meant and got out of the car, knocking on the windows of each car. Hello, friend. Our boss's wife is about to give birth. Can you please move the car to the side? After saying that, he took out $100 bill. If the driver is a man, give him a cigarette. It makes sense.
How can you refuse this?
Everyone moved their cars to the side to make way for Yen Yun.
And everyone also sent their blessings to Yen Yun. I must give birth to a big fat boy. Come on, ma'am, we'll be at the hospital soon.
I wish the mother and child peace.
In the car. Yen Yun's face darkened. Don't you have any other reasons?
The younger brother was silent for a moment, then said, So your father is dying, and we have to go to the hospital to see him for the last time?
Yen Yun.
Gradually, he developed the desire to kill.
You can't hide the look in your eyes that wants to kill someone. I dare not speak anymore. Woo woo woo.
Long Tian recovered a little.
He struggled desperately and kept trying to shout.
Yen Yun turned on the car stereo directly. The car was shaking, but in the eyes of others, it was Yen Yun's wife struggling because of her stomachache.
It's shaking so much. It's so heartbreaking to watch. If Long Tian knew that people around him thought this way, I guess he would want to kill himself. He even cursed loudly before he was hit to death. You are the wife. Zhang Yi looked at the open road and thought that this trick was indeed good. How bad can it be to build a road with money?
They quickly drove out of the traffic jam and headed quickly towards the KTV.
In Juanhao Golden Melody KTV, a dozen men were in a private room.
Yi Mengyao was sitting on the sofa, unconscious. A young girl was sitting next to her, taking care of her. It was she who tricked Yi Mengyao out and knocked her unconscious. Several men were looking at Yi Mengyao. This is the most beautiful woman in Qingshan City, and they all have some ideas.
But now the boss hasn't come back. They didn't dare to do anything. He didn't even dare to touch Yi Mengyao.
From the time Yi Mengyao was knocked unconscious until she was brought here, it was that girl who did all the heavy lifting, and no man touched Yi Mengyao during that time. And they all kept a distance of at least 1 meter.
Long Tian's secretary came back from outside with a gloomy face. Chapter 81 Long Tian, don't worry, I have a backup plan. One man couldn't help but ask, can we try this woman first? The male secretary looked at him and said coldly, are you going to die? This is the person the boss likes. And
now our boss has also been caught by the other side. If you touch her now, the boss will probably lose a finger. When the time comes, your family will die with you.
The boss was arrested?
When the news came out, everyone was stunned.
No one could have imagined this outcome.
They captured Yi Mengyao, and Yi Mengyao's people captured Long Tian.
This is too much, what should we do?
The male secretary said, don't worry, I've already told the other party to change people.
Use Yi Mengyao to replace the boss later. So now, take care of this woman. If anything happens to her, neither you nor I can bear the consequences. Everyone now kept their distance from Yi Mengyao even more.
The male secretary continued, don't worry, I have a backup plan.
I know the owner of this KTV. I've asked him to bring people over to help. You will also take action when the time comes. After the substitution is completed, surround them immediately.
By then, Yi Mengyao will still be in our hands. Maybe if the boss is happy, he'll let us play with her.
Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Crash.
A car stopped on the roadside in front of the KTV. Yen Yun got out of the car and opened the door for Zhang Yi.
Zhang Yi looked at the KTV and said, do you come here often? They didn't look at the map or use the navigation system, they just drove here. Yen Yun smiled awkwardly and said, it's a bit of an investment.
And we are also responsible for protecting this KTV.
Should I call the boss over now and have him lead the way? Zhang Yi said, no need. Let's go in.
He walked in front, and several younger brothers behind him took Long Tian into the KTV. Soon, Zhang Yi arrived in front of a private room. According to what he just said on the phone, he wanted to exchange people with Long Tian's people in this private room.
Knock knock.
Zhang Yi reached out and knocked on the door, saying, I'm here.
In the room.
The male secretary was shocked and immediately looked at the people around him and said, you guys, go and ambush by the door so that we can close the door and beat the dog later.
At this time,
the unconscious Yi Mengyao slowly woke up. She saw the situation around her and immediately understood her current situation.
Click.
The door to the private room opened.
Zhang Yi walked in from outside. When Yi Mengyao saw Zhang Yi, she became anxious.
She thought it was Long Tian's men, and used herself as bait to lure Zhang Yi over, intending to catch him in one fell swoop.
So she quickly shouted, Jiang Yi, run. They are Long Tian's people, they want to capture us. Jiang Yi nodded and said, I know. After saying, Yan Yun walked in, escorting Long Tian. This scene. Yi Mengyao was a little overwhelmed. Why is Long Tian next to her husband? And it looks like
his hands and feet were tied, and something was stuffed in his mouth.
Was he caught? Yi Mengyao felt a little dizzy. Could it be that Long Tian hired someone to capture him, and after Jiang Yi found out, he directly captured Long Tian?
Jiang Yi pulled Long Tian over and said, 1 for 1.
The male secretary nodded and said, okay.
Jiang Yi pulled Long Tian over, came to the sofa, and pushed Long Tian into the male secretary's arms. Then he quickly picked up Yi Mengyao in a princess hug. Yi Mengyao was held in Jiang Yi's arms and was still a little dazed. She really didn't expect it. In order to save himself, Jiang Yi actually captured Long Tian and used Long Tian to exchange himself back.
How dangerous is this? Chapter 82. Take my wind god kick. Jiang Yi's voice rang out, wife, are you okay?
Yi Mengyao came back to her senses, shook her head and said, it's okay. Then her eyes turned red again and she said, you are so stupid.
How could you risk these things for me? Jiang Yi smiled and said, it's not dangerous, and it's worth it for you. Tears of happiness welled up in Yi Mengyao's eyes.
She ignored the looks of people around her and took the initiative to kiss him. Yan Yun and his younger brothers all turned their eyes away and looked around.
Wow! The ceiling is so high. Oh my god! This floor is so rough, so hard, and solid. Long Tian's subordinates looked at Jiang Yi with envy. This is the most beautiful woman in Qingshan City. It would be worth dying for to get a kiss from her. And at this moment, Long Tian stumbled and fell into the arms of the male secretary. Eyes met. Long Tian looked touched.
He felt that his male secretary was very good looking with delicate features. The male secretary's face looked very ugly, even a little pale. He said with difficulty, boss, you stink. There was still a smelly sock stuffed in Long Tian's mouth. Now the two of them were almost mouth to mouth, and it was impressive that the male secretary didn't get spit on. The feeling that Long Tian had just had was gone instantly. The male secretary yelled, close the door.
Bang!
The person who had been lying in ambush near the door immediately took action and closed the door tightly. Then the male secretary untied the rope on Long Tian's hands. Long Tian reached out, took off the smelly socks, and threw them to the ground.
He resisted the urge to vomit and stared at Jiang Yi and Yi Mengyao fiercely. You dare to do this to me? You can't leave. No one can escape.
Jiang Yi smiled faintly and said, that's what I said, but it's not like I stuffed a sock into your mouth.
Long Tian shouted, then don't even think about leaving. Yi Mengyao whispered to Jiang Yi, put me down. Jiang Yi put her down, and she looked at Long Tian and said, do you know that you are committing a crime?
Long Tian sneered, you don't have to worry about this.
As long as none of you go out today, no one will know what happened here. He looked around. You don't think you can escape today? The words fell. Crash.
His men drew their weapons one after another.
Everyone has a machete. Yi Mengyao's pretty face was cold, and she said, are you crazy? Do you really want to kill someone? Long Tian smiled and said, whether you want to or not, don't look at me, look at you.
If you just listen to what I say, there won't be so many problems.
Yi Mengyao glanced at Jiang Yi, then said to Long Tian, I can stay. But you have to let him go.
This matter has nothing to do with him.
Long Tian looked at Jiang Yi for a while and said, that's fine. This was a lie to Yi Mengyao. Of course he couldn't let Jiang Yi go. This person had been chasing him all the way, how could he let Jiang Yi go just like that? Yi Mengyao looked at Jiang Yi, sighed, and said, you should leave quickly. I'll be fine. Jiang Yi grabbed her hand. You don't need to stay. They are the ones who have something to do today. Long Tian looked grim and said, at this point, you still dare to say such things? It seems like I really have to teach you a lesson. He waved his hand. Superior. Teach him a lesson. Upon receiving the order, all his men rushed over immediately.
Their machetes flashed a bright, cold light. Jiang Yi directly pulled Yi Mengyao behind him and kicked the fastest person away.
Ah! The man screamed and hit the wall like a cannonball. Boom! The wall shook and the paintings hanging on them fell down. Chapter 83. I, Yen Yun, really beg you to stop talking. I am sweating profusely, brother.
When the others saw this scene, they all stopped. Zhang Yi stepped on the ground and the knife flew up and was caught in his hand.
Do you think you can win by having more people?
In front of everyone, he broke the knife with one palm and threw it aside.
Clang. The knife fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Everyone was stunned. The steel knife was broken by a slap. What a terrifying power this is.
Seeing Zhang Yi's gaze sweeping over, they hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look at him, and trembling all over.
The corners of Long Tian's mouth were twitching. This result really exceeded his expectations.
He knew that Zhang Yi was very powerful, but he just thought that he was very skilled.
I can't imagine it at all. Zhang Yi can break even steel.
This palm strike can break a machete and can also smash a person's skull.
How to play? Beat your mother. Yen Yun and his younger brothers couldn't help swallowing. I was slapped twice by him and I'm still alive? I'm super. I have to thank him for not killing me.
Yen Yun felt a little scared. If Zhang Yi had been serious at that time, he was afraid that his head would turn into a smashed watermelon that would be impossible to pick up.
Zhang Yi looked at Long Tian and asked, "Scream? Not calling anymore?" Long Tian was speechless. He asked someone to lock the door.
This was not to allow Zhang Yi to escape from the house, but to cut off his own retreat.
Knock knock. At this time,
there was a sound of banging on the door outside.
The secretary quickly said, "It's the KTV owner who brought help." Zhang Yi asked in surprise, "Are there any helpers?" He walked up and kicked the door. Boom!
The door was kicked open. The thugs who were unlocking the door were knocked away by the kick and fell unconscious to the ground.
Outside the door, a group of muscular men in vests froze in place, eyes wide open, at a loss.
Their original plan was for a group of people to rush in as soon as the door opened.
The door is still open.
The door suddenly flew open. The brothers who opened the door fainted. A man was standing in front of the door, looking at them indifferently.
How did the door fly? They couldn't think straight.
If they hadn't been indoors, they would have really suspected that the door was hit by a car.
Zhang Yi glanced at these people, then turned back to look at Long Tian and said, "How much salary do you give them per month? Are they here to die?"
A man came back to his senses. He squatted down silently, lifted the door up with force, and tried to close it again.
The result is the next second. Bang! Zhang Yi kicked out, and both he and the door flew out. "How much do you make a month for working so hard here?" This time everyone saw it with their own eyes. The door was kicked open by Zhang Yi.
The KTV owner and his gang of thugs now understood what kind of opponent they were facing.
This is simply a monster.
The boss was trembling all over and said, "You guys continue.
We have something else to do, so we'll leave first." After saying that, he wanted to run away. "If I don't run now, I'll be the one lying down." "Where are you going?" Zhang Yi said, "Come back and stand." The boss suddenly didn't dare to move. He turned around, looked at Zhang Yi with a wry smile, and said, "Brother, give me some face. There's someone behind me. Yen Yun, have you heard of his name? He's very rich and has hundreds of thugs. If you hurt me, he might seek revenge on you."
When Long Tian heard this, he was delighted.
"You actually know Yen Yun? Awesome."
He had heard about Yen Yun a long time ago. It is said that Yen Yun is cruel and ruthless, and anyone who offends him will not have a good ending.
It's great to have Yen Yun's support. They didn't notice. Yen Yun's face turned pale now. He really wanted to yell, "Shut up. Please don't say any more. If you continue, you will lose your life." Chapter 84, Can we reconcile?
Zhang Yi glanced sideways, looking at the person beside him and said, "I didn't expect you to be so capable."
Yen Yun walked out timidly and said, "It's all a misunderstanding."
The KTV owner's eyes widened.
"Boss Yen. Why are you here?"
He just wanted Yen Yun to help support him.
"I didn't expect Yen Yun to be here."
The boss was so happy that he quickly said, "Boss Yen, please help me."
"This person is too arrogant." "Not finished yet." "Shut up."
The boss stopped for a moment, not daring to make another sound.
"Are you Yen Yun?"
At this time, Long Tian came over with a smile and said, "I have heard of your great name for a long time.
I am the vice president of Star International.
He glanced at Yi Mengyao and said with a smile, but he will become a real president soon.
Let's cooperate more in the future. The corner of Yan Yun's eye twitched. Can't you see I'm angry now? Who cooperates with you? Get out of here right now. Long Tian was dumbfounded.
I didn't expect Yan Yun would dare to speak to me like this. It's as if all his identity and status are fake.
The KTV owner asked in confusion, Boss Yan, are you in a bad mood? Yan Yun thought, how dare you ask this question? I'm in a bad mood. Which pig made me feel bad? Hurry up and apologize to the master. After saying, he looked at Zhang Yi again and said, Master, what they just said was all false. In fact, I am a kind-hearted person. They are talking nonsense. I'm a very good person. Zhang Yi laughed and was too lazy to expose Yan Yun.
But the scene before my eyes. This made the KTV owner and Long Tian both freeze. Yan Yun, whom they had just called vicious, was now bowing to Zhang Yi.
And he kept explaining nervously and fearfully. The most important thing is, he also asked the KTV owner to apologize. Boss Yan, you. The KTV owner's mind went blank and he had no idea what was going on. You what? Yan Yun scolded, don't you know the master? He is my idol. I'm telling you now, if you offend him, you're offending me. Are you going to apologize now?
If not, don't blame me for not remembering our friendship.
I'm going to teach you a lesson. The KTV owner looked horrified. The person in front of me is actually Yan Yun's idol. To offend him is to offend Yan Yun?
His head was buzzing.
Yan Yun is his backer and is very powerful.
As a result, the powerful backer in his heart is not even considered a younger brother in front of Zhang Yi, and can't even be a fan.
What is the difference?
Even greater than the distance between heaven and earth. The KTV owner panicked, his previous pride disappeared, and he quickly ran to Zhang Yi to apologize.
I'm so sorry for the offense just now. Please forgive me, Master. Master, please forgive us and give us another chance. Long Tian was stunned. Yan Yun is actually Zhang Yi's fanboy? How could this happen?
I wouldn't even dare to dream of such an outrageous thing.
It's okay now. Not only did Yan Yun, his backer, disappear.
The helpers he called also apologized and begged for mercy in front of Zhang Yi.
Long Tian's mind was completely blank now. What should he do now? He couldn't think of any solution. Yan Yun and the KTV owner's people all became Zhang Yi's subordinates.
Now Zhang Yi has 3 times more people under his command than Long Tian.
How to fight this?
When Zhang Yi turned around and looked at Long Tian
Tian's face was covered with sweat. He forced a smile and said, Hey, can we reconcile? Zhang Yi was almost amused by him. At this moment? You must be joking.
Yan Yun came out and said, Master, don't worry. Leave these people to us. They are not worth your effort. A group of people rushed forward and pressed Long Tian's men to the ground.
Only Long Tian was still standing.
He looked at Zhang Yi, who was walking towards him with trepidation, his legs trembling, and he was almost unable to stand.
Chapter 85. Yi Mengyao is going to eat people. You can't hit me. Long Tian said, there is someone behind you. The people behind me are much more ruthless than me. Even more cruel than Yan Yun. Zhang Yi said, you kidnapped my wife, and you think it's okay for me to be respectful to you? Do you want to hear some joke you told?
The words fell.
Bang!
He knocked Long Tian to the ground with one punch. Then he continued, beat him and cripple him. A group of people rushed over and pinned Long Tian to the ground and beat him.
Ah!
Long Tian's screams echoed throughout the private room.
Zhang Yi seemed not to hear it. He walked back to Yi Mengyao and said softly, Wife, everything is fine. Let's go back. Yi Mengyao smiled and nodded. The lights in the KTV room are dim.
But at this moment, she felt that Zhang Yi was shining. She had already prepared herself to be caught, but she didn't expect Zhang Yi to come and rescue her. Moreover, it is a dangerous method to capture Long Tian and use him as a replacement.
She approached Zhang Yi and took the initiative to grab Zhang Yi's hand. Go home. Zhang Yi walked out with her.
Yan Yun and the owner of the KTV watched the two leave respectfully.
Wait until you can no longer see the two of them. Bang!
Yen Yun slapped the KTV owner in the face. "You've caused me so much trouble today. I finally had a chance to salvage my image a little bit. You just destroyed it completely." The KTV owner kept apologizing, saying that he never dreamed that he would encounter such a terrifying existence. Even Yen Yun had to be respectful. He couldn't help but look back in the direction Zhang Yi left. Who is this man? Zhang Yi and Yi Mengyao walked out of the KTV. Seeing the light of day again and holding her lover's hand, Yi Mengyao felt relaxed all over. All the tension and fear I had felt in the private room was gone. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "We're going to take a taxi back." Yi Mengyao also smiled and said, "No, I'll ask my secretary to drive over to pick us up." She pulled Zhang Yi to sit on a chair by the roadside. "I'm quite surprised that you actually know Yen Yun." Zhang Yi said, "I met him a few days ago. We are just acquaintances, and our relationship is not very good." Yi Mengyao nodded. She had heard about Yen Yun's affairs, that he lent money at high interest rates and even beat people. He has a bad reputation in Qingshan City. It can even be said that many people hate him. However, I have just received help from the other party, so it is not appropriate to say these words now. Not long. Yi Mengyao's secretary drove over. The two got in the car and were taken back to the villa by the secretary. A lot of things happened today, and Yi Meng didn't plan to go back to the company. Take 2 days off. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon when we returned to the villa. Zhang Yi asked, "Would you like to eat something?" Yi Mengyao walked up to Zhang Yi with a smile and said, "Yes." "Then I'll do it." Zhang Yi turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Suddenly, Yi Mengyao grabbed his hand. "I want to eat you." She suddenly hugged Zhang Yi and kissed him again. Only this time, it's even hotter. The two of them started right away on the sofa in the living room. Until 6 in the evening. Zhang Yi finally had a chance to stop and saw that the living room was in a mess. If his body had not been strengthened when he acquired martial arts, he would not be able to stand steadily now. He picked up his phone and called his parents in the hospital. "I have something tonight and can't go to the hospital. Just finished." He was pulled away by Yi Mengyao again. The next morning, Zhang Yi woke up from the bed and glanced at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. He looked around again and saw Yi Mengyao was still sleeping. Zhang Yi covered her with a blanket and then got out of bed quietly. After going downstairs, he cleaned the living room and started preparing lunch. Around 11 o'clock, Yi Mengyao slowly woke up. She rubbed her eyes and found that Zhang Yi was no longer in bed. Chapter 86. Is there such a thing? Beat him up. Looking at the time, she found that it was past 11 o'clock, and Yi Mengyao sat up suddenly. But she immediately thought that she could take a rest today, and she felt relieved. Looking at the messy bed, she thought of what happened last night and her pretty face gradually turned red. She walked out of the room and immediately smelled the aroma of food in the air. Looking downstairs, she saw that Zhang Yi was almost ready for lunch. Zhang Yi walked out of the kitchen and put the last dish on the table. At this time, Yi Mengyao hugged Zhang Yi from behind. "Hubby, thank you for your hard work." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Nothing. Go wash your face and then come to eat. I made your favorite dish today." While eating, Yi Mengyao kept picking up food for Zhang Yi. He also asked, "Would you like some roasted kidneys tonight?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "I don't need these things." After lunch, Yi Mengyao received a call from her secretary. It seems the vice president was in a car accident yesterday and has been sent to the hospital. People from the board of directors came over today. She didn't know yet that Long Tian was actually beaten and sent to the hospital. Got it. Yi Mengyao hung up the phone. Now that Long Tian has been sent to the hospital, we don't have to worry about him doing anything naughty anymore. Yi Mengyao was in a good mood. I really want to go back to the room with Zhang Yi now. But Zhang Yi has to go to the hospital to deliver meals. I'll be back soon. Zhang Yi is getting ready to go out. I didn't see your car when I came back yesterday. Your car should be outside, right? Go in my car. Yi Mengyao gave the keys to her luxury car to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi then remembered that his electric car was still being repaired in the car shop. After the food was delivered, he planned to go over and get it. Zhang Yi drove Yi Mengyao's car to the hospital, and after delivering the meal, he prepared to go to the car shop. He had just gotten into the car and was about to drive off the road. Call.
A motorcycle suddenly whizzed past in front and almost hit Jiang Yi's car.
Jiang Yi took a look, then confirmed the road conditions again, and prepared to start the car only after making sure there was no danger.
But this time, boom boom boom,
there was a knock on the window.
Jiang Yi rolled down the window and saw two men. One middle-aged, one young.
Jiang Yi saw that the two of them looked a little anxious, so he asked, "What's the matter?" The middle-aged man took out an ID from his pocket and said, "We are from the government.
Can we requisition your car?" Jiang Yi took a look at the ID.
On it was a 1-inch photo of the middle-aged man, as well as a seal of Qingshan City official uniform, and his name, Haolian.
Jiang Yi asked, "What are you going to do?"
"The motorcycle that just drove past. The two people above are both poison smugglers.
We're going to catch them." Jiang Yi was surprised and asked, "Is there such a thing?"
"Hurry up and get in the car."
He opened the car door and let the two men in. Jiang Yi asked the two to fasten their seatbelts, then started the car and chased after the motorcycle. Haolian said, "Thank you very much. How about letting me drive the car? I've been driving for a long time and I'm pretty good at it." Jiang Yi smiled and said, "No, that's too troublesome. The time it takes to change players is enough for them to run away."
He had already seen the motorcycle ahead.
Haolian looked ahead with a serious expression, staring at the car to prevent it from escaping.
The young man behind was a little nervous. He is Haolian's apprentice, who just joined the government last month, and his name is Guang Wenfei.
"Master, if we rush in like this, wouldn't it be dangerous?" "Fine." Haolian said, "I have already applied for support from the bureau." Hearing this, Guang Wenfei breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 87. I haven't used my full strength yet, I still have a backup plan. Haolian looked at Jiang Yi again.
"Young man, don't be nervous or anxious.
Just drive as usual." Jiang Yi said, "I am quite calm." "That's right. Do you want me to drift over and stop them?" Haolian was stunned for a moment. "Drift? On a road with so many vehicles? Don't." Haolian said hurriedly, "This is too dangerous." Jiang Yi said, "Okay." At this time,
in front, the man sitting on the back of the motorcycle looked back at Jiang Yi's car.
"Third brother, we are being followed."
The driver, known as the third brother, was named Hong San.
He said, "Don't panic. Watch me get rid of them. I am too familiar with Qingshan City. It's easy to get rid of them.
And our cars are small, which is a great advantage when driving in the city." He saw the red light at the intersection ahead, and the corners of his mouth immediately rose, saying, "Here comes the opportunity."
"Watch out, your third brother's superb driving skills are not something you can see all the time." Boom!
He twisted the accelerator, accelerated forward, ran through the red light and ran away. Seeing this, Jiang Yi said to Haolian, "Officer, I have no choice but to run a red light.
Remember to say hello to the Ministry of Transportation, so as not to deduct points from me." Haolian nodded. Brush!
Jiang Yi drove his car and crossed the zebra crossing.
Suddenly, a large truck drove by. This truck is more than 20 meters long.
If we stop and wait for the truck to pass, it will be long enough for the other party to escape.
If it continues to move forward, the truck will definitely knock over Jiang Yi's car.
Haolian screamed, "Stop the car."
Jiang Yi held the steering wheel steadily and said, "It's not a big problem."
He turned the steering wheel sharply and the car tilted out.
Drift!
The direction of this drift is in front of the truck.
It looked like a large truck was about to hit us. Jiang Yi quickly turned the steering wheel again. Second drift. Accelerate through the corners. In an instant, Jiang Yi displayed two unique skills.
The car rushed out in front of the truck like a flash of lightning.
All this happened in just half a second. Haolian's face had turned 3 shades paler. Guang Wenfei behind him had sweat all over his face.
When he saw the front of the truck, his mind started to race, and he recalled his whole life.
3 full seconds passed.
The two of them came back to their senses. They looked back at the truck that had stopped, still in shock.
Everything that just happened seemed like a dream. Haolian looked ahead and saw a motorcycle not far away. "The distance between me and the motorcycle is getting shorter." He looked at Jiang Yi again.
Haolian found that Jiang Yi looked calm, as if nothing had happened just now.
He swallowed and asked, "Are you a racing driver?" Jiang Yi smiled and said, "No." "No? Hao Lian found it hard to believe. The driving skills that Zhang Yi displayed just now were terrifying.
Even though he was a well-trained man, he panicked when he saw the front of the truck hitting him.
The person in front of me. But always calm and composed. This psychological quality is so scary.
On the motorcycle in front, the two people also noticed that Zhang Yi's car was catching up with them.
Hong San blared and shouted, "How is that possible? You can catch up with this? This is unscientific." He originally thought that the truck could stop Zhang Yi.
Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi drifted quickly and rushed directly in front of the truck.
Oh shit. Hong San cursed loudly, "I met a master."
The younger brother sitting in the back was a little panicked.
Then what should we do? Don't worry. Hong San said, "I haven't used my full strength yet. I still have a backup plan. Look, I'll get rid of him at the next intersection."
Hong San turned the corner and rushed directly into the next intersection.
Chapter 88. To be honest, I have a unique understanding of opening security doors.
And he drove onto the sidewalk. He just ran across the sidewalk to avoid being caught.
But the next second,
they saw Zhang Yi's car had driven next to them. The only difference between Zhang Yi and them was a green belt.
Hong San.
Your mother.
Can this be caught up?
This time Hong San was also anxious. If he drove off the sidewalk, he would be knocked over in an instant and would not be able to escape.
The younger brother behind him asked anxiously, "Third brother, what should we do?" Hong San took a deep breath and said, "It's okay, I still have a backup plan." "Is there any backup plan?" I feel a little relieved.
He thought secretly in his heart, he is worthy of being the third brother, he plans every step carefully and is able to control everything. Nothing can stop him.
It's simply like a god. Just at this moment,
Hong San suddenly stopped the car, then quickly jumped out of the car and took out a black plastic bag from the black plastic bag. After taking the things, he glared at his younger brother who was still sitting in the car and shouted, "What are you still standing there for?
Run!" The younger brother shrank his neck. "Huh? Run?" He asked Hong San, "Don't you have a backup plan?" Hong San shouted, "The next move is to run."
After saying that, he plunged into the alley next to him.
Younger brother.
He was just thinking that Hong San was planning the strategy like a god. As a result, he abandoned the car and ran for his life.
He was completely confused.
But he quickly came to his senses and hurried after him. Zhang Yi also stopped the car at this time.
Crash.
Hao Lian and Guang Wenfei both got out of the car and looked at the alley where the two men escaped.
"Little brother, thank you very much this time. We'll send you a banner later."
Then he looked at Guang Wenfei and said, "Let's chase him."
Zhang Yi watched the two of them run over. He parked the car silently and followed. This alley is not a dead end.
After crossing the alley, Zhang Yi came to another street.
He saw Hao Lian and Guang Wenliang at a glance.
Zhang Yi followed the two of them all the way to the front of the house. Hong San and his little brothers hid in this house, but now the door was locked and they couldn't get in at all.
Inside the room, the younger brother asked anxiously, "Third brother, are we just going to sit here and wait for death?" Hong San took out a pistol from his arms and said, "Of course not. I've called for help. It will be here in about 8 minutes. Go find a knife and lie in ambush by the door. If they dare to break in, stab them."
The younger brother nodded, immediately ran to the kitchen to find a kitchen knife, and then ran to the door to lie in ambush.
At the door, Hao Lian and Guang Wenliang tried to knock on the door.
This door is an anti-theft door and is very sturdy.
It can't be opened at all. Hao Lian said, "We can only wait for support. Backup will arrive in about 10 minutes. Zhang Yi said from behind, 10 minutes? That's too long. Hao Lian and Guang Wenliang were both stunned and turned around quickly to look. Seeing that it was Zhang Yi, Hao Lian immediately asked, "Why did you follow me?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Come and see the excitement. That's not fun to watch. Leave quickly and find a safe place."
Zhang Yi slowly walked to the door and said, "I'm here now."
"Are they all in there?" Hao Lian nodded. Zhang Yi continued, "Let me try to open the door." Hao Lian said, "This is a burglar-proof door. It's impossible to open it without a key. Let's wait for support."
But he had just finished speaking.
Boom! Zhang Yi slapped the door. There was a dent in the metal security door. The loud noise, like thunder, scared Haolian and Guan Wenliang.
It even scared the younger brother hiding nearby. Hong Sandu almost couldn't hold the gun in his hand.
Chapter 89 Dimensionality Reduction Attack. It's worthy of being an anti-theft door. It's really strong. Boom! Zhang Yi slapped him again.
This time, not only did the security door sink, but cracks also appeared on the doorframe.
Boom! The third palm. This palm strike.
The security door could no longer bear the pressure and broke away from the doorframe.
The heavy door fell straight down.
The door fell to the ground with a loud noise and raised a cloud of dust.
Zhang Yi turned to Haolian and said, "The door is open." Haolian and Guan Wenliang were stunned, their eyes wide open.
Their mouths are wide open, so big that an egg can fit directly in them.
Everyone was stunned.
I couldn't believe what I just saw.
Zhang Yi actually took down the security door. That's a security door. Made of steel. Even bullets can't penetrate it. Zhang Yi walked into the room and stepped on the security door. Wind God leg. Click.
The door deformed under his feet, and the dented area that had just been hit became flat again, as if Zhang Yi had done nothing. After entering the room, he glanced to the side and saw his younger brother, who was frozen in place with a kitchen knife in his hand.
Ah!
When I saw Zhang Yi, I shuddered all over and finally came to my senses.
He raised the kitchen knife and chopped towards Zhang Yi.
Zhang Yi didn't dodge, he just put his two fingers together and poked out suddenly.
Iron shirt.
Zhang Yi's fingers glowed slightly, and the iron shirt gave him powerful defensive power.
One finger yang. Click.
Zhang Yi's two fingers collided with the blade, and at this moment, sparks flew everywhere. Then, in an instant, the kitchen knife shattered and broke on the spot.
Zhang Yi's finger poked the younger brother's shoulder and immediately sank 4 or 5 centimeters deep.
The younger brother screamed. His arm was badly injured and he could no longer hold the knife. The kitchen knife fell to the ground with a clang, and he staggered backwards, holding his shoulder, and could hardly stand. Zhang Yi shook his hands, and the blood on them fell to the ground.
This scene. Once again, Haolian and Guan Wenliang were stunned. So many magical things happened in these few seconds. They felt like it was really a dream now. How could someone break a kitchen knife with their fingers and pierce a person's shoulder? Is this really a finger? It's basically a bullet.
Hong San, who was in the house, had a buzzing sound in his head. My whole body is about to break apart.
Where did this monster come from? Go to hell.
He pointed the gun at Zhang Yi. Haolian was shocked and subconsciously rushed towards Zhang Yi, shouting, "Be careful." Zhang Yi looked at Hong San, who was squatting behind the stairs.
And that black hole in the muzzle. Iron shirt.
Zhang Yi did not hesitate and used his martial arts immediately.
Almost at the same time. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet whizzed towards Zhang Yi. The next moment, a spark burst out from Zhang Yi's neck.
Immediately afterwards, the painting on the wall next to it exploded and fell heavily to the ground.
There was also a bullet hole in the wall. Bang! Haolian bumped into Zhang Yi and suddenly felt as if he had hit an iron wall.
It nearly knocked his jaw off. He rushed forward, trying to help Zhang Yi avoid danger, but he couldn't move Zhang Yi at all.
Hong Sanquai was terrified. Because he was the one who fired the shot, and it was in front of Zhang Yi.
So he just saw the bullet clearly.
It clearly hit. And it was Zhang Yi's neck. What's the result? The bullet bounced off. A string of sparks also appeared. This is horrible.
Hong San concluded that the person in front of him was definitely not a human being, but a bionic robot.
Maybe even aliens.
While Hong San was still in shock, Zhang Yi ran up and shot the gun away. Hong San's eyes widened, his face pale, he looked at Zhang Yi tremblingly, and kept saying, "Monster."
Zhang Yi's peerless martial arts is a bit like a dimensionality reduction attack.
Chapter 90 Don't catch me first, catch him first, he is a monster. Zhang Yi grabbed Hong San by the collar, lifted him up, and punched him in the face.
Ah!
Hong San screamed loudly and was knocked to the ground by a punch. Zhang Yi picked up the gun again, walked back to Haolian and handed the gun to him.
Haolian still feels pain in his jaw.
With that collision just now, he felt as if he had hit an iron plate. He came to his senses only when he saw Zhang Yi handing him the gun. Haolian immediately put away his gun, then took out handcuffs and grabbed Hong San and his younger brother.
After controlling the two men, Hao Lian and Guang Wenliang both breathed a sigh of relief. This is what happened in just half a minute. It's like a dream. It's a bit unreal.
They originally thought that they would have to wait for reinforcements to arrive before they could capture these two men. I didn't expect that Zhang Yi could finish the task by himself. Hao Lian walked up to Zhang Yi, saluted him respectfully, and said, "Comrade, thank you so much this time."
Zhang Yi smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. Nothing, I'm leaving now."
He just came to watch the fun, and now that it's over, it's time to go get his electric car back.
Etc. Hao Lian suddenly called Zhang Yi. "Can you leave your name? You have been of great help this time. Let us thank you very much." Zhang Yi said his name.
Then he turned around and prepared to leave.
But at this time, "None of you can leave."
Hong San, who was lying on the ground, shouted, "Our people will be here soon.
Don't even think about leaving."
Hao Lian's face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted, "Go into the house quickly." After Jiang Yi and Guang Wenliang returned to the house, he wanted to close the door. But when he saw the empty door, he remembered that it had been taken down by Jiang Yi.
"You want to close the door?"
Jiang Yi said beside him, "This is a small problem." He simply lifted the door up and then slapped it down.
Bang! The door is directly embedded in the door frame. The buttons can't be buttoned off. Hao Lian, Hong San?
They all felt a little dizzy.
Are there really supermen in this world? Or a martial arts master? Hao Lian looked at Jiang Yi and asked, "He just shot you, are you okay?"
Jiang Yi shook his head and said, "It's okay, he missed."
Hong San quickly shouted, "Nonsense! No time! I didn't miss. My gun hit your neck, but it bounced off."
Hong San shouted to Hao Lian, "Officer Jing, quickly catch this man. He is invulnerable to swords and guns. He is not a human, he is a monster." Hao Lian frowned, stared at Hong San and said, "You are not a human being.
You are the monster. How is it possible that someone can block a bullet with their body?"
"I think you've been skating too much and you're hallucinating." Hong San wanted to cry but had no tears. He swore to God that everything he said was true.
But no one believed it. Crash!
Suddenly, there were sounds of many cars stopping outside. Hao Lian's eyes narrowed and he said, "Oh no, their support is coming.
Let's hide now." Hao Lian acted quickly, found a shelter to hide in, and at the same time blocked Hong San's mouth with something.
Prevent him from revealing his location. Hong San has a gun, and the people who come to support him must have guns too.
You must stay calm now. Our support is coming soon. As long as we delay until the support arrives, we will be safe. Boom! There was a sound of banging on the security door.
But the other party didn't push it away for a while.
Immediately following, bang bang bang.
There were gunshots at the door again. They seemed to be anxious and wanted to use the gun to break down the security door.
But they didn't expect.
In fact, the security door had been broken for a long time.
If they put in a little more effort, they could have overturned the security door. Zhang Yi walked to the kitchen and looked outside from the kitchen window. At a glance,
there were at least 4 cars parked outside. There were several people invisible at the door, but there were 13 people standing on the road in front of the house. One of them was different. He had his hair combed back and wore a mink coat and a maroon scarf. Chapter 91. It doesn't matter what he does, what matters is that I love him. At this moment, he was leaning against the car door, holding a dagger and an apple in his hands, peeling an apple while watching people banging on the door. After peeling some of the apple skin, he cut off a piece of apple and put it in his mouth.
This moment,
he looked around the house and saw Zhang Yi in the kitchen. The two looked at each other. The man raised the corner of his mouth and made a gesture of wiping his neck towards Zhang Yi. Then he said something to the younger brother next to him. The 2 younger brothers immediately pointed their guns at the kitchen.
"Just shoot."
But before they could pull the trigger, a great flute music came from afar.
Hao Lian's support has arrived. The man looked at Zhang Yi and mouthed something to him. "You're lucky.
Then get in the car and retreat decisively." Zhang Yi watched them leave and thought to himself that these people were really lucky. If the reinforcements had arrived 5 minutes later, they all had to lie on the ground.
These people came quickly and ran even faster.
They were obviously professionals at first glance. Two courtesy cars stopped in front of the house, and several more were chasing after the fleeing people.
Jiang Yi came out of the kitchen and said to Haolian, they ran away. Haolian and Guang Wenliang both breathed a sigh of relief.
Hong San's face was pale and there was no light in his eyes.
Jiang Yi walked to the door and pushed open the security door.
The gate collapsed, and the two officials who had just walked over were stunned. They were holding guns in their hands, walking over nervously and cautiously, and were about to knock on the door. As a result, the door suddenly collapsed. Then I saw a handsome man standing at the door.
Take it easy, Jiang Yi said, the person has been caught. Two respectful officials? Why do I have the illusion that I am an ordinary person and the person in front of me is the one who respects officials? At this time, Haolian and Guang Wenliang pulled two people out.
When they saw the familiar man, the two officers breathed a sigh of relief and put their guns away.
Save me.
Hong San was about to collapse at this moment. The amount of poison he leaked was huge, enough to be sentenced to death.
Now he looked at Jiang Yi and shouted, I know I was wrong, save me.
Jiang Yi looked at him, shook his head, and said, you don't know you're wrong, you just know you're going to die.
Haolian and others were all shocked. They were all shocked by what Jiang Yi said. After a long while, Haolian came back to his senses and said to the two new officers, this is Comrade Jiang Yi. He doesn't just help us catch criminals. And helped us catch them.
The two officials immediately saluted Jiang Yi, then stretched out their hands to shake hands with him, constantly expressing their gratitude. After Hong San and his younger brother were escorted into the car, Jiang Yi said, it's time for me to go, too.
Haolian said, walk slowly.
Hong San was in the car, and kept saying, you can't let him go.
He's a monster. He can stop bullets with his body. You can even break the kitchen knife with your hands and open the door. Hear this. Haolian subconsciously glanced at the security door.
When he saw that there were no sunken handprints on the security door and the entire door was clean and tidy, he froze.
Something is wrong.
He had clearly seen handprints on it before.
Why is it gone now?
He looked at Jiang Yi's back as he walked away and swallowed hard.
This man. Who is that person? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Yi returned to the villa. As soon as he walked into the door, he heard Yi Mingyao's voice. Introduce me a boyfriend? Unnecessary. Dad, I'm actually married. Jiang Yi walked over and saw Yi Mengyao was talking on the phone. Why would I lie to you? I'm really married. When I have time later, I will bring him back to see you. Ask him what he does?
Yi Mengyao said, it doesn't matter what he does, what matters is that I love him. Hearing this, Jiang Yi felt a little touched.
Chapter 92 Believe me, I'm really married.
She is of noble status, the most beautiful woman in Qingshan City, the youngest president in the history of Qingshan City, and the goddess in the hearts of countless people. But she only favored herself.
Yi Mengyao didn't seem to want to continue chatting with her father and quickly hung up the phone.
When she turned around, she saw Jiang Yi.
Yi Mengyao blushed and asked, did you hear that just now? Jiang Yi nodded. He said, Mengyao, I love you too. Yi Mengyao's face turned even redder.
She walked up, took Jiang Yi's hand and sat on the sofa together.
Jiang Yi said, how about we find some time to visit them?
Yi Mengyao shook her head slightly.
Don't want. They are so long-winded.
If we want to see him, we should go to the hospital to visit our parents first.
The other side. In a villa.
A middle-aged man slowly put down his men, still with disbelief in his eyes.
A woman nearby asked, what's wrong? Had you quarreled with your daughter again? The middle-aged man said, no. She said. She is married. The woman was stunned, what? Mengyao is married? When? How come I didn't know?
The middle-aged man said, I don't know either. The woman took a deep breath, calmed down a little, and said, she must be lying to us.
The middle-aged man nodded, thinking this was the most likely option. Well. He sighed and said, I really can't figure it out. With so many outstanding men, how come she doesn't like any of them?
The woman chuckled and said, it's normal for us not to understand what young people are thinking. The middle-aged man said, no, I'm a little worried.
I'll have to go over there sometime. The woman said, then go quickly and come back quickly. Don't let me know you're fishing over there again. The middle-aged man looked a little embarrassed. 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Yi said, I'll prepare dinner first.
Yi Mengyao nodded slightly and looked at Zhang Yi tenderly as he walked into the kitchen.
At around 6 o'clock, the two had dinner together.
When Zhang Yi was about to go to the hospital to deliver food, Yi Mengyao stood up and said, I'll go with you. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. Yi Mengyao drove and came to the hospital with Zhang Yi. You go ahead, I'll stop the car. Zhang Yi walked into the ward first.
As soon as he came in, he saw a few more people in the ward.
A middle-aged woman and a young couple.
Zhang Saixia saw Zhang Yi coming and immediately said, You came at the right time.
This is your sixth aunt.
And this is your cousin and his girlfriend. Zhang Yi said politely, Hello, sixth aunt, hello, cousin's wife.
Sixth aunt nodded.
He smiled and said, I haven't seen you for a few years.
Zhang Yi has grown so big. And he is very handsome.
Zhang Yi smiled and said, No, my cousin is also very handsome, and my cousin's wife is also very beautiful.
Sixth aunt couldn't stop smiling. That's right. After laughing for a while, sixth aunt stopped and asked Zhang Yi, Where are you working recently? Zhang Yi said, Xingchen International, writing code. Xingchen International, that company is awesome. But your cousin recently opened a factory. If you are interested, you can go work in your cousin's factory. Zhang Yi said politely, Let's talk about it later. Joke. Isn't it 1,000,000 times better to work in your wife's company than in a factory?
Zhang Saixia said beside her, Let's not talk about work for now. What worries me even more now is that this guy still doesn't have a girlfriend.
My cousin was surprised and asked, My cousin is so handsome, but he doesn't have a girlfriend yet? Zhang Yi said, I'm already married. Don't say that. Chapter 93 Not only am I married, my wife is pretty. Zhang Saixia said, Do you still want to deceive us with the photos on the internet? Let my cousin help me introduce you to a girlfriend. Zhang Yi. Why don't you believe it? But this time, it's not a big problem. Because Yi Mengyao also came.
My cousin smiled and said, That is no problem. If my cousin came to work in my factory, it would be easy for him to find a girlfriend.
Because there are many women in my factory.
Besides, working in my factory, I can earn 4,000 yuan a month, which is quite a lot.
Zhang Yi said, No. My current job is pretty good.
My cousin continued, It will be hard for you to find a girlfriend like this.
Listen to my cousin's advice.
Come to me, and you'll find a girlfriend within a month. Although she's not as pretty as your cousin's wife, she can satisfy your parents.
After saying, he hugged the woman next to him. Zhang Yi took a look at her.
She looked okay, but not outstanding. She was not even the most beautiful girl in class.
Not to mention compared with the number one beauty like Yi Mengyao. The difference is more than the distance of a galaxy. Sixth aunt said, Your cousin makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, would he cheat you? 100,000 a month. Everyone in the ward was startled.
Being able to earn so much money, he is definitely a winner in life. My cousin also said, Cousin, the opportunity has been given to you.
It depends on whether you can catch it. Zhang Yi smiled and said, No, my current job is pretty good. And I'm actually married. I appreciate your kindness. My cousin laughed. Still blowing? Cousin, you have to be honest. Zhang Yi said, What I said is indeed the truth, but you just don't believe it. Not only am I married, my wife is pretty. Sixth aunt and cousin's wife couldn't help but laugh. My cousin asked, You are married, and your wife is very beautiful? He felt like he had heard a huge joke. Is this still a fantasy? Do you fantasize about having a wife who is beautiful? That's hilarious.
The cousin said to Zhang Saixia, I tried my best.
I can't help you with this situation, cousin. Right at this moment. What help?
A pleasant voice suddenly sounded from the door of the ward.
Everyone in the ward immediately looked towards the door.
When I saw the beautiful figure standing in front of the door, they were all stunned. The woman in front of me is tall, with long legs, perfect figure, fair skin, stunning appearance and outstanding temperament. I'm afraid that even if fairies from heaven came down to earth, they would be far inferior to her. The moment I saw her face, Zhang Saixia and Zhang Mingyuan's pupils both shuddered in disbelief. Because this was not the first time they saw Yi Mengyao. They had seen it on Zhang Yi's phone before. Just at that time,
Everyone thought that this was a photo Jiang Yi downloaded from the internet. And now, this person really appeared in front of everyone.
They were all confused. Yi Mengyao came over with a bag of fruit and gently placed the fruit on the table. Then, in front of everyone, she reached out and took Jiang Yi's arm and said, "My husband doesn't need your help." As soon as these words came out, the whole place was dead silent.
Husband?
Whether it's sixth aunt or my cousin and his girlfriend. Zhang Caixia and Zhang Mingyuan were both stunned and almost dropped their jaws. What Jiang Yi had just said flashed through their minds.
I'm really married. And my wife is pretty good looking.
Now looking at this young and beautiful woman, everyone is trembling.
What Jiang Yi said was actually true. Chapter 94 Yi Mengyao appears. He really has a wife. And so beautiful. Yi Mengyao looked at Jiang Yi with a gentle gaze and said, "Honey, I'm sorry, I'm late."
There are a few parking spaces in the hospital parking lot, so it took some time to find a parking space. Then she looked at Zhang Caixia and Zhang Mingyuan.
Dad, Mom.
Zhang Caixia and Zhang Mingyuan haven't come back to their senses yet.
Yi Menyao's shout was a fatal blow, leaving them frozen in place, unable to move. Both parents called out. How can this daughter-in-law be fake?
Yi Mengyao continued, "My name is Yi Mengyao, and my parents can just call me Mengyao.
Now I work at Star International. The monthly salary is 200,000.
Zhang Caixia and Zhang Mingyuan felt like their heads were buzzing.
Yi Mengyao, what a nice name. And a monthly salary of 200,000. This is an astronomical figure.
The two pinched their thighs hard, and after feeling severe pain, they looked at each other.
I can't believe this is true. And the opposite side.
Sixth aunt, my cousin, and his girlfriend were all speechless.
Young and beautiful, earning 200,000 a month. This crushed my cousin in all aspects.
The cousin also glanced at his girlfriend. She has no breasts, no butt, and even her looks are just average.
Even her height is not as high as Yi Mengyao.
From top to bottom, she is no match for Yi Mengyao.
The corner of my cousin's mouth twitched.
He thought about how he had just hugged his girlfriend in front of Jiang Yi, trying to show their love.
What's the result now? As soon as Yi Mengyao appeared, she instantly killed everyone in the audience. His whole family is no match for Yi Mengyao alone. Mengyao.
Zhang Caixia was having trouble speaking.
Are you really Jiang Yi's wife? I still can't believe it. When did Jiang Yi find such a beautiful and capable wife? She didn't even know when Jiang Yi started dating. Of course it's true. Yi Mengyao took out her marriage certificate and household registration booklet. Come prepared. After Zhang Caixia and Zhang Mingyuan saw it, they no longer dared to doubt it. She quickly said to Jiang Yi, "Hurry up and move the chair over here for your wife to sit on." Yi Mengyao quickly said, "No need. I'll be there."
She brought 2 stools and gave one to Jiang Yi.
After sitting down, she said, "Dad, Mom, I've been busy with work and didn't have time to come. I'm so sorry." Fine. Zhang Caixia said excitedly, "Work is important. And it's not a big deal on our side." She felt dizzy. Thinking about how she had not believed in Jiang Yi before, she felt guilty. It turns out that Jiang Yi is really married. The photo I saw before was indeed a photo of my daughter-in-law. That's right. Yi Mengyao looked at Jiang Yi's cousin and said, "If you are interested, you can come to work at Xingchen International. We are still short of security guards.
Although I'm a security guard, I can earn 6,000 yuan a month."
My cousin suddenly felt a burning pain on his face. He had previously asked Jiang Yi to go to work, and he only earned 4,000 a month. And what about Yi Mengyao? Being a security guard earns 6,000 yuan. The gap is too huge. My cousin wished he could find a crack to crawl into. He wants to leave. But before he could open his mouth, crash. Several men in respectful attire came in. Halian asked, "Jiang Yi, is Mr. Jiang here?" Jiang Yi said, "Here." When Halian saw Jiang Yi, his eyes lit up and he quickly brought Guang Wenliang and several other respectful officials to Jiang Yi. After they saluted Jiang Yi, Halian handed Jiang Yi a banner with both hands. "I really appreciate Mr. Zhang's assistance to us. This is a banner for Samsung Vid citizens, and a bonus of 5,000 yuan. Chapter 95 The CEO who wanted to do something bad to Jiang Yi a year ago. My cousin and sixth aunt were stunned. Zhang Caixia and Zhang Mingyuan were dumbfounded. Yi Mengyao was also a little surprised. How did my husband suddenly become a Samsung good citizen and even received a bonus?
Zhang Yi took it and said with a smile, "It's nothing, it's just a small matter."
Hao said, "Fighting evil is no small matter." He looked around and said, "Nothing, I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave now."
After saying this, he was about to take his people away.
Zhang Yi said, "I'll take you there." Yi Mengyao hurriedly got up and followed.
After walking out of the ward, Hao said, "No need to see me off, Mr. Jiang, go and get busy." Yi Mengyao said beside him, "It's just a walk for 2 steps, it's nothing."
When Hao saw Yi Mengyao, he asked curiously, "Who is this?" Zhang Yi said, "My wife. The president of Xingchen International. I was almost kidnapped yesterday.
I hope Officer Hao Jingguan can take care of me."
Hao was shocked. The president of Xingchen International? Almost got kidnapped?
The wife of a good citizen of Samsung was kidnapped, which is a slap in the face of the government. You are truly amazing to have been able to marry the president of Xingchen International.
Rest assured. We will increase patrols in that area in the future.
Make sure no danger occurs.
Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Excuse me, officer." He and Yi Mengyao sent them to the hospital entrance before stopping.
Yi Mengyao held Zhang Yi's hand and said with emotion, "Hubby, thank you."
She knew it clearly. Zhang Yi is asking the government to help protect Xingchen International and himself.
In the future, if she needs help from the government will pay more attention.
Zhang Yi said softly, "It's nothing. Let's go back first."
He and Yi Mengyao returned to the ward and found that 6th aunt and cousin were gone.
Zhang Yi asked, "What about them?"
Zhang Saixia said, "He said he had something to do and left first."
Now,
the 3 of them left in disgrace.
They really didn't dare to stay in the ward any longer.
The moment Yi Mengyao appeared, she slapped them hard in the face.
Compared to income? Can't compare. Comparing your girlfriend's looks? He was even beaten up. Not to mention Yi Mengyao's figure, temperament, and personality.
They are all 10,000 times more perfect than his current girlfriend. My cousin felt that if he continued to stay there, he would cry and beg Zhang Yi to find him a girlfriend. Later, Zhang Yi became a good citizen of Samsung.
Jingguan came in person to present the banner. This kind of treatment. He may not even get it once in his lifetime. If you don't run away, you will become a clown and a joke.
Zhang Saixia feels like she is having a hard time thinking right now. It seemed like a lot of things happened in these few short minutes.
Zhang Yi really got married. His wife is young and beautiful and has a high income.
Then a respected official came in person to present a silk banner.
Zhang Yi sat on the stool and asked with a smile, "Mom, I told you I'm married, do you believe me this time?" Zhang Saixia said quickly, "I believe it, I really believe it."
She looked at Yi Mengyao again.
"Mengyao, when did you two meet?" Yi Mengyao smiled and said, 1 year ago.
That was the most difficult time for me, and it was Zhang Yi who helped me out. Then I fell in love with him and pursued him for a long time.
We finally got married some time ago.
Zhang Saixia widened her eyes.
Oh my God. It turned out that this beautiful woman in front of him was the one who took the initiative to pursue his son? If Yi Mengyao hadn't said it herself, she wouldn't have dared to believe it.
Zhang Saixia took a deep breath and said after she calmed down a little, "Mengyao, if Zhang Yi bullies you, tell us." Yi Mengyao shook her head gently and said, "He loves me very much."
Why would you bully me? Chapter 96. Zhang Yi is being targeted.
Zhang Saixia and Zhang Mingyuan looked at each other. There was shock in his eyes.
Zhang Yi really got married.
His wife is young, beautiful, and rich. She is also gentle, kind, and loves Zhang Yi.
When they heard Zhang Yi say that he was already married, they didn't believe it. It seems now. What Zhang Yi said was conservative.
Not only is he married, his wife is so perfect. Even if you see it with your own eyes, it's still a little hard to believe. They all looked at Zhang Yi.
I didn't know what to say for a moment. It took a long time.
Zhang Saixia said to Zhang Yi, "Take good care of Mengyao."
Zhang Yi nodded and said, "Of course."
Yi Mengyao smiled slightly beside her. Li Pingtian, who was lying on the bed opposite, was now silent.
He was too embarrassed to speak. He had previously told Zhang Yi that his son was a returnee from overseas and had a girlfriend who worked in a bank. But compared with Zhang Yi? On appearance, Li Xin's girlfriend isn't even 1% as pretty as Yi Mengyao. On wages. Not even a match.
And his personality was also beaten in all aspects. He has been in the hospital for several days, and Li Xin's girlfriend has never come to see him. Yi Mengyao brought some fruits and explained why she didn't come a few days ago.
There is no harm without comparison. Li Pengtian sighed inwardly. My face still feels a bit hot and painful. After a while, Zhang Yi and Yi Mengyao left.
The ward was quiet for a while, and they were still a little slow to react.
On the way back, Yi Mengyao said nervously, Husband, do you think my parents like me or hate me? Zhang Yi smiled and said, Of course I like you. Yi Mengyao then breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Yi Mengyao asked curiously, Why did the government send you a banner?
Zhang Yi said, Nothing, I just picked up tens of thousands of dollars on the road and gave the money to them.
Yi Mengyao nodded and said, I see. At this time, in official uniform, Hao Lian was in a meeting with several other respected officials. They're running away again.
When the reinforcements arrived, the first thing they did was to chase after the other members who were escaping the drug trap. But he still let the other party escape.
Hao Lian said angrily, That was our best chance. Why did he escape anyway? Everyone else remained silent. Suddenly, a respectful officer pushed the door open and said, Oh no. Jin Shangrong has declared war on us.
Jin Shangrong was the man that Zhang Yi saw peeling an apple with a knife at the kitchen window. He is also the leader of this skating organization.
Hao Lian stood up and frowned. What do you mean?
The other party handed him a letter.
Hao Lian took it and took a look. Hao Jingguan, did you miss me? Today you led people to capture several of my brothers. You know me well. I will not let this go. But I don't want to touch you now.
I know there was a private citizen who helped you at the time.
So, you can prepare an ambulance for that citizen in advance. Crash. Hao Lian instantly crumpled the letter into a ball of paper. Asshole. The surrounding officials asked, What's wrong? Hao Lian said, Jin Shangrong found Jiang Yi's information. He is planning to take revenge on Jiang Yi.
The other officials were all shocked. Jiang Yi helped them catch two extremely vicious ice skating members.
And he has just become a Samsung good citizen. If something goes wrong now,
they will all lose face and become a laughingstock in Qingshan City. It will also cause panic among the people of Qingshan City.
Hao Lian took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and said, Don't be impatient. The more times like this, the more you can't be anxious. Chapter 97 Boss, you are so confused. First, notify Jiang Yi and ask him to be careful, then increase patrols around his home. We must ensure his safety. The other officials nodded and took action immediately. Jiang Yi and Yi Mengyao returned home. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. The two had already had dinner.
Yi Mengyao blinked at Jiang Yi and said with a smile, I'll go take a shower first.
Can you go make some wolfberry water? Jiang Yi wanted to laugh. Do you need this thing? How could a master of his generation be such a weak person?
After Yi Mengyao went into the bathroom, Jiang Yi watched TV in the living room. Suddenly there was a shout from outside.
Rose. Freshly picked roses, selling at a low price. Jiang Yi stood up. Anyone selling roses?
He glanced at the bathroom and thought, I haven't given her a flower yet, so this might be the perfect time to give her one.
Think of this. Jiang Yi walked out of the room.
At the entrance of the villa, a man was pushing a cart full of roses. When he saw Jiang Yi coming out, the corners of his mouth slowly rose.
The target was fooled. He's out. An hour ago.
Jin Shangrong has already found Jiang Yi's information.
Home address, and a wife.
Jin Shangrong immediately thought of a solution, go to his doorstep and sell roses to lure him out.
Then we just beat him up and took him away. Now the man watched Jiang Yi walk up to him.
Jiang Yi looked at the roses on the cart. They are all very fresh, with clear water droplets on them.
Boss, how much are these roses?
The man smiled and said, just give it as you see fit.
Pick something you like first. Jiang Yi smiled and said, how did you come up with the idea of selling roses in this neighborhood? I thought the guard wouldn't let you in.
The man chuckled and said, to make some money and support my family.
After saying that,
He let go of the cart and slowly walked behind Jiang Yi while he was picking roses.
Want to take advantage of the opportunity.
Jiang Yi chose a bouquet with a total of 13 roses.
It means a lifetime.
When Jiang Yi asked about the price, his cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number.
But it was connected anyway. Hello. Is that Jiang Yi? I'm Hao Lian, Hao Jingguan. Jiang Yi remembered him and asked, "What's wrong? Where are you now?" Hao Lian said hurriedly, "The skating organization is targeting you. They said they wanted revenge on you. Go home now and don't go out unless necessary."
Jiang Yi looked at the rose in front of him and said, "Maybe it's too late."
What? Hao Lian was shocked. Crash. The cabinet under the cart suddenly opened. A man reached out from inside and hugged Jiang Yi's legs.
Then the man disguised as the boss suddenly attacked Jiang Yi from behind. He took a piece of steel pipe and smashed it hard on Jiang Yi's head.
When? A moment.
The sound of steel colliding was heard. The powerful recoil force hit the man's hand, causing his face to twist in pain, his palms to crack, and his arms to tremble continuously.
Jiang Yi took the rose and kicked it. Ah!
The man who was lying in ambush in the closet was kicked directly. He rolled out along with the car, and by the time he stopped, he had lost consciousness.
Jiang Yi hung up the phone and turned to look at the man behind him. He said slowly, "Boss, this is confusing."
The man widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Yi in horror. He couldn't believe what had just happened.
The car weighing several hundred pounds was overturned by Jiang Yi with one kick. The scariest thing is, it seemed as if the stick I just hit had hit a block of iron.
His hand almost broke due to the pain.
"You are not human,"
Jiang Yi said. "You are not a human being."
Bang.
He also kicked the man, knocking him to the ground. Jiang Yi looked at the two people lying unconscious on the ground and murmured, "Did you target me first?"
Chapter 98. Your sword is my sword. Well, I'm just a spectator. Why do you want me to take action? At this time. Ding dong.
The system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the master for successfully completing the third step of the Grandmaster series.
Rewards will now be distributed.
Reward, Grandmaster level Battle of Stars and Shifts.
Introduction, Unpredictable Top Martial Arts.
After receiving it, you can immediately learn the Grandmaster's Star Shift. Dozhuan Xingyi can not only change the direction of the opponent's attack, but also transform the opponent's attack for your own use, and can even instantly replace the opponent's items.
Reward, Grandmaster level Phantom Steps. Introduction, an elusive and powerful body technique. After receiving it, you can immediately learn the Grandmaster level Phantom Steps. Once used, it will ignore many physical laws, be able to change the direction of movement at any time and at will, and can also make the opponent feel dizzy. For example, you can walk forward at a speed of 100 meters per second, and then ignore the physical effects of inertia, acceleration, resistance, etc., and instantly move backward at a faster speed. Rewards have been distributed. Successfully activated the series of tasks, the fourth step of the Grandmaster series of tasks. The Grandmaster.
Introduction. Dragon Country has a history of 5,000 years, and too many peerless martial arts have been lost in history.
Now you will make these martial arts reappear in the world. Current progress, Step 4.
Mission content. Use the martial arts you have learned to defeat Jin Shangrong and his men.
See this reward. Jiang Yi paused for a moment. This time's reward doesn't seem to be on the same level as before.
As time goes by, you can turn the offensive into your own use, combining offense and defense. The most powerful one is the last ability.
Instantly exchange the other person's things. This is a youth version of telekinesis. Then comes the body movements. This stuff is a little off the mark. Ignore the laws of physics.
You see someone running toward you and you dodge to the side, knowing for sure that this person will have trouble stopping and will stumble past you.
But what happens after performing this skill?
You can maintain the original speed and change the direction at will.
Inertia? Physics no longer exists. This is just a reward for Step 3. I don't dare to think about the rewards that will come later. At this time, several cars were parked on the side of the road. A group of people got out of the car. They looked ferocious and had knives in their hands. After taking a look at the two people lying on the ground, they immediately glared at Jiang Yi.
I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting.
But can anyone fight better than us?
A group of them rushed towards Zhang Yi with great momentum.
Zhang Yi looked at them and smiled slightly. I still want to find you guys. I didn't expect you to come to my door. Then I'll be welcome. This is the fourth step of the task. He is asked to take the initiative.
A man rushed up to him with a steel pipe and chopped it down with it.
When his steel pipe was about to fall on Zhang Yi, crash!
The steel pipe instantly turned into a bouquet of roses. The rose in Zhang Yi's hand turned into a steel pipe.
That's it. Grandmaster level battle changes.
Your sword is my sword.
Zhang Yi hit the man in the face with a stick. Ah!
He was knocked over by a stick, and the rose in his hand flew up in a spiral. Zhang Yi reached out to catch it, looked down at him and said, "Don't dirty my rose." The man was twitching on the ground. In the moment before he fell into coma, he was still confused.
What just happened? How come the weapon in his hand suddenly turned into a rose?
Another person rushed over. Zhang Yi directly exchanged the rose for his weapon, and then threw the weapon at his face.
Boom!
There was another muffled sound. The man was hit in the face and fell to the ground, covering his face.
Chapter 99. Does he really need our protection? Zhang Yi caught the rose, turned around and kicked sideways.
The wind god kick brought up a gust of wind, sweeping everyone within a 3-meter radius behind him into the air. They turned 2.5 circles in the air before falling heavily to the ground.
The rest of the people were so frightened that they stood still and dared not move. They looked at Zhang Yi standing in the middle of the street and swallowed hard. The man in front of me.
He held a steel pipe in his right hand and a rose in his left hand, and his aura was bright and hot.
How could this happen?
The momentum of that kick that knocked down 7 or 8 people made them dare not look directly at Zhang Yi.
Zhang Yi looked at them and said, "Even if you don't look at me, I still exist. So, don't think you won't get beaten if you don't look at me." This group of people came to our door. Is there any reason to let it go? Knock them all down. In the government office.
When Haolian heard the words "it's too late," his face changed drastically.
Not good.
Jin Shangrong has already sent someone to look for Zhang Yi.
Let's get over there quickly.
Haolian immediately led his men to rescue Zhang Yi.
10 minutes later, they arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep. As soon as I arrived here, I saw Zhang Yi standing in the middle of the road, with people lying on the ground around him.
Zhang Yi was holding a bouquet of roses in his hand, surrounded by people who were wailing. This scene was too shocking and weird. So much so that after Haolian and his colleagues got off the car, they were completely confused.
What is going on here? Why did they all fall down? See Jingwan coming.
The people on the ground all saw a light in front of their eyes, as if they had seen their savior.
Respectful officer, help. Save us. He is not a human being.
They were really scared.
They just saw too many things that they could never believe in their lifetime.
Things like breaking a steel pipe with bare hands, piercing a machete with one finger, kicking someone more than 10 meters away, and moving horizontally at an extremely high speed.
Just like a crab. The movement was clearly to run forward, but it ended up moving sideways. It's all so horrible. It was completely beyond their understanding.
For a moment, they felt that the world before them was fake.
Looking at these people asking for help, Haolian became even more confused. He walked up to Zhang Yi and asked, "Zhang Yi, what happened here?" Zhang Yi said, "These people are Jin Shangrong's men, they want to deal with me.
In the end, you couldn't beat me, so it turned out like this."
Can't beat him? There are 20 people in this place. Can't beat you alone?
As soon as these words came out, Haolian and the others twitched their lips in disbelief.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
They simply couldn't believe such a thing.
Save us.
The people on the ground were still wailing.
Haolian took a deep breath and said, "Catch them all." Zhang Yi said, "There shouldn't be anything for me to do here, right? If you're alright, I'll leave first." Haolian called out to Zhang Yi, "Wait. You should be careful during this time.
Jin Shangrong is ruthless and merciless. He has indeed killed people.
So don't be careless when you go there." Zhang Yi nodded and said, "I understand. Okay, go back now." Haolian led his men to take all the people on the ground away.
They sent these people to the hospital, and after examination they found that more than half of them were seriously injured and would have to stay in the hospital for a while.
A respectful official asked Haolian, does he really need our protection? Haolian was numb. Because honestly, he didn't know. He didn't even know how Jiang Yi did it. Ask those whose consciousness is still fresh. They just said that Jiang Yi was a monster, as if he was mentally ill. The methods displayed by Jiang Yi had a huge impact on them. Unbearable. According to the old plan. Strengthen patrols. This is all Haolian can do for now. Chapter 100 Husband, hold me. Jiang Yi returned to the villa with the roses. Yi Mengyao finished her shower and came out wrapped in a white bath towel. Jiang Yi came forward with a rose and said with a smile, for you. Yi Mengyao looked at the rose in front of her with great surprise and said with a smile, dear, thank you. She hugged Jiang Yi directly. Then the two of them returned to the room together. Wait until the next morning. Jiang Yi woke up from the bed and saw Yi Mengyao hugging him. There were traces of tears in the corners of her eyes, but her pretty face was filled with a happy smile. Jiang Yi touched her face and thought, should he be more gentle next time? But it's getting late. He got up and prepared breakfast. Yi Mengyao will go to work as usual today. When Yi Mengyao woke up, breakfast was ready. Yi Mengyao walked to the stairs, stretched out her arms to Jiang Yi, and said coquettishly, hubby, hug me. Jiang Yi walked up to her with a smile and picked her up. Hurry up and wash your face, then have breakfast and go to work. Yi Mengyao reluctantly came out of Jiang Yi's arms and said, it's so annoying. If only I wasn't the president of this company. After breakfast, she drove to work. Jiang Yi went to the hospital to deliver meals. Zhang Caixia asked, where's Mengyao? Jiang Yi said, go to work. Zhang Caixia nodded and said, that's right. She went on to say, by the way, there is no need to send lunch at noon. Your father will be discharged from the hospital today. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. You should go to work too. Jiang Yi said goodbye to them and left the hospital. When I walked out of the hospital, he saw Haolian. Hao Jingguan. Jiang Yi greeted him. Haolian stopped, turned around and looked at Jiang Yi in surprise, and asked, what a coincidence. Jiang Yi smiled and asked, why are you here? Come and see the person you beat up yesterday. Half of them were seriously injured. There was a pause. He asked mysteriously, did you really beat all these people? Jiang Yi said, if I say yes, you won't want to arrest me, right? Haolian was amused. No. They are all criminals. You didn't beat them, but stopped them from escaping and causing chaos, so you deserve all the credit. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Jiang Yi nodded and said, I hit him. Hiss. Haolian took a breath of cold air. You really knocked down 20 people by yourself. Are you a fighting champion somewhere? Jiang Yi shook his head and said, that's not the case. Haolian wanted to say something else. At this time, his cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from a colleague. We found a base of Jin Shangrong. Come back soon. Haolian hung up the phone and said to Jiang Yi, I have something else to do. I'll go back first. Jiang Yi nodded and watched him leave. Haolian returned to the government office quickly. Many people were waiting for him in the conference room. Our people sent back a message that there is a base of Jin Shangrong in the suburbs. There are a lot of people in there. And there are guns. It is said that there are professional killers inside. We have to find a way to eradicate that base. After hearing the situation, Haolian began to think seriously. Everybody is thinking about strategy. We need someone to sneak in, attack from the inside, and mess them up. Then it will be much easier for us to suppress them head-on. As soon as this method came out, many people expressed their agreement. But then another problem arose. Who is going to infiltrate? Everyone was silent. To sneak in, one must not only have extraordinary courage, but also extraordinary skills and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. It's hard to find such a person. But Jiang Yi's figure suddenly flashed through Haolian's mind. Chapter 101 I'm afraid they'll get hurt. Haolian stood up and said, I have a candidate. The others looked at him and asked, who? Jiang Yi. Haolian said, I think he is very suitable to be an undercover agent. Everyone's brows furrowed. He's just a regular guy. Let's not talk about whether he will agree or not. This is too dangerous. Ordinary people? This made Haolian silent for a long time.
One man knocked down 20 people, half of whom were seriously injured and hospitalized. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't think this was an ordinary person. He is very strong and I think he is the most suitable candidate. Seeing Halian's determination, everyone said, why don't we ask his opinion first? This is no joke. They also don't dare let an ordinary person take risks. Halian nodded, took out his cell phone and called Jiang Yi. The call was connected quickly. Halian asked, hello, is this Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi nodded and said, it's me, what's the matter? It's like this, I have something here, and I want you to help us. He spoke out the story. Jiang Yi heard it. Let yourself go undercover in one of Jin Shangrong's bases? Is there such a good thing? His current mission is to eliminate all of Jin Shangrong's forces. How can you refuse this? Jiang Yi said, I'm fine. Halian was delighted and quickly asked, can you come over now? The phone call was hung up. He told the others, he promised and is coming. The other officials all looked solemn, did he really agree? Then we need to teach him some self-defense techniques. We also need to teach him some common sense about doing tasks. Jiang Yi quickly arrived at the government office on his electric bike. As soon as I walked into the door, I saw Halian walking towards me from not far away. Jiang Yi, you are here. Halian walked forward and shook hands with Jiang Yi excitedly. Thank you for helping us. Jiang Yi said, nothing. When will the action begin? Let's see if we can finish it before noon. Halian and his colleagues were stunned for a moment. Finished before noon? According to their plan, it would take at least a week to complete this task. Halian said somewhat embarrassedly, the mission should not be completed so quickly. And before you start your mission, you have to go through some training. Jiang Yi said, training? Isn't the mission this time to sneak into the enemy and kill as many people as possible inside? Halian said, come with me first. He brought Jiang Yi to a yard. In this courtyard stood several young and respectful officials. One of Halian's colleagues said, they are teaching you some basic self-defense techniques. Now go forward and try to fight them. Jiang Yi glanced at them. These guys are tall and stand very straight, they look like they are not someone you want to mess with. Jiang Yi said, this is not good, what if I get hurt? My colleague said, it's okay. They'll be careful. I promise I won't hurt you. Jiang Yi was silent for a moment, then said, no. I was afraid they would get hurt. Colleague? Many people around almost laughed. Fortunately, everyone has received rigorous training and in most cases they won't laugh unless they can help it. My colleague said, don't worry. They are all very good. You don't have to worry about getting them hurt. Jiang Yi nodded and said, is that so? Then I feel relieved. He walked forward and said to these respectful officials, please give me your guidance. Several respectful officials also nodded and returned to Jiang Yi. Please help me. A Jingwan walked up to Jiang Yi and said, hit me with your best attack. Chapter 102. I like this sentence very much. Jiang Yi thought, forget it, I'm best at it. Otherwise, after one move, he would have to kneel on the ground and beg the other party not to die. He said, here I come, be careful. After saying that, Jiang Yi slapped out with one palm. Although this palm strike did not use great force, it still contained some skill. Grandmaster level skills. When Jingwan saw Jiang Yi strike out with his palm, he immediately thought of a way to deal with it. He wanted to grab Jiang Yi's arm, then turn around and throw him over his shoulder. But when he grabbed Jiang Yi's hand, he felt his hands were shaken and he couldn't hold Jiang Yi's arm at once. It was like being electrocuted. Can't catch. Next second. Bang. Jiang Yi slapped Jingwan on the chest, knocking him back several steps. Jingwan stood still and looked at Jiang Yi in surprise. Strangeness. Why can't you catch it? Come again. He walked towards Jiang Yi, feeling a little unwilling to admit defeat. Other people around were also looking over here, and they were all very surprised. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yi really beat Jingwan. Jiang Yi said, you make the first move this time. Jingwan nodded and said, I'm sorry for the offense. He took a step forward and punched Jiang Yi in the abdomen. As expected of a professional trained fighter, he moved very quickly and hit directly next to the liver. This is holding back. If a real fight came, he would go straight for the liver. But before he could touch Jiang Yi, he was grabbed by Jiang Yi and thrown over his shoulder. Jingwan felt the world spinning before his eyes, and then his back hit the ground.
I haven't come to my senses yet. He was already lying on the ground. Jingwan was stunned for a moment.
The people around also opened their eyes wide at this time. They all saw clearly what had just happened.
Zhang Yi was very fast.
He grabbed Jingwan's hand in the blink of an eye and then threw him over his shoulder. They felt like it was a bit of a dream. Such a professionally trained and battle-hardened person actually lost.
Are you okay? Zhang Yi asked. Jingwan came back to his senses, got up from the ground, and shook his head. It's okay.
He was a little speechless.
Before, he wanted to use an over-the-shoulder throw to deal with Zhang Yi. In the end, it was actually me who was thrown over the shoulder. Jingwan took a deep breath and said, I have nothing to teach you. Let the officer behind come.
He felt that he could not beat Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked at the other officials standing behind him and said, actually, you can come together. As soon as these words came out,
everyone present was stunned for a moment. So crazy? One person wants to beat 5 Jingwan?
Not to mention hitting 5 at the same time. Even if it was just a fight, facing a seasoned and respected officer, it would be very difficult.
5 respectful officials came up and said, then we won't be polite. I'll use this opportunity to teach you another truth. When you are surrounded and beaten, run as far as you can. However, half a minute later,
there were 5 more people on the ground, with their eyes wide open, staring blankly at the sky.
Zhang Yi stood between them and said calmly, excuse me for showing off.
Others.
Everyone was stunned.
Facing the siege of 5 people, Zhang Yi actually defeated them one by one. Before they could come to their senses, all 5 of them lay down.
What kind of master is this? There are still people like this in Qingshan City? This is too awesome. This moment, Halian completely believed what Zhang Yi said. The previous 20 people were really beaten down by Zhang Yi.
Seeing Zhang Yi take action again now still makes me feel shocked. He swallowed and said, actually, what he just saw was not his full strength.
He once knocked down 20 people by himself. Half of them were admitted to the hospital. Everyone, Chapter 103 How can you sleep at your age? One person alone defeated 20 people? And half of them were sent to the hospital. They were all shocked. Where did this master come from?
The several respected officials who wanted you to fight with Zhang Yi and teach Zhang Yi how to fight were all a little confused at this moment.
Such existence. Need to teach yourself? At this moment, they finally understood what Zhang Yi meant when he said, I'm afraid of hurting them. Turns out it wasn't a joke. That's the truth.
Although they have received professional training, the maximum they can fight is 1 against 3 because the power gap is not big.
If there were more people, even they would have run away. The man in front of me can fight 20 people at the same time. This gap. It's so huge. This can already serve as their instructor and let them learn how to fight. Halian said, this is one of the reasons why I asked him to come. Zhang Yi is very powerful. And very brave.
He helped us catch the skater earlier, and he didn't panic even when facing gunpoint.
Hearing this, everyone stood in awe.
In their eyes, Zhang Yi is no longer an ordinary person,
but a hero. Assisting them in catching people has surpassed many people.
Even they may not be able to face the gun without panicking.
Pa. Someone led the applause.
Then more and more people applauded, and finally there was thunderous applause.
Zhang Yi smiled and said, these are nothing. Let's hurry up and start the mission.
He felt that if he dawdled any longer, he would have time for lunch.
Zhang Yi still wants to resolve the matter today. Everyone was deeply moved when they heard this.
Faced with the dangerous mission of infiltrating behind enemy lines, Zhang Yi did not refuse at all, nor was he afraid at all.
He actually seemed a little impatient. What kind of spirit is this? Never seek personal gain, only benefit others. They were almost crying.
This kind of spirit alone made them feel that Zhang Yi was shining, and they couldn't help but respect him.
Afterwards, other instructors carefully taught Zhang Yi some infiltration techniques. For example, how to quickly blend in with the enemy. And don't arouse suspicion. What should you do after being suspected? The teaching is very detailed. Zhang Yi listened silently. After finishing the teaching, Halian took a deep breath and asked, are you ready? Zhang Yi nodded and said, yeah. Almost asleep, bro. They took action immediately. The current plan is to secretly send Zhang Yi to the vicinity of the base and then let Zhang Yi sneak into the base. They also have people watching the base at all times, so they know the best time and method to sneak in. Zhang Yi was quickly sent to the vicinity of the base. We can only take you so far. Halian said in the car, you must remember what you just learned. You must protect yourself. Zhang Yi walked towards the base alone. There is a small path here that leads directly to the base, and it has the least guards. And according to intelligence, the guards of this path sleep all day. It's safest to go through here. After walking for a while, Zhang Yi saw a 5-story building. There were 2 people sleeping on chairs in front of the building. Zhang Yi walked forward, and when he was about to enter the building, a gatekeeper suddenly woke up. Who? He saw someone walking by and instantly became alert. Crash. He took out a pistol from his waist and prepared to point it at Zhang Yi. But the moment he stood up and turned around, he saw Zhang Yi standing beside him, looking at him. When his eyes met Zhang Yi's, the gatekeeper stopped moving and forgot to draw his gun. Did you sleep well? Zhang Yi said, at your age, how can you sleep well? Have you achieved anything? I asked you to come here to guard the door, not to sleep. Zhang Yi simply confused the goalkeeper. Waiting for you to ask who I am? I'll make you unable to recognize who you are. Chapter 104 Brother, you are so nice. The gatekeeper was a little afraid to look at Zhang Yi. Being caught sleeping is indeed a mistake. If Jin Shangrong is told, he might get beaten. Brother. Don't tell anyone about this. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed it to Zhang Yi, and continued, just pretend this never happened. Zhang Yi took the cigarette and said calmly, this is not enough. The man gritted his teeth, took out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took it, smiled and said, it's sunny today, I really didn't see anything. The man breathed a sigh of relief. Be more careful next time. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the building. The man looked at Zhang Yi's back as he left, and then looked at the other person who was sleeping. Well. I should have pretended to be asleep just now. If I hadn't called him back, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. I would have lost $200 in vain. He sat down again and went back to sleep. Zhang Yi walked into the building and at first glance, there were not many people on the first floor. There were only a few people moving large boxes. The box was not closed, and Zhang Yi could see that it was filled with ice-making materials. Zhang Yi ignored them. He now planned to walk around and get to know the situation here. There are few people on the first floor, but there is a large kitchen where people are preparing lunch. There were more and more people on the second floor. This is where the materials are initially processed. There are more people on the third floor because this is where the ice is made. At a glance, Zhang Yi saw more than a dozen people holding guns, including submachine guns and AK-47s. So fierce. Zhang Yi continued to walk up, and 2 floors above was where they worked and rested. There are sentries on the 5th floor. But these sentinels were all sleeping. Otherwise, Zhang Yi wouldn't have been able to come in so easily. He had already understood the entire situation in the building and was about to go downstairs when he suddenly met a patrol team. There were 5 people in the team, and each of them had a gun. They are specifically responsible for the security of this building. When he saw Zhang Yi, the captain stopped and looked at Zhang Yi with a frown. Zhang Yi also looked at him and asked, what are you looking at? The captain stared at Zhang Yi and asked, what do you do? Why haven't I seen you before? As he spoke, he had already reached for his gun, ready to strike at any moment. As the security captain, he felt he knew everyone in the building. Zhang Yi looks too unfamiliar. He suspected that Lin Shen came from outside. Zhang Yi said, he's new here, cooking in the kitchen. The captain looked Zhang Yi up and down and found that Zhang Yi was very calm, as if he was not lying. Cook, what are you doing on the 5th floor? There is a murderous aura about him, and his aura is scary. Few people could remain calm in his presence. Very few people even dare to look him in the eye. However, in response to the captain's question, Zhang Yi smiled slightly. I have good news to inform you all. The captain frowned and asked, what good news? Zhang Yi suddenly looked to the side and shouted to everyone on this floor, okay, brothers. Look at me, look at me. Everyone, look at me, I have something to announce. For a while.
The sentry who was still sleeping and the others looked over and looked at Zhang Yi with confusion on their faces.
I'm the new chef.
I'll be in charge of cooking for lunch today. I'll treat everyone to a good meal. Please look forward to it. When they heard that there was something delicious to eat, everyone's eyes lit up.
A sentry asked, "What do you want to eat?" Zhang Yi asked back, "What do you want to eat?"
The sentry laughed and said, "Braised spare ribs."
Zhang Yi nodded and said, "Okay, I'll satisfy you." The sentry said happily, "Brother, you are so kind." Everyone started talking about it. Chapter 105. I can look forward to it at noon today. I don't want to eat that meal without oil or salt. I feel a little hungry all of a sudden. After saying, Zhang Yi looked at the captain and said, "It's just such simple good news. By the way, do you want to eat anything?" The captain was silent for a moment. Now he basically believes that Zhang Yi must be the new chef. If this was an undercover agent, he would definitely not dare to do this. Usually, undercover agents would find ways to sneak into the ice-making team and then secretly obtain intelligence. "I'll eat whatever you cook." The captain said, "I'm not picky." Not being picky about food, that's a good thing. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Nothing, I'll go downstairs to inform others first." The captain nodded and said, "Go ahead." Zhang Yi walked downstairs. The captain looked at his back and his steady steps, which seemed to show no problems at all. The captain no longer doubted and turned away.
More than 10 seconds later, he heard Zhang Yi's voice shouting from downstairs.
Zhang Yi walked all the way to the first floor. He came to the kitchen and shouted as soon as he entered the door, "Hey brothers, I'm the new chef. Please take care of me."
The chefs in the kitchen were all stunned.
And a new chef? More than a dozen people were looking Zhang Yi up and down. A middle-aged man walked up to Zhang Yi and asked, "New chef? Why didn't I know we were going to hire new employees?" Zhang Yi said, "You ask me? How should I know? I'm just a chef, not a recruiter." Chef? He didn't know what to say for a moment. I am really speechless. But I still think what Zhang Yi said makes a lot of sense. Zhang Yi walked past the chef and said, "It seems that the chef doesn't trust me. It's okay, I'll show you my skills. I'll make egg noodles for everyone." The chef stood behind and looked at Zhang Yi. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he now heard that Zhang Yi was going to take action. He planned to see how good Zhang Yi's cooking skills were. Zhang Yi brought noodles, eggs, some green onions and vegetables, and immediately started working in the kitchen. He plans to use the god-level egg noodles to completely win everyone's trust. The aroma started to waft out before the egg noodles were even ready. Everyone in the kitchen couldn't help but start swallowing. The chef also opened his eyes wide, looking shocked. How can egg noodles be so fragrant? He has been a chef for 20 to 30 years, and has never seen such delicious egg noodles. Shocked the chef for a whole year. Is this really egg noodles? Oh my goodness, this smells so good. This is the most delicious egg noodles I have ever smelled. This egg noodle smells so good even though it's not even cooked yet. How much more delicious it will be when it's out of the pot. I can't even imagine it. The chef was a little skeptical before. Now, there was no doubt in his mind anymore. I even had other ideas. He wants to learn from a master. If I could learn how to make egg noodles from Zhang Yi. If you open a breakfast shop in the future, even if you only sell egg noodles, you will definitely make a fortune. After a moment, the egg noodles are out of the pan. The light shone on the soup, making it shimmer and seem to be emitting golden light. The steam is rising and the fragrance is wafting away. Just smell it. Their mouths watered. Everyone's eyes were wide open, staring at the pot of egg noodles. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "If you want to eat, just take a bowl." "You're welcome." Hearing this, they couldn't bear it any longer and quickly started to get the bowls and chopsticks. If you don't eat a bowl of this delicious egg noodles, you will regret it for the rest of your life. When a group of people gathered together to serve noodles. Ahem. The chef made a sound from behind. "What are you doing? Didn't you eat?" Chapter 106. It's not delicious. It's terrible. How can you behave like this? Everyone shrank their necks and did not dare to move for a moment. Get out of the way. The chef asked them to move aside and walked to the cauldron with his hands behind his back. Looking at the noodles right in front of him, the chef could no longer hide.
He stretched out his hands, with a big bowl in his left hand and chopsticks in his right hand.
Come prepared. Calling other people away was just to make it easier for them to come in and get the noodles. He.
He laughed strangely and said, "Those who are capable will enjoy it first, ha ha. Others." He filled a bowl of noodles and walked away. The chef stood by and took a bite of noodles.
Moment.
A flash of lightning seemed to flash through his mind.
What?
He froze, his eyes wide open, a look of shock on his face.
Right now.
The kitchen was no longer in front of him. Instead, it is a vast golden wheat field. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the breeze blows, and the wheat field ripples like waves. Being in this wheat field, he felt that his whole body and mind were sublimated and purified.
Ah! What's this? It's so delicious.
The chef screamed in disbelief.
Take another bite of the egg. In an instant,
he saw many muscular and strong hens striding towards him. Then the hens lifted him onto their heads and flew him up into the sky.
Ha 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 ha.
The chef looked out at the golden fields below and laughed.
Little did he know that everyone in the kitchen was looking at him as if he were a lunatic. Is this person sick? Have you never tried egg noodles? Why are you so crazy? Crazy guy.
But when they also eat egg noodles.
Woo woo. The smell of mommy. Ah ha ha ha, why am I crying? Why do you let me eat such delicious egg noodles?
If this bowl of egg noodles hadn't been created, the noodle industry would have been dark forever.
What about Buddha jumps over the wall, or the Manchu Han banquet? The era of egg noodles is gone.
Zhang Yi looked at this group of people and was silent for a long time. Although he had seen crazy people. But he had never seen anyone so crazy. If you don't know, you might think he put drugs in the noodles.
That's just the extent of egg noodles.
He didn't even dare to imagine how much of a sensation the beef rice and scrambled eggs with tomatoes would cause.
The aroma of egg noodles wafted out and into the building.
The patrol team that had just patrolled to the first floor smelled the fragrance.
The captain's eyes lit up and he said, "What a nice smell. Go and have a look." He immediately led people towards the kitchen. Just approached. "Another bowl, please. This is the best egg noodles I've ever had in my life. Brother, will you accept a disciple? If not, I can be your son."
The captain heard shouting from the kitchen.
I was surprised. What happened in there? Walk into the kitchen and take a look.
Everyone gathered together and were eating noodles. The tempting aroma wafts from these noodles.
What are you doing? The captain swallowed and asked, "Why are you all gathered together?"
The chef wiped away the tears that had made him cry because of the delicious food and said, "Let's eat noodles."
It looks delicious, the captain said. The chef was shocked and said quickly, "It's not delicious. It's terrible. Don't eat it. Otherwise you will suffer for the rest of your life."
As he spoke, he ate his noodles faster.
There is still some noodles in the pot.
If you don't finish eating quickly, they will be snatched up soon. Now he only hates himself for having only one mouth.
Can't eat fast.
The captain glanced at the others, who were all sipping noodles in silence, and felt strange.
Is this really unpalatable? How can something that tastes bad be so delicious? Give me a bowl too.
He said something, but after waiting for a while no one handed him the bowl.
Chapter 107. I admit that I spoke a little loudly before.
Zhang Yi said beside him, "If you want to eat, just get your own bowl.
Otherwise it will be eaten up." The captain was a little embarrassed.
Normally everyone is still afraid of him, but now it seems like no one cares about him anymore. He took the bowl and chopsticks and served himself some.
Take a bite. Boom. The captain was struck by lightning and froze in place.
At this moment, there were only two words in his mind.
Tasty. How can there be such delicious egg noodles in this world? It's so delicious.
It was completely beyond his understanding. From childhood to adulthood, he has never eaten such delicious egg noodles.
How is that possible?
After he came to his senses, he felt something strange on his face. He reached out to wipe it and found that it was tears.
It was so delicious that I cried. Then look at the people around who are eating noodles. The captain understood everything.
No wonder no one paid attention to me, no wonder everyone was just slurping noodles, no wonder the chef said it was unpalatable. It turns out it's because the egg noodles are so delicious. I was afraid that if I ate slowly, the food would be snatched away. They finished a big pot of egg noodles very quickly. The captain was still not satisfied, but he arrived too late and could only eat 2 bites. Just as my appetite was whetted, it was gone. Do you have any more of these egg noodles? The chef looked at the clean pot and said, it's gone. He wanted more. You will never get tired of eating this egg noodle for your whole life. The captain sighed and thought it was a pity. He wished he could have come earlier. He changed the topic and asked, who made this egg noodles? Brush. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Yi. The captain followed everyone's gaze and saw Jiang Yi. It's you. He looked shocked. This young man is such a good cook? The egg noodles are so amazing. Jiang Yi said, it's me. The captain was silent for a moment, then said, I was wrong to doubt you before. You're not just a cook, you're a great chef. I've made up my mind. He said seriously, didn't you ask me what I wanted to eat before? I want to eat egg noodles. Do more at noon. Jiang Yi nodded and said, I understand. The captain patted Jiang Yi on the shoulder and said, do a good job. I will recommend you to my boss later. Jiang Yi smiled and said, thank you in advance. After making the egg noodles, no one doubted Jiang Yi's identity anymore. This is definitely a chef. And he is also a chef who devotes everything to his cooking. Otherwise, how can you make such delicious egg noodles? And such people. How could he be an undercover agent? With this skill, isn't it easy to make money? Why risk these lives? It was almost noon. Jiang Yi started preparing lunch. Because of his excellent cooking skills and the fact that there were many people helping him, Jiang Yi cooked very quickly. By 12 o'clock, several dishes had been prepared. The kitchen helpers and the head chef were drooling as they watched. So fragrant. I originally thought that egg noodles were the best in the world. Now, whose troops are these fried tomato and eggs, and sweet and sour pork ribs? It smells so good that they feel it's worth dying for just 1 bite. Jiang Yi said, serve the food. Everyone immediately started to get busy. I can't wait to eat. They divided the food and brought it to the restaurant on the first floor, where many people were already waiting. Because Jiang Yi said he would treat everyone to a big dinner. Secondly, after the captain returned, he told everyone that Jiang Yi is an excellent cook. Today's lunch will definitely be unforgettable. Everyone has been looking forward to it. When the food came, everyone's eyes widened and they all stood up and looked at it in shock. Chapter 108 Egg noodles are not the most delicious. Smells so good. Wow, is this what I can eat here? Even if it's a 5-star hotel, there's no such delicious food, right? The captain also swallowed his saliva wildly. Damn, I miscalculated. Egg noodles aren't the best. Jiang Yi watched from the side with a faint smile. Everything is going according to plan. Everyone started eating, and Jiang Yi also sat inside to eat by himself. It wasn't long before the meal was finished. But no one was full. Jiang Yi deliberately did not make enough, so that he could start the next plan. The first step is to let them be conquered by the food and at the same time eliminate their doubts. The second step is to use the lack of ingredients as an excuse to leave here, find a laxative, and then add it to the newly cooked meal. When the time comes, no one can escape. He is eating now in order to wait for later. When someone persuades him to eat again, he has reason to say, you guys eat, I've already eaten. Seeing that the meal was finished, Jiang Yi stood up. Sorry, we're out of ingredients. I'll go buy some now. Please wait for 1 more hour. When the captain heard that Jiang Yi was going to buy food, he became alert at first, but then he changed his mind. Jiang Yi has this skill, so he is definitely not an undercover agent. Then, he just ate something and it was gone. This isn't enough yet. I still feel very hungry. If Jiang Yi is not allowed to sell food, he will starve to death. After eating the food made by Jiang Yi, I couldn't eat any other food. So the captain said, okay. Take some of the guys from the kitchen with you. Jiang Yi nodded. He left with the head chef and several kitchen helpers. Jiang Yi got into a van with them and drove away. After getting away from this building, Jiang Yi parked the car on the side of the road. What's wrong? The chef asked curiously, why did you stop the car? Jiang Yi smiled and said, I'll make a call. The chef said nothing more. It doesn't take much time to make a phone call. Zhang Yi took out his cell phone, called Hao Lian, and said, "Hello, Hao Jingguan. I'll send you a location, and you can bring some ingredients and laxatives. I have completely infiltrated their ranks and am ready to defeat them all with food." The chef next to him opened his eyes wide. The kitchen helper at the back? Everyone was shocked by the content of Zhang Yi's conversation. Damn. Unbelievable. Call the government officials in front of them. And also told the plan. I actually have to use laxatives on everyone. They previously thought that Zhang Yi was not an undercover agent, but now they realized that they were wrong. Zhang Yi explained all the ingredients clearly and then hung up the phone. He looked at the chef, then glanced at the people behind him, and slowly smiled. You heard things you shouldn't have heard. It's impossible to keep you here. Everyone. Damn it. I was talking on the phone in front of them, how could they not hear it? This was done on purpose for them to hear. You traitor. The chef came to his senses, scolded immediately, and pounced on Zhang Yi, trying to knock him down. But the next second. Bang! The car door was knocked open. The chef flew out and crashed into a tree trunk before falling to the ground. Several kitchen helpers were dumbfounded. Because he saw it clearly just now, Zhang Yi knocked the chef out with one palm. One palm. It actually has such terrifying power. Their faces turned pale. Where did this expert come from? Not only is he an excellent cook, he also possesses terrifying power. It's simply Superman. At the same time, they understood one thing. No wonder Zhang Yi dared to make a phone call in front of them. It turns out he is so fierce. Half an hour later, Hao Lian brought people to deliver food and laxatives. Chapter 109. What is simple mode? When they came here, they saw several people lying on the ground, and Zhang Yi was sitting on a rock under the shade of a tree not far away. He was squinting his eyes comfortably. A bunch of respectful officials were silent. Although I knew that Zhang Yi was a good fighter, every time I saw him, I found a few people lying next to him. This is still very difficult to stretch. Hao Lian stepped forward and asked, Zhang Yi, who are these people? Zhang Yi said, the chef inside. Come out with me to buy groceries. I thought it was troublesome to bring them along, so I knocked them all out. You can handcuff them. Hao Lian. They have to use every possible means and be very careful when catching skaters. Why is the situation so wrong with Zhang Yi? There is also this reason. Isn't the too casual? But they quickly came to their senses and took away all the people on the ground. Zhang Yi took the food and medicine and drove the van back. Before leaving, he told Hao Lian, get your people ready, I'll call you to arrest them when the time comes. Hao Lian nodded in a daze. The situation did not develop quite the way he had expected. Why does it look like the net is about to close? They originally thought it would take at least a week to take action. What is simple mode? Zhang Yi drove back and the captain came out to greet him. Noticing that the captain and the kitchen helper were missing, the captain asked, where are they? Zhang Yi said, I'm in the back, I'll be back soon. Help me move the ingredients first. Zhang Yi took the bag of laxatives first and asked them to take the other bags. This way, they can see that there is no problem with the ingredients and reduce their suspicion. Everyone helped and put the ingredients in the kitchen. Zhang Yi continued, help me wash the vegetables. I'll cook porridge and soup for you. The captain immediately brought people to help. While they were not paying attention, Zhang Yi added laxatives to the water used for cooking soup and porridge. When I came back from washing the vegetables, Zhang Yi had already closed the lid. He went back to chopping vegetables and preparing other meals. Zhang Yi asked the captain to take the irrelevant people back to the living room and wait. Then he asked other kitchen helpers to do other things. In this way, he could take the opportunity to add laxatives to the water used for cooking and then add laxatives to the vegetables. Wait till it's ready. Zhang Yi added the laxative again. The same is true for porridge and soup. After the laxative was ready, he called the kitchen helper to serve the food. In the living room, a group of people couldn't wait any longer. We ate the food as soon as it arrived. Zhang Yi was watching from the side, and the captain said, would you like to have some too? No. Zhang Yi said, I have eaten it before. And I made this meal myself. I eat it every day. The captain nodded and said, that's right. Zhang Yi saw that everyone had started eating, so he quietly walked out of the living room and went outside the house to make a phone call. Hao Jingguan, they have already eaten.
It's time to prepare for action.
When Halian heard this, he immediately called someone and drove off. Soon, the meal was finished.
Only this time everyone was full.
Then more than 10 minutes later, the laxatives began to work.
Some people couldn't help but run to the toilet.
Then more and more people came to suffer from stomachache. It was only when the queue for the toilet started and some people couldn't help but go to the woods outside to relieve themselves that the captain reacted.
Not good. There is something wrong with the food. Where are the others?
The captain realized that he had been tricked and immediately wanted to find Jiang Yi, but when he looked in the living room, Jiang Yi was not there. Just when he couldn't bear it anymore and covered his stomach and wanted to go to the toilet.
Sirens were blaring outside. Halian brought people over.
As soon as they got off the car, they caught a few people who ran out and were about to find a bush to kill them.
The captain yelled, "Get your weapons! The cops are coming! Prepare to counterattack!" Result: they couldn't even hold their guns steadily, let alone resist. Chapter 110. The reporter is here. At this time, in the woods not far away,
a work vehicle slowly stopped, the door opened, and a young female reporter and a photographer carrying a video camera got out.
The reporter whispered to the camera, "We just received a message. There are government officials here arresting the people who made the ice. Now let us venture to the front line and see how they fight against these vicious people." After saying,
she walked in front, heading carefully towards the building.
Soon she came behind a bush.
She and the photographer leaned out to observe. Both of them thought that there was either a confrontation or a melee here. As a result, at first glance, they were dumbfounded. Because I saw a group of people covering their buttocks and running in panic, while the government officials were chasing them with handcuffs.
That scene. It can't be called a melee, it can only be called chaos. The reporter looked at the camera and the corners of his mouth twitched twice.
I had thought that by venturing to the front line, I would be able to get some shocking news, but now this scene is no different from a fight between elementary school students. I'm afraid if she shows it to the boss of the news agency, he'll think she made it up.
Let's go up and take a look.
The reporter gritted his teeth and decided to go further.
She and the photographer walked up to Halian and asked, "Are you arresting the person who made the ice?" Halian was startled and immediately looked at her warily. "Who are you?" The reporter quickly explained and took out his work ID. "Leave now."
Halian said, "This is not the place for you to come.
It's too dangerous. Also, stop filming. Exposing our information will easily lead to retaliation from their gang." The reporter quickly said, "We will deal with it later. Dear officers, could you please give us a little more information? It now seems that I am the only reporter here to interview." She couldn't guarantee whether there would be other reporters coming later. Halian said, "No. You guys leave immediately." He was always on guard.
Although these people had been drugged, it would still be dangerous if they fought desperately.
Right at this moment. "Chef, where are you?" An angry roar suddenly came from the gate. Everyone's eyes immediately fell towards the door.
There, the captain strangled a respected officer with his left hand and pressed a pistol against his temple with his right hand.
Although he was given a laxative,
but years of combat experience have allowed him to retain some strength. Now he decided to take hostages and escape from here.
But before that, he had one more thing to do. That is to find Jiang Yi and let him drive himself away. After we leave this damn place, I'll shoot Jiang Yi again.
Let him understand the consequences of betraying himself.
Chef. He didn't know Jiang Yi's name, so he could only shout "Chef. Come out right now, or I'll kill him."
As soon as these words came out, the officers took out their pistols.
The female reporter's eyes lit up and she immediately asked the photographer to take a picture. "Calm down." The female reporter tried to negotiate with the captain,
because she knew that this was the best opportunity to get more information and find big news.
"Can we talk it out if you have anything to say?" Team leader.
Talk bullshit. He could hardly hold it back any longer. If he wasn't still young and his sphincter was still working well, he would have been disgraced by now.
Halian also took the opportunity to persuade him. "Put down your guns. You still have a chance to reform." The captain smiled coldly and said, "At this point, is there still a chance? Don't try to trick me. I won't be fooled again." Having just been deceived by Jiang Yi, he no longer dared to believe others easily. Get me a car, now. If I don't see a car in 5 minutes, I will send this man to hell. Chapter 111. Are you a little too greedy? Halian shouted, okay, don't get excited, I'll ask someone to arrange a car right away. He asked someone to prepare the car. Then he continued to shout, if you have any difficulties, you can tell us. We will definitely help you solve your problems. His biggest difficulty now? Just looking for a toilet. What can you solve? Call that chef out now. The female reporter saw that the captain always mentioned a chef, and she was curious about who that chef was. How could this criminal still be thinking about it? If you don't come out, I'll shoot this guy. Halian was anxious and kept thinking of countermeasures. Let Jiang Yi come out? That definitely won't work. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. What if the captain gets so angry that he shoots Jiang Yi directly? But this would put the hostages in danger. Let's do this. Halian said, I will be your hostage, you let this man go. The captain snorted, what's your conspiracy? I just want to see that chef now. I want him to be my driver and take me out of here. Halian took a breath of cold air. That's too much to ask. It's not right if he agrees, and it's not right if he doesn't agree. For a moment, he had a very difficult decision. Right at this moment. What good qualities do I have that make you care about me like this? Can't I change? Jiang Yi's voice came from the kitchen door next to him. Crash. In an instant, everyone looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi walked out of the kitchen with a carrot in his hand. You. When the captain saw Jiang Yi, his eyes turned red. He didn't want to cry, but he was so angry that his temper broke out. I never thought you were an undercover agent. Why are you hurting us like this? Jiang Yi walked towards him and asked, answer me, are the meals and soups I made delicious and tasty? The captain nodded and said, they are all delicious. This is a fact that cannot be distorted. Even though Jiang Yi has become his enemy now, it is still the most delicious meal he has ever eaten. I'm afraid it will be hard to forget in this life. That's it, isn't it? Jiang Yi said, you have delicious food, but you still want to avoid taking laxatives. Aren't you a little too greedy? You got all the benefits, didn't you? Team leader? What's the logic behind this? Even Halian and the reporters who were not far away were stunned. I never expected Jiang Yi would suddenly say such a thing. Their brains froze for a moment. At this time, the car the captain wanted drove over. Seeing the car, the captain came to his senses. He glared at Jiang Yi and said, drive me away. Jiang Yi said, I can't drive. I don't even know how to drive an electric car, let alone a four-wheeled one. If you let me drive, you're just asking for trouble. The captain shouted, I don't trust you. He understood that Jiang Yi was cunning and he must be on guard against him. If you don't drive, I'll shoot this guy. Jiang Yi walked towards him and said calmly, this man is innocent. If you want to collapse, collapse me. The captain gritted his teeth, pointed his gun at Jiang Yi, and shouted, do you think I don't dare? See this scene. Halian, many respectful officials, and reporters all became nervous. The captain has been forced into a corner with no way out. If he is forced further, he will most likely go out of his way and shoot Jiang Yi. Their hearts were in their throats. Jiang Yi was very calm. He has an iron vest and is not afraid of this thing at all. Jiang Yi asked calmly, how foolish. If you put down your gun now, you might be able to spend fewer years in prison. The captain wasn't afraid at all. He simply laughed and said, why am I in jail? I'm not wrong. Jiang Yi looked at him in surprise and asked, are you right? How do you define right and wrong? Chapter 112. Didn't he just say he couldn't drive? Is what I did wrong? No. This is what I believe in, what I want to do, and it's what's right for me. I pursue the greatest, and my efforts are the most important. Jiang Yi listened to these words and sneered. Stop. I'm tired of hearing people like you think you are unique and that you are the only ones who deserve sympathy. I'm too lazy to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it. The captain was so angry that he almost pulled the trigger. He stared at Jiang Yi and asked, do you want to die? Jiang Yi smiled and said, I'll perform a magic trick for you. The captain immediately became alert and asked, what tricks are you trying to play? It's not a trick. It's magic.
Zhang Yi said, look carefully. He took the carrot and hid it behind his back, and after a few seconds he said to the captain, it's done. The captain asked, what has changed? Zhang Yi laughed and said, I made the carrot disappear. Team leader. Haolian and others. Reporter. All was silent. Are you treating them like fools? Hide the carrot behind your back and say that the carrot has disappeared. Are you kidding me? The captain was so angry that he pulled the trigger, wanting to shoot the ground next to Zhang Yi to scare him. As a result, the moment he pulled the trigger, he found something wrong. The gun in my hand doesn't feel right. He immediately looked at his hand, and what he saw gave him goosebumps all over his body. The pistol is gone. Instead, carrots. The carrot that Zhang Yi had just hidden behind his back now appeared in his hand. How about this magic trick? Zhang Yi took his hand out from behind his back, and in his hand, there was a gun. Right now. Haolian, Jingwan and the reporters who were not far away all widened their eyes. A look of horror. At first they thought Zhang Yi was joking. Now seeing the gun in Zhang Yi's hand, they finally noticed that the captain was holding a carrot. This is not funny at all. It really is magic. Wrong. Magic. How is this possible? The captain's voice was trembling. What was happening now was completely beyond his imagination. How come the pistol that he had been holding suddenly turned into the carrot that Zhang Yi was holding? There is clearly a distance of 2 meters between the two of them. Haolian also asked his colleague next to him in astonishment, do you understand? My colleague shook his head dumbly. The female reporter quickly turned around and asked the photographer, did you take the picture? The photographer nodded excitedly, everything was captured. Okay. This magic moment of exchanging carrot for pistol alone is enough to cause a sensation. Now female journalists are confident. I will definitely be able to grab the headlines on Weibo. The captain came back to his senses. He realized that if he didn't run away now, he would not be able to escape later. Before, he had a gun, so no one dared to do anything to him. Now that the gun is gone, anyone can catch him. You can't catch me. He pushed the hostage to Zhang Yi with force, then turned and ran, quickly running into the prepared car. Then start the car in one go. Zhang Yi saw that he was about to run and reacted immediately. He saw an electric car parked next to the door, with the key even in it, so he ran over and drove away. Although he had no idea who the car belonged to, Zhang Yi still shouted, lend it to me, I'll return it. Oops. The hostage originally thought that Zhang Yi would catch him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi ran away directly. This caused him to fall directly to the ground, and he was completely dazed. Zhang Yi drove his electric car and quickly chased after the captain's car. A group of people watched Zhang Yi chase after him. The female reporter murmured, didn't he just say he couldn't drive, not even an electric car? Chapter 113 Am I driving a fake car? Haolian reacted the fastest. He immediately led his men into the police car and shouted, let's chase them. The female reporter then came back to her senses. She immediately looked at the photographer and said, take a picture now. Hunting down the fugitive, this will definitely make the headlines. In the car. The captain was going crazy. He squeezed his buttocks hard and couldn't hold it back any longer. The key is to drive now. There are people chasing me from behind, and I can't stop. The captain glanced at the rearview mirror and found that the person closest to him was Zhang Yi. And what Zhang Yi was driving was actually an electric car. Chasing me in an electric car? Don't go too far. The captain stepped on the accelerator and accelerated suddenly. The next second, the wheel rolled into a pit. Clang. The car shook violently. The captain's face turned pale and he looked as if he was about to ascend to heaven. He slowed down hastily. Not too fast. Not a bit faster. Zhang Yi was chasing from behind, and when he saw the opportunity, he found that the captain had slowed down, so he immediately stepped on full throttle. In an instant, the electric car accelerated and drove past the captain. Crash. Zhang Yi drifted and blocked the captain's car directly. The captain got furious when he saw Zhang Yi. Instead of stopping the car, he drove towards Zhang Yi. This person must be sent to the hospital to relieve the hatred in my heart. When Zhang Yi saw the car coming towards him, he didn't panic at all. He got out of the car and pressed his hands on the front of the car. Time passes. Boom. The car hit Zhang Yi, but did not cause any harm to him. The power went around Zhang Yi's body and finally returned to Zhang Yi's hands. Boom! The force of the collision was returned to the two cars in full. There was a loud bang. The captain's car shook violently, and the rear end even lifted up, then fell heavily to the ground, as if it was crushed by some terrifying giant. Inside the car, the captain opened his eyes wide and was stunned. Because he just saw clearly what happened here. Unbelievable. Zhang Yi actually stopped the car. No tools were used. Just use your flesh and blood, and a pair of hands. The front of the car is dented. Look at Zhang Yi again. He was still standing in front of me, without any injuries on his body. Didn't even take a step back. Unharmed. How could this be possible? The captain's pupils trembled, and his worldview suffered a huge impact. I'm driving a car, can't I knock someone over? Am I driving a fake car? Why? Why can't I knock him away? His brain is shutting down. Zhang Yi walked down, opened the car door, grabbed the captain's shoulder and threw him out. The captain fell to the ground, his face pale, and looked at Zhang Yi in horror. He was really scared. He not only drugged the driver but also stopped the car with his bare hands. And that, the magic that turns his pistol into a carrot. Various indications. The person in front of me may not be a human, but a monster. Help! The captain collapsed and screamed. At this time, Haolian and his men drove over. Seeing Haolian getting off the car, the captain rolled and crawled to hug Haolian's thighs and shouted, "Respectful officer, save me. This man is a monster. Catch him quickly. I can't kill him even if I hit him with my car." Haolian. Listen, is this human language? Just take out the handcuffs and put them on him. Haolian walked up to Zhang Yi and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "Nothing." Haolian took a look at the front of the car and found that it was dented, as if it had really hit something. He asked again, "Did this person really hit you just now?" Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "No." That's good. Haolian breathed a sigh of relief. Reporters and photographers also drove up. Saw the captain being arrested. She quickly ran to Zhang Yi with the microphone and said, "Hero, I'm a reporter from Qingshan TV. Can I interview you?" Chapter 114, one of the phased rewards of the food tour. Haolian quickly stopped in front of the reporter. No. Because Zhang Yi participated in the undercover operation this time. If Zhang Yi were to be exposed and Jin Shangrong saw it, Zhang Yi might be retaliated against. In Qingshan City, Jin Shangrong is still very resourceful. After rejecting the reporter, Haolian said to Zhang Yi, "Get in our car and take a rest first. Leave the rest to us." The reporter was a little disappointed that he was unable to interview Zhang Yi. But she could still run to watch the government arrest people. More than half an hour later, the authorities raided the base and arrested 57 people. There were no casualties. This result really exceeded everyone's expectations. Before Haolian came here, he was already prepared for a big battle. Some people are even ready to sacrifice themselves. After all, it is very dangerous to fight against skaters. These people really don't care about their lives. And now, looking at a group of weak people who don't want to talk, they couldn't help but admire Zhang Yi in their hearts. It's easy to infiltrate the enemy. With just one meal, without any effort, these 57 people were dealt with directly. Even the most powerful captain could not escape Zhang Yi's clutches. The magic trick performed by Zhang Yibian. It is even more shocking. No one could figure out what Zhang Yi had to do to exchange the captain's pistol for the carrot in his hand. It feels like it's not magic, it's magic. What they don't know is, that's not magic. But it is one of the peerless martial arts, the star's move. I'm going back. Haolian couldn't stop smiling and led the team back to the government office. This operation was a truly great victory. In the car, he kept thanking Zhang Yi. Thanks to you, we were able to win so thoroughly. We all thought that this operation would take at least a week to complete. Really, we don't know how to thank you enough. Zhang Yi thought. 1 week? With all the martial arts knowledge at your disposal, do you still need another week? If he were given a week, he would have killed all of Jin Shangrong's bases. Take 1 more day. It's all an insult to the system's rewards. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Nothing, just give more bonuses and banners or something."
Hao Lian laughed out loud. Rest assured. This is indispensable. Zhang Yi really made a great contribution this time.
Help them arrest 57 criminals and destroy a large den.
There are so many achievements that I can't count them on one hand. This time, our director has to come out and thank you. On the way back to the government office. Ding dong.
The system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the owner for successfully completing the third step of the food tour mission. Now we will start distributing rewards.
Zhang Yi cooked a meal at the base. Completed the task directly. Because there are 57 people inside. Plus, many people had eaten his food before.
So the quantity exceeded the standard this time. Reward 1, God-level stir-fried vegetables.
Introduction, one of the stage rewards of the food journey.
After receiving it, you can immediately learn how to stir-fry all kinds of vegetables, and all the stir-fried vegetables will be extremely delicious. And depending on the type of greens, different magical effects are added.
The specific effect can be checked after cooking. Note, this effect can be turned on and off freely, and people can be added to the whitelist.
The stir-fried vegetables made after turning off the effect will only be effective for yourself. For others, it is just like eating ordinary stir-fried vegetables.
Members added to the whitelist can still enjoy the effect bonus after the effect is turned off.
If the member has the slightest dissatisfaction or hostility towards the owner, he will be directly kicked out of the whitelist and all previous effects will be eliminated.
Rewards have been distributed. Chapter 115, Dishes with Buffs, Big Ones are coming.
Successfully start the fourth step of the food tour series of tasks.
Food tour.
Mission content, let at least 100 people taste the stir-fried vegetables you made. 100.
This time the reward is so good it's explosive. Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile. It appeared. Eat dishes that give you various effects.
And this time, it's not just one dish, but a category of dishes.
Because there are countless types of vegetables.
I feel like it will take a lot of time to test the effects in the future.
Zhang Yi thought secretly in his heart.
It's worthy of being a food tour, and a big wave of food came directly.
Is this the journey of finding the perfect vegetable yourself? Zhang Yi.
Hao Lian's voice rang out, we have arrived at the government office, get off the car.
Zhang Yi and he entered the government office.
At this time, many respectful officials were already waiting at the door.
After all, there were really too many people this time. There are several vehicles for transporting people to the prison.
Zhang Yi watched these people being taken away, and then he and Hao Lian finished recording and said, nothing else, I'm leaving first.
Hao Lian immediately said, don't worry yet. Our director is on his way back. The director wants to see you and thank you properly. We want to thank you, too. Would you like to stay and have dinner before leaving? Zhang Yi said, I also want to send a meal to my wife. It's already 12:30. Hao Lian was stunned for a moment. He looked at Zhang Yi in shock and asked, you are married? Zhang Yi, what are you talking about? Hao Lian said, I never thought you were so young. Zhang Yi. If you want to deliver food, you must hurry home, right? How about this? You cook at our place, and then I'll drive you over. It will be quick, I promise. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and said, that's fine. Then I'd like to borrow your kitchen. It's nothing. You've helped us so much. It's no big deal to use the kitchen for a while. He took Zhang Yi to the kitchen. The chef here is preparing to cook. Hao Lian said, how about we let our chef cook for you? He came from the army.
The cooking skills are so superb that even in the wilderness, you can make sugar-colored dishes.
Zhang Yi smiled and said, no need for now, my wife prefers the food I cook. I see. Hao Lian didn't say much.
He felt that as long as Zhang Yi ate the food cooked by the chefs here, he would definitely know how good their cooking skills were.
Zhang Yi looked at the chef.
This is a middle-aged man with dark skin, tall stature, and a scar on his face.
He said, hello, master. I would like to use the kitchen for a moment. The middle-aged man nodded and said, no problem, use it as you like. Zhang Yi took a look at the ingredients and quickly came up with an idea.
For lunch today, I'll have stir-fried Chinese cabbage and sweet and sour pork ribs. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi immediately started to get busy. Let us start with a simple stir-fried cabbage. When Zhang Yi started cooking, the chef didn't pay much attention at first, but gradually, his attention fell on Zhang Yi. because he found that every move Jiang Yi made was so skillful. And he could already smell the fragrance of green vegetables in the air.
The fragrance becomes stronger and stronger. Hao Lian also began to smell it. He asked the chef in surprise, "Lao Dong, what are you cooking that smells so good?" The chef shook his head, looked at Jiang Yi and said, "It wasn't me who did it, it was him." Hao Lian was shocked. He? Jiang Yi? Are the dishes he cooks so delicious? Hao Lian walked over quickly.
The closer he got, the stronger the fragrance became.
Now he was sure. The dishes cooked by Jiang Yi are really delicious. How is that possible?
Chapter 116, everyone retreat quickly, he is an expert. Hao Lian was so shocked that he was almost speechless.
Just now he was still wondering how delicious the food Jiang Yi cooked could be.
When he smells the food cooked by the chef, he will want a portion and give it to his wife.
The result is the aroma that I smell now.
It directly shocked Hao Lian for the whole year.
This is much better than what the chef made. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva as he stood nearby.
As the cabbage is almost done, the aroma becomes stronger and stronger.
Many people smelled the fragrance and ran over to see what was going on. They were also shocked when they saw that it was Jiang Yi who was cooking. Because I know that today's operation was successfully completed thanks to Jiang Yi.
And now I see Jiang Yi cooking again, and the food still smells so good after it's done.
Holy crap, what kind of expert is he? Not only is he resourceful, but the food he cooks is so delicious? I understand now why 57 people are swollen with purgatives. Even if you know there's laxatives in the food, you still can't help but want to eat it. What a horrible cooking skill.
Under everyone's crazy eyes, the cabbage was fried and Jiang Yi served the dish.
Take a closer look.
The magical effect of stir-fried cabbage appeared in front of Jiang Yi.
This is an effect that only Jiang Yi can see.
Cooked food, after eating, your physical and mental strength will be slightly restored.
Nourishing the stomach can reduce the probability of getting stomach problems, and if you already have them, you can slightly treat them.
A dish of stir-fried cabbage has two effects.
Jiang Yi was pleasantly surprised. I originally thought there could only be one.
After all, this is just a simple stir-fried cabbage. She's so exhausted in the company, these effects are perfect for her.
Jiang Yi quickly packed the cabbage to prevent it from getting cold and reducing its effect.
Then he started making sweet and sour spare ribs.
This dish is amazing.
It's much more fragrant than cabbage.
Everyone could not hold back and were almost drooling.
Now smelling the aroma of sweet and sour spare ribs, they could no longer control themselves and started wiping their saliva vigorously.
It smells so good. It smells so good, how can I have a bite? I know all these ingredients, but why do I not understand the aroma after putting them in the pot?
Jiang Yi quickly made the sweet and sour spare ribs and then packed them up. He was just about to serve the rice when he suddenly saw a group of people staring at him.
The looks seemed to be eager. Jiang Yi asked curiously, "What are you doing? Is there something on my face?"
Hao Lian came back to his senses a little. He said somewhat embarrassedly, "No, because the food you cook is so delicious."
Us. Jiang Yi understood. These people are greedy. I want to eat my own cooking. I understand. You guys go buy the food first, and when I finish delivering the food to my wife, I'll come back and make a big meal. We'll all eat together then. He still has a mission now.
It takes 100 people to have eaten the stir-fried vegetables he makes.
Now we can use these people to help with the task. Hearing Jiang Yi's words,
the group of people suddenly opened their eyes wide.
Real? I can't believe it. Is there a chance to eat food cooked by Jiang Yi? What kind of treatment is this? It's like a dream. Jiang Yi nodded and said, "Really? Okay, I'll go deliver the food first." When people heard that Jiang Yi was going to deliver food, they couldn't just pretend they didn't hear anything. A group of people quickly raised their hands and said, "I'll take you there." "Let me take it." "I'll take you there, I'll take you there." "I'm an excellent driver." They rushed to send Jiang Yi out. Hao Lian looked at them and said, "A few people are enough, and some people can go buy vegetables."
Everyone listened to Hao Lian's words.
Several people got into Jing's car with Jiang Yi and headed to the company. Cheers. Hao Lian and Jiang Yi sat in the back seat. He looked at Jiang Yi and said, "I never thought that the food you cook is so delicious. Are you a cook?" Chapter 117. Did you bring a red envelope? Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Do you think I look like him?" Hao Lian shook his head. "What exactly do you do?" Zhang Yi said, "Programmer." "What?" Hao Lian was stunned. "Programmer? Damn it."
She is both civil and martial, and is capable of both housework and cooking.
Turns out he's a programmer? Hao Lian lost his confidence.
Thesis: Zhang Yi alone destroyed an ice-making base in half a day. In terms of martial arts, he knocked down 20 people by himself, and most of them needed to be hospitalized.
He is handsome and a great cook.
Hao Lian thought about it and felt that as a respectful official, he had somewhat failed.
I only know that to become a monk these days you need to have a bachelor's degree. To be a programmer, do you need a gold medal in triathlon, a championship medal in sanda fighting, and a doctorate degree? Zhang Yi couldn't help laughing. Jingche soon arrived at the company's gate.
As the car stopped, many people's eyes fell on this car.
Because this is a tribute to the car, it will attract more attention than Ferrari or Lamborghini.
The rate of people turning back to look at me on the street is not 100%, but at least 80%.
After all, who doesn't wonder what happened? Seeing it parked in front of the company, many employees inside were surprised. Are you here to arrest someone? Someone in the company has committed a crime? Right at this moment, two officials hurriedly got out of the car and ran to the back to open the door. The car door opened. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Zhang Yi walked out of the car. "Thank you very much," Zhang Yi said. "You're welcome. It's what we should do." Today Zhang Yi helped them solve a big case and also prepared a big meal for them. What's wrong with opening the car door? Everyone in the company opened their eyes wide. That seems to be a man who was very close to the president.
Official Jing actually opened the car door for him.
Does he have an official background? Oh my god, this is awesome. Zhang Yi walked into the company. Hao Lian and several respectful officials followed in. People immediately dispersed, fearing that they would block Zhang Yi's way. If this blocks the road, I don't know if I will be taken away on the spot. It's so scary. Come to the elevator. Hao Lian asked, "Which floor are you going to?" "I'll help you press the button." Zhang Yi mentioned the floor.
When the elevator came down and the door opened, the people inside saw a group of respected officials standing at the door and were shocked. The most immoral things they had ever done in their lives flashed through their minds.
I don't know what bad thing I did. Until Hao Lian asked, "What are you doing? The elevator is down, why aren't you coming out yet?" "We're going in."
The group finally came to their senses and realized that the person was not looking for them. They all breathed a sigh of relief and ran away in a hurry.
Zhang Yi, Hao Lian, and others entered the elevator. Hao Lian entered the floor number and started the elevator. Waiting for the elevator to go up, Hao Lian asked, "How long have you been married?" Zhang Yi said, "A few days." "How many days?" Hao Lian was startled and immediately asked, "You just got married? Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier?"
"We were not prepared."
He clasped his hands together and said, "Congratulations."
Several officials nearby also hurriedly said, "Congratulations."
Zhang Yi smiled and nodded, "Thank you." Hao Lian asked several officials, "Did you bring red envelopes?" Several people were a little embarrassed and said, "No." Who would carry this thing when there is nothing to do? Hao Lian said, "There's nothing we can do about it. I'll go ask someone if they have any." Ding dong. The floor has arrived. Zhang Yi and Hao Lian went to the office. Others ran to ask who had red envelopes. In several office areas, they couldn't help but look at him in surprise when they suddenly saw a respectful official coming in. "Who are you here to arrest?" Until Jingwan spoke. Chapter 118, Being a Polite Light Bulb. Which comrade has a spare red envelope? I'll buy it at full price. Everyone? They all suspected that they had heard wrongly. Are you sure? Jingwan came to them, not to arrest anyone, but to buy red envelopes? One person weakly raised his hand and said, "I have some here." Jingwan walked up and asked, "Want to buy it?" The man said he didn't want any money. But Jingwan still gave him $5. He also said, "You're a great help." Then he took the red envelope and ran away in a hurry, leaving a group of people scattered in the wind. I really don't understand. They caught up with Hao Lian with the red envelopes,
and several of them stopped temporarily and did not continue to move forward with Jiang Yi.
Jiang Yi came to Yi Mengyao's office.
At this time, she was still processing the documents. He finally stopped when he saw Jiang Yi coming.
Yi Mengyao smiled at Jiang Yi and said, "Dear, are you here to deliver food again?"
"Actually, I can go to the cafeteria to eat by myself."
Jiang Yi said, "The food in the cafeteria isn't as delicious as mine."
Yi Mengyao smiled sweetly and said, "Vincent." But she knew that Jiang Yi was telling the truth. The food he cooked was so delicious that it was like treasures from heaven.
When Jiang Yi put down the lunchbox. Knock knock.
There was a knock on the door.
Jiang Yi and Yi Mengyao looked towards the door.
Through the glass door, the two saw Haolian and other respected officials in uniform.
Yi Mengyao's heart skipped a beat. Many things immediately flashed through my mind. Did I do anything?
Why are you here to pay respect to officials?
I can't imagine that I have done anything illegal. She asked Jiang Yi again, "Is this person coming to see you?"
Jiang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I guess so."
Yi Mengyao's pretty face suddenly turned 3 shades paler. "What did you do? Tell me about it quickly. Maybe there is a way to solve it." Jiang Yi smiled and said, "Let them in first. They may not come here to arrest anyone."
Yi Mengyao gritted her teeth and said, "Come in."
Haolian pushed the door open.
As soon as he came in, he smiled and said, "Excuse me." Then he and several respectful officials took out red envelopes. "I heard you got married not long ago. We didn't prepare anything when we came, only a few red envelopes, which is not a great respect. I wish you a happy marriage, a long life together, and a son soon."
Yi Mengyao was stunned.
To be honest, asking respected officials to give red envelopes is a bit magical. She even wondered if she was dreaming. When Haolian and several respected officials saw Yi Mengyao, their eyes lit up. So beautiful.
But think about it.
Only such a beautiful and talented woman can be with Jiang Yi.
Jiang Yi is handsome and has extraordinary abilities.
These two together are truly a match made in heaven. They are such a perfect match. Yi Mengyao came back to her senses, took the red envelope, and said, "Thank you." Then he continued. "You guys knocked on the door so suddenly that I thought we had done something wrong."
"No."
Haolian said, "Your husband has helped us a lot. We came here specially to accompany him to deliver the meal."
"Your husband is so amazing.
The food he cooks smells so good that everyone in our government office can't help but want to eat it."
Listen to these words.
Yi Mengyao finally let go of her worries. Then he felt a little proud. It was as if she was the one being praised. She thought to herself, Jiang Yi, her husband, must be the most powerful.
Send the red envelope. Haolian looked at Jiang Yi, then at Yi Mengyao.
Finally, he said, "We'll go down first." Then he took people away at the speed of light. He felt that it would be impolite to continue staying here and act as a third wheel. Yi Mengyao watched them leave, and when they were out of sight, she suddenly laughed.
I don't know why.
She found this very interesting.
Chapter 119, The Ancient Greek God of Cooking. She looked at Jiang Yi and asked curiously, "What did you do for them?" Jiang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I helped to cook a meal." This is the truth. What did he do when he entered the enemy base? Just cooked a meal. Then all enemies lost the ability to resist.
Yi Mengyao said, "That's right, husband, the food you cook is the most delicious."
Jiang Yi smiled and said, "Okay, let's eat quickly. See if today's food suits your taste."
Yi Mengyao opened the lunchbox and saw the cabbage and pork ribs inside, and her face was as beautiful as a flower.
They are all the ones I like to eat. Hubby, I love you. She kissed Jiang Yi on the face.
When she ate the cabbage, her eyes suddenly lit up. This cabbage is sweet and delicious, extremely tasty, and has a refreshing feeling. After taking a sip, she felt that her fatigue was relieved a lot.
Even my spirit has been restored. Tasty.
Yi Mengyao felt that the cabbage in front of her could do more than just fill her stomach.
It is also spiritual food.
Soon, she finished eating all the cabbage. On the other hand, I didn't even eat 2 bites of the sweet and sour pork ribs.
Just busy eating cabbage.
Although this is just a simple stir-fried cabbage, with the magical effect, the simplest dish can be on par with the Manchu Han banquet. This dish of stir-fried Chinese cabbage is on a completely different level from the sweet and sour spare ribs. Yi Mengyao exclaimed, "This cabbage is really delicious." I feel like I'll never get tired of eating this for the rest of my life. I still feel the warmth in my stomach. It's so comfortable. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Do you like eating vegetables? Then I'll do more in the future." Yi Mengyao smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, husband, you have worked hard." She had lunch quickly. Zhang Yi packed up his things and left so as not to disturb her lunch break. Before leaving, he added Yi Mengyao to the whitelist. "Come outside." Zhang Yi saw Haolian and several other respected officials waiting for him in the corridor. "Has she finished eating?" Seeing Zhang Yi coming out, Haolian came up and asked. Zhang Yi nodded and said, "Let's go back." "Yeah." Haolian and several respected officials became excited. You will be able to eat the food cooked by Zhang Yi soon. They can't wait any longer. Not long. Zhang Yi returned to the government office with them. There are a lot of fresh ingredients in the kitchen, all of which were just bought. Zhang Yi didn't waste any time and started cooking immediately. The chefs in the government office and many respectful officials came to help. With their help, Zhang Yi cooked very quickly, and the entire government office was filled with the aroma of his cooking. Smell these scents. Everyone just felt full of strength. When I thought about eating the food soon, I helped even harder. The chef who originally worked here now stood next to Zhang Yi like an apprentice who had just come out to learn how to cook. While holding the plate, helping to serve the food. At the same time, learn how Zhang Yi cooks. But the more I look at it, the more shocked he felt. Zhang Yi's cooking skills are really horrible. There is a lot of knowledge involved in just flipping the wok, enough for him to study for a year. Not to mention the control of heat, and the timing of adding other ingredients and seasonings. Everything is perfect. These kinds of craftsmanship. He had only seen it a few times at the God of Cookery competition. And now, the young man in front of me can continuously perform these perfect skills. This is simply the God of Cookery. He was so amazed. So much so that I forgot to serve the food several times. I only remembered it after Haolian reminded me. Soon, Zhang Yi cooked enough food for dozens of people. Zhang Yi untied his apron and said, "Okay, it's all done. Thank you all for your hard work. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner." Everyone quickly shouted, "It's not hard, it's you who are working hard." Chapter 120. Half a bowl is enough. Come to the yard. Everyone had already prepared many tables and chairs here, enough for a large group of people to dine together. However, the quantity was still not enough, and many people could only eat while standing or squatting. But no one cared at all. There is delicious food. Who cares how to eat? As long as it doesn't affect the picking up of food. After Zhang Yi sat down, Haolian helped Zhang Yi to serve the food, took out a bottle of wine, and asked, "Would you like to drink?" Zhang Yi shook his head. "It's okay, there are spare ones." Haolian took out orange juice, Nutri-Express, and coconut milk and asked, "Which one do you want?" This is really well prepared. Zhang Yi smiled and chose Nutri-Express. I hope it's really useful. I've been squeezed a lot by Yi Mengyao lately. Zhang Yi said to everyone, "Let's eat." Everyone finally started eating. They had already set their sights on the target, and when Zhang Yi gave the order, they all started to attack the dishes they had long set their eyes on. As I ate the dish I had been longing for, they were almost moved to tears. Delicious. Oh my God, what on earth is this? How can it be so delicious? This is the best cabbage I have ever eaten in my life. The whole yard was filled with exclamations. Just smelling the aroma, I think it tastes delicious. Now that they were eating it, they realized they had been wrong. Not tasty. It's extremely delicious. Haolian was no longer able to talk. He just kept picking up dishes and eating, fearing that if he was too slow the dishes would be snatched away by others. And the chef who retired from the army. He is still picking up food at this moment. There is a huge difference between smelling the fragrance and actually eating it. When watching Zhang Yi cooking, he felt that Zhang Yi was very strong. Now eat it. He realized that he had underestimated Zhang Yi at that time. This man's strength is so powerful that it is beyond comprehension. He even wanted to kneel down and become Zhang Yi's apprentice. I originally thought I was invincible as I could stir-fry sugar color in the wilderness. The person in front of me now can stir-fry cabbage to make it taste like dragon liver and phoenix marrow, and he is even more of a master. Halfway through the meal, the director is back. As soon as he got out of the car, he smelled the fragrance coming from the yard.
Why does it smell so good?
He followed the smell and saw people eating in the yard. There are not enough tables, so many people eat while standing or squatting.
But they don't care at all.
They were all eating their meals madly with their heads down, and there were quite a few rice grains on their faces.
How long has it been since you last had a meal? Is it that serious?
He walked over and saw that there was very little food left on the table.
Halian, why are you eating here? The director came to Halian and said, have you booked a meal at the hotel? Halian looked up at him.
When I found out it was the director, I had to stop eating temporarily.
He wiped the rice and soup from his mouth and said, it's a celebration banquet. Also, these are not booked by the hotel. It was Jiang Yi who did it.
He pointed at Jiang Yi who was sitting next to him and said, that's him. He helped us capture the people in that base. He also cooked these meals.
Director, would you like some? It's delicious.
You'll regret it forever if you don't try it. The director could smell the fragrance and knew that the food was not bad. But it's too exaggerated to say that you will regret it for the rest of your life if you don't eat it.
He is in a high position.
I have eaten dozens, if not 100, of delicious things.
He first said to Jiang Yi, I have heard about this operation. Thank you so much. Jiang Yi smiled and said, nothing.
If you have anything to say, let's finish our meal first. The director thought for a moment and said, okay, give me a bowl of rice too.
Not too much, half a bowl is enough. Chapter 121, He is a programmer.
I had already had lunch when I got here.
Halian made him some food.
The director casually picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it into his mouth.
Suddenly,
he froze in place, all movement stopped, and his eyes widened.
Countless memories surged in the director's mind. Thousands of words. Now it can only be summed up in 2 words, delicious. Half a minute later,
there was a person squatting on the ground eating.
The director was squatting on the ground and eating like crazy, just like the person I saw when I first entered the room.
I finished half a bowl of rice in just a few bites. Without saying a word, he ran to serve the rice.
This time it's a full bowl.
He was so tired that he had to unbuckle his belt.
Now the director regrets one thing very much.
That means I ate something in advance when I came here.
If I had known that there would be such delicious food here, how could I have eaten earlier when I came? I regret it so much. And he was late.
A lot of the dishes here have already been eaten. He could only pour the remaining soup into the rice, stir it twice and continue eating. Although there is no vegetable, the taste of eating it this way is unique. The more he ate, the more shocked he became.
Who exactly is this guy named Jiang Yi?
Not to mention allowing them to easily take over a base without losing a single soldier.
This exquisite cooking skill is amazing.
He thought he had eaten a lot of good food, but now compared to these meals,
how could the food we ate before be considered good? It's all garbage. Even dogs won't eat it.
More than 10 minutes later,
the food was swept away and all eaten. Everyone couldn't help burping. The director loosened his belt again and again, otherwise it felt too tight.
He put the dishes and chopsticks aside, walked slowly to Jiang Yi, and gave Jiang Yi a thumbs up.
Tasty. The food you cook is really delicious.
It's much better than the food made by 3-star Michelin chefs and 5-star hotels.
Jiang Yi smiled and said, you're too kind. They are just some ordinary dishes.
He also turned off the effect. If you stir-fry the vegetables, the deliciousness will be taken to a higher level.
It's not a compliment, it's the truth.
The director held his stomach and said, I haven't eaten so much in a long time.
Why don't you stay and work for me? You decide your working hours. Jiang Yi smiled and said, no, my current job is quite free. The director was curious. What do you do? Jiang Yi said, programmer. What? The director's reaction was similar to Halian's before. Everyone was shocked by this answer.
He is resourceful, brave, and can wipe out an entire base by himself. And super cooking skills.
The result is terrible. You said you are a programmer?
The director paused for a while before saying, your cooking skills are so good, I thought you were a great chef.
Jiang Yi smiled and said, it's just a side job. Who doesn't have a side job these days?
The director was silent for a long time.
Sideline? Whose side job could be so outrageous?
This cooking skill is good enough to participate in the God of Cookery competition.
If you want to work here, you can come to me directly. He respected Jiang Yi's choice.
Although Jiang Yi's cooking skills are really good and it would be a waste of his talent if he didn't become a chef, this is Jiang Yi's choice.
He didn't know what to say. Now let's talk business.
He came to see Jiang Yi, not to eat.
You helped us a lot this time.
It's a great achievement. Not only can you get the honor of a 5-star good citizen, but you can also get a bonus of 100,000 yuan.
We will also hold an awards ceremony for you. When the time comes, the mayor will personally present you with a 5-star good citizen banner and give you a bonus. There will be many media coming to interview you.
Chapter 122: The magic that shocked the newspaper office.
You need to prepare well. Jiang Yi asked, why is there such a big noise?
You deserve this. The chief said, help us arrest 57 ice makers. It's no exaggeration to say that you will be considered a VIP in Qingshan City from now on.
If you apply to join the party, it will be approved in seconds. Then if you want to get a stable job, it will be easy. Jiang Yi asked, what preparations do I need to make?
The director said, prepare a set of appropriate clothes.
It doesn't have to be expensive. Just do what you can afford.
And then think about acceptance speeches and stuff like that. This has some requirements, which is that you must be sunny, positive, and have correct values. He carefully explained the precautions to Jiang Yi.
Jiang Yi nodded and remembered, then asked, when will the award ceremony start?
The director said, it has not been decided yet, probably in the next few days.
We'll let you know when the time comes. At this time, Haolian asked from the side. Director, will holding an award ceremony so openly expose Jiang Yi's identity?
After all, Jin Shangrong hasn't been caught yet.
A base was destroyed. Jin Shangrong must be very angry. What if he takes revenge on Jiang Yi?
We thought of this, the chief said. So when the time comes, it won't be about this matter.
Then he looked at Jiang Yi again. If a reporter tells you about the base, just pretend you don't know. This matter concerns the safety of your entire family. Be careful. Jiang Yi thought, so many things to pay attention to? It's quite troublesome.
But he didn't care.
What if Jin Shangrong really came to find him?
If the government officials had not arrived too early, when they saw Jin Shangrong for the first time, he would have knocked him down when he tried to cut his neck. We should have caught him and taken him back earlier.
Finish explaining the precautions. The director also asked someone to bring a few banners and bonuses to Jiang Yi.
Jiang Yi made a great contribution this time and received several kinds of banners, but only the 5-star Good Citizen Award had to be presented by the mayor. Others were gifted by the director.
Wait till everything is done. The director asked Haolian to drive Jiang Yi back. On the way back,
Haolian reminded, don't go out if you have nothing to do recently.
The second thing is, if the media wants to interview you, meet them less often. I don't know what that reporter will release. Thinking of this, he felt a headache. And at this time,
the reporter had already returned to the newspaper office. She immediately asked the photographer to export the video and then ran to find the newspaper owner.
Scoop.
I just recorded a lot of content from the front line of catching ice makers.
Hear the reporter's words.
The boss was overjoyed and asked to play the video immediately. Seeing the government officials chasing a group of people, the boss's mouth twitched.
If I didn't know this was a capture scene, I would have thought these people were just having fun here.
The boss only became excited after he saw the captain capture the hostage.
Kidnapping hostages. This is definitely a hot topic. Then negotiations and hostage rescue can also be used to attract traffic.
The boss continued to look down. When Jiang Yi appeared, he performed a magic trick and turned the captain's gun into a carrot.
Crash. The boss' eyes widened and he stood up. This. He was trembling all over.
Firstly, I was shocked, and secondly, I realized that this was a super hot spot.
And then
he saw Jiang Yi rushing out on an electric bike to stop the captain from escaping.
He actually caught up with me. After watching the entire video, the boss sat down blankly, and after a long while he kept saying, okay. Chapter 123: Jiang Yi's video is a surprise?
Throughout the video, Jiang Yi's performance exceeded the boss's expectations.
He looked up at the reporter and said, you did a good job this time. Hurry up and edit the video.
By the way, remember to mosaic this person so that the ice maker can't recognize him. The reporters and photographers nodded and immediately went to work.
Not long.
The director of the government came to the newspaper office. After Haulian returned, he told the director that there were reporters taking pictures. The director immediately ordered an investigation, and after finding the newspaper, he came here as soon as possible.
He knew that these people would dare to tell anything.
If there is no obstruction and restriction, Zhang Yi might be in big trouble. When the boss learned that the director had arrived, he hurried out to greet him. "I don't know what kind of wind blew you here today."
"Someone, come and get Westlake Longjing."
The director stretched out his hand to stop him and said, "No need.
"I came here today just to remind you." The boss asked nervously, "What's the matter?"
"You have a reporter here who went to the scene where we arrested the criminals and filmed them. I know he captured a lot of stuff.
So I'm here to make it clear to you. Everyone in the video must be mosaicked.
If even half of our people suffer retaliation because of your news, you are at least half responsible."
The boss shuddered. He immediately said, "I understand."
The boss was aware of this matter, so he planned to use mosaics from the beginning.
Finish explaining the matter. The director left.
He also needs to see the mayor to discuss the commendation ceremony. The newspaper owner immediately ran to find the reporter and photographer and explained everything in detail.
"Be careful not to let the people inside show their faces. Otherwise we'll lose our heads."
He grew up in Qingshan City and knew some of Jin Xiangrong's methods. If Jin Xiangrong were to take notice of him,
even if Jiang Yi had 10 lives, it would not be enough.
The female reporter and the photographer all said, "Don't worry, boss. When the video comes out, we'll show it to you first." The boss then nodded with relief. More than half an hour later, the first version of the video came out and they sent it to the boss. The boss made some suggestions for revision.
Half a day later, the video is finally finished.
The boss checked it and confirmed that there are no problems.
Be it Jiang Yi or other respected officials, their faces were not shown in any frame, all were mosaics.
But just to be safe, he also showed the video to the director. After the director took Haulian to look at it, they all confirmed that there was no problem, and then they replied to the boss of the newspaper.
When the boss saw the 3 words "okay," he felt relieved. His newspaper is not big.
This video and these news are a great opportunity for them to turn things around.
After the newspaper boss asked the female reporter to dub the audio, he posted it online.
However, after this video was released, it did not cause much waves.
The playback volume is not very high. One person helped the government arrest 57 people?
You wouldn't even dare to brag like that.
It's so funny. They're performing magic tricks? That's just a special effect. The last scene of the electric car chasing the small car is even more outrageous. What kind of performance does an electric car have? What kind of performance does a car with 4 wheels have? Why is it chasing with its head? The audience simply does not believe that the content of this video is true. I think this is a special effect.
It was filmed by a newspaper, specifically to deceive traffic.
Face this result.
Both the boss and the female reporter were stunned.
This result was not what they expected. The video of Jiang Yi assisting in the arrest of 57 people didn't go viral? And at this time, inside a villa in the suburbs,
Jin Xiangrong sat on the sofa, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. He had just received news that the foundation had been destroyed.
That was his only base.
The ice made there is his main source of money.
Chapter 124 Jin Xiangrong, am I really a genius? Now this base is gone.
Jin Xiangrong was almost furious.
One of his men said, according to the news, the people at the base didn't resist at all. They didn't even fire their guns. They were all captured. Hearing this, Jin Xiangrong was dumbfounded. What? They didn't resist?
The younger brother shook his head and said, "No. The government captured all 57 people at the base without any effort."
Jin Xiangrong. What the hell is going on? Why can't he understand?
In order to protect the base, he spent a lot of money and bought guns and ammunition for defense. Now you say that all these things were useless and the base was destroyed.
How is this possible? Did the other side send bombers directly over to drop bombs? The younger brother lowered his head and said, "It seems like there is an undercover agent." Undercover? Jin Shangrong's face became even uglier. Let an undercover agent destroy his base? Do you know who it is? The younger brother shook his head and said, I don't know. What do you eat?
Jin Shangrong felt like he was about to break apart.
What happened today felt a bit magical. When I woke up, the base was gone.
It's like he suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. Just when he was extremely bored.
Boss.
Someone came over and said, just now, the newspaper released a video. The content is from when the government was conducting arrest operations.
Jin Shangrong immediately shouted, show me the video. If there is a video, the undercover agent might show up in there.
If we can find that undercover agent,
he must definitely catch this undercover and make him pay the price. Finally got the video and watched it. Damn it. All faces are mosaics. It's totally unrecognizable.
Just when he was about to smash his phone in anger, the captain grabbed the hostage and shouted that he wanted to see a chef.
Why does he want to see the chef? Could it be that undercover agent is a chef?
As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he immediately had an idea and asked someone to get the information of the chef in the base.
Video further down.
That was Zhang Yi performing a magic trick, turning a gun into a carrot.
See this. Jin Shangrong opened his eyes wide. How is this done?
Many comments in the video said that this is fake and a special effect. But we know that Jin Shangrong knows the truth. This is a real video of the arrest process.
So it couldn't possibly be a special effect. Is this undercover also a magician?
Jin Shangrong found this difficult to understand and he couldn't figure it out.
It's fine if he has such amazing magic skills. I can also cook and be a chef. There are 2 ways to make money. Why do you want to go undercover? For fun?
He took a deep breath, picked up the cup and took a sip of water, then continued reading.
The captain then drove away. Zhang Yi actually caught up with him on an electric bike. The key is,
he actually caught up with the car and forced it to stop.
Jin Shangrong.
He quickly put down his phone and pinched his philtrum.
It's almost suffocating to watch. He already wanted to curse. What the hell was this?
The vehicle with 4 wheels was caught up by the vehicle with 2 wheels and forced to stop.
Why don't you just run into it head on? I am really impressed.
At this time, Jin Shangrong didn't know yet.
The captain really hit it. But never hit.
After the video ended, Jin Shangrong threw his phone aside.
This video did him no good at all. I can't see the face at all. It's still too difficult to identify the undercover agent based on this video. We can only look for it among the chefs.
Now he was sure that the undercover agent was among the chef.
The younger brother next to him asked, Boss, what should we do now? Jin Shangrong was silent for a while. Chapter 125 I can't let you lose face outside. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I've figured out a way.
After you get all the chef's information, find some people and go to the prison one by one to find those chefs under the pretext of visiting them.
If anyone is not in there, he is an undercover agent.
Jin Shangrong felt somewhat proud when he mentioned this method.
I feel this method is really good. You can definitely find an undercover agent. Am I really a genius?
The younger brother's eyes lit up as well, and he quickly said, as expected of the boss, this is a good idea, it's really smart.
Jin Shangrong nodded and said, of course.
Soon, other people came back with the chef's information.
He immediately put people into action. We must find the undercover. Jin Shangrong could never have imagined it.
Zhang Yi was not the chef of the base at all, he just shouted that he was a chef at the door.
The captain was deceived.
So now Jin Shangrong has also been deceived.
In the evening, Zhang Yi went to the company to pick up Yi Mengyao after get off work.
On the way home, he told Yi Mengyao that he would attend a commendation meeting in the near future.
Yi Mengyao's pretty face was full of shock. Recognition meeting? Honey, what good things have you done? Zhang Yi smiled and said, it's not a big deal, I just helped the government a little. It's a big deal to be able to attend the commendation meeting, isn't it? Yi Mengyao also smiled and said, hubby, you are so modest.
She didn't ask any further, because everything would be made clear at the commendation meeting anyway. Yi Mengyao was more concerned about another thing.
That's right.
There were a lot of people watching at the commendation ceremony, and there were also media present.
Do you have suitable clothes?
Zhang Yi thought for a moment and said, formal clothes are still available.
Go back and put it on for me to see.
Yi Mengyao said, I'll check it for you.
You are so handsome, you can't let the media take ugly pictures of you. Zhang Yi couldn't help laughing.
He doesn't care about these things.
After returning home, Zhang Yi went to cook while Yi Mengyao went to look through Zhang Yi's clothes. Because she often attends some important occasions, Yi Mengyao is very knowledgeable about dressing.
She knows how to dress to look elegant and handsome.
However, after looking at Zhang Yi's clothes, her brows furrowed. These clothes. Neither of them work. Take tomorrow off.
I want to take him shopping for some new clothes.
She walked out of the room and saw that Zhang Yi had already prepared dinner.
Yi Mengyao helped take out the bowls and chopsticks to serve the rice. At the same time, he said, let's go buy some new clothes tomorrow.
Zhang Yi said, you want to buy new clothes? Yi Mengyao smiled slightly and said, it's not me, it's you. Is it not necessary? Zhang Yi said, I think my clothes are all pretty good. It's really good.
Yi Mengyao picked up some food for Zhang Yi and continued, but it can be better.
The commendation ceremony is a big event. I can't let you lose face outside.
She smiled and said, otherwise people will say that I, as a wife, am ignorant. Seeing that Yi Mengyao said this, Zhang Yi could only agree.
Had dinner. The two sat together and watched TV for a while. Then we took a bath together. Wait until the next morning. Zhang Yi woke up, feeling refreshed.
Glancing over to the side, Yi Mengyao was lying quietly beside him, with a faint smile on her pretty face as she slept.
Zhang Yi didn't really want to get up.
But thinking that I still had to go shopping later, I got up and prepared breakfast.
Not long. Yi Mengyao also woke up. When she went downstairs, she saw Zhang Yi had already prepared breakfast. Zhang Yi saw her coming and said, why don't you sleep a little longer? Chapter 126. We want this dress.
Yi Mengyao said softly, I'm used to getting up at this time.
I can't sleep.
Looking at the delicious breakfast, she said, it's great to have you.
Such a life.
She had never dared to think about it before.
Zhang Yi was amused by her and said, what's good or bad about it? Go wash your face quickly, then come and have breakfast. After breakfast, the two went out together to buy new clothes.
Yi Mengyao buys clothes often, so she knows where the better clothes are. Soon, the car stopped in front of a clothing store.
Arrive.
Yi Mengyao looked at the clothing store on the side of the road and said, this clothing store mainly sells formal wear. The clothes inside are of very good quality.
It also supports customization. Let's go and have a look. Zhang Yi walked into the clothing store with her. As soon as she entered the store, Yi Mengyao took out a silver white card from her handbag.
The waiter took one look and immediately said respectfully, dear guest, how can I help you?
Yi Mengyao said calmly, pick a set of clothes for my husband. The waiter looked at Zhang Yi. I feel envious.
This man was able to marry such a young, beautiful, and rich woman.
The waiter looked Zhang Yi up and down several times and roughly understood Zhang Yi's height and other data. Please wait a moment, both of you. You can wait for a while in the lounge area. There is tea and dessert there. I'll be back later. Because this clothing store mainly sells high-end clothes, working as a waiter here requires training.
Not only do they need to have a sophisticated look, men need to be handsome and women need to be pretty, they also need to have high emotional intelligence and good speaking skills.
Yi Mengyao took Zhang Yi's hand and walked towards the rest area. Let's wait a moment. The tea in this clothing store is pretty good. Zhang Yi smiled and said, you understand a lot.
Yi Mengyao smiled faintly and said, because I have been here several times. Many bosses she knows have their clothes custom made in this clothing store.
Zhang Yi said, that card just now, was it a VIP card? Yi Mengyao nodded and said, I guess so. I spent 300,000 here, and they gave me this card. 300,000? This is not a small amount. Zhang Yi took a look at the clothes Yi Mengyao was wearing. Just this simple set of clothes wouldn't cost 5 figures, right?
Yi Mengyao asked curiously, if you want this card, I can give it to you.
Zhang Yi immediately shook his head. Never mind. I don't buy clothes often. Yi Mengyao smiled and said, you can buy it often. The two sat down on the sofa in the lounge area. The sofas here are also of high quality and very comfortable to sit on. Yi Mengyao poured him a cup of tea.
Zhang Yi tried it and found it sweet and thirst-quenching, which was quite good.
A few minutes later, the waiter came over with a set of clothes and said to Yi Mengyao, "Miss, how do you think of this suit?
This suit is made by Tom Brown, a world-renowned suit company.
The fabric used is..." Yi Mengyao interrupted him.
She had heard similar words many times.
She looked directly at Zhang Yi and said, "Husband, what do you think?"
Zhang Yi nodded, walked forward, held the clothes in front of him and tried to measure them.
The size was just right. Zhang Yi asked, "Can I try it on?"
The waiter looked embarrassed. According to the rules, it is forbidden to try on clothes here, because they are all high-end products. It is impossible for rich people to buy these second-hand goods that have been worn by others.
Yi Mengyao said calmly, "We want this dress."
The waiter immediately changed his attitude and said to Zhang Yi, "Sir, please follow me."